Chapter 1. The Physical Education Teacher. Prologue. In the dead of night, two figures approached a towering edifice. "The power is shut off, we can enter now," one of the robust individuals stated, his voice resonating with a low timbre. "Ugh, such a trivial matter, and yet you had to summon me for this. How bothersome." The other, a somewhat frail man, grumbled in response. From their voices, it was evident that both were male. As soon as the words were uttered, the iron gate at the entrance of the building began to rise slowly. Simultaneously, the two glass doors within swung open. The duo hastened inside, and the doors closed behind them with a soft thud. Upon entering, they proceeded directly to the stairway. "Hey, may I inquire why we aren't taking the elevator? Climbing the stairs is quite exhausting," the sturdy man patiently explained. "Chung Feng has disabled the entire building's electricity, rendering the elevator inoperable. I will carry you up shortly. We will evade the security guards' locations. Chung Feng will keep us updated on the guards' positions via the intercom." All right, they'll forget about that, just carry me then. We're heading to the 11th floor. Hold on tight, we shall ascend now." Understood. I will cling on tightly." The robust man offered a faint smile, bending slightly to allow the frail man to leap onto his back, wrapping his arms around his neck. "Hold steady. If you fall, that face you take pride in will be utterly unrecognizable. I rely not on looks, but rather on my personal charm." The sturdy man chuckled knowingly and then darted up the stairs with remarkable speed. His movements were so swift that they seemed almost imperceptible, each step landing softly as if on sand. Though the frail man had feigned ease moments ago, his palms were now firmly gripping the sturdy man's chest. In approximately 3 seconds, they reached the 10th floor. The robust man suddenly halted. "Have we arrived?" The sturdy man hushed him with a finger to his lips, prompting an eye roll from his companion. They stood in silence in the stairwell of the 10th floor, the sound of footsteps echoing from above. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were distinct. It appeared someone was descending from the 11th floor. "Should we hide inside? Let's wait a bit longer." After 5 seconds, the footsteps grew ever closer, accompanied by a beam of light shining down from above. The newcomer was equipped with a flashlight. "Quick, get inside, no more waiting," the frail man urged in a hushed tone. The sturdy man remained motionless, merely bending his knees slightly. The light from above swept around the corner and gradually approached them. The frail man's breath quickened, and he tightened his grip around his partner's neck, signaling him to move swiftly. To his astonishment, the other remained entirely still. The light finally illuminated their forms. The frail man thought to himself, "This is the end." Then came the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. Seizing the opportunity, the robust man made a swift dash to the corner, glancing upward to find no one present before leaping directly to the 11th floor. Upon opening the iron door, a hearty voice crackled through their earpieces. "Ahead, there's a fork in the path, take the left. At the end, you will encounter another fork, veer right, and at the end of that path, there's a metal door. I will assist in opening it. Beyond lies a laser corridor, and past that is likely the location of the solvent." Halting, the frail man lowered himself to the ground, slightly disgruntled as he queried, "What were you thinking just now? We were nearly exposed. From here on, it's all up to you. Hey, you haven't explained anything to me yet." The metal door began to open slowly. The robust man gestured elegantly to his partner, accompanied by a charming smile. Inside lay an arched corridor, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. At the end of the passage was a room arranged like a laboratory, with a metal container situated in the center. The frail man donned specially prepared glasses, and through the treated lenses, he observed the corridor brimming with red laser beams. He recalled Chung Feng mentioning that any object that came into contact with the beams would be either severed or penetrated. He scoffed arrogantly. "Such a perilous passage, it is a domain only I can traverse." Suddenly, the frail man's body became as pliable as clay, effortlessly dodging each laser beam and successfully reaching the end of the corridor. Turning back, the frail man was about to step towards the metal container when a woman's voice echoed through his earpiece. The frail man's expression turned incredulous. "What?" He shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Meanwhile, in a dim room in City, a slender woman with long hair posed a question to a portly man seated before electronic equipment. "What was that gas we just encountered?" "I'm not certain, I hadn't noticed it before." The man's voice sounded somewhat bumbling. Make haste and investigate it. How do I even begin to study it? The rotund man scratched his head, murmuring softly. The woman sighed, turning to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Exhaustion etched on her face as she instructed the portly man, prepare to implement another plan. Nanjing University is a prestigious institution in S City, home to an assembly of elite students. At that moment, in the office of the vice president of Nanjing University, a rugged middle-aged man stood, appearing to be around 30 years old. He wore a black jacket and jeans, his short hair contrasting with the slight stubble on his lips. Seated at the desk was Zhang Tao, the vice president of Nanjing University, who was engrossed in perusing a document, his sparse hair combed back. Perhaps due to frequent social engagements, he appeared somewhat rotund, nearly filling the office chair. Mr. Wu, your resume is quite impressive. You are a graduate of a prestigious institution and possess many years of work experience. Wu Gu offered a slight smile. However, Zhang Tao shifted the conversation. You are well aware that our institution is renowned both in the city and even the province. Thus, we receive numerous applications from exceptional teachers. Just take a look. Principal Zhang, Wu guest voice boomed. Vice, Zhang Tao hurriedly waved his hands in denial, though his expression revealed delight. Principal Zhang, allow me to demonstrate. Please wait a moment, Wu Gu replied, breaking into a light jog out of the office. Zhang Tao was left puzzled. A few moments later, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, mingled with gasps of surprise. My goodness! Wu Gu appeared at the door, hoisting a concrete block onto his shoulder. He set it down carefully, entering the vice president's office and placing the block firmly on the ground. This concrete block weighed no less than 100 pounds for an average robust man. Lifting it up the stairs would be a daunting task, let alone raising it from the ground. Yet for Wu Gu, the concrete block felt as light as a cardboard box. Despite his average stature, it was hard to fathom such strength. Zhang Tao was left astonished. Principal Zhang, my family possesses a time-honored exercise method that enhances physical strength and deeply uncovers potential. You just witnessed my display. If you entrust your students to me, within a year, I will ensure they all become as strong as oxen. Competing in city or provincial sports events and securing first place will be an effortless task. They may even have the chance to participate in the Olympics and bring glory to our nation. At that point, our school's reputation will transcend provincial borders and achieve worldwide fame. Zhang Tao could not suppress a couple of coughs. The man was boasting excessively. He straightened his demeanor, cleared his throat, and replied with utmost seriousness. Well, Mr. Wu, while physical strength is indeed important, our institution must prioritize academics. The notion of worldwide fame is a bit exaggerated, don't you think? Wu Gu, with a solemn expression, bowed deeply, saying, Your words are indeed wise, Principal. After finishing, Wu Gu bowed once more. Thank you for your support, Principal. Zhang Tao quickly waved his hands again, pretending to be annoyed. Vice. Wu Gu effortlessly tossed the concrete block into the air, catching it in his hands, and strode out of the vice president's office with purpose. Days later, as anticipated, Wu Gu received an acceptance notification from Nanjing University. On the first day of class, he stood early on the playground. Before him were the students of his international trade class. One female student whispered to her friend, This new teacher is rather handsome. I think so too. He resembles Zhong Hongliang a bit. A male student nearby teased the two of them. Not at all, he seems pretty average to me. You're just jealous that he looks better than you. The male student's face flushed with embarrassment as he scoffed. Whispers circulated among the students, and Wu Gu cleared his throat, finally restoring silence. The Wu Gu exchanged a few pleasantries before unfurling the roster he held in his hands. He began to call out names. Each time he finished calling a name, someone would respond. However, when he reached Chen Ziming's name, silence enveloped the crowd. Wu Gu raised his voice and called out, Chen Ziming. Still, no one replied. Is Chen Ziming absent? Someone from the crowd shouted, He never attends class. Is Chen Ziming part of our class? How come I was unaware? Laughter erupted from everyone. Does anyone know where Chen Ziming is? Wu Gu inquired. At the internet CAF, he practically lives there. Wu Gu summoned the class monitor to his side, gave a brief instruction, and then departed. Behind him, the class monitor announced, Teacher Wu has allowed everyone to engage in free activities. Class 1 of International Trade dispersed with a clamor, some sitting to rest, others walking around the playground, some playing basketball. A few huddled together, discussing the situation regarding Chen Ziming. Do you think Chen Ziming is in trouble this time? I think it's likely that gym teacher seems quite fierce. To skip class on the very first day? It doesn't bode well. I've never liked Chen Ziming. I wouldn't mind seeing him get a lesson from the gym teacher. Exactly. He struts around like he's something special just because he has a bit of money. The internet CAF was not far from the school, and Wugu arrived at its entrance. He stepped inside and scanned each seat, searching thoroughly, but found no sign of Chen Ziming. He ventured into the VIP room and peeked behind the gauzy curtains blocking the entrance, only to receive a few disdainful glances from couples, yet still no Chen Ziming. At the far end of the VIP area was a door leading to a private room. He approached and turned the handle, but it did not budge. He inquired with a student from the adjacent VIP room, but they could not provide clarity. Could he not possibly be here? Wugu turned to leave. As he reached the front desk by the exit, he casually asked, "Is Chen Ziming not here?" The young woman at the front desk did not look up, her voice tinged with impatience. In there? In there? Yes, in the private room. Just as depicted in the photograph, it was indeed him. Wugu narrowed his eyes, silently declaring, "Chen Ziming, we finally meet." Chapter 2. Wugu and Chen Ziming. In recent months, a new trend has swept through Z Country, a mobile application that allows users to experience fleeting moments of superpower. This application is aptly named Superpower Moments. No longer do smokers carry lighters instead. With a quick scan of their phone, flames erupt from their fingertips. Thirsty travelers can scan their phones, and water flows from their fingers. The company behind this application, Superpower Corporation, was originally a modest telecommunications firm. However, following the launch of this application, it swiftly ascended to become a leading enterprise in the telecommunications sector, for only their devices could transmit the electromagnetic waves of superpowers. Superpower Corporation is located in the most bustling commercial district of S-City, an area filled with high-tech skyscrapers. Strangely, amidst this modernity stands an old, low-rise building, its exterior cloaked in vegetation, lending it a somber and desolate appearance. Some say the owner has a unique taste and intentionally cultivated the plants. At that moment, in a conference room within this low-rise building, sat 3 men and 1 woman. "Captain Wu, what do you think of Chen Ziming?" asked the woman, her skin tight and delicate, her long hair tied in a ponytail, exuding an air of seriousness. Yet, her voice bore the weariness of age. Chen Ziming. Wu Guest's mind conjured the image of his first encounter with Chen Ziming that morning. Outside the private room, "Chen, I'm your new physical education teacher. Why didn't you come to class?" Wugu inquired with a smile. Chen Ziming lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ziming nodded. On the way back to school, Wugu walked alongside Chen Ziming. "It's essential to engage in physical exercise for better health," Wugu remarked, glancing at Chen Ziming. "What sports do you enjoy?" Chen Ziming stared at the ground, silent once more. Wugu felt a pang of frustration. Truly a brooding youth. "Wu Captain?" The woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. She regarded Wugu thoughtfully before nodding. "You will need to exert yourself further." "Of course." At this moment, a long-haired man seated beside Wugu chuckled softly, his demeanor flippant as he traced his finger along his lower lip. "Children are indeed troublesome. Adults are much easier to handle. You see, I managed to deal with their vice principal using just 2 women, allowing Wugu to waltz into their school effortlessly." Perhaps dissatisfied with the man's remarks, the woman frowned, choosing not to engage further. Wugu smiled, redirecting the conversation as he turned to a disheveled, overweight man across from him. "Chung Feng, how are things on your end?" It's a bit complicated." Wugu nodded, understanding Chung Feng's implication. He rose and exchanged glances with the 3 present. "As for Chen Ziming, I will devise a new plan. The matter of the gas will be handled by Wang Kanmu and Chung Feng." With that, he bowed to Wang Yuqi. "I appreciate your assistance." Wang Yuqi replied coolly, "The effort is yours, Captain Wu." The long-haired man, Lu, scoffed softly. That night, in an apartment building near Nanxing University, Chen Ziming opened the door to his room and stepped inside. The space was neat and tidy. He flicked on the light, hung his head, and kicked the door shut with a thud. Chen Ziming removed his shoes and, barefoot, made his way to the bedroom. As he walked, he shed his clothes, and by the time he reached the bed, he was left in nothing but his shorts. He lay back on the bed. The window had not been opened for ages, and the stale air was suffocating. In a moment of frustration, Chen Ziming struck the strings of his guitar forcefully, causing one to snap with a resounding twang. The string left a stark mark upon his finger. He threw back his head and laughed maniacally. After a while, he tossed the guitar aside and staggered to the bathroom. Stripping off his shorts, he entered the shower, turning on the hot water. The scalding stream pelted his head and back. Chen Ziming tilted his head back, allowing the water to cascade over his forehead. His skin flushed crimson, droplets clung to him, rolling off onto the tiled floor and down the drain. Chen Ziming wished fervently that he, too, could vanish just as effortlessly. Leaning against the bathroom tiles, he began to claw at his chest, gritting his teeth as he inflicted deep, visible wounds upon himself. Chen Ziming gasped heavily, gradually sliding down the tiles until he sat on the floor. A phone rang from the bedroom. Chen Ziming slowly lifted his head, but showed no intention of rising to answer it. The ringing persisted for quite some time, and he remained in a daze. Suddenly, the sound ceased, only to be followed by a renewed series of rings. Chen Ziming emerged from the bathroom and grabbed his phone from the bed. He stared at it for a moment before finally swiping to answer. A gentle, middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Ziming sank back onto the floor, leaning against the bed's edge, his voice low and hoarse. No. That night, Chen Ziming did not drift into slumber until the early hours of 4 o'clock. Chapter 3. The basketball court in the second week of Wu Ji's tenure. During physical education class, he planned to begin with a shooting test, followed by organizing a basketball match in which all the boys would participate. After calculating the numbers, he found that there were exactly 10 boys in the class. They formed a line and took turns shooting, each allowed 10 shots. Once Wu Ge finished explaining, the class monitor quickly arranged the boys around the basketball court. The girls went first. Due to their smaller strength, their shooting forms elicited laughter from the boys. When it was the boys' turn, the first to shoot was the class monitor, Zhang Sheng, who was already a member of the school basketball team and had no trouble making his shots. He scored on his first, second, and after missing the third, he adjusted and scored 7 more, achieving a total of 9 out of 10. Tall, handsome, and charismatic, Zhang Sheng was well-liked, drawing cheers from both female and male classmates. Next was a lanky boy who, lacking strength, mimicked the girls by tossing the basketball awkwardly. The surrounding girls erupted in laughter, and the boys teased him. "Hey, this one is quite something." The boy, unfazed, chuckled and completed his 10 shots before joining the onlookers. One by one, the others took their turns, some scoring 6, others just 3, until it was Chen Ziming's turn. Originally, he would never have shown up for physical education, but Wu Ge had dragged him from internet CAF just before class. As Chen Ziming received the ball, a hush fell over the court. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. While others had garnered cheers and gasps, Chen Ziming's presence silenced the crowd that Wu Ge observed carefully. Chen Ziming focused intently on the hoop, slightly bending his knees, raising the ball before him, and with a flick of his wrist, sent the basketball soaring in a beautiful arc, sinking cleanly through the net. Nothing but net. A faint gasp escaped from one of the girls, but aside from that, there was silence that Wu Ge immediately clapped, cheering for Chen Ziming. Well done. However, his applause echoed alone. Chen Ziming continued shooting, making every shot. That was the 8th. If he made 2 more, he would achieve a perfect score. A boy next to Zhang Sheng muttered, "He is on fire," while Zhang Sheng's expression soured, his lips curling slightly. After 2 more successful attempts, he had made all 10 shots. Whispers began to circulate. Chen Ziming is that good? Indeed, it's hard to believe. What do you know, he is just lucky. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng's face was a mask of displeasure, as if frozen. After finishing, Chen Ziming lowered his head and walked to the sidelines. "You were fantastic, Chen. You really have a talent for basketball," Wu Ge praised, giving him a thumbs up, which made Chen Ziming's cheeks flush as he looked down at the ground. As the next students took their turns, the atmosphere regained its liveliness, except for Zhang Sheng, who continued to glare at Chen Ziming. Once the testing concluded, Wu Ge organized the teams. With 10 players, they needed to split into 2 groups. Friends and dorm mates flocked to one side, and soon 9 were sorted, leaving only Chen Ziming that he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to join. "Everyone's waiting for you." Chen Wu Ge smiled, pointing to the team that needed 1 more player. Chen Ziming glanced up and walked towards the four-player group. That moment. Zhang Sheng called out to the five-player team. Liu Siming, come over here. Liu Siming looked around, unsure, but eventually complied with Zhang Sheng's directive. As Chen Ziming approached Zhang Sheng's team, he pursed his lips and lowered his head, walking towards the other team instead. The match began with Zhang Sheng stealing the spotlight, executing a stunning layup that sent the girls into a frenzy. He followed with a block, seized the ball, and dunked, captivating the audience. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sheng made a mistake, losing grip of the ball, which landed at Chen Ziming's feet. He picked it up, took 2 steps into his half, and made a jump shot, scoring. The other students remained silent, with only Wu Gu applauding. Chen Ziming soon scored again, prompting teammates to pass him the ball. He became the shooter of the team, with an 80% success rate whenever he received it. In no time, the score shifted to 16-18, with their team in the lead by 2 points. Zhang Sheng glared at Chen Ziming. The ball came back to Chen Ziming, who prepared to shoot. But Zhang Sheng charged at him, colliding heavily and snatching the ball away, causing Chen Ziming to fall hard to the ground. A startled cry erupted from the girls that Wu Gu quickly blew his whistle. Signaling a halt to the game, that he rushed to Chen Ziming, noticing blood trickling from his calf. Zhang Sheng approached with a feigned look of concern. Are you okay, Ziming? I didn't mean it. Chen Ziming clutched his leg, gasping in pain. Get him to the infirmary, Wu Gu shouted, but no one moved. Surveying the crowd, Wu Gu decided to carry Chen Ziming himself towards the infirmary. The perpetrator, Zhang Sheng, sneered coldly. Superpower towered in a lavishly decorated office. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a light-colored suit sat upright at his desk. Before him stood a man in a white lab coat. Chairman, the solvent we developed has been tested on gorillas, and it showed severe adverse reactions that if used on humans, it could significantly shorten lifespan. What do you think? The suited man maintained a stoic expression, his voice hoarse. No matter what happens, we cannot let anything obstruct the globalization plan of Superpower Corporation. Do you understand? But the suited man abruptly stood, pointing a finger at Sun Ming, scolding, you better understand, who has provided you with these good days. Sun Ming lowered his head in fright, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Stammering, it's the chairman. The chairman, cigarette in hand, gestured towards Sun Ming with a smile. Such a wonderful thing. How could it shorten lifespan? You're overthinking. Old Sunday, Sun Ming pressed his lips together, forcing a smile while nervously gripping the hem of his suit. You're right, Chairman. The suited man broke into hearty laughter. Chapter 4. Depression in the Infirmary. Chen Ziming lay on the bed, a kind-looking female doctor, appearing to be in her 60s with graying hair, sat before him, holding antiseptic solution. This is disinfectant. It might sting a bit, so bear with it. Chen Ziming nodded. The doctor dipped a cotton swab into the solution and began to clean his wound, which was covered in dirt and gravel, needing to be removed. Chen Ziming closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. The doctor worked skillfully, quickly attending to the injury, applying some powder and bandaging it up. Once finished, the doctor rose with a smile. Carrying the medicine tray towards the cabinet, as she walked, she reassured him, You're all set. Just be careful while walking. Chen Ziming softly acknowledged her to Wu Gu, standing nearby, glanced at Chen Ziming's leg, and turned to the doctor with a smile. Thank you for your help this time. Not at all, it's all for the students, the doctor replied, turning back. Indeed, Wu Gu agreed. In the midst of their conversation, Chen Ziming stood up, wearing a loose t-shirt, with the hem of his athletic pants rolled up to expose his calf. The doctor looked at him and exclaimed, Oh dear, this child is far too thin. It's a digestive issue. Not fond of eating? Chen Ziming quietly nodded. Trouble sleeping? Yes. You need to exercise more, gain some weight, and stay healthy. Chen Ziming remained silent, his head bowed. Wu Gu quickly interjected. Chen, be sure to thank the doctor. Thank you, Chen Ziming said as he turned to leave the infirmary. Wu Gu mentioned he wouldn't disturb them further and turned to exit that moment. The doctor approached Wu Gu, looking at Chen Ziming's departing figure, and said solemnly, This child may be suffering from depression. Depression? Yes. Is it serious? It's hard to say that it depends on his condition. If it's mild, there is nothing to worry about. But if it's severe, that could lead to unpredictable behavior. After a brief silence, Wu Gu bade farewell and left. Just then, the bell rang for lunch, and Chen Ziming exited the school, Heading toward the apartment, Wu Ge hurried to catch up with him, walking alongside Chen Ziming. Mr. Wu, where are you going for lunch? Chen Ziming remained non-committal as they walked together. Along the way, Wu Ge attempted several conversations, but Chen Ziming's responses were limited to brief acknowledgments or silence, leaving Wu Ge feeling frustrated as they strolled past a park. Wu Ge casually remarked, "This park has a lovely view. Yes, I often come here for walks in the morning." Upon hearing this, Wu Ge felt a surge of joy, as it was the first complete sentence Chen Ziming had spoken. Soon, they arrived at the apartment, and Chen Ziming bid farewell. Walking away without looking back in the conference room, Wu Ge sat across from Wang Yuqi. "Wang, take a look at this," Wu Ge said, handing over his phone, which displayed a page of text. After reviewing it, Wang Yuqi remarked, "Depression? Yes, Chen Ziming is suffering from depression. Social anxiety. A pessimistic outlook on life. For those severely affected, there may even be suicidal tendencies." Wang Yuqi was increasingly astonished as she read on. This elucidated the reasons behind Chen Ziming's communication difficulties. Leaning back against the chair, Wang Yuqi pondered for a moment. "So, Captain Wu, what are your plans?" "My previous strategy was to befriend Chen Ziming, thereby gleaning the information we require through him. However, given the current circumstances and my encounters with him, coupled with the psychology of a person suffering from depression, forging a friendship with him seems a formidable challenge in his present state. Nevertheless, I have come to understand that depression is indeed treatable. I have discovered a method that could potentially lift Chen Ziming from his depressive state within approximately a month. This approach would not only deepen our bond during the healing process, enhancing his fondness for me, but also open his heart to others, thus paving the way for a friendship between us. Must we cure someone merely to obtain information?" As a strategist of the group, Wang Yuqi found Wu Ji's plan utterly implausible. "Captain Wu, if this route with Chen Ziming proves fruitless, we can explore alternatives. There is no need for such drastic measures if the issue with the gas remains unresolved. We have no other options. We could seek out others. Chen Ziming is the only suitable candidate, as we have previously analyzed." In a rare display of frustration, Wu Ge raised his voice at Wang Yuqi and stood up from his chair. The atmosphere became palpably tensed at that moment. The door creaked open and a disheveled man with long hair staggered in, reeking of alcohol. "You too held a clandestine meeting in my absence. You still have time for meetings?" Wang Yuqi coldly remarked, eyeing the swaying Luel Ayudit. "It merely. A child, such trivial matters. Cannot be resolved? Just watch me. No man can resist a woman." As she spoke, Lu drunkenly pulled out a chair and collapsed into it, his bleary eyes surveying the two. "How much have you had to drink?" Wu Ge grimaced, pinching his nose. Wang Yuqi scrutinized Lu for a few moments, then stood up. "Captain Wu, let us proceed with your plan for now." With that, she pushed her chair back and exited the meeting room. Wu Ge nodded in agreement. He glanced at Lu, sighed heavily, and followed Wang Yuqi out. Lu clutched the armrests of the chair. Sliding towards the edge of the table, resting his head upon it, he tilted his head, squinting as if trying to focus on something. Suddenly, he mumbled indistinctly, "Chen Ziming." Chapter 5. The Old Man on the Overpass. Early in the morning, Wu Ge strolled through the park near Nanxing University. He held a book in his hand, its cover a soothing shade of light green. After circling the artificial lake, he settled on a bench by the water's edge. He opened the book on his lap, the title emblazoned in crimson, "How to Interact with Patients Suffering from Depression." Having only recently begun to engage with the characters of Z Country script, deciphering this book proved somewhat challenging for him. The morning sun filtered through the ginkgo leaves, casting a warm and serene glow upon the pavement adjacent to the lake, instilling a sense of hope. A figure approached, his feet wrapped in bandages. Wu Ge closed the book, knowing that the person he awaited had arrived. "Chen Ziming." The young man halted, slowly turning around. He wore a hooded sweatshirt, his hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes devoid of life. "Teacher," Wu Ge approached, recognizing him. "You're up quite early. Isn't the morning air refreshingly crisp?" Chen Ziming nodded slightly. "I came to take a morning walk, to exercise a bit." "And you?" Chen Ziming. "Any plans?" Wu Ge clasped his hand behind his back, holding the book. "Merely came for a stroll. Would you like to join me for a morning jog?" Chen Ziming's expression faltered. Wu Ge quickly interjected, "No worries. I come here every morning. It's not imperative today. After hearing this, Chen Ziming declined 3 times. That Wu Ge nodded gently, and a momentary awkwardness enveloped them. Suddenly, Chen Ziming announced he had to leave. That Wu Ge could only acquiesce. Watching Chen Ziming's retreating figure, Wu Ge felt a pang of loss. Upon leaving the park, Chen Ziming found himself on the sidewalk by the street, lined with shops selling various snacks and trinkets. He soon approached an overpass. He arrived at the foot of the bridge, where a ragged old man, mumbling to himself, trembled as he ascended the structure. The old man's voice was barely audible, but due to Chen Ziming's proximity, he caught fragments of his words, and no more, not a single relative left. The old man kept repeating this phrase that, as he walked, Chen Ziming felt a discomfort in his head. That feeling was returning. Clutching his head and gritting his teeth, the color drained from his lips. He closed his eyes, burying his face in his arms. Visions began to swirl before him. He saw an old man leap from the overpass. Crashing onto the road below, blood pooling from body, Chen Ziming abruptly lifted his head to gaze at the overpass, his eyes wide with terror. Indeed, the old man had climbed onto the railing. No. In the next instant, the old man plunged straight down, just as in the vision he had witnessed. Chen Ziming collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The old man's suicide caused vehicles on the road to slow down. A driver halted, dialing emergency services. Bystanders, witnessing the scene, gathered to gawk. Chen Ziming struggled to his feet, stumbling toward the crowd, feeling an overwhelming guilt for not having prevented the tragedy he foresaw. Among the onlookers, an elderly woman recognized the man, sighing as she recounted. That old man, particularly reclusive and quick-tempered, he had long ago fallen out with his children and spouse, living alone. Every day, he'd play the arrow. He never spoke to neighbors. Perhaps life had simply lost its meaning for him, and so he died. The crowd expressed their sorrow for the old man. One person gasped, declaring, "A person must not be too reclusive. It can lead to extremes. This old man might have suffered from depression, right?" "What depression? It's all just self-pity. I too have my moments of unhappiness. A good night's sleep fixes that. You don't understand. It's not as simple as you make it out to be." The two engaged in a heated debate. Chen Ziming felt as though something was gripping his heart, a heaviness settling in his chest. He quickly turned and departed. He walked briskly, eventually breaking into a light jog. So absorbed in his running was he that he failed to notice an obstacle in his path, colliding with it and tumbling to the ground. Pushing himself up, he realized he had knocked into someone. The individual also propped himself up, attempting to rise. Upon closer inspection, it was a man with long, flowing hair, strikingly handsome. Chapter 6. Lulu's plan. Lulu was about to unleash his frustration when he recognized a familiar face before him. Upon closer examination, he realized it was indeed Chen Ziming. Although he was not directly tasked with Chen Ziming's assignment, the young man's photo had appeared multiple times in group discussions. Lulu wanted to confirm his suspicion, so he inquired, "Are you a student from around here?" Chen Ziming stood up. "My sincere apologies." Lulu waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. I just wanted to ask if you were a student from this vicinity." Chen Ziming nodded. Lulu felt he was on the right track and further probed. "It wouldn't happen to be Nanxing University, would it?" Chen Ziming slightly lifted his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he replied, "Yes. That's correct." Lulu felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed this troublesome brat he had encountered today. He reflected that Wu Ge's continued failures stemmed from misguided methods, and today he would employ a more effective approach to secure Chen Ziming's cooperation. Lulu's mind raced with schemes. He flashed a charming smile and said, "Young brother, it seems we are destined to meet today. That I have a deep respect for learned individuals, especially esteemed students like yourself. I insist on treating you to a meal. How about that dumpling restaurant over there?" Chen Ziming shook his head, looking uncomfortable. "No, thank you." Lulu stroked his chin. "You must have pressing matters. Right? In that case, given the sweltering weather, let me buy you a cold drink. If you refuse again, that would be truly unreasonable." Chen Ziming bit his lip and, after a moment, nodded. Seeing Chen Ziming acquiesce, Lulu beamed and told him to wait. He dashed into a nearby store and bought 2 bottles of cola, popping the cap off one and slipping something inside before returning to Chen Ziming, handing it over. "Here." Chen Ziming accepted the cola and took a sip. Thank you. Lulu tilted his head, a sly grin forming, and no need for thanks. Drink up, don't waste it. With that, he twisted open his own bottle and took a hearty gulp. Chen Ziming mirrored Lulu's actions. Taking a large sip, Lulu chuckled. Now that's the spirit. Chen Ziming sincerely thanked Lulu once more, expressing his desire to leave early due to prior engagements. Suit yourself. Chen Ziming maneuvered around Lulu and continued on his way. Not far ahead, he felt his mind clouded, as if it were enveloped in a thick paste. His legs grew weak, and in a daze, he noticed a tree beside him. Stumbling, he made his way to the tree and leaned against its trunk for support. Lulu's heart blossomed with joy. Indeed, he was still just a child, so easily managed that Wu Ge truly was a fool. Lulu quickly approached Chen Ziming, hoisting him on his shoulder. What are you doing? Of course, I'm taking you to have some fun. Just wait and thank me later. Chen Ziming felt as though he were soaring, floating dreamily, traversing through clouds. Rising and falling like a bird, he dove down into a villa, where he beheld a middle-aged man cradling a boy. The child's head nestled in the man's embrace, whose face bore a sorrowful expression. Beside them stood a woman, already in tears. Suddenly, the boy lifted his head, and upon closer inspection, Chen Ziming realized he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The scene flashed, transitioning to an earlier moment on a bridge where an elderly man struggled to climb over the railing. His trembling hands gripped the guardrail. One foot stepped onto the railing, while the other remained behind. His body leaned forward, and he fell straight down from the bridge. No, the old man's descent was instantaneous. Within a mere moment, he crashed heavily onto the asphalt below. Chen Ziming clutched his head in anguish. Just as he was engulfed in despair, a fragrant aroma drifted into his lungs. He felt an itch in his chest and coughed a couple of times. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a circular ceiling light and pristine white walls. His vision remained somewhat blurred, making everything unclear. Home. That was Chen Ziming's first thought. He turned to glance at the bedside table, but something felt amiss. This was not his room. A telephone sat atop the table, which his own room lacked. Attempting to sit up, he discovered his body was weak and unresponsive. That moment, a sweet, melodious voice floated toward him. Distinctly feminine. That you're awake? Chen Ziming's brows furrowed as he looked in the direction of the voice. A woman clad in a silk nightgown sat at his bedside, her red hair cascading down to her chest, exuding a captivating aura, accompanied by the scent of perfume. Chen Ziming's face flushed crimson. Nervously, he inquired, "Who are you?" The woman playfully tossed her long hair, her eyes glimmering with allure. "That aren't you asking a rather obvious question?" Lulu dialed a number to Wu Ge, smugly announcing, "Guess what I did today?" "It's rare to receive your call. Has there been any new development? Don't bore me with trivial matters." "Well, if your IQ were sufficient, this task wouldn't have dragged on for so long. Stop beating around the bush." Lulu chuckled before excitedly revealing to Wu Ge that he had met Chen Ziming. "Chen Ziming, are you two together now? What free time does he have? I imagine he's currently enjoying himself with some woman." After Lulu spoke, Wu Ge fell silent, prompting Lulu to check the line. "Are you still there?" Lulu glanced at his phone, noting the strong signal, and called out again. Then, Wu Ge's voice finally came through. "Where? What do you mean, where?" "Chen Ziming." "Never mind that. Send me his location. I'm heading over now." Just as Lulu attempted to retort, Wu Ge had already hung up, out of respect for Wu Ge's authority. Lulu reluctantly sent over the hotel and room number where Chen Ziming was staying. Lulu stood outside the room, feeling disgruntled. After a short while, Wu Ge hurriedly arrived. Without waiting for Lulu to speak, he pointed at the door of the room. "Is it here?" Lulu impatiently grunted in affirmation. Wu Ge knocked on the door, and soon footsteps approached from within. "Who is it?" "I'm the boy's teacher inside." "Please open the door." The door did not budge. "How could she dare open it after you said that?" Lulu scoffed at Wu Ge. "It's me, Lulu. Open the door." The door swung open to reveal a stunning woman with flowing red hair. Wu Ge pushed the door wide open and strode inside. "Hey." The woman was visibly displeased by Wu Ge's brashness. Lulu wrapped his arm around her shoulders and softly said, "You needn't concern yourself with this. You can leave now." "About the money. It won't be short, darling." Lulu found the situation rather amusing and stepped further into the room to see what was unfolding. Upon entering, he spotted Chen Ziming curled up in the corner. A look of terror on his face. Wu Gu stood before Chen Ziming, bending down and extending his right hand. Chen Ziming trembled, a tear rolling down his cheek. "Dio, you want me to help you up?" Chen Ziming slightly raised his head, peering through the strands of his hair to scrutinize Wu Gu. He pressed his lips together before slowly lifting his arms. Wu Gu smiled and helped Chen Ziming to his feet. Guiding him toward the exit, as they passed Lulu, he remarked sarcastically, "Mating is an instinct of animals. Do not suppress your primal urges." Wu Gu unusually retorted, "Not everyone desires to wallow in carnality like you." Lulu, infuriated, shot back, "Wu Gu, what are you saying to me?" As they opened the apartment door, Chen Ziming turned around, pausing for a moment before softly thanking Wu Gu. Chapter 7. Chen Ziming's family in City S. With economic growth, 6 ring roads have expanded outward. Between the East 4th and 5th ring roads lies a villa district. It is said that each villa here is worth the cumulative earnings of a mid-level white-collar worker over 30 years. Naturally, those residing here are either affluent or aristocratic. That moment. In the grand hall of a villa, Chen Ziming sat on one side of a genuine leather sofa, his feet resting on a hand-woven silk carpet. In the center of the sofa sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-framed glasses, his features strikingly similar to Chen Ziming's, dressed in formal attire without a tie. His shirt collar was unbuttoned. The well-tailored suit accentuated his dignified stature, yet his hollow cheeks betrayed a gaunt physique. Dark circles under his eyes suggested prolonged insomnia. "How has school been lately?" The man, fingers pinching a lit cigarette, gazed indifferently at the painting hanging on the opposite wall, his voice hoarse and curt. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming clenched his jaw, remaining silent for 2 seconds before responding darkly, "Just the same as before." The man inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured his eyes, allowing no glimpse of his expression. That he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray on the coffee table, rose, and left the living room without a glance at Chen Ziming. He passed Chen Ziming. He coldly muttered, "Useless." The man walked down the corridor into the dining room, where a table was laid with mooncakes and various cold dishes. A sliding door separated the kitchen from the dining area, where the sounds of cooking were audible. The man sat at the table, picked up a delicate mooncake the size of a coin, and took a bite. He immediately spat it out, furiously overturning the entire plate of mooncakes onto the floor, the dish shattering with a crisp sound. The sliding door to the kitchen opened, revealing a haggard woman who timidly inquired, "What happened?" The man, red-faced, pointed at the scattered mooncakes. "Do you not know that I don't eat salted egg yolks? Did you intend to poison me?" The woman quickly bent over, her face filled with regret as she explained, "I am so sorry. I prepared those for Ziming. He only eats mooncakes with egg yolk. I forgot to separate them. I truly apologize." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong stood up and kicked the woman in the stomach. "After all my hard work earning money outside, I can't even get this little bit of respect." The woman fell to the ground and hurriedly stood up, crying as she repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. Please don't hit me today. Ziming is still here." Chen Xiong grasped the woman's neck and slapped her twice at that moment. A voice rang out from behind. "Why are you hitting Mom?" Chen Ziming, unbeknownst to when he had arrived, stood at the doorway of the dining room. The woman, disheveled, sat on the floor sobbing. Chen Ziming stood there, trembling. Bang! The sound of a door slamming echoed from the living room, shaking Chen Ziming to his core. At that moment, Chen's mother approached him, embracing him as she wept uncontrollably. "Ziming, don't blame your father. He wasn't always like this." Chen Ziming could not absorb his mother's words. All he wanted was to escape. The mid-autumn festival dinner at the Chen household concluded amidst Chen Xiong's domestic violence. That night, disregarding his mother's pleas, Chen Ziming left home under the pretense of returning to school. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, eventually finding his way into a nearby park, where he settled in a corner. The park was shrouded in darkness, the corner even more so, creating an eerie atmosphere. Chen Ziming quietly wept, his shoulders trembling. Meow, a cat's meow echoed through the silence. Chen Ziming slowly lifted his head. Meow. Another call. Following the sound, he spotted a stray cat. The wild cat sauntered up to him, leapt onto his lap, and meowed twice before promptly lying down on his thigh and rubbing against him. Chen Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Was this creature treating his thigh as a cozy little nest? Cautiously, he extended his hand, wishing to stroke the wild cat's head. Perhaps sensing his intentions, the cat leaned in closer. A smile broke across Chen Ziming's face as he began to pet it. The cat meowed softly, nudging its head against his hand. Chen Ziming took out a bag of beef jerky, tore it apart, and placed it on his lap, patting the cat's small head. The wild cat immediately flipped over. Settling on his thigh to feast, Wugu entered the nightclub, where colorful lights flickered and swayed, and a group of men and women twisted their bodies wildly on the dance floor. Finding the noise somewhat overwhelming, he furrowed his brow. Making his way through the hall, Wugu proceeded deeper inside until he spotted someone sitting in a booth, prompting him to stop. Lulu. With that, Wugu approached the booth. In the center sat a handsome young man with a ponytail. None other than Lu Liu. In his lap was a charming woman, who was leaning against his chest, flirting with him. "Oh, it's you?" Lu remarked casually, before returning to kiss the enchanting woman in his embrace. "I heard from Chung Feng that you were here, so I came over to do. Feel free to sit. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. But don't expect me to treat you," Lu replied, nonchalantly. Wuga chuckled. "Is our world's most handsome man truly so petty?" "Petty?" Lu pushed the woman off him, standing up as if ready to scold Wuga. Unexpectedly, Wuga seized the opportunity to sit beside him, grinning widely. "1 dozen tea, strike a smiling face." Faced with Wugu's carefree smile, Lu found himself at a loss for words, his tongue tying up as he struggled to find a way to respond. Pointing at Wugu, he remained silent for a moment. "Damn," Lu muttered in frustration as he sat back down. The woman beside him attempted to lean against him again, but Lu pushed her aside. "This isn't to your place. Go entertain yourself." The woman cursed under her breath and reluctantly departed. "Here, this is for you." Wugu pulled a small item from his pocket and handed it to Lu, a finely carved wooden tree. Lu initially hesitated to accept it, but Wugu insisted, pressing it into his hands. Lifting his gaze to examine it, Lu scoffed. "Worthless trinket." Though he feigned reluctance, he tucked it away in his pocket. "Don't think these little favors will earn you my forgiveness. Our Lu, the great handsome man, possesses a broad mind. How could he stoop to argue with a country bumpkin like me? Right?" Wugu said with a grin. By the way, Lu, Wugu suddenly dropped his jovial demeanor, adopting a serious tone. "Regarding Chen Ziming, I still hope to." Before he could finish, Lu abruptly grew animated, pointing towards the bar. "Hey, Wugu, look! What is it?" "A beauty!" Wugu turned to see a short-haired girl in a t-shirt and jeans. From the side, her fair skin and delicate nose stood out, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. She appeared quite young, around 20 years old. "Quite impressive." "That's all you can say. Look at her eyes. They read so clear and pure, as if pleading for me to embrace her." As he spoke, Lu, entranced, extended his arms in a mock-hugging gesture. Wugu rolled his eyes, withholding comment. "Never mind, discussing this with you is like talking to a brick wall. I am too busy to entertain you. I must go soothe that lonely soul." With that, Lu sprang up, a spring in his step as he jogged towards the bar. Wugu chuckled to himself, poured a glass of beer, and downed it in one go. To tea that moment, he felt a hand brushing against his own. Turning to look, he found the woman from earlier, smiling nervously. The woman, startled, stood frozen in place. After a while, as her breathing steadied and her composure returned, Wugu slowly lifted his head, meeting her panicked gaze, and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He stood up and bowed slightly. "I apologize for startling you." With that, Wugu lowered his head and hurriedly departed. Chapter 8. Rejection. Having skipped dinner and surviving on a bit of beef jerky, his stomach grumbled with hunger. He took the wildcat he had found and entered a 24-hour convenience store downstairs. He grabbed instant noodles, some vacuum-packed cooked food, and 2 bags of cat food. After paying the cashier, he turned to leave when suddenly, a person wearing a baseball cap and exuding an unpleasant odor collided with him, causing Chen Ziming to stumble backward. "Robbery! Robbery!" Without a second thought, Chen Ziming dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the assailant. The robber attempted to bypass him, but Chen Ziming caught the corner of his jacket. "If you don't want to die, scram." Chen Ziming swallowed hard, heart racing. The robber, sensing his lack of fear, lunged at him with a knife that gleamed coldly under the moonlight. With a pained yelp, the robber's knife clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, Chen Ziming swiftly kicked the knife aside. The wildcat stood protectively in front of Chen Ziming, arching its back and baring its fangs. Meow! Chen Ziming had no time to dodge as a fist swung toward him at that moment. A loud clang echoed, and looking back, he saw the robber stagger, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. Behind the robber stood the female cashier, gripping a frying pan, her face a mask of anxiety. Once she confirmed the robber was unconscious, she slowly turned her gaze to Chen Ziming, who was also staring at her. Their eyes met for a moment before the cashier broke into a gentle laugh. Her long eyes sparkled like stars, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look sweet and charming. She appeared to be of a similar age to Chen Ziming. "You don't seem like it. You're quite bold," she remarked. Chen Ziming lowered his head, stammering, "It's not." "What do you mean, not?" "My hero." "Thank you so much. As a token of my gratitude, the next time you come to the store, I'll treat you." "Thank you," Chen Ziming replied, as the cashier smiled and pulled out her phone to call the police. Before long, a police car arrived to take the robber away, and the two exchanged farewells. Upon returning to his modest abode, Chen Ziming and the wild cat enjoyed a bath together, once nestled in bed. He held the cat aloft, laughing joyfully. "Oh, you have a name." The wild cat meowed in response. "Seeing how capable you are, I shall call you General." With that, Chen Ziming placed the general on his belly, and the cat curled up, letting out a long, contented meow as soothing melodies played from his phone. Chen Ziming and the general drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Chen Ziming found himself in a small room, where Chen Xiong cradled his younger self, lifting him into the air repeatedly with a broad grin. Beside them stood his mother, wearing a look of mild disapproval as she urged Chen Xiong to be careful. With each lift, Chen Ziming's laughter rang out, bright and clear. The following morning, Wu Ge stood outside Chen Ziming's apartment, leaning against the glass wall of the convenience store while enjoying a box of Odin. Moments later, Chen Ziming emerged, accompanied by a brown-striped cat. Wu Ge hastily swallowed the egg he had been chewing, discarding the remaining half-box into a nearby trash can. Wiping his mouth, he approached. "Chen, my classmate," Wu Ge called out to Chen Ziming's back. "Wu Laoshi, what a coincidence. Are you out?" Walking the cat. Wu Ge waved as he walked toward Chen Ziming, glancing at the brown kitten trailing behind him. "Yes, you like cats, huh?" Wu Ge inquired, arriving beside Chen Ziming. "Mind if I hold it?" Chen Ziming glanced at the general. "Sure. Wonderful." Wu Ge bent down, cradling the general's belly and lifting him into his arms. He began to stroke the cat's head, and the general, unperturbed, squinted his eyes in pleasure, relishing the attention. Witnessing the general's contentment, Chen Ziming felt a genuine sense of happiness. "By the way, Chen, how is your foot?" "It's fine now." "Thank you, Wu Laoshi. That's good to hear." "Are you heading to the park?" Chen Ziming nodded. "Perfect. I'm planning to go for a run there, too. Shall we go together?" The Wu Ge set the general down, and the three, 2 humans and 1 cat, strolled toward the park. Along the way, Wu Ge chatted with Chen Ziming. "I've noticed something. It seems you don't interact much with the other classmates." Chen Ziming lowered his head in silence. Wu Ge glanced at him. Sensing that his words may have unintentionally embarrassed Chen Ziming, he quickly added, "Exceptional people often walk alone, you know." "Not really." Chen Ziming slightly lifted his head, gazing ahead. In truth, I'm quite afraid." "Afraid?" "Yes, I fear that others may not wish to associate with me." "How could that be?" Wu Ge questioned, puzzled. Chen Ziming fell silent once more, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Wu Ge slowly continued. "In a few days, the school will be organizing a basketball game. Your shooting skills are impressive. I'd like you to participate." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming's face turned pale with panic. No way. Why not?" "Wu Laoshi, thank you for the invitation, but I cannot join." Wu Ge frowned slightly. "Is there something troubling you?" "No, but I truly do not wish to participate." "Thank you." "Teacher Wu." Everything has transpired rather abruptly, leaving Wu Ge somewhat bewildered. His original intention was to use this competition as a means to integrate Chen Ziming into the group, helping him to emerge from his solitary world. The literature suggests that such endeavors can alleviate the symptoms of depression, thereby reducing the time one spends lost in their own thoughts early in the morning. He arrived here primarily to discuss this matter with Chen Ziming. However, he did not anticipate Chen Ziming's outright rejection. which left no room for persuasion. This situation proves to be quite challenging, Wu Gu inwardly lamented. Gazing at Chen Ziming's retreating figure, feeling a sense of profound loss. Chapter 9. A light meal. After parting ways with Chen Ziming, Wu Gu found himself seated in a small park that he was troubled, particularly regarding their mission, which had been delayed for several days without any progress. Wang Yuqi was resolutely opposed to them taking the risk of retrieving the solvent amidst the mysterious gas. She believed that endangering their lives for a substance that was merely suspected to be the one they were seeking was utterly unacceptable. Yet, since their arrival here, all indications pointed towards the supercommunication company as the only plausible location for the solvent. Although Wu Gu was the team leader, he still needed to heed Wang Yuqi's directives. She was a seasoned veteran, both experienced and respected. With the plan to steal on hold, all that remained was to focus on Chen Ziming. Having finally obtained permission from Wang Yuqi to proceed, he could not afford to give up easily. He reopened the electronic book on treating depression. Through inquiries with those close to Chen Ziming, he learned that Chen's condition had been persistent and not a mere fleeting episode. This further confirmed the reality of his depression. However, the pressing question remained: how could he elicit the desired information from him? How could he enter into Chen's heart and become his friend? And how could he help heal his depression so that he might open up? Wu Gu felt a throbbing headache. Forcing Chen to integrate into the group seemed a daunting task. Yet, could he perhaps initiate change through small actions? Wu Gu perused the daily considerations for managing the illness. The first suggestion was to compel oneself to partake in beneficial social activities. This was a pass. The second was to maintain a light diet. This, he continued his search. The third was to uphold a regular daily routine. The fourth was to establish a plan for daily life. After absorbing all this information, Wu Gu silently shut his phone and he slowly closed his eyes, repeating to himself the phrases: light diet, regular routine, daily planning. The convenience store lay not far ahead. Chen Ziming suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the store. Upon entering, he noticed that the staff had changed. A young man was now on duty. Chen Ziming felt a pang of disappointment. The young clerk smiled at him and asked, "Can I assist you with anything?" "No, thank you," Chen Ziming mumbled as he headed towards the shelves, hastily selecting some breakfast items before rushing to the checkout. Upon exiting the store, he spotted a man and a woman approaching. The man had long hair tied back, while the woman wore a t-shirt and jeans. Both seemed familiar to him. Squinting, Chen Ziming felt a sudden rush of apprehension. The man was the one who had drugged him. His heart raced. Yes, they drew near. Fortunately, they were engrossed in conversation and did not notice him. Chen Ziming quickly turned to face the store like a tea that moment. He heard their laughter behind him. "Can I visit you at your school?" The man's voice was flirtatious, laced with innuendo. Sure, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming's ears pricked up, but then the conversation faded away, and he heard no further footsteps. Had they moved on? He remained at the entrance. And the clerk, thinking he needed assistance, curiously stepped outside. After a passionate kiss, the couple departed. Chen Ziming exhaled a sigh of relief as he witnessed this through the glass door's reflection. The recent scene had left him somewhat dazed. Once he regained his composure, he recalled that the girl seemed to be from his school. He had seen her working as a waitress one night while dining outside the campus. She had left a strong impression due to her initially innocent appearance, which contrasted sharply with her smoking outside that evening. Chen Ziming was uncertain why the two were together, but he chose not to dwell on it. With no classes or other entertainment on this holiday, he contemplated heading to the nearby basketball court for a few shots. During high school, he had been renowned as a basketball prodigy. However, ever since that incident, he had seldom played, opting instead to shoot hoops alone when no one was around. Wu Gu stood before a vegetable stall, where the vendor appeared to be a woman in her 50s. "Excuse me, do you have any lighter vegetables? I would like to purchase some." The vendor, seeing a robust young man before her, smiled as she replied, "Yes, of course, we have all sorts of vegetables. Feel free to choose." "Yes, it's quite comprehensive, but I'm looking for something lighter. Oh, you have such vegetables?" The vendor paused, taken aback. "Lighter? What kind of vegetables are you looking for?" "Oh, I see, ma'am, I have a patient at home, and the doctor advised a light diet, but I rarely cook and am unsure what to prepare. Since you're the expert in vegetables, I thought I would seek your guidance." Wu Ji's tone was exceedingly humble, and by referring to her as an expert, He elicited a beaming smile from the vendor. Oh, you should have said so sooner. We have plenty. Let me pick some for you. Just wait a moment. Thank you for your help. Wugu stepped into the stall as the vendor selected a variety of leafy greens. Bok choy, baby cabbage, napa cabbage, and lettuce, filling a large bag. How about these? Are they suitable? She asked excitedly. Wugu glanced at the assortment, admittedly unsure of what they all were, as he typically consumed meals prepared by Wang Yuqi or ordered takeout. Yes, this will do. Your selections are impeccable. Great. I'll weigh them for you. By the way, do you have the lightest vegetables? The vendor paused, taken aback. The lightest? Wuga nodded. The vendor pondered for a moment before exclaiming joyfully, I have just the thing. This is the lightest and also helps with heat. She brandished 2 bitter gourds before Wugu. Convinced by her assertion, he smiled and instructed her to pack them up. Upon entering, he was greeted by Changfeng, who was wearing slippers and looking slightly disheveled. Hello, Captain Wu. Don't order takeout for lunch. I have something delicious. Changfeng, who adored food, perked up at the mention of a treat. Really? Of course, you're in for a treat. With that, Wugu entered the kitchen, and soon the sound of his cheerful humming filled the air. Chapter 10. The teacher's warning in this lecture, the instructor was discussing international trade practices. Yang Jing, a star lecturer in her 40s, was presenting trade terminology via multimedia, currently addressing Saif. She cast a glance towards the middle of the room and noticed a student sitting by the window with his head bowed in slumber. This sight truly irked her. Yang Jing paused the ongoing PowerPoint presentation, descended from the podium, and approached the sleeping student's desk. Other students turned their heads in curiosity. Get up, stop sleeping. Yang Jing nudged the student's shoulder. He stirred slightly. After a couple more nudges, he finally lifted his head, bleary-eyed, with bloodshot pupils. Chen Ziming, do you not wish to pass this course? Upon recognizing his instructor, Chen Ziming's face flushed with embarrassment, and he remained silent. Head lowered. Whispers erupted among a few classmates. I think Chen Ziming is done for. He should brace himself for a failing grade. Yes, indeed. Yang Jing is quite petty and loves to make life difficult for others. Crossing her is a grave mistake. 3 students exchanged hushed remarks, while Zhang Sheng, seated nearby, smirked and shot a glare at Chen Ziming. After class, students began to file out. Yang Jing intended to leave as well, but suddenly turned back at the door. Chen Ziming, stay behind. She positioned herself at the entrance. Hearing that Yang Jing intended to reprimand Chen Ziming alone, his classmates chuckled in delight. Once everyone else had exited, Yang Jing closed the door and, with her high heels clicking, approached Chen Ziming. You entered this program as the top scorer in our class during the entrance exams. Now look at you. You failed 3 subjects last year. I fear for your graduation. Chen Ziming remained silent, staring at the ground. Seeing that Chen Ziming was utterly unresponsive, Yang Jing felt an overwhelming frustration, her motivational words failing to materialize. You must take responsibility for yourself, she declared, slamming her hand on the desk before storming out. Chen Ziming let out a sigh of relief, grabbed his textbooks, and cast a glance out the window before departing the classroom. That afternoon, during physical education class, the International Trade Class 1 stood neatly lined up on the playground. Wugu instructed Zhang Sheng to have the classmates run a few laps before allowing them some free time. That he gathered together 10 boys, who constituted 1/3 of the total number of students in the class. In a few days, the school would be organizing a basketball competition for the second-year students, with classes competing as units. Who from our class wishes to participate? Zhang Sheng was the first to raise his hand, followed by a few others, including Zhang Sheng. There were 4 participants, still 1 official member and 1 substitute short. Wugu cast a glance at Chen Ziming, who was staring intently at the ground. Chen Ziming, he called. Chen Ziming immediately lifted his head. But we still need 1 more. Would you like to join? No. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming declined once more, leaving Wugu feeling slightly disheartened, though he did not show it outwardly. That's all right. Those who wish to participate can register with me at any time. At that moment, Zhang Sheng scoffed softly, muttering, he thinks he's too good for us, doesn't he? Indeed, he's a rich second generation. Why would he want to associate with us poor folks? Rich second generation? I reckon he has just got a bit of money. There are plenty richer than him. He doesn't even live in the school dorms, so what's he showing off for? As Zhang Sheng began. The other classmates who held grievances against Chen Ziming joined in with their jibes. Sensing the situation escalating, Wu quickly admonished a few of them. He turned back to Chen Ziming, who was still looking down, his face flushed with embarrassment. Originally, he had hoped to help Chen Ziming integrate into the group, but this incident made it even more unlikely at this point. Only Chen Ziming and Wu remained. What should he say? Wu pondered. Teacher Wu. Unexpectedly, Chen Ziming spoke first. I'll go over there for a while. Chen Ziming pointed towards the bleachers at the edge of the playground. All right, go ahead. Chen Ziming lifted his leg to leave when Wu suddenly had a thought. Oh, by the way, Chen, it was my fault earlier for letting you be misunderstood by your classmates. That's fine. The teacher has decided to prepare a grand meal for you as compensation that I'll deliver it to your apartment tonight. Ah, no need. Really, that you've already declined my offer once. You cannot refuse a second time. You must trust in the teacher's culinary skills. That I.T.S. settled then, at 7 o'clock tonight, that Wu-Gu's tone was firm. Leaving Chen Ziming momentarily stunned, in the desolate low-rise building. Wu pushed the door open, carrying a bag full of ingredients, exclaiming that everyone was in for a treat tonight. To his surprise, Chung Feng and Lu dashed past him. Rushing out the door, that Wu was left bewildered. Just then, Wang Yuqi approached. Wang, what is going on with them? Wu scratched his head. I hadn't heard she made any friends. Chapter 11. The bitterness of bitter melon with no one to share the meal with. Wu could only prepare a portion for himself and Chen Ziming, that he stir-fried several dishes of green vegetables and tossed a bowl of bitter melon salad, placing them into a food container. After tidying up, he glanced at the time. It was 6:30. There was more than enough time to reach Chen Ziming's apartment. That Wu exited the kitchen, passing through the living room, and noticed the television was on. Since no one was home to watch, he intended to turn it off. However, a scene flashed on the screen that he couldn't ignore. That IT was a news channel broadcasting a financial news report, showcasing a press conference that a group of reporters surrounded a middle-aged man wearing gold-framed glasses, eagerly vying to ask questions. That Wu tossed the food container onto the coffee table, fixated on the television. It was reported that Super Energy Communications had acquired 20% of shares from both Yidong and Lindong, making them the largest shareholder of these two telecom giants. In reality, Super Energy Communications had monopolized the entire telecommunications market. Mr. Chen Xiong, what is your perspective on this matter? Chen Xiong smiled slightly and spoke into the microphone. Super Energy Communications has never been a monopoly, neither now nor in the future. I apologize, Mr. Chen, but in reality, Super Energy Communications is currently dominant. How do you view the future pricing of telecommunications services? The core mission of Super Energy Communications is to provide the most convenient services for our users. We will not change our original intention. Thank you. Next point, one reporter attempted to continue questioning, but was interrupted by another. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am a reporter from Financial World. IT has come to my attention that Super Energy Communications plans to establish 3 subsidiaries overseas in a month. Is the focus of future development aimed at internationalization? Internationalization is indeed a trend for large enterprises in the future, and Super Energy Communications is no exception. Next, Chen Xiong scanned the audience and pointed to a hand raised by a reporter. Hello, Mr. Chen. I would like to ask about the photos circulating online a few days ago, depicting you allegedly assaulting your wife at home. Is there any truth to this? Chen Xiong's expression changed instantly, and the audience erupted in murmurs. Some reporters, eager for drama, anticipated a scandal. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiong slowly replied, false. Subsequently, reporters posed various questions regarding the company's financial status and upgrades related to Super Energy moments, to which Chen Xiong responded fluently. Ultimately, the press conference concluded on a somewhat unpleasant note, but was deemed a success. Observing this, Wu Gu's face darkened. Did Super Energy Communications truly possess no solvents? If not, how were their superpowered electromagnetic waves generated? Could it genuinely be attributed to their technological breakthroughs? If so, how could a small telecommunications company achieve such rapid success in such a short time? With only a few mediocre scientists? Wu inadvertently glanced at the time in the upper right corner of the television and was astonished to find it was already 7:30. He shouted, grabbed the food container, and rushed out of the house. Why now? Night had fallen. He quickly hailed a taxi. As soon as he got in, Wu urgently exclaimed, faster, faster, as if there was an urgent matter at hand. The driver lazily responded, emphasizing safety first, and took his time starting off. Not long after, they encountered a traffic jam that Wu Gu was now sweating profusely. He thought nothing of being discovered, paid the fare, and dashed out of the car, entering a sprint as he bolted ahead. The driver was about to caution him about road safety when he looked up and saw that Wu Gu had already vanished, after repeatedly declining Wu Ji's invitation. Chen Ziming felt it was truly impolite to refuse the dinner this time, that he waited at the apartment building with Jun until 7 o'clock, but Wu Gu failed to appear. Lacking Wu Ji's contact information, he was unable to reach out. After waiting another 10 minutes with no sign of him, Chen Ziming assumed Wu Gu must have had something come up. He glanced at the convenience store and decided to grab some dinner there instead. Upon entering, he noticed 3 men dressed in black sportswear had just stepped inside ahead of him. They were arranged in a stair-step manner. The tallest was lean, likely around 1.80 meters. The shortest was stout, possibly just over 1.60 meters, and the middle one was of average height, with green hair. Jun remained outside, while Chen Ziming entered and spotted the same sweet girl from that night behind the cash register. She happened to be looking at him too, and they exchanged smiles. Venturing into the aisles, Chen Ziming intended to grab a pack of instant noodles. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, and he turned to see 2 men in black forcibly dragging the girl towards the cash register. He rushed forward, intent on rescuing her, but the tall one punched him squarely in the face, pinning him to the ground. "Close the door," the short one commanded, signaling to the green-haired man, who hurriedly pulled down the roller shutter and the window shutters, isolating the entire room from the outside world. Once the situation was secure, the short one pressed both hands on the girl's shoulders, menacingly stating, "You really have some nerve, sending my big brother, Yin Wang, to jail. Don't you know any small shop around here dares to disrespect my brother? Fatty, don't waste time with him. Take him out and avenge your brother." Upon hearing this, the fat one grinned lecherously. "All right then, I'm ready to make my move." The girl spat at the fat one and grabbed the cash register. Smashing it against him, he let out a yelp, becoming even more excited, and leaned in to kiss her. The girl desperately dodged. "Stop!" Chen Ziming shouted in fury, attempting to rise to help. Unfortunately, he was met with a kick from the tall one, forcing his hands down onto the cash register. The green-haired man sauntered over, standing alongside the fat one, leering at the girl's figure. Worried about being discovered, Wu Gu parked his vehicle in a nearby alley beside the apartment. He glanced around and sighed in relief. Thankful that no one was around, he tidied his disheveled hair and clothing before stepping out of the alley and approaching the apartment. Chen Ziming was nowhere to be found. Had he lost track of him? Wu Gu walked over to the brown cat, intending to bend down and pick it up when a loud crash echoed from inside. Following that, a series of female screams ensued at Wu Gu. Curious, pressed his ear against the shutter to listen. Just in time to hear Chen Ziming shout, "Stop!" Was something amiss? Wu Gu crouched down, pulling with all his might to lift the locked roller shutter. Jun seized the opportunity to dash inside. Upon entering, Wu Gu witnessed the unfolding scene. Spotting Wu Gu, Chen Ziming urgently called out, "Teacher Wu, save that girl." Hearing this, the 3 thugs realized Chen Ziming was acquainted with Wu Gu and decided he needed to be dealt with as well. The fat one exchanged glances with the green-haired man, who promptly approached Wu Gu. "So, you come seeking trouble in a place where you don't belong, huh?" As he spoke, the green-haired individual brandished a small knife at Wu Gu. In a swift motion, Wu Gu seized the knife, twisted it until it snapped in two, and returned the pieces to the green-haired man. The speed of the action left the latter stunned. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself holding 2 fragments of the knife. Taking a moment to compose himself, the green-haired man yelled and charged at Wu Gu, only to be met with a sharp slap that rendered him unconscious on the ground. Observing his companion's defeat, the tall individual released Chen Ziming, drawing a gleaming half-meter-long machete from his waist, charging towards Wu Gu. Yet again, Wu Gu snatched the weapon, broke it in half, and returned it to the tall man. The latter stood momentarily dazed before erupting into a furious shout, brandishing the remnants of the blade as if to strike. That Wu Gu responded with a swift kick, landing squarely on his groin. The tall man doubled over, clutching his injury, collapsing beside the green-haired man. With 2 of his allies incapacitated, the stout man faltered, fear creeping into his heart. Seizing the moment, The girl delivered a resounding slap across his face. Leaving him dazed, Chen Ziming then tripped him, sending the stout man stumbling toward his two fallen companions. Wugu, impressed, gave Chen Ziming a thumbs up, acknowledging his skills. Chen Ziming offered a faint smile in return. The girl called the police, and upon their arrival, she provided video evidence. The officers escorted the three thugs away from the convenience store. You again, handsome. Thank you so much this time. And is this your teacher? She inquired with a smile. Yes, he is our physical education teacher. Thank you very much, she said, bowing in gratitude. By the way, I've trained in disarming techniques, Wugu replied, bringing his hands together to demonstrate the gesture. The girl chuckled softly. Wugu and Chen Ziming assisted her in tidying up the disordered cashier counter and surrounding merchandise before taking their leave as a token of appreciation. The girl gifted them 2 boxes of chocolate. Once outside, Wugu handed Chen Ziming a plastic bag. What's this? It's a light dinner prepared by the teacher. Thank you, teacher. Chen Ziming accepted it gratefully, and as they reached the entrance of the apartment, Wugu leaned against the glass door. Speaking earnestly, Chen, remember to eat on time in the future. You should focus on a lighter diet, avoiding greasy foods. This will ensure your health, and with good health, you'll naturally find joy in each day. Chen Ziming, both surprised and touched by Wu Ji's concern, offered a shy smile. Thank you, Teacher W, and no need for thanks. Just remember to maintain a light diet and adhere to a regular eating and sleeping schedule. Understood. With that, Wugu descended the steps. Goodbye, Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming waved at Wugu and returned the gesture before turning to leave. Upon opening the box, the sight of the green, healthy meal startled Chen Ziming. This seems too light. However, recognizing it as the teacher's goodwill, he resolved not to waste it. Settling down, he picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of bitter melon, recalling Wu Ji's advice on diet and sleep. Along with the concerned look he had given him when they parted, tears welled up in Chen Ziming's eyes. With a quivering heart, he chewed on the bitter melon, feeling as if he had been jolted awake. His body shuddered, and the tears flowed freely. Chapter 12. The plan unfolds that evening, in the conference room. Wang Yuqi convened an emergency meeting after receiving directives from higher-ups that Wugu, Lulu, and Cheng Feng sat around a circular table, facing Wang Yuqi, who stood to address them. Due to the lack of progress in our task, the higher-ups have urged us to accelerate our efforts. Therefore, I have decided to implement a multifaceted plan. Finally, it was about time. Old lady, Lulu leaned back in her chair, speaking with an air of arrogance. Please refrain from such remarks, Lulu. Commander Wang is also concerned for our safety. Cheng Feng interjected noncommittally. What about Chen Ziming? Wang Yuqi inquired. I invited him to participate in the campus basketball tournament, but he declined twice. Cheng Feng replied that I believe if we cannot persuade Chen Ziming, we may as well abandon that avenue. Wugu said, feeling a sense of heaviness. Should we not try once more? There may still be a chance. I don't think it's necessary. Allow me to share my plan. Wang Yuqi surveyed the three of them. Cheng Feng will infiltrate the inner workings of Super Energy Communications as an employee, utilizing their internal network to extract information regarding the solvent. With this, she glanced at Cheng Feng. Understood, but I will have Lulu assist you in forging a diploma. Wang Yuqi added. Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Lulu rolled her eyes. Why must you assign me such trivial tasks? Your connections are the most extensive. Only you can accomplish this. Wang Yuqi replied in a calm tone. Though her words flattered Lulu, feeling pleased at being deemed irreplaceable, Lulu acquiesced. All right, fine, Lulu, aside from this task, there is another matter for you. Speak. I have learned that Chun Xiong has a trusted aide named Sun Ming. He is the executive president of Super Energy Communications, overseeing all company affairs. That I need you to get close to him and gather information about the solvent. Is it a man or a woman? Lulu asked. Enough with the nonsense, she replied, exasperated. What progress have we made on the gas front? Nothing significant. Then let it be for now. Shift our focus to infiltrating the company. Cheng Feng nodded in agreement. After assigning tasks to Cheng Feng and Lulu, Wang Yuqi discussed further precautions for executing their assignments, urging everyone to prioritize their safety before allowing the three to leave. Wugu, perplexed by the absence of an assigned task, lingered at the door. When Wang Yuqi emerged, Wugu approached her. He intended to inquire about his own assignment, but before he could speak, Wang Yuqi preempted him. Captain Wu, you've been preoccupied with Chen Ziming's affairs lately, and I'm concerned you may be overexerting yourself. Therefore, I wish to grant you a brief respite and won't assign you any task for the time being. Your efforts are commendable, Commander Wang. The one truly working hard is you, Captain Wang. With that, Wang Yuqi departed. The next day marked the first day of the basketball tournament, yet he needed to resign from his position with the vice principal. The following afternoon, in the indoor basketball court, an intense match was underway. One team comprised Wu Ji's International Trade Class 1, while the opposing team was the Electric Engineering Class 1. The cheerleaders from Electric Engineering were animatedly performing a thigh dance on the sidelines, chanting their team's victory. In contrast, the students from International Trade appeared disheartened due to a substantial point deficit, with a few attempting to drown out the cheers of the Electric Engineering cheerleaders. Their voices hoarse to little effect. On the court, Zhang Sheng received the ball and raced towards the opponent's half. As he approached the three-point line and leapt for a jump shot, fatigue slowed his movements, allowing an opposing player to block his shot. Zhang Sheng fell to the ground. The referee, noticing the incident, blew the whistle to pause the game. Wu Gu and the members of International Trade hurried to Zhang Sheng's side. He waved them off, standing up. I'm fine. Just lost my balance and fell. Take a breather on the sidelines. Let the substitutes take over, Wu Gu advised, helping Zhang Sheng to the bench. The substitute, lacking any real basketball skills, struggled to dribble the ball, contributing little more than passing and blocking. With Zhang Sheng off the court, International Trade scoring ability diminished significantly. In just 2 minutes, Electric Engineering scored 3 consecutive points, widening the gap from 48 to 54, a 22-point deficit. The players from International Trade and the cheerleaders looked dejected. With 8 minutes remaining, the outcome seemed all but decided. The Electric Engineering cheerleaders excitedly brought over a large box of energy drinks and snacks. Preparing to celebrate their anticipated victory, Wu Ji's expression darkened as he focused on the game. He thought to himself that this chapter of campus life might end with a loss, but a sense of heaviness settled in his chest, prompting him to step outside for some fresh air. Gazing at the familiar campus surroundings, a wave of emotions washed over Wu Gu. He thought of Chen Ziming and the classmates he knew, feeling a fleeting pang of nostalgia. Sensing the troubling turn of his thoughts, he struck his palm to remind himself, "Come on, I'm not here to live the college life or befriend Chen Ziming. I'm here to complete a mission. Even if I truly connect with Chen Ziming and become a confidant, he will eventually learn the truth, and at that point he will likely despise me. Ending things here may not be so bad." Leaning against the venue, he stared blankly at the sky. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from within the venue. Had Electric Engineering scored again? They were already leading by such a margin. Was it necessary to celebrate so enthusiastically? Moments later, another cheer resonated. No, that voice seemed different. It didn't belong to Electric Engineering. Not far away, the cheerleaders from International Trade were raising their hands in excitement. Wu Gu felt a surge of exhilaration. His heart raced as he approached, the cheers growing louder in his ears. Shifting his gaze to the basketball court, he spotted a slender boy with long hair covering his ears, soaring gracefully in the air, executing a flawless jump shot that swished through the net. The ball went in. The cheers from International Trade echoed throughout the venue. Wu Ji's shoulders trembled slightly, and his eyes crinkled into a crescent moon. He slowly took out his phone and messaged Lulu. "I need you to help me find 2 women. Chapter 13. Everyone awaits your return to dinner in a small restaurant across from Nanjing University." Wu Gu reserved a private room, intending to treat his classmates to a celebratory meal for their recent victory. However, his primary objective was to seize this opportunity to mend the relationship between Chen Ziming and the others. He arrived at the venue first, the Xinyu restaurant, and sent messages to Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming, informing them of the location for the celebration dinner. Wu Gu had already announced it publicly after the match, insisting that everyone present must attend that evening. The atmosphere was filled with joy, especially among the female cheerleaders, who, despite not being the ones to win the game, were even more exhilarated than the players themselves. However, 2 individuals appeared less than enthusiastic, Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming. The latter seemed hesitant to express himself, but Wu Gu gently urged him to join them for the evening. Chen Ziming offered no definitive response. leaving Wu Ge feeling anxious and uncertain about whether he would attend, that if he chose not to come, all of Wu Ji's efforts in organizing the dinner would be in vain. After sending out the messages, Wu Ge stood by the dining table, lost in thought. The door opened, and a waiter entered with the menu. "Sir, here is the menu for you to peruse, with nothing else to occupy his time." Wu Ge casually opened the menu, flipping through its pages. The initial sections featured cold dishes, followed by an array of greasy options like chicken, duck, and fish, and concluding with fried rice and beverages that he found himself only interested in the first few pages, as they aligned with his understanding of Chen Ziming's dietary preferences: cold bitter melon, pickled peanuts, and vinegar-dressed cabbage. As he read the dish names aloud, the door creaked open again, and a chorus of lively female voices filled the room. "Wu Laoshe, we're here," the girls chimed in unison. Their harmonious and sweet tones instantly uplifted everyone's spirits. That Wu Ge smiled and gestured towards the empty seats around the round table. "Please, find a seat and make yourselves comfortable." 5 girls, all members of the cheerleading squad, giggled and settled together. When girls congregate, gossip inevitably ensues. 3 women can create a spectacle. Just as they took their seats, the girls began to chatter. "Wu Laoshe, are you married? Wu Laoshe, with your handsome looks, your wife must be stunning. Wu Laoshe, do you have children?" Wu Ge felt overwhelmed by their inquiries. Had he known, he would have preferred to come with the boys. That he maintained smile, carefully answering their questions, but their excitement only grew, leading them to delve into more personal matters. He sighed internally, wishing Lu were present. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps approached from outside, growing closer. The door swung open, and a male student poked his head in. "Thank goodness you all finally arrived," Wu Ge exhaled in relief. The newcomers were his male classmates from Class 1 of International Trade. The girls squealed with delight as the boys entered, greeting Wu Ge before seeking their own seats. Some, with a bold demeanor, mischievously squeezed beside the girls. Whenever classmates gathered, they thrived on jokes and matchmaking. Any boy who glanced at a girl, or any girl who looked at a boy, became the subject of their playful banter. Some were audacious enough to take it further, genuinely attempting to pair off, while others blushed at the teasing. Observing these carefree and innocent students, Wu Ge felt a genuine sense of happiness and relaxation. Yet, one issue remained unresolved. Chen Ziming. Wu Ge had already suspected he would not arrive with the boys. However, as the conversation flowed, the absence of Chen Ziming became increasingly conspicuous. It was now 7:15, 15 minutes late for their agreed time. Just then, someone called out to Wu Ge. Turning around, he saw Zhang Shang. "Wu Laoshe, are we still waiting for someone?" Before Wu Ge could respond, a girl piped up. "Chen Ziming hasn't arrived yet." "Right, Chen Ziming is still missing. Does anyone have his number? Let's call him," they proposed, looking around at one another, all shaking their heads in unison. "Should we order first? I can see everyone is hungry." Zhang Shang suggested. Wu Ge paused, contemplating. "There's no rush, Zhang Shang. I'm not hungry." "Yes, let's wait for Chen Ziming," he affirmed. "If you're anxious, why not grab a quick snack to tide you over?" A girl chimed in. Zhang Shang smiled awkwardly and leaned back in his chair. Discontent. "I'll call Chen Ziming. He might be caught up with something." With that, Wu Ge informed his classmates and stood up to step outside. As everyone resumed their lively conversations, Wu Ge exited the restaurant. Standing by the glass door, he retrieved his phone and opened his contacts, where Chen Ziming's name was displayed. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number. The phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Wu Ge paced nervously. Beep, beep. Could he have forgotten his phone? Beep, beep. Hello. The call connected. Wu Ge steadied himself. Chen Ziming. There was a brief silence on the other end. Wu Laoshe. "Yes, it's me, Wu Ge. Where are you right now?" "I'm at home." "Home?" Wu Ge bit his lip, realizing he had not come. "Is there something holding you back? Tonight is our class's celebration dinner, and everyone is eagerly awaiting your arrival. You're the only one missing. Wu Laoshe. I'm sorry, but I can't come to. I feel embarrassed to tell you." "I'm truly sorry. That it's all right, but may I ask why?" "No reason. I just can't go." "Chen Ziming, is there something troubling you?" Before Wu Ge could finish, a bright female voice interrupted. "Chen Ziming, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you." Yes, everyone is anticipating your arrival." "Oh, and that girl, Xiaoying, says you're incredibly handsome and an excellent basketball player. She's developed quite the crush on you and insisted we let you know. She is too shy to say it herself." The girls giggled mischievously. Don't listen to her nonsense. She is the one who wants to befriend you, but is too timid to admit it, using me as a shield. Chen Ziming, come quickly. You might even find a romantic partner tonight. They teased, laughing and playfully chasing one another. The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. They could see that moment. A mature-looking girl leaned closer to Wu Ji's phone and spoke softly. Ziming, what are you doing? Everyone is waiting for you. If you're free, please come over. You share a significant part of our class's honor. As the star of the evening, your presence is essential. After her words, there was a brief silence on the line. Thank you, but I have something to attend to tonight. It's really inconvenient that I sincerely appreciate your concern. Chen Ziming, Wu Gu intended to follow up on the girl's encouragement and persuade him further. Thank you all, but I genuinely cannot attend. I am very sorry. With that, the call abruptly ended. Chen Ziming, he called, but it was too late. The line had gone dead. Oh dear, why is Chen Ziming so shy? One girl lamented. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Wu Laosher, a girl inquired, looking at Wu Gu. Shall we head in first? Everyone can start eating, and I'll try to persuade Chen Ziming later. Just then, 6 boys exited the restaurant. With Zhang Sheng leading the way, Wu Laosher, what happened? He asked. Chen Ziming can't make it tonight. We'll have to plan another gathering. Zhang Sheng suppressed his delight and feigned a calm demeanor. And no problem. What is the plan for a more active approach? The group pondered. That I know where his apartment is. Let's all go to his building and call out his name. That I refuse to believe he won't come out. Is that method effective? A girl questioned. That I think it will work. Wu Gu replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his small white teeth. He gave the boys a thumbs up. Then let us head out. The group eagerly agreed, while only Zhang Sheng half-heartedly complied, looking glum. With Wu Gu at the forefront, the group departed the restaurant, leaving the bewildered waiter behind, wondering why they hadn't even placed an order. After the call, Chen Ziming felt a mix of guilt and anxiety. Lying on his bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, apologizing to Wu Laosher, expressing his willingness to join now, explaining to everyone that his absence wasn't due to disdain, but rather embarrassment. Contemplating drastic actions, thoughts spiraled in his mind like a carousel, overwhelming him until his head buzzed with noise. He let out a muffled scream and pounded his mattress, standing up abruptly. Breathing heavily, he glanced at the floor, where the carpet patterns seemed to morph into grim faces. Rubbing his face vigorously, he moved his hands up to the top of his head. Gritting his teeth, he pressed against his skull, feeling a strange yet pleasant ache. Gradually, he relaxed his grip, bowing his head. With a long sigh, he blinked forcefully and headed towards the bathroom. Chen Ziming turned on the faucet. Cold water gushing forth, he cupped his hands and splashed his face, glancing at his reflection in the mirror, which revealed his flushed complexion. He continued to douse his face with water until he finally calmed down. He sat quietly on the bed for a moment. Suddenly, a growl emanated from his stomach. Chen Ziming glanced at his phone. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He cast a look at the general, who was munching on cat food. He decided to go downstairs to buy something to eat. After dressing, he stepped out and entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Chen Ziming brushed past them. He made his way to the entrance of the apartment. Standing at the door, he glanced at the nearby convenience store. Instant noodles, he thought. With that in mind, Chen Ziming strode down the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He reached the 5th step when a loud voice called from behind. Chen Ziming, someone was calling for him? He froze at the sight before him. Chapter 14. Pre-match practice during physical education class. Zhang Sheng led everyone in a few laps before Wu Gu dismissed them for free activity. 10 boys were called to the court by Wu Gu. Tomorrow's opponents were from the computer science department, boasting a larger number of players, some of whom were quite tall and formidable. Everyone needed to prepare for tomorrow's match. So today they would engage in a simple practice game. The team members nodded in agreement. Zhang Sheng, Chen Ziming, and the 3 of you will form one team. The remaining 5 will make up the other team. Let us play a half-court game to conserve energy. The players took their positions on the court as Wu Gu stood in the middle, tossing the ball into the air. The 2 teams began to vie for possession. After scoring, Zhang Sheng shot a glance at Chen Ziming, as if to say, let us see if you could do it too. The opposing team gained possession, and one player attempted a jump shot. Zhang Sheng interfered, causing the ball to miss the hoop entirely and fall to the ground. It landed near Chen Ziming, who stepped outside the 3-second zone, turned, and executed a jump shot, scoring effortlessly. Wu Gu immediately applauded. Very good. Chen Ziming received applause for his successful shot, but Zhang Sheng felt incensed. The ball returned to the opposition, and Zhang Sheng spread his arms wide, blocking the ball handler, watching him intently. The opponent dribbled, trying to break through Zhang Sheng's defense, darting left and right, but Zhang Sheng kept him firmly contained within his grasp. Forced to pass, the ball was intercepted by one of Zhang Sheng's teammates, who, unfortunately, could not shoot well. He instinctively passed the ball to Chen Ziming, who seized the opportunity and shot from the spot, scoring again. The passing teammate approached Chen Ziming with a smile to offer a high five. Zhang Sheng shot another glance at Chen Ziming, who, noticing Zhang Sheng's earlier tone, returned the gaze. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Ziming quickly averted his eyes. Zhang Sheng squinted, feeling victorious in their silent confrontation, momentarily satisfied. As the game progressed, it became evident that the main players were Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming, both on the same team. The remaining players varied in skill. Some merely passed the ball while others struggled, turning the match into a showcase for Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming. Initially, Chen Ziming attempted some shots, but soon all the attention shifted to Zhang Sheng, who executed layups and long-range jump shots with flair. Wu Gu instinctively applauded. Zhang Sheng played exceptionally well. Upon hearing the teacher's praise, Zhang Sheng felt validated, believing he was at least as good as Chen Ziming. Sweating profusely, he leaned on his knees, panting, and smiled at Wu Gu, who gave him a thumbs up. Energized, Zhang Sheng turned to his teammates, demanding they pass him the ball once more, executing another splendid layup. After a lengthy game, the score was ridiculous. The tally for Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming's team soared into the heavens while the opponent's score languished below ground. Well done, everyone, Wu Gu said to the drenched players approaching him, but he instructed a female student to fetch a case of bottled water, gesturing for everyone to take a bottle to quench their thirst. The players expressed their gratitude to Wu Gu. Some chugged their bottles, while others poured water over their heads. Wu Gu chuckled, cautioning, "Be careful not to catch a cold." "No worries, Teacher Wu. I'm strong as an ox." One player joked, eliciting laughter from the others. Zhang Sheng, meanwhile, retrieved a bottle, unscrewed the cap, and was about to take a sip when he noticed Chen Ziming had not taken any water. He slowly lowered the bottle from his lips. Glancing at Chen Ziming, Wu Gu noticed as well and approached Chen Ziming, pointing to the water box. "Chen, would you like some water to refresh yourself?" Chen Ziming waved his hand. "Thank you, Teacher Wu." "Not a problem." Wu Gu smiled. Observing Chen Ziming's refusal, Zhang Sheng decided against drinking as well. He clutched the water bottle, finding a place to sit. Thus, the physical education class came to an end. Lunchtime. Several boys planned to go to the cafeteria together, as they usually did. However, today was different. It included Chen Ziming, someone they typically did not interact with. One boy, not particularly tall and sporting a crew cut, waved at Chen Ziming. "Ziming, want to head to the cafeteria together?" "Come on, Wang Ming. He dines at the apartment. Why would he want to eat with you?" Zhang Sheng teased. Wang Ming felt slightly put off by this and waved goodbye to Chen Ziming. "Right, maybe next time." "Sure," Chen Ziming replied as Wang Ming and his group departed the playground toward the cafeteria. That moment, Chen Ziming stood to leave, only to find Wu Gu standing right in front of him. "Teacher Wu, Chen, are you tired today?" Not really. It's not too exhausting. That's good to hear. Make sure to eat well to replenish your energy. Let us aim to win the match tomorrow." Chen Ziming murmured in agreement. Suddenly, Wu Gu recalled something and cautioned, "But don't indulge too much. Prioritize your health and remember to keep it light." The mention of light meals reminded Chen Ziming of Wu Gu's plate of bitter vegetables, a taste that lingered uncomfortably in his memory. "Teacher, if you're free tonight, I can prepare a light meal for you to try again." "Was the last one good?" Wu Gu asked, presenting an unavoidable question. Chen Ziming hesitated, pursing his lips, forcing a faint smile. "It was quite good. However, I wouldn't want to trouble you, teacher. I can manage to buy dinner myself. It's no trouble at all. I have plenty of time." Chen Ziming found it hard to speak, remaining silent. "It's settled then. I'll be at your apartment by 7 o'clock. Teacher Wu, Chen, there is something I'd like to discuss with you." Chen Ziming looked puzzled. slightly furrowing his brow. Earlier, I noticed your classmates invited you to join them for a meal, and you declined it. I wonder, is it that you don't wish to join them? Or do you feel embarrassed? Wu Ji's face turned serious, his tone steady, inadvertently adding pressure on Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming stammered, unsure of how to respond. Teacher understands that you have been accustomed to solitude, but I also know you sometimes desire to share laughter with others. It's just that you prefer to keep your personal time. However, relationships are reciprocal. Their invitation stems from genuine concern for you. You certainly have a right to refuse, but it would be best to consider their feelings as well, even in rejection, so they don't feel unappreciated. Wu Ge continued. I have no right to teach you, nor to dictate how you should live your life. That I've merely noticed some positive changes in you since you started school. Your relationships with classmates have begun to warm. That I hope this trend continues, and that you can live joyfully, surrounded by friends. Wu Ji's tone softened considerably. After hearing Wu Ge's words, Chen Ziming's head buzzed. He was at a loss for words. The sudden seriousness made him quite anxious. Teacher Wu, He hesitated, unsure what to say. Realizing he had spoken in a somewhat reprimanding manner, Wu Ge sensed the atmosphere had grown awkward and felt a twinge of guilt. It's all right, Chun. I was just speaking off the cuff. There's no one way to be what you feel makes you happy and relaxed. I may have overstepped. After speaking, Wu Ge felt uneasy, discreetly observing Chen Ziming's expression. Another silence fell between them before Chen Ziming slowly spoke. Teacher Wu, thank you. I realize I haven't been very approachable. I shouldn't have been so aloof. I suppose I've just grown accustomed to it. But I'll be more mindful in the future. Chen Ziming's admission touched Wu Ge, who gently patted his shoulder. Such maturity. Chen, I must put forth all my effort tonight to prepare a delicious meal for you. Chen Ziming felt a pang of dismay. It seemed he could not escape this evening's challenge at the Yunjian nightclub, the most luxurious entertainment venue in City S. A sleek Audi 8 glided to a stop at the entrance. Just seeing the few exclusive spots available indicated that only the affluent could afford to park here. Once the car was secured, the driver exited, opening the back door to welcome out a casually dressed middle-aged man. Shaluda man called out arrogantly. Mr. Sunday, with a beaming smile, the driver approached Sun Ming. All right then, he said before turning around and courteously leading Sun Ming the way to tea that moment. Inside the revolving door stood a handsome man with long hair, who smiled and gazed at Sun Ming while embracing a stunning woman. Chapter 15. Provocation. Between the classroom and the main teaching building lay a corridor. Chen Ziming needed to enter the main teaching building first and then exit through the front door. Surrounding him were pairs or groups of students, some chatting about games, others discussing clothing purchases, and some recommending books they had recently read. However, Chen Ziming was oblivious to the cacophony around him. He wore headphones and walked alone. Most students dispersed to the right, while Chen Ziming headed left, departing from the school to onlookers. He appeared to be a diligent student, quietly enjoying soft music. Yet in reality, the heavy metal blaring in his ears threatened to shatter his eardrums. Chen Ziming relished this exhilarating music without questioning why. Nonetheless, his ears bore the brunt of the damage. He could not go to KTV, as loud sounds would make his ears ring. With headphones, however, he was fine. As he neared the school gate, Wang Ming smiled and said something to him. Chen Ziming quickly removed his headphones. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now. Wang Ming paused for a moment before realization dawned on him. Oh, I wondered why you weren't responding to me. Chen Ziming offered a subtle smile. That be why the way. Ziming, can you play PUBG? This was a currently popular game played by over half of university students. Chen Ziming had tried it, but was only mediocre. The dizzying camera movements made him feel nauseous. He had played a few times, but had not fared well. That's perfect. We're all of the same skill level. Wang Ming said, laughing along with the two boys behind him. We're planning to go to the internet CAF, but we need one more person for a full team. What do you say? Do you have time to join us? Chen Ziming instinctively declined. Oh, thanks. I'm not very good at it. That's all right. None of us are pros. We're just playing for fun, they urged. Come on, Ziming. Exactly. We just need you to complete the team. The trio's enthusiastic invitation made Chen Ziming feel a bit embarrassed. He found himself in a quandary. He had rarely spoken to his classmates before, and although they were warm, he felt completely unacquainted with them. Unsure of what to discuss or reluctant to play games with them, he hesitated. Tonight, Teacher Wu is organizing a basketball practice session. After the game, we can grab a bite to eat, then head to the gym. It'll be great, Wang Ming encouraged. Teacher Wu is organizing basketball practice? Chen Ziming pondered, quickly checking his phone for WeChat messages. Sure enough, he found a message from Wu Gu regarding the evening's basketball plans. Noticing Chen Ziming's puzzled expression, Wang Ming assumed he hadn't received Wu Gu's message and inquired, "Didn't Teacher Wu add us all on WeChat during our last meal? He should have added you too, right?" Chen Ziming nodded in response. Upon seeing the message, he suddenly recalled Wu Ji's words from earlier that morning. People are interconnected. Even spending a little time playing games together wouldn't be so bad. With that thought, Wang Ming invited him to the internet CAF once more. Chen Ziming quietly acquiesced. Instantly, the joy of Wang Ming and his friends was palpable. Leading the way, the four of them headed to the internet CAF. Along the way, the three chatted animatedly, discussing which girls were attractive, which streamers excelled at gaming, and frequently soliciting Chen Ziming's opinions, but he merely smiled subtly, neither affirming nor denying their comments. Upon arriving at the internet CF, they sat in a row and logged into the game. As Chen Ziming switched games for the first time with teammates nearby, he felt a twinge of nervousness, fearing he might make a mistake or perform poorly. Inviting criticism from his partners, even without any blame, feelings of guilt and inadequacy swirled within him. Yet, the more he succumbed to such thoughts, the worse he performed in the game. After landing, they gathered equipment and prepared for an onslaught. Only for Chen Ziming to mistakenly fall from a vehicle, as his teammate rushed to rescue him. They were ambushed by two enemies hidden in the grass, leading to their demise. Although Wang Ming and the others remained silent, Chen Ziming felt disheartened in the second round. While shooting at enemies from behind a vehicle, he accidentally blew it up, causing the two teammates taking cover behind it to perish as well, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Wang Ming rushed to help, only to be killed by the enemy too. After 2 rounds, Chen Ziming's palms were clammy with sweat. Sensing Chen Ziming's tension, Wang Ming patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. I was like this when I first started playing." Chen Ziming offered an awkward smile. Wang Ming said nothing further, but the expressions of the other two turned sour, their faces hardening. The atmosphere grew tense. Chen Ziming's head buzzed, and he admonished himself never to participate in such situations again. It was too humiliating. This thought spiraled in his mind, causing his performance to deteriorate even further. After a few more rounds, the other 2 players exited the game, opting to play something else. Only Wang Ming remained. "Get ready, Ziming," he said with a smile. Chen Ziming hesitated, pursing his lips. "I'm going to get some water." "What do you all want?" Wang Ming stood up. The other 2 requested bottles of cola, and when asked about Chen Ziming, he shook his head, declining water. Nevertheless, Wang Ming bought him a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and placed it in front of him. "Take a sip." "Thank you," Chen Ziming replied, accepting it. The 4 resumed the next round. The characters entered the training grounds, preparing to board the plane for parachuting. "Stick with me," Wang Ming called out. Chen Ziming clicked to follow. Watching as the plane traversed the map. "Fancy meeting you here. What are you up to?" "Playing PUBG," said a guy with ear studs, his tone flippant. "From the computer science department. Are we not competing against the computer science department tomorrow?" "Yes, that's their class." Chen Ziming listened to their conversation from the side. The individuals behind him were indeed their opponents for the upcoming match. As it came time to jump, Wang Ming led Chen Ziming and the others to a desolate corner. Preparing for a skirmish, Chen Ziming dashed into a room, intending to grab a gun, but encountered another player who rushed in first. The opponent seized the weapon and swiftly eliminated Chen Ziming. Frowning, he noted that in previous attempts, he had at least made it to the mid-game, but this time he had fallen instantly. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced through. "What the heck? You're so terrible. With skills like that, how can you even play PUBG? You must be asking for punishment." The guy with ear studs mocked, followed by his 3 companions bursting into laughter. Their ostentatious display drew the attention of fellow gamers nearby, yet upon seeing the tall figures, no one dared to confront them. "Wang Liang, can we just play our game without interference?" Wang Liang feigned disbelief at his friend's comments, saying, "Wow, am I being lectured?" His companion shrugged. Wang Liang mockingly placed a hand on Wang Ming's shoulder. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean that. Couldn't he help but point out how terrible you are? As he spoke, he pinched Wang Ming's shoulder. Wang Ming yelped in pain that, "Oh, my bad. I could be a bit heavy-handed. I didn't mean to hurt you, that if it comes down to it, I'll let you score a few points in tomorrow's match as compensation." Wang Ming clutched his shoulder, glaring at Wang Liang. The other two students from the international trade class also shot daggers at him. Although Chen Ziming was focused on the screen, he still tuned into the commotion that he felt a surge of anger. Despite his ordinary relationship with Wang Ming, witnessing him being humiliated stirred discomfort in his heart. However, Wang Liang leaned closer to Wang Ming, whispering, "You still won T-win." Wang Ming, fuming, attempted to rise. "Brother, save some face for yourself. If you stand up now, it'll only be more embarrassing, do you understand?" Wang Liang squinted, fixing his gaze on Wang Ming, shaking his fist in front of him. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, glaring back. They locked eyes for a moment before Wang Liang erupted into laughter, patting Wang Ming on the back of the head. "Good to see your understanding." With that, Wang Liang and his companions laughed and departed the internet SAF. Wang Ming's face flushed crimson as he panted heavily. The other two were equally enraged, losing interest in continuing their game. Chen Ziming clasped his hands under his chin, staring at the retreating figures of Wang Liang and his friends. His expression as cold as ice. Chapter 16. The night basketball court that evening, at the basketball gym, members of the International Trade Class 1 basketball team gathered for practice. Everyone was diligently engaged in shooting drills. Wu Ge was pleasantly surprised to observe that everyone was particularly enthusiastic and energetic tonight, especially Wang Ming. Practice commenced at 7 o'clock, and they shot hoops nearly nonstop until almost 9. Wu Ge clapped his hands to remind everyone. Wang Ming, Zhang Sheng, and 4 others wiped their sweat and approached Wu Ge. After offering a few words of encouragement, the group dispersed from the gym. Chen Ziming also arrived at the sidelines, sitting on the basketball rack and sipping water. Before leaving, Zhang Sheng glanced at Chen Ziming, relieved to see he had stopped shooting. "Are you tired today?" Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Ge shook his head slightly. "What did you have for dinner?" he inquired. Wu Ge smiled gently. "That's good, keeping it light." Chen Ziming nodded in agreement. That Wu Ge turned to gather his belongings, intending to leave with Chen Ziming. Yet he noticed Chen Ziming still perched on the basketball hoop, showing no signs of wanting to depart. "Chen, are you coming?" Chen Ziming stood up, grabbed his backpack, and followed Wu Ge out of the gymnasium. As they exited the school gate, the two strolled along the path homeward. The streets were sparsely populated, the streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow, enveloping everything in tranquility and serenity, evoking an involuntary sense of calm and relaxation. "Chen, I heard you went online with Wang Ming and the others today?" Wu Ge probed. "Yes," Chen Ziming replied tersely. "That's great. Perhaps you might become friends," Wu Ge suggested. Chen Ziming remained silent. Had this been their first encounter, Wu Ge might have found Chen Ziming's demeanor puzzling, deeming him rather rude. However, as Wu Ge delved deeper into understanding depression and grew more acquainted with Chen Ziming, he had come to accept Chen Ziming's responses. Recognizing Chen Ziming's disinterest in the topic, Wu Ge shifted the conversation to lighter subjects, sharing amusing anecdotes about Chen Ziming's pet cat, General. Upon mentioning General, Chen Ziming's reticence visibly diminished, allowing Wu Ge to elicit several lengthy sentences from him. As the discussion progressed, they stumbled upon the topic of Chen Ziming's past pets, which his father had discarded unbeknownst to him prior to his college entrance examinations. At this juncture, Chen Ziming's mood abruptly soured, and he ceased to engage further. Upon hearing Chen Ziming mention Chen Xiong, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Wu Ge. Tentatively, he inquired, "Wasn't he different back then?" "Who?" Chen Ziming responded. "Your father," Wu Ge clarified. Chen Ziming lapsed into silence once more. Did it appear that the moment was not ripe for such revelations, prompting Wu Ge to deftly redirect the conversation, glossing over the matter of Chen Xiong. Yet Wu Ge noted that after discussing the incident of Chen Xiong discarding the pet, Chen Ziming's demeanor darkened, and he withdrew into silence. Upon reaching the apartment entrance, they exchanged farewells that Wu Ge watched as Chen Ziming entered the building before departing himself. After a brief moment, Chen Ziming turned and ventured into a nearby park. "What business does he have here at this hour?" Wu Ge pondered, quietly trailing after him. After a winding pursuit, Wu Ge found himself in a plaza within the park, Central to the area was a basketball court, flanked by outdoor tables for table tennis and badminton. That a basketball court at this late hour, in the dark, where one can hardly see the hoop. What could he possibly be doing here? Wu Ge mused. Concealing himself behind a tree to observe Chen Ziming, his surprise. Chen Ziming halted before a basketball hoop, retrieving an object from his backpack. He set it on the ground, and instantly, a beam of light illuminated the surroundings, rendering the environment vividly visible. Wu Ge instinctively recoiled behind the tree. Chen Ziming placed his backpack atop the hoop, extracted a basketball, dribbled it twice, and stepped onto the court to practice his shots. He began with stationary shots, alternating positions, followed by jump shots and layups. That's it. Wu Ge marveled. Is it really necessary to exert oneself so intensely for a mere basketball game? Chen Ziming's actions led Wu Ge to believe that he might not be as indifferent as he appeared, that he was not disinterested in all matters. The willingness to toil so hard for collective honor is not something everyone can accomplish. In that moment, Chen Ziming resembled anything but the morose figure shrouded in melancholy. As Wu Ge continued to observe, Chen Ziming was already drenched in sweat, tirelessly retrieving the ball, shooting, leaping, and landing. His repetitions were countless. The precision of his shots was undoubtedly a testament to his past endeavors. His gaze fixed upon the hoop, his vision gradually blurred. In that year, Chen Ziming was in his second year of high school, renowned for his academic prowess, good looks, amiable disposition, and exceptional basketball skills, making him the idol of many female classmates. With a commendable social circle that time, he sported a sun-kissed crew cut and often donned athletic wear. His passion for sports, particularly basketball, was unwavering in his most fervent moments, while other students rested during lunch. He braved the sweltering summer sun, honing his dribbling and shooting skills on the outdoor court. The school basketball team had once participated in a citywide competition, where Chen Ziming stood as the sole non-athlete. He played the role of point guard, scoring over 20 points throughout the match, half of which were attributed to his shots. Chen Ziming's reputation soared, earning him accolades from neighbors who praised his parents. Shortly thereafter, the family departed from their modest apartment to a lavish neighborhood teeming with affluent residents. As the lights began to dim, Chen Ziming, breathless, leaned on his knees, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and temples. Upon witnessing Chen Ziming's departure, Wu Ge emerged from behind the tree. He glanced at the time, 11:30. Concerned for Chen Ziming's safety, Wu Ge discreetly followed him until he observed Chen Ziming enter the apartment building. Allowing a sigh of relief to escape him, Wu Ge slipped into the alley beside the apartment, hastening away with the swiftness of light. Upon returning to his residence, he found Cheng Feng engrossed in his computer in the living room. He greeted Cheng Feng and casually inquired, "Have you had dinner?" Cheng Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly listed the evening's dishes, anxious that Wu Ge might worry about his dietary habits. Wu Ge chuckled, "As long as you've eaten." "And the others?" Wu Ge nodded, indicating his understanding. Once back in his room, Wu Ge closed the door behind him. His quarters were simple, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Along the wall, a row of wooden carvings adorned the desk, featuring animals, spacecraft, and various whimsical shapes. In the center lay an open box of carving tools, accompanied by several peeled wooden blocks, one of which had begun to take the shape of a human figure. Wu Ge opened the wardrobe, revealing a few suede jackets and cotton t-shirts. He removed a jacket and hung it up, then sat at the desk. Taking the piece of wood he was carving into his hands, he examined it from various angles before picking up his carving knife and resuming his work. Wood carving had long been a passion of Wu Ge's. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had never known his parents. He was small and timid, often bullied by other children to gain their favor. He resorted to attention-seeking antics, like crawling on all fours to carry other children around the playground, hoping to fit in and avoid isolation. From that time on, he learned the art of pleasing others, swiftly forging connections. He was known for his good temperament, polite to everyone, even when subjected to ridicule or called a wild child. But to Wu Ge, what did it matter? The taste of loneliness was unbearable. He once had a close friend, rumored to have a lineage of carpenters, who imparted various woodworking skills to him, particularly in crafting wooden trinkets. After showcasing his work to Wu Ge developed a fondness for this art and requested to learn from him. Thereafter, he practiced diligently every day, gradually accepting himself. He concluded that it was not solely through pleasing others and conforming that one could survive. He yearned to reclaim his lost dignity, a pursuit fraught with challenges. In one fateful incident, after refusing to be someone's pet, he was left bruised and battered. Yet, even in such circumstances, he maintained his courteous demeanor toward others. Following that event, Wu Ge descended into a melancholic state. Believing his life had reached an impasse. Chapter 17. The collision with Wu Ge at 8 in the morning, in the classroom, Class 1 of International Trade prepared to commence their specialized course. The teacher had already taken to the podium and, as customary, began calling the roll. The students seated below filled the room to capacity. Soon, it was Wang Ming's turn. Wang Ming, the teacher called out, "Present." Wang Ming raised his hand. The teacher glanced up, then lowered his gaze, continuing to call the names of the students behind him. Responses echoed throughout the room. The teacher relaxed. As long as someone replied, he would not even glance their way. When Zhang Sheng's name was called, Wang Ming exchanged a knowing glance with a classmate beside him, who silently nodded and raised his hand. "Present." The teacher, oblivious to any irregularities, continued, when he reached Chen Ziming's name. However, something unexpected happened. Someone audibly replied, "Present." The teacher paused, momentarily stunned, before quickly scanning the classroom for Chen Ziming. The students exchanged glances, the room enveloped in silence as no one spoke. Chen Ziming. Didn't someone just respond? The teacher questioned, baffled. The realization of being tricked ignited a flicker of anger within him, prompting him to raise his voice. The most anxious of all was Wang Ming, who had answered for Chen Ziming. He knew Chen Ziming would not show up, nor had he asked Wang Ming to respond on his behalf. However, Zhang Sheng was absent that day. He had informed the group he would be practicing basketball and requested assistance with a roll call. Wang Ming and his friends had readily agreed. Yet upon entering the classroom, a nagging thought crept into Wang Ming's mind. If he helped Zhang Sheng, why not extend the same courtesy to Chen Ziming? Though they had previously been strangers, they were now teammates, having shared 2 meals and 1 online session together. It seemed only right to lend a hand to Chen Ziming as well. However, he overlooked one crucial detail, the stark distinction between Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng. Specifically, that Chen Ziming never attended this class, while Zhang Sheng only occasionally skipped. The teacher might not pay much attention to Zhang Sheng, but he would undoubtedly have a lasting impression of Chen Ziming. As Wang Ming recalled this matter after responding, a wave of regret washed over him. Chen Ziming didn't come, did he? Who was it that called his name? The teacher's tone turned harsh, his anger intensifying. Yet, no one in the audience answered. Wang Ming exchanged a glance with the person sitting next to him, who had helped respond for Zhang Sheng, and they both shared a wry smile. Ultimately, the teacher slammed the textbook onto the podium, exclaiming, "If no one acknowledges this, then we will not proceed with the lesson. If you all end up failing, then blame that individual who was called upon. Do not hold me responsible." With that, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, and students started whispering amongst themselves, "Oh, you know who it was? Not a clue. So annoying, daring to speak, but not to admit it. Exactly, dragging everyone down with them." Wang Ming cast another glance at the person beside him, who shook his head. Frowning, Wang Ming glanced at the teacher, blinked fervently, and silently recited some phrases for good fortune. He pushed his chair back and slowly stood up. The person next to him let out a soft exclamation. Burying his face in his arms, Wang Ming stood. The other students gradually turned their attention towards him, and the murmurs resumed. The teacher sneered, pointing at the door. "You, get out." Wang Ming and the person beside him exchanged a look, and Wang Ming gave him a confirming nod. The other person stood to make way for Wang Ming, who lowered his head and exited the classroom in the school's basketball gym. Chen Ziming was practicing his shots in front of the basketball hoop. Under normal circumstances, he would be at an internet CAF playing games at this hour, often for an entire day, skipping nearly all classes except those taught by his instructor, with a seemingly effortless flick of his wrist. The basketball soared towards the hoop, struck the backboard, and swished through the net. The ball fell gently to the ground as he wiped the sweat from his brow and moved to retrieve it. At a nearby basketball hoop, Zhang Sheng was also practicing his shots, occasionally glancing over at Chen Ziming. Earlier that morning, Chen Ziming had arrived first, with Zhang Sheng arriving shortly thereafter. Upon arrival, they exchanged a brief glance. Acknowledging each other, Zhang Sheng deliberately positioned himself at a hoop 1 court away from Chen Ziming. After a while, a group of individuals entered the gym, led by Wang Liang, followed by 4 other boys. Upon entering, Wang Liang immediately spotted Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng. He chuckled lightly and walked straight towards Chen Ziming, who was the closest to him. Approaching the court, Wang Liang pointed at Chen Ziming with disdain and called out, "Hey, you little skinny guy from the international trade class. Ignoring me, are you?" Wang Liang and his companions laughed derisively. "Perhaps your skills are lacking, and that's why he doesn't regard you." Well, no choice but to show off a bit early. With that, Wang Liang grabbed a basketball he had brought along, waiting for the precise moment when Chen Ziming shot towards the hoop and launched his own shot. The basketball arced through the air, crashing against the backboard and ricocheting to knock Chen Ziming's ball away. Both basketballs fell to the court surface. Chen Ziming pursed his lips, intending to retrieve the balls, but Wang Liang was quicker, snatching both basketballs into his grasp. He looked at Chen Ziming with a mocking grin and taunted, "I heard you're quite accurate with your shots. Did your international trade class rely on you to win in the last game?" The acoustics of the enclosed gym amplified Wang Liang's words, making them crystal clear to Zhang Sheng, who immediately scowled at Wang Liang. Meanwhile, Chen Ziming remained impassive in the face of Wang Liang's provocation, expressionless as he extended his hand, stating, "Let us just play our own games. How dull that would be. Let me join you, kid." "Thanks, but no." Before Chen Ziming could finish, Wang Liang tossed a ball and charged towards him with another. Wang Liang, being taller and much sturdier than Chen Ziming, collided with him, causing Chen Ziming to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Wang Liang chuckled lightly, turned, and made a jump shot which went in. He then turned back, looking down at Chen Ziming with disdain, giving him a thumbs up. Wang Liang's companions erupted in cheers, some whistling in excitement. "Fire!" Wang Liang raised his index finger as he spoke. One of his companions took out a phone and pointed it at Wang Liang's fingertip, igniting a small flame. Wang Liang lit a cigarette. Flicking his fingers to extinguish the flame, he took a leisurely drag and exhaled slowly. With a scoff, Wang Liang muttered trash before turning to head to a nearby court. Zhang Sheng observed everything closely, slamming the ball down onto the floor, producing a loud thud. Wang Liang and his companions turned their attention to Zhang Sheng. "What is your issue?" Zhang Sheng spread his hands, tilting his head slightly. "Nothing much. Think you're tough, huh?" Wang Liang said, gripping his cigarette and striding towards Zhang Sheng at that moment. A middle-aged man in a suede jacket entered through the gym's door. "What are you all doing?" Everyone turned to face the entrance. "It was Wu Gu, their teacher. I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to have a little fun playing ball with this student from your class." Wang Liang replied with a grin. "Smoking is prohibited in the gym. You know that?" My apologies. I'll put it out right away." As Wang Liang spoke, he moved towards the gym's entrance, taking a puff just as he passed by Wu Gu. Wu Gu remained silent, glancing at Zhang Sheng and then at Chen Ziming, before making his way towards Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming's court was situated behind the area occupied by Wang Liang and his group. So Wu Gu had to pass through their section to reach Chen Ziming. Wang Liang's companions, who had been playing ball, noticed Wu Gu confronting Wang Liang about the cigarette and decided to hatch a scheme. One boy in a white tracksuit exchanged a knowing look with another in a black tracksuit, and the white-clad boy nodded in agreement. As Wu Gu reached the center of the court, the boy in black intentionally threw the ball towards Wu Gu, while the boy in white pretended to chase after it. Wu Gu, aware of their intentions, ignored them and continued on his way. The ball was about to land on Wu Ji's head when the white-clad boy leaped up and turned his back to Wu Gu, attempting to catch it. The white-clad boy clutched his shoulder, wincing in pain, told you not to crash into people. "Look, he fine, and you're the one acting like you've been through a tough time." The boy in white gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "You try it, it's harder than a rock." The group turned to glare at Wu Ji's retreating figure, cursing him silently, in the conference room of the headquarters of the Super Communication Company. Several well-dressed interviewers were interviewing a plump young man wearing glasses. "Mr. Chung Feng, the position you're applying for is a network security officer. Given your extensive experience in this field, you surely understand how crucial this role is to a company. Could you please share your relevant experiences? We would like to know what sets you apart from other candidates." Chung Feng nodded, feeling somewhat nervous for his first interview, but he swallowed hard, composed himself, and slowly replied. I once accessed the back end of our company's product, Super Energy Moments, as an administrator. As he spoke, Chung Feng pulled out his laptop, displaying the login page to the interviewers. Upon seeing the page, the head of the network security department's expression changed dramatically. Chung Feng had anticipated this reaction and continued, with just a little more effort, I could penetrate the company's system and alter its programs at will, although some interviewers were not technically savvy. They understood how terrifying it was for an outsider to have unrestricted access to a company's programs. They all turned to look at the department head, seeking confirmation on whether this candidate was being truthful. The head's face darkened, oblivious to the glances from his colleagues. That if I were to join the company, I could establish a flawless defense to prevent such incidents from occurring again. Understanding offensive strategies allows me to anticipate the attacker's thoughts, thus equipping me with the knowledge to defend effectively. Observing the interviewers' reactions, Chung Feng gradually gained confidence. The interviewers remained silent, their eyes fixed on the head of the department. He swallowed hard, glanced at his colleagues, then pondered for a moment before nodding at them. They all agreed with a nod. The head finally spoke. Mr. Chung Feng, we are genuinely impressed with your capabilities. May I inquire about your salary expectations? Chung Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Just give me something reasonable. The head of the department was taken aback, his neck stretching in surprise. Chapter 18. The match begins at 3:30 p.m. In the gymnasium of Nanxing University. The basketball match between International Trade Class 1 and the Network Engineering Class 2 from the Computer Science Department was set to commence at 4 o'clock p.m. Team members, cheerleaders, teachers, and onlooking students gradually filled the venue, creating a lively atmosphere that Wu Ge conversed casually with a physical education teacher from Class 2, exchanging compliments. Chen Ziming, Zhang Sheng, and others had already donned their team uniforms. Warming up on the court. Not far across from them stood Wang Liang and his team, swaying their heads and occasionally casting disdainful glances towards Chen Ziming and his group. Zhang Sheng and Wang Ming glared at them, a fiery anger simmering within. Before long, Wang Liang seized the ball, sprinted down the court, and executed a slam dunk. The students from the network engineering class and the cheerleaders erupted in cheers, drawing the attention of everyone in the gym. The physical education teacher of the network engineering department, brimming with pride, remarked to Wu Ge, "Oh my, just look at how these students have grown. They are so tall," effortlessly dunking the ball that Wu Ge chuckled softly in response. "It is still thanks to your adept guidance." Teacher Lu Mingfang quickly waved his hand dismissively. "You flatter me, Wu, that it is hardly about guidance. I merely share what I know with these young ones. The true credit belongs to the students for their hard work." He deliberately raised his voice on the last word. Turning his head, he gave Wang Liang a thumbs up. The players from network engineering were indeed stealing the spotlight. Zhang Sheng, unable to contain his frustration, seized a basketball and strode to the center court, deliberately slapping the ball to make a loud noise. Everyone's attention shifted to Zhang Sheng. Wang Liang crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at him. Zhang Sheng dribbled forward and, upon reaching the free throw line, tossed the basketball toward the hoop. He took a large step forward, leaped toward the rim, and forcefully dunked the rebounding ball into the basket. In an instant, the students from the international trade class erupted in cheers. Wang Ming gave Zhang Sheng, who had just landed, a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Awesome." 3 times in a row, the two exchanged narrowed-eyed glares across half the court for several seconds. Zhang Sheng then glanced at Chen Ziming, only to find him with his back turned, practicing his shooting. His expression darkened instantly on the sidelines. Wu Ge smiled at Lu Mingfang and said, "Oh, Teacher Wang, you were absolutely right. Today's children truly enjoy excellent nutrition." Lu Mingfang's demeanor soured, and he forced a smile. "Teacher Wu, basketball is ultimately about the final score. The team with more points wins, while the one with fewer loses. How the points are scored, whether through dunks or shots, doesn't matter that much, does it? What you say is indeed true," Wu Ge replied humbly. However, for Lu Mingfang, Wu Ji's words were extremely grating as 4 o'clock approached. The match was about to commence. For the sake of fairness, the referee selected a sports teacher from another department. The referee stood at midcourt, holding the basketball, with the players from both the international trade and network engineering departments on either side. The jump ball was between Wang Liang and Zhang Sheng. To the sound of the whistle, The referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Wang Liang and Zhang Sheng jumped almost simultaneously. But Wang Liang's superior technique allowed him to tip the ball to his half of the court. As soon as a teammate caught the ball, it was swiftly passed to Wang Liang. He maneuvered around Zhang Sheng and executed a rapid layup, scoring effortlessly. The network engineering cheerleaders erupted in jubilation. Lu Mingfang's applause echoed loudly. Zhang Sheng maintained a serious expression, urging his teammates to pass him the ball. He dribbled into the opponent's half. Suddenly, an opposing player blocked his path. Zhang Sheng feigned left, then right, but was unable to break through. He held onto the ball, searching for an opportunity. Time ticked away. Wang Ming shouted urgently, "Pass it over quickly. Time is running out." Zhang Sheng shot him a glance, dismissing the idea of passing. Seizing the moment when the two defenders were distracted by Wang Ming, he spun past them in a swift motion. He executed a beautiful three-step layup. The ball went in. Zhang Sheng remained silent. Over on Chen Ziming's side, he had yet to receive the ball, merely running alongside his teammates on the court. "If there's an opportunity, pass it to Ziming. He can shoot accurately," Wang Ming advised. Zhang Sheng's displeasure grew, and he impatiently distanced himself from Wang Ming to defend against the opposing team's advance. This time, another tall player from network engineering carried the ball across half-court, and the international trade players immediately closed in. The tall player held the ball high, surveying the court, and pinpointed Wang Liang's position before passing it to him. Just as Wang Liang was about to jump, Zhang Sheng stood in front of him with both hands raised. "You think you can stop me?" Wang Liang scoffed. "Yes, I can," Zhang Sheng retorted. Wang Liang attempted to dribble past, but Zhang Sheng spread his arms wide, effectively blocking him. Wang Liang found no openings to break through. He hesitated to pass, wanting to deflate Zhang Sheng's confidence. The two remained in a standoff. Wang Liang and his teammates took off in pursuit. Chen Ziming, having intercepted the basketball, advanced rapidly to the three-point line. He took one step, two steps, and on the third step, leaped, effortlessly sending the basketball into the basket with a textbook three-step layup. The turnaround was astonishingly swift. While everyone was preoccupied with whether Wang Liang could surpass Zhang Sheng, Chen Ziming struck back with lightning speed, scoring a point. The entire court fell silent for a second or two before the students from international trade erupted in cheers. Some boys whistling on the sidelines. Wu Ge quietly observed Chen Ziming, his heart racing with excitement. He had only known Chen Ziming to be accurate in shooting, not realizing he possessed such remarkable skills. Wu Ge assumed Chen Ziming's precision stemmed from practicing alone. Unaware of his illustrious high school achievements, Wu Ge felt a genuine sense of surprise and joy. Lu Mingfang, too, was taken aback, having not witnessed the previous match. He only heard that Zhang Sheng had tired out, and then a slender boy, who was said to have a good shooting ability, scored several points while everyone else was fatigued, turning the tide of the game. He dismissed it as mere luck, not considering the formidable presence of Chen Ziming in the international trade class. "Teacher Wu, who is that young man who just scored?" Lu Mingfang inquired softly to Wu Ge. Gazing at the slender figure on the court, pursed his lips and slowly replied, "Chen Ziming." Following Chen Ziming's scoring, his performance began to draw the attention of the network engineering players, especially Wang Liang. Having had the ball snatched from him and then seeing it scored, Wang Liang felt deeply humiliated. He contemplated ways to embarrass Chen Ziming on the court, to remind him of his place. Zhang Sheng, too, felt overshadowed by Chen Ziming. While he could say the previous match was merely due to fatigue, this time, Chen Ziming had truly shown. How would he maintain his status as the class representative? Chen Ziming fell to the ground. Instantly, the players from international trade rushed to assist him, while Wang Ming expressed his dissatisfaction, pointing at the referee on the sidelines. "Foul! That was a foul!" The referee gestured, indicating it was a legitimate collision. Lu Mingfang feigned displeasure. Wu Ge smiled. "Teacher Lu, a little bump and grind on the court is entirely normal. It's nothing to worry about." Wu Ge remained silent. Wearing a smile. Chapter 19. The match concludes. Chen Ziming rose to his feet and glanced at Wang Liang. Wang Liang tilted his head, spreading his hands in a mockingly innocent gesture. Wang Ming approached Chen Ziming. Concern etched on his face, asking if he was all right. Chen Ziming shook his head. The game resumed. The sideline players passed the ball to Zhang Sheng, who entered the opposing half, seeking an opportunity to shoot. The ball veered slightly off course, hitting the rim before bouncing away. Only to be seized by another player from international trade, he leaped and shot, scoring effortlessly. Zhang Sheng exchanged glances with him, giving a thumbs up. Well done. Now it was Network Engineering's turn to attack. A teammate passed the ball to Wang Liang, who charged forward, deftly maneuvering around two defenders from international trade before scoring again. Both teams retreated to the sidelines for a break. The cheerleaders brought Chen Ziming and the others bottles of mineral water. Two girls excitedly praised Chen Ziming, saying, "That interception and layup you made was incredible." Yes, yes. Have you ever played professionally? The two girls, taking turns to speak, felt that Chen Ziming's skills were far beyond those of an ordinary amateur. They seemed to understand Chen Ziming's temperament, and given that he had brought honor to the class, they were not put off by his silence, but continued to excitedly discuss the recent match. Zhang Sheng cast a fleeting glance at the two girls before gulping down a large mouthful of water. Having just endured an intense workout, he drank too quickly and was soon choking, tears streaming down his face. Wang Ming, standing nearby, quickly patted Zhang Sheng on the back, inquiring, "Are you all right? Did you drink too fast?" Zhang Sheng raised his gaze, a trail of water staining the corner of his mouth. His eyes reddened from the choking. He waved a hand dismissively at Wang Ming, signaling that he was fine. "As long as you're okay. Rest well. In the next match, let us show that Wang Liang who's boss. Just wait and see. I'll specifically target him. Yes, he's not a good person. He deliberately knocked down Chen Ziming to feign innocence. You should teach him a lesson." The mention of Chen Ziming caused a lump to form in Zhang Sheng's throat, rendering his earlier bravado silent, and he merely offered a perfunctory Wang Ming passed the ball to Zhang Sheng, who advanced with it. The two opposing players swiftly moved to defend against him, having identified Zhang Sheng's glaring weakness, his tendency to play solo. They effectively blocked his path, leaving Zhang Sheng unable to break through. After having been outmaneuvered in the past, these two defenders were now well prepared and determined to deny Zhang Sheng any opportunity to exploit. As the seconds ticked away, Wang Ming shouted, "Zhang Sheng, pass the ball to Ziming." At that moment, Chen Ziming stood not far from Zhang Sheng, the closest player to him. Zhang Sheng glanced at Chen Ziming, and then at Wang Ming behind him. He lofted the ball high into the air. The basketball arced past Chen Ziming, heading towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment before leaping to catch the ball, seizing the moment while the opposing players rushed towards Chen Ziming. He shot the ball. His skills were mediocre, and his shooting accuracy was just 2 or 3 out of 10 that he intended to pass to Chen Ziming for the shot, but seeing the defense on Chen Ziming, he instinctively took the shot himself. Unsurprisingly, the result was in line with his basketball proficiency, as the ball didn't even graze the rim before plummeting to the ground. The cheerleaders from the international trade class let out a collective sigh. A player from a network engineering team snatched the ball and charged towards the international trade class. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile as he jogged back to his half of the court. As he passed by Zhang Sheng, he made sure to advise, "Pass to Ziming. I'm not accurate enough to waste your efforts." Zhang Sheng remained silent. By the time they spoke, a member of the network engineering team had already reached the international trade classes area, and a teammate passed the ball to Wang Liang. Wang Liang dribbled the ball, preparing for a layup at that moment. Zhang Sheng stepped forward, bending low and spreading his arms to obstruct Wang Liang. "Not so fast. You won't get past me." "Oh, really?" Wang Liang feigned a jump shot, but Zhang Sheng didn't fall for the trick. Wang Liang then attempted to fake to the sides, yet Zhang Sheng remained unfazed. Suddenly, Wang Liang noticed someone approaching from the corner of his eye. It was Chen Ziming. He taunted, "Trying that trick again. Deliberately blocking me so your teammate can sneak in and steal the ball? Not going to work this time." With that, Wang Liang tossed the ball high to a teammate and maneuvered around Zhang Sheng, charging toward the basket. As his teammate caught the ball, they swiftly passed it to Wang Liang beneath the hoop. He leaped, catching the ball mid-air and emphatically dunking it into the basket with a resounding thud. Instantly, the girls from the network engineering team erupted into cheers. Zhang Sheng felt his pride wounded. If it weren't for Chen Ziming, he would have surely intercepted the ball from Wang Liang. It was Chen Ziming's interference that allowed Wang Liang to pass the ball, causing Zhang Sheng to lose the opportunity for a steal and layup. As he walked past Chen Ziming, he coldly remarked, "I didn't need your help." Chen Ziming glanced at Zhang Sheng, replied with a simple okay, and then distanced himself. The network engineering team had assigned a player with a slight height advantage but mediocre skills to guard Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming feigned to one side, causing the defender to lunge in the wrong direction. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped for a jump shot. His shooting touch was exquisite, resulting in a perfect swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop without touching the rim, causing the net to ripple from the ball-less passage. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim beside Zhang Sheng, "Ziming really is accurate." Zhang Sheng remained noncommittal. Wang Ming was subsequently substituted out. As the international trade team rotated players, so too did the network engineering team, though both sides retained their key players. Following the defensive targeting, Chen Ziming found it increasingly difficult to shoot, forcing him to pass to a teammate instead of attempting to score himself. With both Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng under scrutiny, the score began to widen under the network engineering team's steadfast defense. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 29-36. Wu Gu approached Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng, patting their shoulders that it's all about participation. Don't get too hung up on winning or losing. Zhang Sheng, who relished competition and placed great importance on the outcome, felt that losing would be a mark of shame, leaving him unable to hold his head high around the network engineering team, that he had to win this match. Thus, Wu Ji's words only solidified Zhang Sheng's resolve. He sought Wu Gu's recognition and praise rather than mere consolation. "Teacher Wu, I will win," Zhang Sheng declared resolutely. Chen Ziming glanced at Zhang Sheng before turning away. Wu Gu smiled and offered words of encouragement to Zhang Sheng. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Mingfang sat among his teammates, chuckling, "Save some energy. Once we beat international trade, we'll face tougher opponents. International trade is done for. We're definitely winning. Just stretch out the time from here." Several teammates laughed in agreement. Wang Liang cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming, but he had no choice but to pass the ball. Standing not far to his right were Chen Ziming and another teammate. Zhang Sheng called out to the player and tossed the ball to him. The player caught it and attempted a jump shot, but the ball ricocheted off the rim and out. Zhang Sheng sighed in frustration. At that moment, a tall, slender figure leaped up beneath the basket, extending long arms to catch the ball. It was Chen Ziming. He followed up with a shot, and this time, the ball successfully went in. The scoring player exchanged a celebratory high-five with Chen Ziming. Seeing the ball go through the hoop, Zhang Sheng finally felt a sense of relief, due to a lack of initiative in their tactics. The network engineering team as players were not actively attacking, leading to Chen Ziming stealing the ball during their dribble. Chen Ziming advanced into the opponent's half, and instead of opting for a layup, he stood beyond the three-point line and launched a long-range shot. The basketball soared into the air, and the students on the sidelines held their breath, fixated on the shot, as the ball reached its apex. It began its descent. When it struck the rim, it bounced in, scoring. Incredible. Chen Ziming is so impressive. The student from the international trade class erupted in cheers as the score shifted to 32-36. On the sidelines, Lu Mingfang chuckled. Luck, that in a moment of haste, he mishandled the ball, allowing a player from the international trade class to snatch it away. Wang Liang turned and chased after him, while the teammate hurled the ball away. Everyone's gaze shifted with the ball's trajectory until it landed on the receiving player. Once again, it was Chen Ziming. Standing beyond the three-point line, he took another long-range shot, and once more, it found its mark. Beautifully arcing through the air and swooshing through the net, Wu Gu immediately sprang to his feet from a bench. Lu Mingfang smirked and remarked, "What good fortune." After regaining possession, Wang Liang dribbled towards the basket, scoring a point. When the ball returned to the international trade team, it was passed directly to Chen Ziming. Approaching the three-point line, Chen Ziming prepared for another jump shot. Wang Liang shouted urgently, "Block him." Players from the network engineering team rushed forward to intercept, but they were just a moment too late as Chen Ziming released the shot. The basketball traced its previous path, gently sinking into the basket. The score was now tied. Lu Mingfang clenched his fists, rising to his feet, and shouted at the court, "Full offensive attack." However, at that moment, the members of the international trade team saw a glimmer of hope for victory, their momentum surging as they pushed the network engineering team back repeatedly. The cheers from the cheerleaders of the international trade class drowned out the entire venue. Ultimately, the match concluded with a narrow victory for the international trade class. The final score being 42-40. Chapter 20. Returning home for the poster on the streets near Nanjing University, Chen Ziming walked alone. Initially, the cheerleaders had planned to celebrate with a dinner after the game. But complaints from the players regarding fatigue led to the cancellation. As he walked this familiar path, he felt a different sensation within him, a hint of joy. Yet he felt he shouldn't be experiencing such joy. As thoughts of negative events clouded his mind, that he understood that joy was merely a fleeting emotion, destined to fade away quickly. He believed that the classmates' praise was solely due to the honor he had brought them. Nothing more. Chen Ziming suppressed that fleeting joy deep within. Passing by the bridge where an elderly man had committed suicide, he paused for a moment, sensing a dull ache in his head, and hastily moved on. Upon returning to his apartment, he took a shower, washing away the sweat and feeling significantly refreshed. Lying on his bed, his pet dog, General, nestled beside him. In General's company, Chen Ziming felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. He could share anything with General without fear of betrayal, humiliation, or indifference. He shed his defenses and anxieties, turning to stroke General's chin as the dog squinted his eyes, letting out a soothing sound. Chen Ziming spoke softly. "We won the match today, and I'm quite happy that I haven't played in a long time and was a bit nervous at first, but as the game progressed, I found my rhythm. With the ball in my hands, it felt as though whenever I wanted to shoot, I could score. Teacher Wu advised me to interact more with my classmates, but whenever I'm with them, I find myself at a loss for words, worried they might not want to engage with me." As he spoke, Chen Ziming placed a finger gently in front of General's mouth. General Zhang opened his cherry-red lips and lightly bit his fingertip. Chen Ziming feigned pain, delivering a playful tap to the General's head. The General let out a startled meow and tilted his head back. Chen Ziming chuckled. "You're pretending to be in pain too." As they exchanged banter, Chen Ziming inadvertently glanced at the bare wall in front of the desk. He was reminded of the NBA star posters and the collection of magazines and figurines he had at home. While in a taxi, he gazed out at the receding scenery, contemplating how to confront his unfortunate mother and evade his detestable father. As he watched, he suddenly noticed a girl in a form-fitting skirt. He recognized her as a fellow student he had seen kissing someone in front of a convenience store. The driver sped along, and soon Chen Ziming lost sight of her. Arriving at the entrance of his residential complex, he paid the fare and stepped out. The driver, glancing at the nearby villas, remarked, "Wealthy people." After meandering about, Chen Ziming found himself at his doorstep. He hesitated briefly before finally unlocking the door and stepping inside. Upon entering, he heard his mother's voice that Xiong. From the end of the corridor, Zhang Yinping emerged, clad in a woolen short-sleeve top. Chen Ziming forced a smile as he changed his shoes and entered. "Ziming, aren't you going to school tomorrow?" As she spoke, Zhang Yinping approached him. "What do you need? Mom will help you." Perhaps accustomed to her son's demeanor, Zhang Yinping showed no sign of dissatisfaction at Chen Ziming's indifference. She called upstairs for him to gather his things and come down for dinner before heading into the kitchen. Chen Ziming closed the door tightly and looked around his room. The bed was adorned with clean, crisp sheets, and a pillow was perfectly positioned in the center. On either side stood a wardrobe and a bookshelf. Directly opposite the bed was a desk. The walls were decorated with posters of comic characters and NBA stars. Chen Ziming rummaged through the desk drawer and searched the bookshelf, retrieving several figurines and basketball magazines to place on the bed. The figurines represented popular basketball stars from his high school days. Upon closer inspection, one could see that some figurines matched the players featured on the magazine covers. Chen Ziming stuffed these items into the backpack he had brought. He then took down a few posters of basketball stars from the wall, rolled them up, and held them in his hand. After organizing his belongings, Chen Ziming lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Memories of moving into this place flooded his mind. He recalled his father smiling and speaking to him in this very room. "Ziming, look at the big house Dad has prepared for you. Oh, you like it?" Chen Xiong said with enthusiasm. Chen Ziming sat on the bed, smiling faintly. Zhang Yinping furrowed her brow. "Ziming, why don't you thank Dad?" "Thank you, Dad. This child still needs teaching," Zhang Yinping remarked with discontent. "Ziming has just recovered from a serious illness. How can he bounce back so quickly? You mustn't always blame the child." "Who else should I spoil if not my son?" Chen Xiong replied proudly. The scene gradually blurred, and Chen Ziming gazed coldly at the empty ceiling, a tear rolling down his cheek. Knock, knock, knock. Ziming, come out for dinner. Chen Ziming wiped away his tears and sat up. Got it. Footsteps echoed outside as he descended the stairs. Chen Ziming got off the bed, grabbed his backpack, opened the door, and stepped out. In the commercial district of City, at a skewer restaurant. Wugo and Lulu sat at a table for four. Lulu leaned back in her chair, her hands dangling, and tilted her head with a smile as she looked at Wugo. Look at your aspirations, that's so. What do you think of this place? Isn't it both tranquil and romantic? Wugo surveyed the surroundings. The dim lighting, oil paintings, and wooden decorations adorned the walls, and a bookshelf in the corner displayed a few scattered books that Wugo chuckled. This place is quite different from your usual haunts. I thought you would take me to a bar or a nightclub. Puffed. Lulu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wugo. Those are so pass. Who of taste would go to such places? Wugo remained non-committal. Hey, Wugo, Lulu suddenly leaned forward, inching closer to Wugo. What is up? Do you know why I invited you here? Wugo shook his head. I knew you wouldn't guess it. I asked about Sunming. Lulu rolled his eyes dramatically. Don't mention that boring person. I've already flattered him so much. I nearly threw up. Didn't you say you would rely on women to deal with him? Yes, but that doesn't mean I'll do nothing. I see you'll soon be dealing with the vice principal. Stop. Lulu interrupted Wugo. Those two are completely different levels. Sunming is cunning that it seemed even Lulu found the situation challenging. Shut up. When did I say it was difficult? I merely said it wouldn't be easy. But for me, it's still a piece of cake. It just requires a bit more effort. Wugo gave Lulu a thumbs up. Lulu waved his hand dismissively. Stop mocking me. Oh, you led me astray. I didn't invite you to discuss that matter, but something else. Something else? Yes, I want to share my joy with you. Share joy? Wugo looked puzzled. Suddenly, Lulu stood up, excitedly waving his hand towards the entrance. Over here. Wugo turned to see a sexy girl walking toward them. The girl wore heavy makeup, yet her demeanor betrayed a certain naivety. Lulu rushed over to greet her, wrapping his arms around her waist and leading her to their table. They chose a corner seat, with Lulu allowing the girl to sit inside while he took the outer seat across from Wugo. Lulu clapped his hands. Let me introduce, this is my girlfriend. Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei hung her bag on the back of her chair, turned around, and smiled at Wugo. However, upon seeing Wugo, her smile froze, and her expression became somewhat stiff. Wugo noticed this and smiled. Asking Miss Sun, do you know me? Sun Feifei hurriedly shook her head, signaling that she did not. Lulu frowned, displeased, and said to Wugo, Hey Wugo, that is an old trick of yours. And if you want to flirt, please choose someone else. This one is taken to AS, he spoke. Lulu pulled Sun Feifei closer to Wugo chuckled. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again next time. Sun Feifei steadied her emotions and asked Lulu, Who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce him. Lulu glanced at Wugo. This is my friend who is a teacher. Wugo. Oh, hello. Teacher Wu. Sun Feifei greeted Wugo. All right, everyone else here, let us order. Lulu called the waiter and told Sun Feifei to order whatever she liked. As for Wugo, Lulu instructed him to avoid ordering bitter melon. The three of them ordered a hot pot base and some specialty dishes, while waiting for the base to arrive. Lulu volunteered to fetch Sun Feifei's favorite skewers, that he asked Wugo if he wanted to join, but Wugo declined, saying he would go later to take tea that moment. Only Wugo and Sun Feifei remained at the table. Wugo took a sip of beer and slowly said, Miss Sun, are you a student? Yes. University? Sun Feifei nodded. Nanjing University? At this, Wugo noticed Sun Feifei's expression shift dramatically. Wugo suddenly laughed heartily, with an apologetic tone. I was just guessing. Let us drink. As he spoke, Wugo downed his drink in one go. Lulu placed the dishes on the table and was about to sit down when he sensed something was off. He asked, What is wrong with you two? Wugo slowly raised his head, gazing at Lulu with deep affection, his eyes drooping and devoid of energy, and in a weak voice he said, I'm hungry. Chapter 21. A fright in the park. After the international trade class triumphed over the network engineering team, they advanced to the top 8, where they were set to compete against the microelectronics class of the computer science department for a place in the final 4. The match was scheduled for the following afternoon. On this day, Chen Ziming woke up early and headed to the park to practice basketball, opting to skip his morning classes at 8 this hour. The park was bustling with elderly folks engaging in their morning activities. Whether it be playing with Diablo, practicing Tai Chi, or swinging from tree branches. Chen Ziming navigated through the crowd and made his way to the basketball court that a mixed-age team was engrossed in a game. While on another half of the court, two individuals practiced their shooting. Chen Ziming aimed for that area and approached. The basketball court was flanked by badminton and table tennis courts, and the atmosphere was lively, with spectators and players alike creating a vibrant scene. Amidst the cheers, casual chats, and boisterous laughter, Chen Ziming showcased his precise shooting form, catching the attention of two students who were also practicing. Just as he was shooting, a commotion erupted nearby, followed by screams. Chen Ziming turned to investigate and saw three people rushing toward the basketball court from the direction of the badminton court. His vision was poor, and he squinted to get a clearer look. By this time, the three individuals had reached the basketball court. As the three individuals drew nearer, Chen Ziming was taken aback. He noticed that one of the pursuers wielded a knife while the other brandished a metal chain, both hot on the heels of the man in front. All three appeared quite youthful, likely not even having reached the age of 20. The man fleeing ahead exhibited an unusual running style, and a fleeting glance at his calves revealed bloodstains. Those playing basketball on the court hastily moved aside, avoiding the trio of thugs. Chen Ziming instinctively made his way towards the basketball hoop, only to find that the three were also converging on that very spot. In a moment of panic, he sidestepped in an attempt to evade them, but inadvertently kicked the basketball he had left on the ground. The ball rolled away ominously toward the trio. Alas, with a swift motion, the ball was kicked aside, causing one of the pursuers to stumble and fall to the ground. The other two quickly closed in. The fallen man steadied himself with one hand on the railing and the other on the ground, rising to his feet. Beside the railing lay Chen Ziming's backpack. As he regained his footing, the two pursuers were already upon him, but a knife plunged into his abdomen, while the other wielded the chain, striking him on the head. Chen Ziming stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with terror as he witnessed the gruesome scene unfold. After the stabbing and the blow, the man swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from both his belly and head. The early morning crowd fell into a stunned silence, with the more timid among them trembling in fear. The two assailants hoisted the fallen man and, under the gaze of the onlookers, departed the basketball court. Chen Ziming's heart raced uncontrollably. He swallowed hard. In that moment, chaos erupted on the court as everyone began to murmur anxiously. Those who had previously refrained from speaking now voiced their alarm. Chen Ziming was indeed shaken. Having skipped breakfast, his mind was inundated with images of the stabbing and the sight of the man covered in blood. The cat beside him meowed incessantly, but Chen Ziming lacked the spirit to engage with it. He lay there, dazed, feeling as though the ceiling was spinning, his vision blurring. In a dimly lit room, anguished cries echoed. The door creaked open, and a figure entered. With a click, the newcomer switched on the light, illuminating a chair in the center of the room, upon which sat a young man, his face smeared with blood and his hair disheveled. Beside him stood two thuggish-looking youths, each wielding a wooden stick. The newcomer, clad in casual attire and with a belly protruding as if he were pregnant, appeared to be around 40, his scalp entirely devoid of hair. "Well, what's the situation?" he inquired in a shrill voice. One of the youths shook his head. "Long ago, we couldn't find him. The bald man, referred to as Long Gu, retorted angrily. "You incompetent fool. Can't you manage even this simple task? It seems you have no desire to live." The youth immediately wilted under the scolding, grinning sheepishly as he replied, "Long Gu, it's not my fault. I had no idea he was nearby. What you say now is irrelevant, that if you can't locate him, we're all done for. If I go down, I assure you, you won't fare any better. Do you understand?" The youth's face fell as he lamented. I understand, but why aren't you coming up with a solution? Long Gu, we truly have no options left. We've tried beating him, cursing him, even threatening him. The kid just insists he doesn't know anything. We searched him thoroughly, but there's no phone on him. The other youth hastily chimed in, Yes, Long Gu, there's really nothing." Long Gu furrowed his brow and took a few strides toward the bound young man, scrutinizing his bloodied visage. The two youths leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, the young man's eyes were shut tight. "This can't be," one exclaimed. He was just talking moments ago. Longu reached out and touched the young man's abdomen. Feeling the dampness, he raised his hand to examine it. Finding it stained with blood, he yanked up the young man's t-shirt, revealing a wound that was oozing blood. Damn it. You've killed him. No way. The two youths quaked in disbelief. You are utterly useless. With that, Longu struck each of them across the face in exasperation. After venting his frustration, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, the sound echoed from the other end. Longji's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a sycophantic smile as he spoke. Mr. Wang, we have a slight mishap. MY men were pursuing him when he fell into a ditch and sustained a serious injury. He is bleeding profusely, and we're too afraid to take him to the hospital. We need your guidance on how to handle this. The critical issue is that he doesn't have his phone on him, so he must remain alive. Longu spun a web of lies, deflecting the blame from the two youths, who were instantly filled with gratitude, vowing to follow Longu for eternity. After a moment of silence on the line, Longu's palms began to sweat as he awaited a response. The voice on the other end spoke a few words, prompting Longu to nod vigorously, adopting a grave demeanor akin to a general receiving orders. The youths displayed expressions of relief. Longu shot them a warning glare. Quickly, load him into the car and let us go. Where to? You'll find out once you're in the car. No more questions. The two youths immediately complied, echoing a respectful yes, mimicking Longu's earlier tone as they lifted the barely conscious young man from a room. Later that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, in the sports hall of Nanjing University, Wu Gu and several teammates had gathered. Zhang Sheng and his fellow competitors were already practicing for their upcoming match. Their opponents, the second class of microelectronics, had also arrived and were shooting hoops on the court that Wu Gu had noticed Chen Ziming's absence, which struck him as peculiar. Chen Ziming had neither attended class nor come to the gym, which was out of character. Based on his observations over the past few days, Chen Ziming should have been on the court practicing by now. Was it possible he was training elsewhere? That seemed unlikely, as the game was set to begin in mere minutes. And he wouldn't choose to practice in another location at such a critical time. Perhaps something had delayed him that Wu Gu contemplated sending Chen Ziming a WeChat message to inquire, but hesitated, fearing it might annoy him. Meanwhile, the members of the international trade class were also exchanging worried glances, particularly Zhang Sheng, who was astonished at Chen Ziming's tardiness. He had skipped his afternoon classes to practice. Expecting that Chen Ziming would be even more diligent and arrive earlier, as the minutes passed and the match approached, he still had not seen any sign of Chen Ziming. While lost in thought, a basketball suddenly struck his hand. Ouch! Zhang Sheng exclaimed. Sorry, my bad. The culprit, Wang Ming, approached with a sheepish grin. Are you all right, Zhang Sheng? Zhang Sheng rubbed his arm dismissively. It's nothing too serious, just a minor inconvenience. Don't say that. If you're hurt, I'll feel guilty. Cut it out. By the way, what time is it? Aren't you wearing a watch? Oh, right. Zhang Sheng glanced at the time, 3:45, that we have 15 minutes left. He furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Lost in thought, Zhang Sheng casually replied. Nothing much, brushing it off. Hey, it's strange. Why hasn't Ziming shown up yet? Wang Ming suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Sheng ignored him, picking up a basketball and taking a shot. After practicing for a while longer, it was now 3:50. Chen Ziming was still nowhere to be found. Unable to contain his concern, Wang Ming approached Wu Gu. Wu Laosher, is Ziming not coming today? Wu Gu was thinking along the same lines and intended to call Chen Ziming. When Wang Ming inquired, Wu Gu casually remarked, and then proceeded to send Chen Ziming a voice message via WeChat. Wang Ming listened intently as the message rang out. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. It continued for an eternity until it eventually hung up, yet Chen Ziming did not answer. Wu Gu frowned and dialed Chen Ziming's phone number. But again, no one picked up. This is odd, he muttered, glancing at the clock, which now read 3:50-5, T3:56. Both teams were assembled on the court. Among the microelectronics team was a towering figure, standing over 6 feet 3 inches. Everyone gaped at him in astonishment. The players from the international trade class exchanged incredulous looks. The microelectronics team huddled around him. Who is that guy? Zhang Sheng asked Wang Ming. Wang Ming, well-versed in campus gossip due to his affable nature and numerous friends, replied that Chen Ziming, he was reportedly on the school team in high school, and is known for his formidable defense, though his shooting skills are lacking. Zhang Xing nodded thoughtfully. T357, the international trade team still had not seen Chen Ziming. Wu Gu attempted to call him once more, but there was still no response. Just then, the clock struck 3:59. A substitute for Chen Ziming had taken his place on the court. Wang Ming and several teammates turned to Wu Gu with questioning looks, but Wu Gu shook his head in response. One player grumbled, "He might have an emergency. Let us not dwell on it. We should play first and let Ziming join us when he arrives." Wang Ming reassured them, "It's fine if Ziming doesn't come. We still have the physical education committee behind us. We can definitely win." "Exactly, we still have Zhang Sheng. What is there to fear?" Wang Ming said, glancing at Zhang Sheng. Following their usual strategy, Zhang Sheng was positioned near the center line. Ready to grab the ball, he overheard their conversation clearly, and the trust and confidence from his teammates warmed his heart. As the clock struck 4, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and Zhang Sheng was the first to seize it. "Let us go, brothers!" Zhang Sheng exclaimed as he dribbled the ball towards the opposing half, with Wang Ming and the others hot on his heels. Zhang Sheng navigated past two defenders and reached the half-court, preparing to take a layup. Just then, a shadow rushed towards him. It was Chen Ziming as Zhang Sheng released the ball for his layup. Chen Ziming leapt up and swatted it away with a swift motion. The basketball was seized by the players from the microelectronics team. Just as the game commenced, the first shot was blocked. And it was Zhang Sheng who faced this setback. The students on the sidelines for microelectronics erupted in cheers. The ball was now in the hands of the opposing team, who swiftly launched their attack. Zhang Sheng and his teammates hurriedly retreated to their half of the court. Meanwhile, Chen Ziming, unperturbed, jogged over to the opponent's half and positioned himself directly beneath the basket. A teammate took a jump shot, and the ball swished through the net. Chen Ziming muttered in dissatisfaction, "I wasn't given the opportunity to grab the rebound." With that, he jogged back to his half, his demeanor exuding a complete disregard for the international trade class players. Zhang Sheng, seething with anger, shouted at his teammates, "Pass me the ball." They obliged, and Zhang Sheng advanced with the ball. Crossing the half-court line, he found himself matched against a diminutive defender, standing at just 1.70 meters. Zhang Sheng dismissed him entirely, sidestepping effortlessly around the smaller player to take a jump shot. That moment, Chen Ziming strode confidently into Zhang Sheng's path. "Watch out!" Wang Ming yelled. A resounding thud echoed through the gym. Zhang Sheng's eyes widened in shock as he watched the basketball sail past him, angled towards his rear. Chen Ziming's large hand had merely waved in front of Zhang Sheng. However, the counterattack from microelectronics was executed with such speed that the international trade players struggled to keep up. One of the microelectronics players drove to the basket, scoring effortlessly. Within the brief span of a few minutes since the game began, Zhang Sheng had already been blocked twice, with the ball landing in the opponent's possession both times, resulting in points against him. This was an immense humiliation for Zhang Sheng. The opportunity for offense had slipped from his grasp, only to be converted into points for the other side. Staring at his own basket, Zhang Sheng was momentarily lost in thought. "Zhang Sheng, the ball!" Wang Ming called out, raising the ball to pass to him, snapping Zhang Sheng back to reality. "Give me," he replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. Wang Ming passed the ball to Zhang Sheng once more, who initiated another offensive. As he approached the opponent's half, his gaze began to inadvertently track Chen Ziming's movements rather than the position of the basket. He maneuvered around a defender, preparing to shoot, only to see Chen Ziming lurking nearby, causing him to hesitate. Dribbling the ball, Zhang Sheng shifted sideways, and Chen Ziming mirrored his movement. As time ticked away, Zhang Sheng had no choice but to take a shot. This time, however, Chen Ziming did not attempt to block him. Yet the basketball floated weakly, failing to even graze the rim before plummeting to the ground. The opposing players snatched the ball, initiating yet another counterattack. Fortunately, the rival player's shot missed, preventing the score from widening further. Nevertheless, Zhang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He could hardly believe he had forgotten how to play. 3 unsuccessful offensive attempts weighed heavily on his mind. Wu Gu observed the developments on the court, noticing Zhang Sheng's distress. Yet his thoughts were elsewhere. Preoccupied with Chen Ziming, he glanced at the time. It was 4:06 p.m. Chen Ziming had been late for 6 minutes, and there was no telling how much longer he would be delayed. The absence of any communication only heightened Wu Ji's concern. Was something wrong with Chen Ziming? Should he leave now to search for him? Burdened with worry, Wu Gu stood restlessly. Nearby, the physical education teacher from microelectronics chuckled, attempting to reassure him, Wu, there's no need to be so anxious over a game. Isn't there an old saying? Friendship first. Competition second? Wu Gu managed to smile, but remained silent. Back on the court, it was now the international trade class's turn to attack, and once again, the ball was passed to Zhang Sheng. This time, he noticeably slowed his offensive pace. Unlike before, he was hesitant and indecisive, unwilling to take a shot. His teammates quickly noticed this change. One of them clapped, urging Zhang Sheng to pass the ball to him for a shot. Frustration began to brew among the international trade players. Zhang Sheng wore a sullen expression, not uttering a word. 8 minutes had passed, and the international trade class astonishingly found themselves scoreless. The cheerleaders and onlookers sat despondently on the ground, staring blankly at the match. The players approached Wang Ming, exchanging high fives. Only Zhang Sheng remained silent, fixated on the opponent's half. In the apartment building, within his room, Chen Ziming lay asleep on his bed. He had not awakened since the morning. Beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead, and his brow was furrowed, suggesting he was trapped in a nightmare. His phone rang incessantly. The cat, Jiang Jun, meowed incessantly at the disturbance. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed down the hallway. Chen Ziming's eyes snapped open. The sound of a door being flung open followed. "What are you doing?" A sharp female voice called out. "I'm terribly sorry. My newly purchased dumbbell fell out its box." "My sincerest apologies." The door slammed shut. Chen Ziming, still disoriented, felt his heart racing. It took him several moments to regain his composure. He stared at the ceiling, his muddled thoughts gradually clearing. He sat up, noticing Jiang Jun sprawled on the bed. Chen Ziming smiled and gently patted the little cat's head, eliciting a meow as Jiang Jun tilted its head back, enjoying the affection. As he stepped off the bed, Chen Ziming felt an overwhelming fatigue. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had skipped breakfast. Then he recalled the gruesome scene at the park, which sent a shiver down his spine. Determined to grab a bite to eat, Chen Ziming picked up his phone for a quick glance. The screen displayed several missed calls and messages that a frown creased his brow as he opened them. All the calls were from Wu Gu. The messages were from both Wu Gu and Wang Ming, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he hadn't arrived yet. Panic surged within him as he checked the time. It was now 4:21 p.m. The game was at 4 o'clock. Chen Ziming hurriedly changed into his basketball uniform and slipped on his sneakers. Rushing downstairs, he stopped by a convenience store to grab some bread before hailing a taxi, munching on the bread while urging the driver to speed up. Upon arriving at the school, Chen Ziming dashed toward the gym. On his way, he encountered a familiar face, Wang Liang. Chen Ziming didn't look up, focused solely on reaching the gym, oblivious to Wang Liang's presence. "Hey, you're Chen Ziming, right?" Wang Liang's arrogant voice rang out, causing irritation to flare within him. "Damn it, so full of yourself." Wang Liang stepped in front of Chen Ziming, blocking his path. "That I'm talking to you." "Are you deaf? Step aside," Chen Ziming replied coldly. "Who do you think you're talking to?" With that, Wang Liang swung a fist at Chen Ziming's head. Taken by surprise, Chen Ziming felt a flush of heat spread across his cheek. He glared at Wang Liang, who, already irritated by Chen Ziming's presence, threw another punch. Chen Ziming raised his arms to shield himself, but Wang Liang's fist struck his elbow. Following that, Wang Liang delivered a kick, sending Chen Ziming crashing to the ground at that moment. A teacher happened to pass by and rushed over to intervene. Wang Liang spat at the fallen Chen Ziming and warned him to steer clear of him in the future before walking away. Chen Ziming pressed his lips together, rising to his feet as he glanced at his phone. It was 4:42 p.m. The game had not yet concluded, and overlooking the dirt on his clothes, he hurried toward the direction of the gym. Chapter 23. The crucial shot inside the gymnasium. The clock read 12:28. The players from the international trade class were dejected, lacking any fighting spirit. This made it increasingly easier for the microelectronics team to score. The atmosphere among the cheerleaders was starkly different. On one side, the international trade students wore hollow expressions, while on the other, their counterparts from microelectronics rejoiced. Dancing and laughing in celebration, Wu Gu watched the game unfold, lost in his thoughts. The teacher from microelectronics wore a slight smirk, his pride evident. IT was now 4:44 p.m., with 17 minutes remaining in the game. The score gap stood at 16 points, with the international trade class trailing by 8 baskets. Zhang Sheng was completely out of sorts, his mind elsewhere, fixated on Chen Ziming. The mere sight of Chen Ziming made him want to retreat, dissuading him from shooting. This mindset rendered him increasingly timid, and in 5 minutes, he managed to score only 2 points. The more they fell behind, the worse the morale of the international trade players became. Zhang Sheng's performance plummeted, with many of his actions bordering on intentional fouls. Wang Ming began to harbor resentment. Chen Ziming is so irresponsible. As a key player, how can he just disappear during such an important game? The atmosphere of the entire match grew oppressive and somber in stark contrast. The microelectronics team thrived, their gameplay becoming increasingly fluid. Even Chen Ziming, whose shooting form was abysmal, began to take shots, with his teammates encouraging him to practice for the next game. Chen Ziming shot with unrestrained joy. Though he missed every attempt, his good spirits remained intact. The match had devolved into a one-sided affair. The microelectronics team passed the ball to Chen Ziming once more. He chuckled, taking a couple steps forward, but hesitated, lacking the skills to dribble. Just shoot. Right, let us practice. Take another shot. His teammates urged it. Oh no, another miss. A microelectronics player seized the ball, taking a jump shot and scoring again. The score read 12-30. Chen Ziming celebrated with his teammate, exchanging high fives. Wang Ming felt dissatisfaction brewing within him. Are we just practice dummies for them? His teammates began to voice their grievances. Yeah, with him, we might have had a chance to win, but now he just vanishes on us. Were we to him? Enough! Stop whining about Chen Ziming, Zhang Sheng exclaimed, his voice ringing out loud enough for the entire court to hear. All the players fell silent. The onlookers were equally stunned. Every gaze in the gym turned toward Zhang Sheng, including those of the microelectronics players. Who is this Ziming? Chen Ziming asked, bewildered at a guy from his class. Supposedly good at shooting. If he arrives, I too shall wear my hat. Here, there is no one with precise shooting skills. Undoubtedly. The teammates gave a thumbs up to Chen Ziming. With a sharp whistle, the referee approached the court, issuing a warning to the Guamao class players, urging them to hasten the throw-in and continue the match. Chen Ziming has arrived, a girl from the Guamao class exclaimed. Wang Ming hastily turned to look. Indeed, a tall, slender youth clad in a basketball uniform was rushing over. With his thick, dark hair and serene demeanor, who could it be but Chen Ziming? The players from the microelectronics team also turned their gaze. Particularly Chen Ziming, who was eager to witness the highly praised sharpshooter Chen Ziming in person. Upon seeing Chen Ziming's lean figure, Chen Ziming felt a sense of disdain. He appeared too frail to pose a challenge. The arrival of Chen Ziming eased the anxiety that had been weighing on Wu Ji's heart. He approached Chen Ziming and, upon closer inspection, noticed his disheveled hair, a bruise on his face, and dirt smudged on his clothing. Classmate Chen, what happened to you? Chen Ziming explained while heading toward the court. Teacher Wu, I'm fine. Just let me play it out. Wu nodded. Since Chen Ziming was reluctant to elaborate, he decided not to pry further. He would find an appropriate moment to inquire after the game. Wu signaled to the referee for a substitution. The referee blew the whistle, pausing the match. Chen Ziming from Guamao class entered the game. Replacing another player, they passed each other. The substituted player pursed his lips and silently left the court. Chen Ziming said nothing either. He glanced at the scoreboard and discovered that his class was trailing by 18 points. There was no time to ponder the reasons. He could only focus on playing well to compensate for his tardiness. Upon entering the court, all eyes were on Chen Ziming. Players from Guamao, microelectronics, and the spectators, including Wu Ziming, we're counting on you, Wang Ming said softly. Chen Ziming smiled slightly to be wary of that tall guy. His shot blocking is exceptional. Wang Ming pointed towards Chen Ziming from the opposing team. Understood. Zhang Sheng glared at the two, his brow furrowed. With a whistle, the game commenced. Wang Ming immediately passed the ball to Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming advanced with the ball, maneuvering around an opposing player, and took a jump shot. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him as Chen Ziming raised his large hand to swat at the ball. With a resounding slap, the ball was sent flying. Wang Ming rushed to retrieve it, cradling it in his arms. Chen Ziming chuckled triumphantly. Ziming, Wang Ming shouted, passing the ball back to Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming sidestepped and caught the ball that he ran a few steps along the three-point line and then leaped for another jump shot. The basketball soared in a beautiful arc, swishing through the net. The score was now 15-30. Chen Ziming was momentarily taken aback. The players from Guamao class erupted in excitement. The cheerleaders from Guamao class rose collectively, cheering exuberantly. The players took a break, sitting on small benches by the court. Wang Ming sat beside Chen Ziming. Ziming, what happened? Why couldn't I reach you? Apologies. Wang Ming waited, expecting Chen Ziming to explain his tardiness. But it seemed Chen Ziming had no intention of elaborating. He smiled, unsure what to say, and simply uttered a word of encouragement before falling silent. 2 minutes passed swiftly, and the players returned to the court. This time, Chen Ziming resolved to closely guard Chen Ziming, determined to defend him alone. As the microelectronics players passed the ball, Wang Ming intercepted it and immediately passed it to Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming advanced with the ball. Chen Ziming kept a vigilant eye on him, matching Chen Ziming's forward movement. Including the recent three-pointer, they had already narrowed the gap by 5 points in less than a minute. The score shifted to 18-30. The players from Guamao were ecstatic. Even Zhang Sheng regained a bit of confidence. Chen Ziming pressed forward, entering the opponent's half-court three-point line when Chen Ziming confronted him. And oh wait, you're getting through. Chen Ziming taunted. Chen Ziming leaped for a jump shot. You're done for. Chen Ziming bellowed, springing up with his palm raised, aiming to swat Chen Ziming's shot into oblivion. However, Chen Ziming unexpectedly arched his body backward in midair, causing Chen Ziming to miss. The backward shot released the basketball, which soared high and landed securely in the hoop. Another point scored. 20-30, just a 10-point deficit. Chen Ziming's move ignited the players from Guamao class, who rallied with renewed vigor. Soon after, both teams engaged in a series of offensive and defensive confrontations. Zhang Sheng also began to take risks, scoring 2 consecutive points. With Guamao class's momentum rising, the score was narrowed to a 2-point difference, 32-34. The microelectronics team's formation was disrupted, but they still held the advantage in points and a chance at victory. With 1 minute left in the game, microelectronics had possession. If they scored again, even if the opponent responded with a basket, as long as they could stall, the hope of victory remained strong. Chen Ziming forcefully threw the ball to a teammate, who initiated the attack. Zhang Sheng quickly directed his teammates to bolster their defense. Confronting the microelectronics player head-on, the opposing player feinted left and right, but Zhang Sheng saw through the ruse and blocked him. With no other options, the player passed the ball to a teammate. Wang Ming swiftly intercepted the ball carrier. The ball was passed again to another teammate. Chen Ziming hurried to defend. The opponent was growing anxious, having lost their chance to shoot. Time was running out. If they didn't take a shot soon, and the ball were seized by the opposing team, another scorer could equalize the game, leaving the outcome uncertain. In a moment of desperation, they suddenly spotted Chen Ziming beneath the basket. He shouted, "Ziming, dunk," as he tossed the ball toward the hoop. Chen Ziming roared, leaping into the air. Nearby, the Guamao players also jumped to contest. However, their height and build were no match for Chen Ziming. He securely grasped the ball. With a thud, he slammed the ball into the basket. Instantly, the microelectronics players and cheerleaders erupted in cheers. Even the microelectronics physical education teacher clenched his fists, softly uttering a word of approval. 32-36. The game was once again pulled apart. Now, all they needed to do was defend and run down the clock, exhausting the Guamao team. The players from Guamao understood this well. They had to attack swiftly. Scoring 2 consecutive points, the main scorer was Chen Ziming. The teammates received the ball and passed it to Chen Ziming first. Chen Ziming swiftly broke through. Stop him. Chen Ziming rushed to the three-point line, determined to thwart Chen Ziming. Accompanying him was another teammate. Together, they aimed to crush Chen Ziming's attack in its infancy. Their movements flowed seamlessly, executed flawlessly. Just as Chen Ziming reacted, Chen Ziming's shot was already airborne. The ball went in. Yay, Wang Ming shouted, rushing over to slap Chen Ziming on the back. Chen Ziming glared at Chen Ziming, his eyes filled with a murderous intensity. Once more, the microelectronics team had possession for a throw-in. The players advanced with the ball. The Guamao team quickly fortified their defense. After several passes, the basketball landed in the hands of a player from microelectronics known for their accuracy. with only 12 seconds left in the game and a score of 35-36. If he scored, preventing the opposing team from making a three-pointer would guarantee victory. He quickly leaped for a jump shot. You could see that moment. Wang Ming dashed over. Leaping into the air, the basketball glanced off his fingertips. The trajectory skewed slightly, bouncing off the rim and circling around. The Guamao players felt a surge of anxiety. Chen Ziming gripped the ball tightly. As the ball spinning slowed, it lingered momentarily on the rim, ultimately choosing to drop instead of going in. Both teams scrambled for the ball that a quick-thinking Guamao player leaped before Chen Ziming, seizing the basketball in his grasp. With 8 seconds left in the game, he hurled the ball toward the opposing half. All players surged toward the basketball. The ball crossed the three-point line. Chen Ziming, Zhang Sheng, Chen Ziming, Wang Ming, and others raced towards it. With only 5 seconds remaining, Chen Ziming and Chen Ziming ran side by side. Chen Ziming knew he must not allow Chen Ziming to gain possession. He deliberately elbowed Chen Ziming in the head, sending him tumbling towards the basket. At that moment, Zhang Sheng darted forward, snatching the basketball from the air. The Guamao cheerleaders erupted in a chorus of shouts. Zhang Sheng, Zhang Sheng, Zhang Sheng, Zhang Sheng. His spirit soared. Before him stood only the hoop. His mind incessantly echoed the words, "Score, score, score." He had to make the shot. He was the chosen one to lead the class to victory. Not Chen Ziming, that he had to score. Zhang Sheng, within the restricted area, leaped, raising his arm towards the hoop. With only 2 seconds remaining, Chen Ziming slowly lifted his head, his vision blurring, a headache seizing him. Suddenly, a bloody scene flashed before his eyes, sending him into a state of panic. "No!" Chen Ziming cried out. Leaping into the air, he reached out, grabbing Zhang Sheng's leg, forcefully pulling him down from his dunking motion. Both fell to the ground, the basketball slipping from Zhang Sheng's grasp and rolling away. Time expired, and the game ended. However, the referee neglected to blow the whistle, and the cheerleaders from microelectronics forgot to celebrate. That Wu Gu was momentarily taken aback, as was the physical education teacher from the microelectronics department, Wang Ming, and the cheerleaders from the international trade class. Chen Ziming was also stunned, along with all the members of the microelectronics team and the international trade class. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire venue. In Chapter 24, Lulu enters the school, while Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Sheng, having been pulled down, bumped against the floor and stood up, clutching his arm. Everyone around was watching him intently. He was a bit dazed from the fall. Chen Ziming also rose to his feet, wanting to explain to Zhang Sheng, but he sensed an unusually tense and oppressive atmosphere. All eyes were on him. "Did we lose?" Zhang Sheng silently pondered. "Did we lose?" He swallowed hard. What happened to our promise to help the class win a match? He originally aimed to surpass Chen Ziming, to eclipse his prominence, to elevate his status in the eyes of their classmates. Now, having been disrupted by him, he didn't want to outshine Chen Ziming. He feared being better than him. Zhang Sheng's brows gradually knitted together as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Ziming, who was also looking back at him at that moment. Wang Ming slowly approached. "Zhang Sheng, Ziming, what is going on?" His voice was faint, seemingly deliberately subdued. This question reverberated in Zhang Sheng's mind like a thunderclap. "Damn it!" Zhang Sheng swung his fist, aiming for Chen Ziming's face. Thud! Chen Ziming's head jerked to the side. Half of his face instantly flushed red. "What are you doing?" Zhang Sheng. Wang Ming was taken aback. "You just can't stand to see me do well, can you?" Zhang Sheng kicked Chen Ziming in the stomach, causing him to tumble to the ground. Instantly, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Classmates and surrounding team members rushed over. Wu Gu dashed forward as well. Zhang Sheng was on top of Chen Ziming, ready to throw punches. Wang Ming hurriedly grabbed Zhang Sheng, pulling him off Chen Ziming. "You're just trying to go against me on purpose." Zhang Sheng yelled at Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming, trembling, steadied himself as he stood, panting heavily. He glanced at Zhang Sheng and Wang Ming, then looked back at Zhang Sheng, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. He turned and staggered towards the gymnasium's entrance, where crowds were entering, including Wu Gu. Wu Gu wanted to say something to Chen Ziming, but he kept his head down, completely ignoring him, and walked straight out of the gym. At that moment, some members of the audience began to trickle out. On his way, he encountered the physical education teacher from microelectronics, who awkwardly exchanged a few pleasantries with Wu Ge before hastily leaving. After Wang Ming pulled Zhang Sheng away, Zhang Sheng was still seething and wanted to chase after Chen Ziming, but he was tightly restrained by Wang Ming and the international trade team members. At this point, Chen Ziming had already left the gym, completely out of sight. Zhang Sheng's momentary fury gradually subsided. Once released, he sat alone on the ball rack, his head lowered in silence. Wu Ge approached the sidelines. "Wu teacher," Wang Ming said. Wu Ge nodded slightly. He maneuvered around several people and walked directly to Zhang Sheng's side. Zhang Sheng remained with his head down. Wu Ge inquired, "How are you? Did you hurt yourself?" Zhang Sheng remained silent. Winning or losing isn't important? Suddenly, Zhang Sheng sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I can win! I was supposed to win. If it weren't for Chen Ziming sabotaging me, we would have definitely won." Wu Ge pursed his lips and then smiled. "Zhang Sheng, you did great this time. You gave it your all. You are the backbone of the team." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng's agitated emotions calmed somewhat. "Wu teacher, I really could have won it. I know that last shot of yours was a perfect dunk. We all witnessed it. We all know you have that capability." Tears of grievance welled up in Zhang Sheng's eyes. "You, Chen Ziming, and all of you," Wu Ge gestured to the team members beside him. "You are all part of collective, and the honor of winning the match belongs to all of you. Therefore, I believe none of you wanted to lose this game. Zhang Sheng, you wouldn't, and Wang Ming, you wouldn't either. None of you would, so I trust Chen Ziming wouldn't either. He clearly sabotaged me." Zhang Sheng protested. Wu Ge interrupted. "Zhang Sheng, let's not jump to conclusions that I hope there won't be conflict between you two due to misunderstandings. But I will communicate with Chen Ziming, and I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory response." With that, Wu Ge turned to Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, please take Zhang Sheng to the infirmary to check if his arm is injured." "Okay, Wu teacher." Wang Ming approached Zhang Sheng. "Let us go." "I am fine," Zhang Sheng replied, sullen-faced. "Let us go. It won't take much time." "Yes, go on, Zhang Sheng. We'll all accompany you." Other team members began to persuade him. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Sheng's anger dissipated as he looked at everyone, who were smiling back at him. "Then, I'll go take a look. That's the spirit." Wang Ming clapped Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. Zhang Sheng winced. Sorry, that I forgot you fell on this side." Zhang Sheng shot Wang Ming a glare. "This time, you're recovering the medical expenses. That if it's over 100, it's on you." With that, he and the other team members burst into laughter. Zhang Sheng's anger melted away, and the teammates embraced him as they left the gym. Bidding farewell to Wu Ge as the team departed, the audience also began to disperse, leaving only a few students who had come to play basketball. Unaware of what had just transpired, Wu Ge observed the basketball hoop, where Zhang Sheng attempted to dunk. Glancing at the floor and then up at the hoop, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Why did Chen Ziming act that way just now? Wu Ge began to ponder. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't comprehend it. Wu Ge took out his phone and opened WeChat, intending to send a message to Chen Ziming. He clicked on Chen Ziming's profile, entered the chat box, and typed a message. "Chen, where are you now?" Just as he was about to send it, Wu Ge felt it was inappropriate. He deleted the message. After thinking for a moment, he typed another message. "What just happened? Why did you pull Zhang Sheng down?" "No, that one dude," Wu Ge muttered to himself. He deleted that message as well. After pondering for a while, he decided that nothing seemed appropriate to send. Thus, he simply typed a few words and sent them. "Have a light dinner." With a sigh, Wu Ge blinked vigorously to shake off his thoughts. Looking around, he saw everyone had left, and he too had no reason to linger. Wu Ge turned and exited the gym down the roadside. Chen Ziming walked briskly, his expression grave. The road was bustling with traffic, and the noise of engines heightened his agitation. As he walked, he noticed a small snack shop selling treats, with a row of packaged snacks hanging at the entrance. In the most conspicuous spot, there was a display of sour plum meat. This had been Chen Ziming's childhood favorite. He was as addicted to dried plums as an adult is to cigarettes. He would eat them while watching TV, playing games, or reading. Over time, the acidity of the plums eroded his teeth, leading to cavities. During high school, he had to get 4 fillings because of the decay. The dentist had specifically advised him to quit or at least reduce his intake of sour and sweet foods. Determined not to wear dentures at such a young age, Chen Ziming indeed gave up sour plums. not having touched them for over 2 years. Upon seeing the sour plum meat hanging at the entrance, Chen Ziming halted his steps. He stared at the sour plum meat for a full 5 or 6 seconds. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and left the snack shop. Chen Ziming tore open the packaging, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring the familiar sweet and sour taste. As he walked, he chewed, reminiscing about how every weekend during his childhood, his father would buy him a large bag of sweet and sour snacks. Plums, dried plums, sour plums, you name it. His mother would advise his father against buying them, fearing for his teeth, but his father would dismiss her concerns. If my son likes to eat it, I'll buy it for him. It wasn't tea until the cavities appeared that his father, under his mother's reproach, sheepishly ceased indulging him. Thinking of this, Chen Ziming's eyes grew moist. He grinned, bits of the chewed plum meat falling from the corners of his mouth. Chen Ziming wiped his tears and grabbed another handful to pop into his mouth. That evening, outside Nanjing Star University, Wu Gu entered the campus alongside Lu Lu. "Hey, we agreed that I would take you to the gym, and you'd have to accompany me for drinks," Lu Lu said impatiently. "When have I ever gone back on my word to you, the handsome one?" Wu Gu replied with a smile. "Don't give me that. Do you think I'm a child you can easily deceive?" Wu Gu smiled in silence. As they meandered through the campus, they wound up outside the GYM. This it. Wu Gu remained non-committal and walked straight in, while Lu Lu lagged behind up EY this time. The venue was completely empty. Arriving at the hoop where Zhang Sheng had attempted his dunk, Wu Gu silently stared at the basketball hoop. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Lu Lu approached, following Wu Gu's gaze. "Is this the basketball you were talking about?" "This is the hoop." Suddenly, a series of thumping sounds erupted from the hoop. Lu Lu frowned and walked beneath the basketball frame. "Hey, why do you play this?" Wu Gu ignored him. Lu Lu rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Is it like this?" With that, Lu Lu jumped up and grabbed the hoop. Wu Gu was just about to reprimand Lu Lu for blocking his view. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire basketball hoop swayed and toppled towards the center of the court. With a loud thud, the hoop fell to the ground, pinning Lu Lu beneath it, the backboard and rim pressing against his waist and thigh. "Oh no," Lu Lu exclaimed, and in that instant, his body became remarkably pliable, allowing him to slip out from beneath the basketball structure. "Did I break it?" Lu Lu inquired curiously as he rose to his feet. Wu Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, "So that is how it is." Lu Lu, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wu Gu turned to Lu Lu, exclaiming with excitement, "Not only are you a handsome man, but you're also a genius." "Huh. Fine. I shall treat you to drinks right now. The finest ones," Wu Gu said, grabbing Lu Lu's hand and eagerly heading outside. Lu Lu quickly shook off his hand, declaring, "Don't touch me, man." The two of them strode out of the gymnasium. As they reached the school gate, they encountered Wang Liang approaching them. Wu Gu recognized him as the one who had been smoking in the gym a few days prior. Wang Liang, in turn, recognized Wu Gu as the sports teacher who had reprimanded him for smoking and had also defeated their class in a competition. "Wow. Isn't this teacher Wu?" Wang Liang remarked. Wu Gu smiled, intending to walk past him, but Wang Liang mockingly quipped, "I heard that 2 students from your class couldn't handle losing and ended up fighting on the court. Did I ask that true?" "Teacher Wu?" Wu Gu halted, turning to face Wang Liang, who wore an innocent expression. After a brief silence, Wu Gu suddenly smiled at Wang Liang again and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Lu Lu called. Stopping Wu Gu, Lu Lu looked at Wang Liang and asked with a grin, "What's your name, esteemed scholar?" "Oh, are you looking to confront me, or something? My name is Wang Liang. If you dare, come at me. I'm waiting." Wang Liang scoffed, eyeing Lu Lu disdainfully. "Ah, Wang Liang, I've heard your words are quite remarkable. I simply wish to befriend you. Don't overthink it. I'll come find you another day, and we can share a drink," Lu Lu replied, raising his eyebrows with a casual smile. "Oh, sure, I look forward to it," Wang Liang retorted. Lu Lu cheerfully gave Wang Liang 2 thumbs up. Wu Gu frowned, pulling Lu Lu away towards the exit. Wang Liang spat on the ground, watching their retreating figures. Chapter 25. Solitude isn't so bad. Following the altercation in the basketball court, Chen Ziming ceased to appear on campus and did not attend any of the instructor's classes. Zhang Sheng and his classmates from the international trade class continued their routine of attending classes, dining, and surfing the internet. Conversations occasionally touched upon the basketball match, yet they began to avoid discussing Chen Ziming altogether. Wu Gu persisted in his role as a teacher, but he found little interest in physical education classes without Chen Ziming. His intention had never truly been to become a teacher. Recently, Wu Gu had sent numerous messages to Chen Ziming, advising him to eat light dinners, urging him to sleep early, and inquiring about his well-being, but he refrained from mentioning basketball, zhangsheng, or the incident with the fallen hoop. Wu Gu had contemplated revealing the truth he knew to Chen Ziming, expressing his understanding of Chen's actions, but he soon realized that such a gesture would be futile. He wished to convey this matter to Zhangsheng, hoping to ease the tension between him and Chen Ziming, to help Zhangsheng comprehend Chen Ziming's good intentions. Yet Wu Gu felt that it was not the right time. He had waited for Chen Ziming beneath his apartment building, in the morning and evening, but never caught sight of him. It was as if Chen Ziming had evaporated from existence. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Wu Gu and 3 others were engaged in a meeting. Wang Yuqi prompted everyone to report on their task progress. Wu Gu shared the truth about the conflict between Chen Ziming and his classmates, which had led to a temporary halt in their tasks. Wang Yuqi merely frowned, offering no comment. Lu took the opportunity to mock Wu Gu, claiming he couldn't handle a mere child. When it was Lu's turn to report, he leaned back in his chair with an air of superiority. I've nearly dealt with that old lecher. Sunming, details? Wang Yuqi inquired. Well, do you really want to know? Lu replied nonchalantly. Be serious. You know what I'm asking about. Wang Yuqi responded curtly, her tone displeased. Lu rolled his eyes. Fine, the specifics are that I haven't exactly asked yet. We've only hung out a few times, namely at... Enough, don't continue. Wang Yuqi interrupted him sharply. Lu sighed dramatically. Chung Feng, understood. Wang Yuqi transitioned her focus. While executing tasks, remember one thing. Safety first. That if you sense anything amiss, withdraw immediately. Especially you, Chung Feng. Do you understand my meaning? Yes, I understand. I'm not as capable as Captain Wang and Lu. I'll be cautious. Chung Feng scratched his head nervously. Wang Yuqi nodded in approval. In a park, Long Gu, accompanied by his 2 small-time hoodlum friends, was conversing as they walked. Long Gu, do you think this is reliable? What if he's not hiding in the park? One of the hoodlums queried. Do you have any other options? The hoodlum blushed in embarrassment. If not, then shut up and follow me to the security office to take a look. The hoodlum promptly fell silent. Another hoodlum stifled a laugh behind his hand. The trio made their way directly to the security office. Knock, knock, knock. Long Gu knocked on the door. Who is it? It's from Captain Lu, came the response. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man in a security uniform, who warmly invited Long Gu and his friends inside. Upon entering, they encountered a desktop computer. You must be Long Gu, the security guard said with a smile. Yes, I've spoken with Captain Lu. I'm here to check the surveillance footage. A brother of mine lost something in the park a few days ago. We're all brothers here. No need for formalities, just take a look, the guard said, pulling out a chair for Long Gu. Without hesitation, Long Gu sat down. The guard opened a folder containing video files from various dates. Long Gu frowned, irritated. Are you an idiot? As the other hoodlum pondered how to prove his intelligence, another quickly reported the date. Long Gu scanned through the dates, selected the appropriate footage, and clicked to open it. The video began playing for that day. So he was taken from the park, right? Long Gu asked. Yes, right at the basketball court. That's where we took him, came the reply. Long Gu inquired about the approximate time and adjusted the video accordingly until he found the footage showing 2 hoodlums chasing the youth on the court. That's it, one of the hoodlums exclaimed. The video resumed normal speed, and Long Gu and his companions scrutinized the unfolding scenes until they saw 2 hoodlums chasing the young man. The security guard gasped, trembling at the sight of the hoodlums brandishing knives. The footage continued, revealing the youth stumbling over a basketball and falling. His hand brushed against the hoop. The video advanced to the moment the hoodlums attacked him. The guard trembled even more. One of the hoodlums proudly boasted. Check out my knife skills, Long Jin. It's all your fault. Now we have to come find him ourselves, Long Gu retorted, glancing downcast. As the youth fell. He stood up, tossing something into his backpack. Right here, Long Gu noted, pausing the video at the moment the youth was seen holding an item. This is it. This is the one, the hoodlum exclaimed excitedly. Looks like we're not mistaken. He tossed the item into that backpack. Another hoodlum chimed in. Longo remained silent, resuming the footage until it showed Chen Ziming grabbing the backpack and leaving. Longo paused it once more. Find this person. With that, he stood up and snapped a photo of the screen with his phone. The security guard turned pale at the sight, nodding vigorously as Longo departed with his two companions. To the south of Nanjing University lies a small village, home to no more than a few dozen households. Each household boasts a pair of large crimson iron gates, often adorned with stacks of firewood. Chen Ziming walked through the village, accompanied by Jiang Jiyuan. In times of boredom and solitude, he would occasionally visit this place. As he approached a stack of firewood, he spotted a small, dirty dog resting atop it. Watching him intently, Chen Ziming picked up Jiang Jun, who locked eyes with the little dog. Jiang Jun meowed, while the dog barked in response. They merely exchanged sounds, neither willing to make a move. Chen Ziming chuckled softly and reached out to pat the little dog on the head. The dog barked a couple of times, seemingly worried that the cat's owner might retaliate, and promptly leaped off the stack, sprinting deeper into the village. Observing the little dog as trepidation, Jiang Jun puffed up proudly, meowing incessantly. Are you bullying the small one, Jiang Jun? Chen Ziming asked, chasing after the little dog in the direction it fled. After a few steps, he found the little dog hiding behind a gate, peering cautiously at him. Upon noticing Chen Ziming and Jiang Jun approaching, the little dog quickly turned and dashed away again. Chen Ziming, still holding Jiang Jun, pursued after it once more. Chasing and fleeing, the little mutt led Chen Ziming into the open fields. At this moment, the crops had already been harvested, leaving the ground parched and dry. Surrounding the fields were the earthen ridges. The little dog barked excitedly as it dashed behind the ridge, its head resting upon it. Peering at Chen Ziming with curiosity, Chen Ziming smiled and ran over. However, as he approached, the little mutt scampered away once more. Chen Ziming chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on the dog's retreating figure, a profound sense of tranquility enveloping his heart. He inhaled deeply, then turned around, bending his legs to sit atop the ridge. He placed his guitar on the ground. Once on the earth, the guitar began to take small steps, exploring the expanse of the field. Chen Ziming gazed toward the horizon, feeling a wave of serenity wash over him. He gradually lowered himself to the ground, leaning his back against the ridge. The air was fresh and cool, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of his apartment. The sky was high and clear, the clouds pristine, a beautiful tableau of blue and white. With this thought, Chen Ziming felt even more convinced that his solitary existence was indeed flawless. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out to see a WeChat message. Maintain a light diet. IT was from Wu Ge. Recently, he had received numerous similar messages of concern, all from Wu Ge. Chapter 26, running that night. Chen Ziming lay in bed, cradling his guitar. With his eyes closed, his fingers randomly plucked the strings, producing hollow sound. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the stark white ceiling. Tears slowly filled his eyes, and as he blinked, they trickled down to his eyelids. That moment, the music changed at a low, resonant tone, akin to the tolling of a bell, enveloped him, transporting him to a temple where the soothing sounds of chanting resonated in his heart. Tears streamed down to the corners of his mouth, his soul heavy with despair and sorrow. Knock, 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 the sound of someone at the door. Chen Ziming turned his head toward the entrance. He had ordered takeout, and it must be the delivery. As before, Wu Ge waited downstairs at the apartment building during dinner time for Chen Ziming. However, he had not seen him yet that a delivery scooter arrived in front of the apartment. And after stopping, the delivery person retrieved a plastic bag filled with food from the trunk. He glanced at the receipt attached to the bag. Chen Ziming. The delivery person muttered to himself, just as he was about to dial the number on the receipt. Wu Ge rushed down the steps and stopped him. The delivery person was taken aback. Who are you? Wu Ge smiled warmly. I'm here to pick up the takeout for Chen Ziming. I was just about to call him. The delivery person said, handing the plastic bag to Wu Ge before turning his scooter around and riding away. Wu Ge watched the delivery person leave before turning back to the apartment entrance. Once inside, he made his way directly to the elevator. Glancing at the address on the receipt, he murmured, 1106. 11th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived. Wu Ge smiled at an elderly lady as she exited and stepped inside. Upon reaching the 11th floor, He navigated down the corridor until he arrived at room 1106, near the end of the hall. Inside was Chen Ziming de Wugu, holding the plastic bag, gazed at the reddish-brown security door. Hesitating. What should he say upon meeting? Should he mention that he intercepted the takeout and brought it to him? That seemed implausible. Should he claim the delivery person was in a hurry and asked him to deliver it? That lacked logic. How would the delivery person know they were acquainted? Or to say he had become a delivery person himself? That was even more absurd that Wugu struggled to formulate an opening line to Chen Ziming. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he suddenly heard a faint, deep sound emanating from within. Another echo followed that Wugu felt his thoughts momentarily swept away by this lingering sound, dissipating along with it. Just as his mind began to wander again, another sound emerged from inside. He sighed deeply, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Silence enveloped the space. Was he not home? Wugu pressed his ear against the door. At that moment, footsteps approached that Wugu quickly straightened up. However, the door did not open. The sound of running water echoed from within. Who is it? Chen Ziming asked softly from behind the door. Outside, there was a brief silence before replying. Take out. Indeed. Chen Ziming turned the doorknob, slowly pulling the door open. Peeking through the GAPT that moment, Wugu appeared. Chen Ziming was momentarily stunned. Quickly shutting the door, he leaned against it, his heart racing. How could it be him? Teacher Wu, Chen Ziming, your takeout will get cold. Wugu's voice came from outside. Chen Ziming steadied his nerves, turned to the security door, and spoke softly. Teacher Wu, what brings you here? It's been a while since I've seen you. I was curious about how you've been doing, so I thought I'd drop by, but I happened to come across your takeout that I heard it was meant for you, so I volunteered to bring it up. Is that so? Chen Ziming lowered his head, pondering how to respond. After a moment, Wugu added, if it's inconvenient for you to meet, I'll just leave the takeout at the door, and I'll be on my way. Chen Ziming hurriedly peered through the peephole to gauge the situation outside. Indeed, he saw Wugu bending down, and after standing up, he turned to leave. Chen Ziming's heart raced. He fixated on the peephole until Wugu's figure faded from view. After closing the door, Chen Ziming approached his desk, retrieving the takeout and placing it on the surface. It contained a box of burgers and fried chicken, along with a bottle of sugar-free cola. As he gazed at the food, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had he been too harsh in sending Teacher Wu away? After all, Wugu had consistently shown concern for him and even saved his life. This felt quite ungrateful of him. The profile picture was of a wooden carving, the details of which Chen Ziming did not recognize. He opened the chat with Wugu after typing a message. He felt it inappropriate and deleted it. He then composed another message. Teacher Wu, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Once completed, he felt that too was unsuitable. After much deliberation, he finally decided to send two simple words. Thank you. After hitting send, Chen Ziming anxiously tossed his phone onto the bed and hurried to the bathroom to wash his hands. He quickly checked the message again, which read, fried chicken isn't exactly light fare. Accompanied by a smiling emoji. Chen Ziming's lips curled into a slight smile, his previously anxious heart now at ease. It seemed Teacher Wu was not upset with him. He bore him no ill will. In that moment, Chen Ziming felt a surge of happiness. He returned to his desk, picked up the burger, and took a few bites. Grabbing the fried chicken, he was about to take a bite when he paused. Tearing off the greasy outer coating and discarding it in the plastic bag, opting to eat only the chicken inside, that Wugu exited the apartment and strolled casually down the street. Walking along the sidewalk, he occasionally passed by other pedestrians, some leisurely strolling, others briskly walking. There were couples and solitary figures alike. That moment, a middle-aged man in short sleeves and shorts approached, jogging, his chest heaving, mouth slightly ajar, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. As the middle-aged man slowed down, he began to walk. When he reached Wugu, Wugu waved at the man, who perhaps noticed, turned his head to look at Wugu. Their eyes met, and both smiled at one another. They halted, standing face to face. Running, are we? Wugu asked with a grin. Just a casual jog, trying to stay fit, the middle-aged man replied, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel draped over his shoulder. Do you run every day? The middle-aged man nodded. Every day. Consistency is key. Running is great for the body. That I used to work myself to the bone, and my temper became quite terrible. That is why wife and kids were afraid of me. But after less than a month of running, I feel like my heart has opened up. I suddenly understand everything. That is wonderful to hear. Indeed, young man, you still have your youth ahead of you. Now is the time to strive. You must prioritize your health to withstand the pressures of life and work. Your words are wise. Noticing Wu Ji's respectful demeanor, the middle-aged man grew even fonder of him. Launching into a lengthy account of how his life had drastically improved since he began running, Wu Ge listened attentively, refraining from interruption. After a while, Wu Ge smiled and bid farewell, quickly pulling out his phone to search for information about running. Most articles touted the various benefits of running, such as muscle enhancement and skin improvement, until he stumbled upon a particular piece. Running can cure depression. It detailed a young woman's personal account of overcoming depression through running. This was it. Wu Ge chuckled softly, closing the web page and putting his phone away, deep in thought as he continued walking. After a while, he realized he had arrived at the park entrance. Wu Ge halted, turned to gaze into the park, and began to ponder. Chapter 27. Whimpering the following morning, the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few elderly individuals visible, engaging in their morning exercises. Wu Ge, clad in running attire, jogged down the street until he reached Chen Ziming's apartment. He paused to send a WeChat message. Chen Ziming, I'm out for a morning run. The fresh air is invigorating. Wishing you a joyful day. Wu Ge tucked his phone into his pocket and continued running toward the park. Once inside, he circled the artificial lake a few times before stopping to rest on a bench by the water's edge. The scenery in the park was delightful, with golden leaves carpeting the ground and reflecting the dazzling sunlight, resembling a paradise on earth. Wu Ge captured the scene in a photograph and sent it to Chen Ziming. After lingering in the park for a while, he embarked on his journey home. 3 hours later, in the school office, Wu Ge received a message from Chen Ziming. Pretty good. Wu Ge smiled, tucked his phone into his pocket. Lu Mingfang, seated beside him, noticed and inquired casually, Teacher Wu, what brings you such joy? Indeed, your smile is quite radiant, echoed Zhao Lei, the physical education teacher from the microelectronics department. Wu Ge glanced at the two, chuckling, a little secret. Come on, Teacher Wu, that's not fair. Lu Mingfang feigned annoyance. Wu Ge clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. Teacher Lu Mingfang, please spare this young one from such trials. Lu Mingfang waved dismissively. Still playing coy. However, he shifted the topic. Teacher Wu, the autumn sports meet is approaching. Which event are you planning to enter? Sports meet? Wu Ge queried, perplexed. Yes, Teacher Wu. Why do you look as if you've never heard of it? Lu Mingfang scrutinized Wu Ge, displaying a look of disdain. Our Lu Mingfang, after all, is the champion of high jump from previous years. Back in the day, he was a professional high jumper for the provincial team. Zhao Lei praised, giving Lu Mingfang a thumbs up. Lu Mingfang shook his head modestly. That's all ancient history. I was just jumping aimlessly. And here we have Sun Lei, our sprint champion of recent years, often finishing several seconds ahead of the competition. His speed is truly remarkable. Sun is renowned as the flying man of Nanjing University. Lu Mingfang added, Oh Lu, you flatter me too much. Flying man is a stretch. Useless would be more accurate. Sun Lei replied, feigning humility. The two exchanged compliments, while Wu Ge listened quietly. Smiling to himself, he pondered, what indeed is a sports meet? Lu Mingfang, with a grin, asked, Teacher Wu, what talents do you possess? Yes, do share, Sun Lei chimed in. Wu Ge hesitated, glancing at the two before responding with a smile. I don't have any special talents. I'm just an ordinary person, unlike the remarkable abilities of Teacher Sun or Teacher Lu. Come now. Wu Ge, don't be so modest. Just speak your mind, Lu Mingfang urged, casting a sideways glance at him. Indeed, sharing one tea cost you anything, Sun Lei added. Wu Ge scratched his head, a look of discomfort crossing his face. Come on, don't dawdle. Lu Mingfang pressed. Wu Ge pursed his lips and sighed. I might run a bit faster than average and have some strength. Upon hearing this, Sun Lei's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, Teacher Wu, what's your 100-meter sprint record? I don't think I've ever officially competed. When Sun Lei learned that Wu Ge had never participated in a race, his demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Oh, no worries. Participation is what matters. You're still young, with plenty of room for growth. Lu Mingfang felt a twinge of irritation at Sun Lei's condescending tone, reminding himself that he had been at the school 5 months longer. Teacher Lu Mingfang began. In competitive sports, talent is crucial. It's not just about effort. Take high jump, for instance. It seems simple, just jump upwards. Yet why do so many aspire to join the provincial team, but fail? While I managed to get in, could you enlighten us? Teacher Wu Gu humbly inquired. Indeed, please share your wisdom, Sun Lei urged. Though Sun Lei was miffed by Lu Mingfang's authority, he acknowledged the need to maintain appearances. Lu Mingfang picked up a thermos from the table, took a sip of the herbal concoction he had prepared, and slowly articulated, "That would be talent. Back in my day, my coach was over the moon upon seeing me. He claimed I had the perfect physique for high jumping, while long legs were made for it. As he spoke, Lu Mingfang revealed his leg from beneath the table. Wu Gu smiled and gave a thumbs up, while Sun Lei continued to praise him. Lu Mingfang, feeling triumphant, began to recount his athletic career and achievements, with Sun Lei nodding along in awe. Meanwhile, Wu Gu felt a swarm of flies buzzing in his mind. It wasn't until Lu Mingfang had to teach his class that he finally stopped. Before departing, Lu Mingfang cheerfully reminded Wu Gu to sign up for the high jump, promising to offer him guidance. Wu Gu expressed his gratitude with a smile. After parting ways with the two, Wu Gu typed 5 words on a web page. Campus sports meet. In the days that followed, Wu Gu would rise early each morning to jog to the park. Upon reaching the vicinity of Chen Ziming's apartment, he would pause to send Chen a WeChat message extolling the virtues of morning runs, such as, "After just 2 days of running, I've noticed a marked improvement in my mental state. Feeling invigorated. Or running has elevated my mood daily, banishing feelings of depression and anger. Alternatively, after several days of morning jogging, I feel increasingly confident." After each run, he would capture a scenic photo to share with Chen Ziming. Initially, he only sent landscape pictures, but gradually he began to include amusing anecdotes. For instance, he would describe a scene where 2 elderly men wielding swords argued over whose swordsmanship was superior, or how a young couple engaged in a secret rendezvous, with the male promising to marry her and beat each other as angels, or a young man dancing flamboyantly amidst a group of heavily made-up older women. Wu Gu even recorded a video of a young man dancing and sent it to Chen Ziming. One day, as Wu Gu jogged towards the apartment, he stood on the opposite sidewalk, ready to message Chen Ziming when he caught a glimpse of him. Turning his gaze, he saw Chen Ziming standing at the apartment entrance with a dog named Jiangjun. Wu Gu waved and crossed the street to join Chen Ziming. "Chen, what brings you out so early today?" Chen Ziming looked down, scratching the back of his head, and replied hesitantly, I'm just taking Jiangjun for a walk." Isn't the morning air particularly refreshing?" Yes, so Chen, would you like to join me for a jog in the park?" No. Chen Ziming quickly waved his hand. Wu Gu chuckled. He looked at Jiangjun, bent down to stroke the dog's head, who tilted it back in enjoyment. Jiangjun extended his tongue to lick Wu Ji's hand, prompting Wu Gu to move his finger forward, causing Jiangjun to step ahead. Wu Gu continued to move forward, and Jiangjun followed suit. Gradually, Wu Gu bent down and began to jog, with Jiangjun matching his pace. Chen Ziming hurriedly trailed behind. After a short while, Wu Gu straightened up, leading the way with Jiangjun following closely, and Chen Ziming bringing up the rear. The trio reached the entrance of the park. When Wu Gu invited Chen Ziming to run another lap, Chen, panting heavily, declined. Thus, in the days that followed, Wu Gu would consistently send messages to Chen Ziming at 6 o'clock, inviting him to join for a jog. From initially resisting, Chen eventually warmed up to the idea. Sometimes they would take Jiangjun along, and other times they would not, jogging along the streets to the park and then circling the artificial lake a couple of times. On one particular day, after finishing their laps, the two sat on a bench to rest. Wu Gu took out a bottle of mineral water, opened it, and first offered it to Chen Ziming. "Thank you. Teacher Wu, I brought my own," Chen replied, pulling out a small bottle of water from his waist pouch. Wu Gu nodded and began drinking his water. Chen Ziming unscrewed his bottle cap and took a few sips. "Chen," Wu Gu said, placing the water bottle between his legs and gazing straight ahead. Chen Ziming turned to look at Wu Gu. After a moment of silence, Wu Gu slowly stated, "That basketball hoop is broken." Chen Ziming paused, taken aback. Wu Gu then met Chen Ziming's gaze. "You knew beforehand, didn't you? You wanted to help Zhang Sheng, right?" Chen Ziming fell silent, staring blankly at the ground. "But Zhang misunderstood you and even struck you." Others also misconstrued your intentions. Wu Gu's voice was soft yet somber, akin to a melancholic melody. Chen Ziming's shoulders began to tremble slightly as he buried his head in his legs. Cradling his head in his arms, teacher understands that you are in great pain and that you feel unjustly treated, Wu Gu said, gently patting Chen Ziming's shoulder. I could see that moment. A gust of autumn wind swept through, rustling Chen Ziming's hair, tousling his thick locks. Gradually, the sound of Chen Ziming's quiet sobs filled the air. Chapter 28. The sports meet commences. Encouraged and consoled by Wu Gu, Chen Ziming returned to campus. However, he was still reluctant to attend many classes, and his relationships with his classmates reverted to the distant state they had been in before the basketball game. When encountering Zhang Sheng and Wang Ming, he would remain silent, merely brushing past them. Wu Gu had painstakingly helped Chen Ziming reintegrate into the group, only for it to unravel once more. The autumn sports meet at Nanjing University was fast approaching, with various classes diligently selecting participants for different events, while the physical education teachers intensified their training for the students' formations and slogans. The playground echoed with shouts of friendship first, competition second, unity and progress, innovation and exploration, build muscle, prevent being bullied, a cacophony of spirited chants. In the first class of international trade led by Wu Gu, the motto is rather serious, conceived by the stern physical education committee member Zhang Sheng. That IT may appear somewhat rustic, yet it embodies a sense of order, promotes sports, and enhance the physical fitness of the populace. For this sports meet, Wang Ming has registered for the discus event. Buoyed by his belief in his own strength and eager to bring glory to his class, Zhang Sheng has signed up for both the sprint and high jump, showcasing his explosive power. The other classmates in the international trade class have also enthusiastically enrolled in various events. Meanwhile, Wu Gu secretly registered Chen Ziming for the 5,000-meter-long run. When Wu Gu disclosed this to Chen Ziming, he met with vehement opposition. However, Wu Gu, with his characteristic good humor, employed various persuasive tactics. He argued that Chen's solid foundation and daily morning runs would merely translate into daytime practice for the competition, and that the event would serve as a test of his morning training's effectiveness, allowing him to uncover his latent potential. He even suggested that competition could ignite the inner fire within him, unleashing his passion. Eventually, Chen Ziming, albeit somewhat bewildered, consented to participate. Nonetheless, he stipulated that Wu Gu should register him for a series of events, to which Wu Gu readily agreed. During this time, Wu Gu was pleasantly surprised to notice a shift in Chen Ziming's demeanor towards him. He seemed more amiable, willing to engage in conversation and even negotiate conditions. This bolstered Wu Gu's confidence in strengthening their bond. 2 days later, the opening ceremony of the sports meet commenced. Each class formed orderly lines, awaiting the signal to march around the track. Every class donned its uniquely tailored attire. The first class to enter wore stunning costumes, each student representing one of the 56 ethnic groups of Z country. Following them, the international trade class appeared, with male students in black trousers and white shirts, and female students in black pleated skirts paired with white blouses. They chanted their motto as they made their way to the podium. The students in ethnic attire waved their arms and shook their Z country flags enthusiastically. After a few more classes passed, the microelectronics class, led by Chen Ziming, entered, proudly proclaiming their slogan, "Build muscles, avoid beatings." Their ensemble consisted solely of boys clad in tight pants and fitted white vests, showcasing evidence of physical training. It was evident that everyone had put considerable effort into preparing for the sports meet. As they approached the podium, Chen Ziming shouted the slogan, and the team echoed him, their voices resonating powerfully. The teachers and leaders at the podium chuckled, while the students were thoroughly entertained. Subsequently, the classes of network, engineering, and international trade passed the podium in succession. Awaiting the leaders' speeches once all classes had assembled, the international trade class dressed in plain white t-shirts and black athletic pants, a choice suggested by Zhang Sheng. Wang Ming grumbled, to which Wu Gu replied that it was merely a sports meet, not requiring excessive fuss. This attire was likely commonplace and easily obtainable. Once all classes gathered, the principal delivered a series of speeches, after which the students dispersed to their respective spectator stands. In the center of the field stood a team clad in red sports attire, holding colorful flower balls, some blue, Others yell the sound of command. They crouch down, followed by the team standing and squatting in a choreographed manner. With each rise and fall, they form the countdown numbers with the flower balls. The entire assembly joined in chanting the countdown. 10, 1, 0. At that moment, 5 fireworks cannons positioned before the podium ignited, showering the sky with vibrant bursts of color. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, and students leaped to their feet in jubilant cheers. Chen Ziming, too, smiled and waved his hand. As the smoke cleared, the competitions officially commenced. The announcer began to list the upcoming events, urging the registered participants to proceed to the check-in area. The first events were the sprints, the men's and women's 100 meters, with high jump taking place in the center. Zhang Sheng participated in the 100-meter race, while Wang Ming and several classmates gathered at the trackside to cheer him on. Among Zhang Sheng's competitors was a familiar face, Wang Liang, whose long legs and muscular physique suggested he would be a formidable runner. Clad in sprinter's gear, his golden shoes sparkled in the sunlight. As Zhang Sheng and Wang Liang stood side by side, they exchanged a glance, with Wang Liang contemptuously giving Zhang Sheng a thumbs up. Zhang Sheng shot him a glare, but chose to ignore the provocation. The sprint event drew a large crowd of spectators, leaving the high jump competition to appear somewhat neglected. The referee's signal, Zhang Sheng, Wang Liang, and the other athletes assumed their starting positions. On your marks. Set. Go. With the sound of the starting gun, the competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow, eliciting gasps of excitement from the crowd. The short distance of the sprint demanded explosive power. The athlete with the strongest start would prevail. Unsurprisingly, Wang Liang took an early lead, cheered on by his adoring fans. Zhang Sheng followed closely behind, his speed commendable, yet slightly trailing Wang Liang. His supporters were fewer than Wang Liang's enthusiastic admirers, with Wang Ming, his steadfast friend, being the most vocal in his encouragement. As Zhang Sheng pushed to catch up with Wang Liang, it became clear that Wang Liang's pace was too swift, leaving Zhang Sheng about a second behind. With less than 10 meters to go, the competitors began to accelerate. Wang Liang surged ahead, while Zhang Sheng, with a determined shout, sprinted forward. Amidst the cheers from the female spectators, Wang Liang crossed the finish line first, setting a new school record for freshmen with a time of 10.33 seconds. The announcer's voice rang out. Wang Liang from Network Engineering Class 2 has won the men's 100-meter sprint, breaking the record with a remarkable time of 10.33 seconds. Let's applaud Wang Liang. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Mingfeng, seated among the teachers, smiled at his colleague Sun Lei, remarking, "Our class has done well." Sun Lei chimed in, "Indeed, second place is quite impressive, especially compared to our classmate who only managed fourth." Lu Mingfeng quickly defended, "Ah, son, it's all about luck, really." While Wu Ge remained silent, the two educators continued to exchange compliments. Wu Ge chuckled. Clearly, Lu Laoshir's teaching methods are effective. Lu Mingfeng waved his hand modestly that Wu Ge chose not to prolong the pleasantries with Lu and Sun, instead directing his attention to Zhang Sheng. He approached him, saying, "You placed second. That's quite an accomplishment." Zhang Sheng looked up slowly, remorse evident in his expression. Wu Laoshir, "I couldn't beat Wang Liang. IT matters not whether you outpace others. What is crucial is that you do not lose to yourself or your own confidence." Wu Ge reassured him. "You still have the 200 meters ahead, right?" "Yes," Zhang Sheng replied. "Then I'll be there to cheer you on," Wu Ge declared. "Huh. Wu Laoshir, that S." Wu Ge smiled and pointed to Chen Ziming in the stands. "Let us all go cheer for Zhang Sheng," he called out, leaving both Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng momentarily stunned. The men's 200 meters concluded swiftly, and as anticipated, Wang Liang once again secured first place. Rumor had it that he was a sports prodigy in high school, originally slated for a sports academy, but his business-minded parents, lacking formal education, insisted he pursue academics, ultimately funding his admission to Naxing University. Zhang Sheng, having faced defeat, found himself relegated to third place this time, while the second position was claimed by a remarkably talented sprinter from another class. That Wu Ge offered a few words of consolation to Zhang Sheng, who appeared disheartened. Chen Ziming, having accompanied Wu Ge to observe Zhang Sheng's competition, stood at the sidelines. Upon witnessing Zhang Sheng, dejected after his loss, Chen Ziming felt a pang of sympathy and wished to offer some words of comfort. However, he found himself at a loss for words, apprehensive that Zhang Sheng might disregard him, and thus remained silent. Meanwhile, Wang Liang, victorious once again, swaggered over to boast. Lu Mingfang, alongside Wu Ge, lauded their own student, while Wu Ge smiled silently. Chen Ziming, feeling somewhat awkward on the sidelines, decided to stroll into the field, where the men's shot put competition was underway. Wang Ming was among the participants. As Chen Ziming passed by, he chanced upon Wang Ming in line, preparing to take his turn. Their eyes met, and Chen Ziming hesitated, unsure whether to speak to Wang Ming, pondering if Wang Ming still bore a grudge over the basketball incident. Even if not, he truly had no idea what to say. "Ziming, come cheer for me," Wang Ming called out loudly. Chen Ziming paused briefly before making his way over to Wang Ming's side. The shot put area was centrally located in front of the football goal on one side of the playground. A competitor was poised to throw, while others waited in line. Wang Ming was among them. "Ziming, I'm so nervous. Look at how tall and strong they are. I'm afraid of losing terribly," Wang Ming remarked, gesturing towards the other competitors. Chen Ziming glanced ahead and indeed saw that most were between 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall. To his surprise, he recognized one of them as Chen Ziming, a tall individual he had previously faced in a basketball match. "Perhaps you might win," Chen Ziming encouraged. Wang Ming scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Ziming, what are you talking about? Winning? I'm just hoping I won't lose too badly and embarrass our class," just as they conversed. The referee signaled, and the competitor in the arena pushed the shot forward. The shot traced a brief arc before landing with a thud. It fell short, merely a little over 2 meters, prompting laughter from the onlookers. The competitor sheepishly left the throwing area, and the succeeding competitors began their attempts, with some reaching 4 meters, others 6, and Chen Ziming impressively throwing 15 meters, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Finally, it was Wang Ming's turn. Chen Ziming gave him a thumbs up, offering encouragement. Nervously, Wang Ming stepped into the arena, grasping the shot in his hands. Mimicking the actions of the other competitors, he positioned the shot between his head and shoulder, twisted his waist, and thrust it forward. It appeared to land farther than the previous throw, thankfully not the shortest, sparing him from embarrassment. Chen Ziming smiled faintly. Between the stands and the playground lay a rubber track, and as Chen Ziming intended to cross it, he found himself in the midst of the women's 100-meter race. The competitors were already at the starting line. Chen Ziming contemplated circumventing them when he spotted a girl who looked strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the same girl he had seen smoking in front of a restaurant, and also the one who had shared a kiss with a long-haired man at the convenience store. Chen Ziming froze in place. Ultimately, the finish line fell, and Sun Feifei claimed first place. The announcement followed, declaring Sun Feifei the champion of the women's 100-meter dash from the English department. She exited the track. A well-dressed, handsome young man in a blue and white athletic outfit handed her a bottle of water, drawing envious glances from nearby female classmates. Upon seeing this man, Chen Ziming's brow furrowed. Had he come to the school? Sun Feifei took a sip of water, and Lu, glancing toward the playground, noticed Chen Ziming looking her way. His appearance was still fresh in her memory. With a light laugh, Lu informed Sun Feifei that she had matters to attend to and walked directly towards Chen Ziming. Lu, perceiving Chen Ziming's intent, swiftly approached him and grasped his shoulder. "Long time no see," she said with a playful tilt of her head. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't know you were afraid of women." Chen Ziming's face flushed. "Hey, I happen to be good friends with your PE teacher, Wu Ge." "What?" Chen Ziming was taken aback. They knew each other? He recalled Wu Ji's timely arrival and had always found it odd. But Wu Ji's warmth and concern for him had silenced his doubts. Noticing the change in Chen Ziming's expression, Lu rolled her eyes and said casually, "Oh, I only found out later. You see, I could be a bit vindictive. You thought you could just bump into me and walk away. Not so easily that I want to cause you a bit of trouble that I initially intended to boast to Wu Ge. But he suspected it was you based on my description. The rest, as you know, unfolded." Lulu's seemingly nonchalant words made sense, yet Chen Ziming remained skeptical that I want to say much more. Believe it or not. That's up to you. However, since you're Wu Ge's student, I want to hold it against you. Just watch where you're going next time. With that, Lu turned to leave. The more forceful her words. the more readily they were accepted, especially by a university student like Chen Ziming, who had yet to enter society. Chen Ziming watched Lulu's retreating figure. His heart raced like a tea that moment. Wu Ge was observing the shot put competition on the playground when Lulu approached him, tapping his shoulder. You surprised, right? Wu Ge frowned. What are you doing here? Lulu whispered. That's Sun Fei Fei. She's a student at your school. She mentioned wanting to compete today, so I came to lend my support. As he spoke, Lulu surveyed the girls on the field and in the stands, seemingly enjoying the view. You should leave quickly. Be careful not to be seen by Chen Ziming. Lulu chuckled. Sorry, but I've already been spotted. Wu Ge fell silent, pulling Lulu aside. Did Chen Ziming see you? Yes. What did you talk about? I told him your true intentions. He also asked me why I tried to find him a woman last time, and I said it was for a task. What? Wu Ge was on the verge of losing his temper. Lulu hurriedly explained, I was just joking. I'm not that foolish. He recounted his conversation with Chen Ziming to Wu Ge. After listening, Wu Ge's expression grew serious, noticing Wu Ji's apparent anger. Lulu refrained from making further jokes. It's fine that I want to keep you. I'm off to find Sun Fei Fei. As Lulu turned to leave, Wu Ge spoke in a low tone. Lulu, don't forget why we are here. Your attitude towards that girl seems a bit off. Do you understand what I mean? Lulu turned back, smiling slightly. Wu Ge, it seems you're overly concerned about Chen Ziming as well. Don't forget what your task entails. The atmosphere grew tense. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, and Wu Ge lowered his head with a sigh. Lulu departed, prompted by Lulu's remark. Wu Ge couldn't help but consider what he would do if one day Chen Ziming discovered he had been using him. The thought left Wu Ge feeling disordered. Wu teacher. Upon hearing someone call him, Wu Ge turned to see Wang Ming. Wang Ming, I just strolled over to see the 400-meter race and spotted you, so I called out, yes, that's so. Thank you. But it's nothing. Why don't you come along? Wu Ge waved his hand. The teacher has some matters to attend to. You go ahead. Wang Ming nodded and walked away. Reaching the track, the race had already begun. Wang Ming noticed Wang Liang in the lead and rolled his eyes. As expected, Wang Liang emerged victorious once again, sauntering to the starting line while boasting to the girls nearby. That was too easy. I just jogged and got first place. It's nothing special, Wang Liang remarked. Tilting his head, you're amazing. Finishing so far ahead of second place. A girl exclaimed excitedly. It's a piece of cake. I got all the running championships at our school lockdown. Wang Liang said, casually draping his arm over the shoulder of one girl. She shyly pushed his hand away, and as he attempted to reach for her again, she dodged and ran off. Tisich, Wang Liang scoffed dismissively. Just then, a languid voice rang out. Hey, are you a person or an animal? Running so fast. Chapter 30, an encounter at the gate. Wang Liang fumed at the blatant humiliation. Who dared to disrespect him so openly? Turning around, he spotted Lulu. Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback. Was this the guy who had walked with the PE teacher from the international trade class the other day, trying to show off? Today in school, was he also a teacher? Though Wang Liang was arrogant, he still recognized the hierarchy. Which class do you teach? Which class? Lulu feigned ignorance. Scratching his head, he replied, Oh, your question is quite complex. Ask something simpler. Is that a complex question? Wang Liang thought, but he dared not offend a teacher. With a furrowed brow, Wang Liang continued, This teacher has taken the joke a bit too far. How can one liken students to livestock? The nearby classmates stifled their laughter, nearly bursting into fits of giggles. Wang Ming, also close by, struggled to contain his amusement. Lulu wiped her lips and slowly replied, Oh, I was merely complimenting your swift running. It's not that serious. I'll treat you to drinks another day. A teacher treating students to drinks? What kind of decorum is that? Wang Liang replied solemnly, We are students. Drinking is an affair for adults, and we do not partake in it. Observing Wang Liang's audacity to speak such nonsense, many classmates felt their faces flush from suppressing laughter. Ate the tea that moment. Sun Fei Fei approached, wrapping her arm around Lulu's. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to find your friend Wu Ge? Lulu turned her head, affectionately gazing at Sun Fei Fei's enchanting face. I was worried you might be anxious if you didn't see me. Go on. You're quite bothersome. The two of them flirted openly before numerous classmates and a few observing teachers. A teacher-student romance. Wang Liang immediately found a perfect opportunity for mockery, clearing his throat. He teased, "Hey, I must say, this teacher is enticing young girls and flirting in front of so many people. How utterly lacking in professional ethics." He then turned to the onlookers, asking, "Am I right?" before Sun Feifei arrived. Many had felt a sense of satisfaction at Lu's rebuttal of Wang Liang's arrogance. However, Sun Feifei and Lu's flirtation made them feel uncomfortable and repulsed. Moreover, from Wang Liang's tone, it seemed this person was indeed a teacher. The notion of a teacher dating a student was taboo, and everyone scoffed at it. Nevertheless, they also harbored a dislike for Wang Liang, thus refraining from responding to his provocations. Sun Feifei interjected, "Who do you think you are? We are not in a teacher-student relationship, so don't speak recklessly. He is my boyfriend, here to support me." Upon hearing this, everyone realized it was merely a boyfriend supporting his girlfriend. An entirely reasonable occurrence. Wang Liang grew awkward. No, he's not a teacher. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Since he wasn't a teacher, what was there to fear? His demeanor shifted to one of hostility. What the hell? If you're not a teacher, why are you pretending? I've had my eye on you for a while. If you have the guts, don't run away. Once I finish my match, we'll settle this. Are you man enough? Lu frowned slightly at this. Sun Feifei quickly retorted, "Who do you think you are? Why should we wait for you?" Lu stopped her. "Hey, this young man merely wishes to engage in a friendly exchange with me. Why are you obstructing him? I was the one who invited him for drinks earlier, and now there's a perfect opportunity. But it's all right." Lu winked at Sun Feifei, adopting a charming expression. "Fine, then I'll join you." "That won't do. I'm concerned he might not handle his drinks well. But rest assured, I'll come back to see you this afternoon." "All right, fine. Such a good girl." After reassuring Sun Feifei, Lu turned to Wang Liang. "Let us meet at noon today by the school gate." "Sure, whoever doesn't show is a loser," Wang Liang boasted. Lu shrugged, and with her arm around Sun Feifei's shoulder, departed. Wang Liang thought to himself that he must teach this brat a lesson at noon. He sent a message to a friend, asking for assistance in gathering a few people. As the spectators saw the troublemakers leave, the excitement dissipated, and they began to disperse. That moment, Chen Ziming was engrossed in a mobile game. Today, he had no events to compete in. He was only present to join the block team, but he planned to wait until noon to leave, skipping the afternoon events as the long-distance race was scheduled for tomorrow. Chen Ziming had little interest in gossip, but he found this individual rather peculiar and somewhat mysterious. Wang Ming, who was quite talkative and a gossip enthusiast, spun the tale into something extravagant, claiming that they almost came to blows on the spot. If not for the school environment, a bloody incident might have erupted. He vividly described how Lu had characterized Wang Liang as livestock. The listeners exclaimed in delight. Wang Liang was notoriously arrogant and had exploited many female classmates. The gravest case resulting in one getting pregnant, leading to her dropout after an abortion. That it seemed that Wang Liang's family had resolved the situation financially. This incident circulated widely within the school, inciting intense anger among the students. Yet they feared retaliation from Wang Liang, preventing them from voicing their outrage. Ultimately, the gossip morphed into discussions about which girl was attractive. Chen Ziming quietly descended from the stands, preoccupied with thoughts of Lu. This individual was a friend of Teacher Wu. Despite having wronged him, he still hoped that Teacher Wu's friend would remain unharmed, contemplating whether to inform Teacher Wu of his friend's predicament. Chen Ziming crossed the track and entered the playground at that moment. Wu Ge was still observing the shot put event. Chen Ziming gazed at Wu Ge, feeling conflicted. Just then, Wu Ge glanced over and smiled, waving at Chen Ziming. Noticing Wu Ji's gesture, Chen Ziming pressed his lips together and maneuvered around the soccer goal to stand beside Wu Ge. Teacher Wu did. "Oh, is it that Chen Ziming enjoys watching shot put competitions?" Wu Ge chuckled. "No, Sensing that Chen Ziming had something to say, Wu Ge led him aside. "Is something wrong?" Wu Ge asked with concern. "I think it might be quite serious." "What is it?" "Teacher Wu, I overheard some classmates chatting in the stand about your friend having a clash with Wang Liang, the basketball player, and that they've arranged a fight at the school gate this noon. It seems Wang Liang has gathered some backup. I'm worried your friend might be in danger." Chen Ziming nodded. Wu Ge fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Chen Ziming looked puzzled. After laughing for a while, Wu Ge turned to Chen Ziming and said, Rest assured, he will be fine. My main concern is for Wang Liang's safety that I hope he takes it easy. Chen Ziming furrowed his brow. Wu, noticing, chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming pursed his lips and offered a faint smile. Neither teacher nor student spoke further. They both watched the shot put competition. Wu contemplated initiating small talk, yet his thoughts drifted back to Lu's earlier remarks, filled with guilt towards Chen Ziming. As for Chen Ziming, he was not one to engage in conversation readily. His initiative today was quite unprecedented as he silently observed each competitor endeavoring to propel the heavy shot put as far as possible. Since acquiring the video of Chen Ziming in the park surveillance room, Longue had taken screenshots and was searching for him. Upon discovering that it was not Chen Ziming's first time playing here, they focused their search on Nanxing University. They unanimously concluded that he was either a nearby college or high school student. However, there was no high school nearby, only one university. Thus today, Longue, accompanied by two underlings, planned to stake out at noon to see if they could spot this young man. They arrived early, keen not to miss the school exodus. The three sat in a black sedan, watching the school entrance. After a while, Longue grew weary and lay back in the car for a nap, instructing his two underlings to keep watch. Not long after, the two underlings suddenly woke Longue. What is going on? He asked impatiently. Longue, look outside. Outside. Longue frowned, craning his neck to peer out. He saw 7 or 8 burly men clad in black athletic were approaching. None of them appeared to be upstanding individuals. Hey, what is about to unfold here? Yes, Longue, these fellows don't seem like good people. Enough chatter. We're not good people ourselves, Longue reprimanded. The other underling remarked, I can't shake the feeling that something big is about to happen. Another added, I can't be mistaken. These guys seem organized, not like petty thugs. They look like hired muscle. Seems like trouble is brewing at this school. Longue said meaningfully that, we've come at the right time. Even if we can't catch that kid, witnessing the spectacle will be worthwhile, Dogsy said. Longue shot him a glare. Dogsy instantly fell silent, retracting his neck to avoid further comment. It is indisputable. I heard someone mention that Wang Liang was boasting, claiming to have recruited 7 or 8 athletes from sports schools, insisting on inflicting harm on that young man at noon. How terrifying. Where are those thugs from society? They haven't arrived yet, and noon is fast approaching. Could it be one of them? Among the bystanders, one pointed toward a black sedan. Instantly, several turned their gazes in that direction. Inside the car, Guzzi was peering out to observe the commotion. And upon noticing a few students gazing at him, he shot them a glare that it is possible. That individual looks quite menacing. Let us maintain our distance. I find these people rather intimidating. One might inadvertently harm innocents. Saying this, they moved away from the athletes and the black sedan. After a while, the school gate erupted into a clamor. There was Wang Liang, striding confidently toward them. Upon exiting the school, he approached the burly men, wearing a smile and engaging in pleasantries with them. The muscular men patted their chests, assuring Wang Liang that everything would be taken care of, encouraging him to sit back and enjoy the show. Wang Liang clasped his hands in gratitude. Expressing endless thanks, he produced cigarettes, offering them to the robust men one by one, who then indulged in clouds of smoke. The scene was such that any passerby would likely be intimidated enough to take a detour. Fearing to provoke trouble, inside the car, Guzzi disdainfully curled his lip. Look at their arrogant demeanor. What do they have? They can only engage in group fights. Do they dare to kill someone? Are you out of your mind? Shouting about murder so loudly. Do you think no one will know? Longue playfully smacked Guzzi on the head. Guzzi covered his head and gave a sheepish smile. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, but most remained inside the school gate, fearful of being implicated. Wang Ming was no exception. He was quite the gossip enthusiast, drawn to any excitement. This moment, he was craning his neck at the edge of the school gate, eager to see outside. For a time, the area near the gate was even more lively than a sports meet. After a while, the murmurs abruptly ceased. From a distance, Lu strolled toward the school gate. The students held their breath, both anticipating and worrying about the impending violent scene. The few male classmates outside the gate noticed Lu and instantly became agitated. Hey, he is here. Where? Oh my gosh. It's really him. No one else has arrived. It must be the person called by that thug in the sedan. Shh, don't let him here. At this moment, Lulu had just reached the school gate. The boys all clamped their mouths shut. Lulu had never been surrounded by so many strangers before. He was practically bubbling with excitement. It seemed that today would be quite the spectacle. However, Wugu had warned him against causing trouble, which was frustrating to think about. Causing trouble was not in his nature. Lulu was torn. Exiting the school gate, Wang Liang's sharp voice rang out. "Hey, Long Mao. Long Mao." Lulu turned to look, realizing it was the man with an extraordinarily swift gait, accompanied by several It seemed they were true to their word and had arrived as promised. "Wugu, oh Wugu. It seems I might not have a choice today," Lulu mused internally. "Aren't you all that tough? Call your people over," Wang Liang taunted. The group of burly men behind him, seeing their target had arrived, ceased their smoking and stood menacingly beside Wang Liang, glaring at Lulu. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would likely have their legs turn to jelly in fear. Lulu pursed his lips and smiled. "You've summoned so many. I certainly cannot afford to treat you all to drinks. Who the hell wants to drink with you? I'm just asking if you're still that tough. Call your people over. Don't say we bullied you. You have 1 minute to summon them, or you'll be left here today," Wang Liang shouted, pointing at Lulu. "Call people. For what? Why not call Wugu? Forget it. He definitely wouldn't help me. Only trivializing the situation." Lulu was conflicted about whether or not to engage in this fight. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a black sedan parked on the side of the road. There was a man who looked rather unsavory peering over. An idea struck Lulu. He pointed toward the black sedan. "Do you see that car over there?" Wang Liang followed Lulu's finger. "A few of my brothers are inside. If you dare to lay a finger on me, they will immediately rush out with machetes, and none of you will leave today." Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, followed by the robust men who joined in a fit of laughter. After a while, Wang Liang pointed toward the sedan and said to Lulu, "Who are you trying to scare? A few knives don't make you impressive. Just watch. I'll have your friends kneeling before me, calling me Grandpa." With that, Wang Liang waved his hand and strode purposefully toward the black sedan. Flanked by the burly men, Lulu, hands behind his head, was suppressing laughter to the point his face turned red. The male classmates watching outside were electrified. "See, I told you. Those must be the people called by that thug. Now we have a show to watch." Inside the school, a throng of students gathered to observe. Even the small security guard craned his neck to look outside. Inside the sedan, Guzzi was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, a group of strong men was about to strike a long-haired boy, and without knowing what was said, they were now advancing toward them. Long Gu was equally puzzled, glancing at the opposite side of the car, only to find no one else there. It wasn't until they reached the front of the car that Guzzi and Long Gu realized they were indeed approaching them. Wang Liang leaned against the car window, nodding his head arrogantly, and commanded, "Get out of the car." Guzzi was momentarily taken aback. "What?" A burly man behind Wang Liang slammed his hand against the car window, growling, "We said get out of the car. Are you deaf?" Long Gu quickly restrained the man's hand, signaling him with a glance not to act impulsively. Long Gu's words were not to be disregarded by Guzzi, who cursed under his breath. At that moment, Long Gu exited from the passenger seat and approached Wang Liang and his group with a smile, saying, "What is going on? Which gang are you from? What is this? A gang?" Another burly man sneered. Long Gu chuckled. "We're all just out here hustling. There is no such thing as black and white. Kid, if you kneel and call me Grandpa today, we'll let you go," Wang Liang arrogantly declared. Upon hearing this, Long Gu's temper flared. "Usually everyone respects me, except for that one person. How dare a young one insult me like this?" He felt his hands tremble with rage. However, upon reflection, his purpose was not to engage in a brawl. A wise man once said, "He who cannot endure a small grievance cannot achieve a great plan." Today, he would endure this slight. Just then, a burly man stepped forward and grabbed Long Gu. "Let us see who kneels today." With that, he kicked Long Gu, sending him sprawling to the ground. The remaining 3 or 4 burly men rushed in, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to Long Gu. Inside the car, Guzzi and another small thug were left dumbfounded by the scene. After a few seconds of shock, they roared in anger, drawing their machetes and bursting out of the car. The remaining burly men each pulled out iron rods from their waists and engaged in battle with Guzi and his companion in an instant. The area around the sedan was filled with shouts and the sounds of fists striking flesh. Lulu stood outside the school gate, laughing so hard he bent over. The male students were both astonished by the explosive fight and puzzled as to why the thug didn't join in. Students inside the school held their breath, watching the intense scene unfolding outside. The small security guard, fearing for trouble, hurriedly dialed the police. While everyone was anxiously watching the spectacle, Chen Ziming slowly approached the school gate. He was aware that something was set to happen at noon, but he hadn't anticipated its severity that he watched in horror as iron rods and machetes waved in a brutal display. Just as Chen Ziming worried about whether Wu's friend might be injured, he suddenly spotted Lulu standing not far away. Engrossed in the commotion to that moment, a gunshot rang out. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. The fighting party immediately halted, and the onlooking students were left in shock. Lulu's smile froze. Chen Ziming stopped in his tracks. Turning his head toward the source of the gunfire, a burly man let out a wail, clutching his stomach, and slowly crumpled to the ground. Longu, swaying as he stood, had blood streaming down his face, and in his hand, he clutched a handgun, wisps of smoke still lingering at the muzzle. They've killed someone. Wang Liang muttered in disbelief. The burly men were equally taken aback. They had merely come to teach a lesson, never expecting the other side to be armed. Longu, gripping the handgun, pointed it at Wang Liang and his group, who trembled in fear, raising their hands in surrender. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Longu wiped his face and glanced at the two small thugs lying on the ground. Guzi. Longu kicked Guzi. Guzi's body trembled as he slowly lifted his head. Get in the car. Guzi, leaning on the ground, shakily stood up, his face already bruised and battered. The other small thug also staggered to his feet and headed toward the car. I'll remember all of you, Longu mumbled, though his voice carried an air of authority. Wang Liang and his group were already terrified, not daring to utter a word or take action. In the moment he turned, Longu suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He quickly focused his gaze and spotted Chen Ziming looking over. "It's him," Longu exclaimed, moving toward Chen Ziming. Seeing the bloodied thug staring at him, Chen Ziming quickly turned and walked away briskly. "Don't run," Longu shouted, preparing to chase after him. Lulu noticed that the target seemed to be Chen Ziming and hurriedly moved in that direction as well. Just then, the sound of police sirens blared and a police car approached from the front of Chen Ziming. Longu swallowed hard, cursed under his breath, hurriedly stashed his gun into his pocket, and swiftly turned to run towards the sedan. Chapter 32. A collaboration once again. An armed attack occurred at the entrance of Nanjing University, and the perpetrator has already been apprehended. Fortunately, no students were injured. Investigations revealed that the incident stemmed from a brawl involving individuals from outside the campus. This was the afternoon news. The incident quickly spread throughout Nanjing University, from the principal and teachers to the students and janitors. Everyone was aware that it was common knowledge that Wang Liang was the instigator. Yet he was seen on the playground that afternoon. Some speculated that his parents had paid someone to take the fall for him, which was likely true. Nevertheless, after the harrowing shooting incident, Wang Liang appeared noticeably subdued, sitting on the bleachers, engrossed in his phone. The other assailant, Lulu, remained at large, presumably reveling in his freedom elsewhere. However, the ongoing sports event at Nanjing University continued unabated, completely unaffected by the external brawl. Chen Ziming inquired about the situation from Wu Gu, who promised to explain later. Thus, after having dinner in the school cafeteria, Chen Ziming returned to the bleachers to continue playing on his phone. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the campus, Wu Gu was on the phone with Lulu. "Are you certain you want to target Chen Ziming?" Lulu's flippant voice came through the line. "Are you suggesting I should ask Chen Ziming for some water to wash my face?" Wu Gu fell silent for a moment. "Could you investigate the reasons behind the targeting of Chen Ziming?" "Oh dear, how am I supposed to investigate? I have no friends at the police station, and I don't know those little rascals. You're putting me in a difficult position." Lulu, the epitome of charm and a jack of all trades, could accomplish anything. Wu Gu began to lavish praise on Lulu, elevating him from the ground to the heavens, and then to the cosmos. Lulu relished this flattery that if you tried to correct him or offer guidance, he would retort sharply. But if you complimented him, praising his beauty and capabilities, he would feign modesty while secretly reveling in it. After a round of adulation, Wu Gu heard Lu Lu mock him a few times before saying, "Let me think of a solution. Stop bothering me." The call ended that Wu Gu knew that this matter was essentially resolved. Lu Lu would surely find a way to uncover the reasons behind the attack on Chen Ziming. Feeling somewhat reassured, Wu Gu reflected that although Chen Ziming preferred to reject others, he remained steadfast in his commitments, just as he had immediately informed Chen Ziming not to leave the school upon receiving news from Lu Lu at noon. Chen Ziming had indeed remained seated since lunch. Uncertain, he had just called Lu Lu to inquire about the cause that Wu Gu took a seat on the steps of the bleachers, observing the ongoing women's 400-meter sprint. The track at Nanjing University measures 800 meters, making 400 meters equivalent to half a lap around the field. The male spectators were more numerous during the men's sprints, while the female sprints attracted a predominance of male onlookers. Wang Ming was among them, captivated by the graceful curves of the female runners as they took off. Marveling at their spirited vigor, he sighed deeply, thinking, "This is youth. This is true youth that I wish it could last forever." Forever suspended in this day. After a while, the announcement came over the loudspeaker calling participants for the three-legged race to report for registration. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming realized that it was the event he had signed up for. Besides himself, he had enlisted Zhang Sheng and another male classmate to participate. Wang Ming hurried to the registration area, where Zhang Sheng had already arrived. They exchanged glances. "Why are you so late? Did you forget about the race?" Zhang Sheng inquired sternly. Wang Ming chuckled. "I got distracted watching the beautiful girls run and completely lost track of time." "What about the other participant? Who did you ask?" Wang Ming glanced around, noticing the absence of the classmate he had recruited. "What the heck? What's wrong? Stomach issues. He can't make it. That's unfortunate. You need to find someone from our class to fill in that I'm on it." With that, Wang Ming dashed towards the bleachers where his class was seated. As he approached, he caught sight of Wu Gu sitting on the first step. "Wang Ming, what's the matter? You look out of breath. Wu." "Teacher, we're short a participant for the three-legged race. Oh, then hurry and find someone." "Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing." As Wang Ming spoke, he scanned the bleachers. There were plenty of girls, but only Chen Ziming among the boys that moment. Wu Gu stood up and, noticing the lack of male participants, waved to Chen Ziming. "Chen Ziming." Wang Ming paused. Chen Ziming, who was engrossed in his phone, looked up upon hearing his name and saw Wu Gu beckoning him. "Chen, come down. I have a good opportunity for you." Wu Gu gestured with his hand. Chen Ziming put away his phone, stood up, and walked down the steps to join Wu Gu and Wang Ming. "Chen, Wang Ming wants to invite you to participate in the three-legged race." Wu Gu said with a smile. "What? I can't. Teacher Wu, I really can't." Chen Ziming quickly waved his hands in refusal. Wang Ming had anticipated this reaction. "Chen, the three-legged race is all about coordination, and your dribbling and shooting skills on the basketball court demonstrate exceptional coordination. If you don't go, who will?" Wang Ming exclaimed, clearly impressed by Wu Ji's persuasive skills. Chen Ziming furrowed his brow. "Teacher Wu, I genuinely think I might not be able to do it. I worry I might hinder everyone's performance." "Wang Ming, do you think Chen can handle it?" Wu Gu winked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming understood the cue and quickly replied, "Of course. If Ziming participates, we'll undoubtedly come in first. See, Chen, how can you still refuse?" Chen Ziming's frown deepened. Wu Gu subtly nodded towards the registration area, and Wang Ming instantly grasped his intention. He eagerly grabbed Chen Ziming's hand, enthusiastically pulling him toward the registration area. "Ziming, let's go, or we'll be late." Chen Ziming was pulled along, breaking into a jog. Wu Gu followed with a smile. Upon reaching the registration area, Wang Ming, panting, reported their names to the registration official. Chen Ziming lowered his head to glance at the list. Once he looked up, he casually scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted Zhang Sheng, who also noticed Chen Ziming at the same moment. Their eyes met. Wang Ming, witnessing the sign-in process, intended to explain the race rules to Chen Ziming, but noticed his attention was elsewhere. Following Chen Ziming's gaze, he realized he was looking at Zhang Sheng. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that." Wang Ming lamented inwardly. "Wang Ming, is this the substitute you found?" Just a few steps later, he bumped into Wu Gu. Curious, Wu Gu wanted to ask Wang Ming what was going on when he noticed Zhang Sheng looking their way. Scanning the registration area, Wu Ge quickly realized that the only participants from their class were Chen Ziming, Wang Ming, and Zhang Sheng. In an instant, Wu Ge understood what had transpired. Without a doubt, these three were now competing. No wonder Chen Ziming was acting this way. The conflict between him and Zhang Sheng had yet to be resolved. Their issues would need to be addressed eventually to clear up Zhang Sheng's misunderstanding of Chen Ziming. But today was clearly not the right time. The most pressing matter was to have them team up for this race. It might even help improve their relationship. With this thought in mind, Wu Ge smiled and waved to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, come over here. Even with Chen Ziming present, Zhang Sheng, the class athletic representative, approached Wu Ge reluctantly. I heard you three are participating in the three-legged race. I came over to cheer you on, so don't let me down. Oh dear, Teacher Wu, Zhang Sheng stammered. What? No confidence, it's just, that Wu Ge thought to himself that Zhang Sheng had outright rejected the idea, indicating a glimmer of hope. Since there were no issues, they should compete well. You and Chen Ziming are both basketball stars in our class. Your teamwork and individual coordination are exceptional. The three-legged race tests both skills, and your collaboration will surely yield great results. Plus, as the athletic representative, you should take the lead and motivate Chen to shine for our class. Why positioning Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming as equally talented while underscoring Zhang Sheng's role as the athletic representative. Wu Ge effectively conveyed that Chen Ziming was indeed exceptional but should be guided by Zhang Sheng. Additionally, by framing it as a task for the class, Wu Ge aimed to encourage Zhang Sheng to accept Chen Ziming's participation in the race. As expected, Zhang Sheng initially wore a conflicted expression before sighing and reluctantly muttering words of not disappointing Teacher W. That moment, Wang Ming chimed in, expressing his dissatisfaction. Teacher Wu, they're both basketball experts. What about me? What about me? Can't you praise me a little? Wu Ge paused for a moment, then smiled and said, you are our class's lucky charm. It's because of you that our class enjoys such good fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming raised one arm to the sky, formed a peace sign with his fingers, and gleefully shouted, Yea, alas, do not bring shame upon our class. Zhang Sheng hastily and awkwardly pulled Wang Ming's hand down. Upon glancing at the surrounding classmates, they were all curiously observing Wang Ming. Witnessing this scene, Wu Ge chuckled softly. Chen Ziming also lifted the corners of his mouth. Chapter 33. Three-legged race. The three-legged race commenced shortly thereafter. On one track stood 4 teams. Chen Ziming and his companions were positioned near the playground on one track, each person's leg bound to another's. Wang Ming, situated in the middle, was tied to Chen Ziming on one side and to Zhang Sheng on the other. The trio assumed their starting positions, awaiting the referee's whistle to signal the start of the race. That Wu Ge stood in the middle of the playground, watching intently. Chen Ziming remained silent with a smile, while Zhang Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ming. Is this for real? Hey, don't be skeptical, and in a moment, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be the king of the three-legged race. Zhang Sheng replied nonchalantly. Students, take your positions. Go! With a sharp crack of the starting gun, all 4 teams launched forward in unison, stepping out from the starting line in perfect rhythm. Chen Ziming matched his stride to Wang Ming's as they advanced. Wu Ge encouraged the trio as he cheered them on. The total distance for the three-legged race was 100 meters, with each team's lane fixed in place, prohibiting any lane switching. Not long after the start, the differences between the teams became apparent. Chen Ziming's team occupied track 1, with teams 2, 3, and 4 sequentially on the right to that moment. Team 4 held the lead, followed by Team 3 in second place. While Chen Ziming's team was tied for third with Team 2, everyone endeavored to maintain balance while sprinting forward. Hey, Wang Ming, aren't you the king? If that other class picks up the pace, we'll be in last place, Zhang Sheng teased. Calm down, let them run ahead for now. We shall make our move later. No need to rush. The front runners are the most susceptible to losing their footing. Wang Ming replied, Is that true? Zhang Sheng inquired, his expression filled with doubt. Just trust me, Wang Ming assured him. The trio continued at a steady pace. After several seconds of effort, Chen Ziming's team was finally surpassed by Team 2, relegating them to the last place in the race. Zhang Sheng grew anxious. King, when do we start moving up? Don't worry, I'm about to kick it into gear. First, we'll overtake Team 2, and then we'll proceed to take down Team 1. Make it quick. Zhang Sheng huffed, panting heavily. The three of them leaned on each other's shoulders, appearing as close friends from a distance. Wu Gu felt a sense of pride. I'm going to accelerate now. In the blink of an eye, they matched Team 2's pace. See? I told you. Enough chatter. Speed up. Zhang Sheng urged. All right. Wang Ming increased their pace, and the trio surged ahead of Team 2. Upon realizing they had been overtaken, Team 2 quickened their own speed. Faster. They're catching up? Understood. Zhang Sheng, just watch. Chen Ziming, participating in such a coordination-heavy competition for the first time, focused intently on controlling his stride, constantly worried about falling out of sync with Wang Ming and Zhang Sheng. Wang Ming accelerated again, and Chen Ziming, noticing this, also quickened his pace. That he lowered his head, gazing at the ground as he silently kept in step. After Wang Ming's second burst of speed, they gradually distanced themselves from Team 2, leaving them behind in last place. Next, they needed to overtake Team 3 and ultimately Team 4. As fatigue set in, Team 3's speed noticeably diminished. Chen Ziming's team hardly increased their pace, and they began to close the gap with Team 3. They're slowing down. Now it's our turn. Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly. That I didn't expect you to truly be the king. Of course, after receiving Zhang Sheng's praise, Wang Ming felt even more exhilarated, eager to showcase his abilities. With a burst of energy, he took a large step forward. Announce when you're taking big steps. I almost fell. Zhang Sheng complained that, my apologies, I was just too eager. This resulted in the distance between the three of them and Team 3 shrinking rapidly, transforming into a swift overtaking. Chen Ziming's team ascended to second place. Yay! Wang Ming cheered. Wu Gu stood nearby, cheering them on with a thumbs dash up. At this point, only Team 4 remained ahead of Chen Ziming's group. They were a full 10 meters ahead of the first-place team. With less than 30 meters remaining to the finish line, they had already covered more than half of the 100-meter distance to surpass the leading team within the final third of the track. They would need to run significantly faster than the front-runners. For every meter the first team covered, they needed to cover 1.5 meters to succeed at their current speed. Achieving this seemed utterly impossible. They needed to accelerate further. Yet, Wang Ming's strides were already quite expansive. Any increase in speed could only come from quickening their pace. A challenging feat, King. How do we catch up to the first? This isn't working. Wang Ming fretted. I have an idea. Zhang Sheng said, panting heavily. What is it? It all depends on whether Chen Ziming agrees. Upon hearing his name, Chen Ziming turned to look. Zhang Sheng glanced at Chen Ziming, then back at Wang Ming. What is the plan? Just say it. Zhang Sheng smirked, then declared, we'll do a two-man four-legged race. What is a two-man four-legged race? Wang Ming felt an ominous premonition. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow at Wang Ming. Grinning wickedly, it means the two of us will carry you as we run. What? I refuse. That is too humiliating. Then it's south last place for us, Zhang Sheng retorted. Wang Ming turned to see that Team 4 was closing in. Well, I'm fine with it, Chen Ziming said slowly. Ziming, this isn't the time for your opinion. It's my decision that matters. King, is your dignity more important than our Class S honor? As the sports committee member, I command you to comply. Enough. It's settled. With that, Zhang Sheng exchanged glances with Chen Ziming, who nodded in agreement. The two lifted Wang Ming under his arms, supporting him between them, leaving his legs dangling like a marionette. Speed up, Chen Ziming. Got it. The surrounding classmates erupted in laughter. Wu Gu struggled to contain his mirth while continuing to cheer for the trio. With their longer legs, Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming found it a challenge to accommodate Wang Ming's shorter strides, making every leg change a test of endurance for him. Thud! Thud! Wang Ming cried out. Yet Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng remained laser-focused on the red finish line ahead. The duo quickened their pace, overtaking Team 3 and swiftly closing in on Team 1, soon running alongside them. The finish line is just ahead, less than 2 meters away. Chen Ziming, go! Zhang Sheng shouted. Team 4 also increased their speed in the end, amidst the cheers of their classmates and the sound of Wang Ming's pants ripping. The red finish line fell to the ground. Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng, panting heavily, led Wang Ming as they stepped off the track and onto the playground. Wang Ming wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting how his classmates had sacrificed their dignity for the sake of honor. Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng busied themselves untying the ropes from their legs as they stood, Zhang Sheng chuckled and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Now you truly are the king. Sacrificing for the collective is what earns the most respect. That it was only then that Zhang Sheng and Chen Ziming noticed Wang Ming's pants had indeed torn. Zhang Sheng's face flushed with laughter as he hurriedly removed his jacket to drape it over Wang Ming. Wang Ming, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards the dormitory. Chen Ziming grinned, revealing his pearly whites. The two watched as Wang Ming hurried away, and at that moment, Zhang Sheng slowly turned to Chen Ziming. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhang Sheng said, Chen Ziming, you ran quite fast. Chen Ziming was taken aback for a moment, then replied, you did too. Zhang Sheng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but after a moment's hesitation, simply stated, I'll head out first before walking away. Chen Ziming remained standing silently, watching Zhang Sheng's retreating figure before turning to walk towards the bleachers. Chapter 34. Long-distance race. The first day of events at the sports meet had concluded. The following day held the long-distance race, and to be honest, Chen Ziming felt a twinge of anxiety. Even with the events scheduled for tomorrow, had it not been for Wu Ji's relentless persuasion, he would have certainly opted out of participating. Chen Ziming pondered, was it too late to escape now? He contemplated sending Wu Gu a message to inform him of his withdrawal from the race, or perhaps simply not showing up, trusting that someone else would take his place, just as he had done today. The room was dimly lit as Chen Ziming lay on the bed, with General by his side. The three-legged race had indeed been exhausting, and having not yet eaten dinner, he fell into a deep sleep as he continued to think. Hey, what is going on? You're acting all mysterious, Lu Lu said impatiently. Just sit down, Wu Gu replied, pulling out a chair from his desk. Lu Lu rolled her eyes and leaned back in the chair. Wu Gu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Lu Lu as he spoke slowly. Lu Lu, why did you go to school today? Didn't I tell you? I want to see my little sweetheart. What is up with you, Wu Gu? Are you feeling down because of Chen Ziming? I hope you will no longer make appearances at Nanking University. What is this, Captain? Are you issuing me a command? Do you not realize how serious the incident you caused today is? Not serious at all. I find it quite amusing. Watching two groups of people I find equally displeasing fight amongst themselves is rather entertaining. Wu Gu immediately furrowed his brow, his expression shifting. The atmosphere grew tense. Normally, Wu Gu was fine with a bit of banter, as he had a good temperament. However, if he ever showed displeasure, Lu Lu would not dare to confront him directly. Lu Lu pouted and reluctantly replied, All right, I won't go anymore. Please don't act like that. You're scaring me. Wu Gu fell silent for a moment before inquiring, How is your investigation into that matter coming along? Which matter? Upon hearing this, Wu Gu nodded. I have complete confidence in your ability to handle things. All right, is that all? Lu Lu was not inclined to remain in Wu Ji's presence any longer. It was quite torturous. Well, yes. Suddenly, Wu Gu called him back. Lu Lu turned around. What is it? Have you had dinner yet? Not yet. I'll prepare something light for dinner. We can eat together then. With a loud slam, Lu Lu stormed out. That night, a black Audi parked in front of the police station, and a middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out of the vehicle. He walked directly into the police station. He greeted one of the officers inside and exchanged a few pleasantries before being escorted into the holding cells. The officer indicated a spot to the suited man and then remained at the door of the cell. The man approached a cell containing 3 individuals. That a bald, overweight man lay on the ground while 2 slender men were massaging his legs. Xiao Long, one of the lean men, said, It seems someone is calling for you. The bald man lazily turned his head and immediately stood up, approaching the iron bars of the cell with respect. Wang Zong, what brings you here? He asked with a sycophantic smile. What do you think brings me here? What kind of operation are you running here? You're tailing someone and brandishing weapons. Wang Zong, please let me explain. It wasn't our intention to draw weapons, that we were coerced. If we didn't comply, our lives would be at stake. If this comes back to me, your life will genuinely be at risk. I assure you, I would rather die than betray you. That's good to hear. You stay put, and I'll ensure your wife and precious daughter are taken care of. Xiao Long was taken aback and quickly replied, I appreciate it. Thank you for your concern, Wang Zong. Whereas the photo, Wang Zong shifted the conversation to, I have it stored on my phone, but it was confiscated. After a moment of silence, Wang Zong said, Understood. Nanking University, correct? Xiao Long nodded vigorously. All right, stay out of trouble for now. Once the storm passes, I'll find a way to get you out. Thank you so much. I can't express my gratitude enough. You are like a father to me. Wang Zong waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in further conversation, and left. He exchanged pleasantries with the officer before retrieving his phone, which he placed in his bag before exiting the police station. Once in his car, Wang Zong sped through the city. Suddenly, the car jolted. A short while later, it jolted again, this time more violently, akin to a half-pressed brake. Wang Zong nearly slammed his forehead against the steering wheel. Regaining his composure, he quickly pulled over to the side of the road, cursing as he exited the vehicle. He looked under the car, but found nothing amiss. The tires were intact. He then inspected the rear. Finding no irregularities either at that moment, a figure appeared before him. Startled, Wang Zong stumbled back, nearly falling. Once he discerned it was a man, he exhaled deeply, calming himself. Coming to his senses, Wang Zong glared at the man, pointing a finger at him, and shouted, "Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't have someone deal with you?" "No, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm looking for you," Lu replied with a smile. Wang Zong was taken aback. "Looking for me? Do we know each other?" "Well, we do now." He spoke. Lu wrapped an arm around Wang Zong's neck, pulling him into the car. Wang Zong, caught off guard, turned beet red and was rendered speechless. The following day, the sports festival at Nanking University was in full swing once again. Today's events included the men's and women's long-distance races, as well as the long jump and high jump. Chen Ziming was set to compete in the 5,000 meters, which would commence after the 1,500 meters raced. He was currently in the restroom, having visited for the third time. The pre-race nerves made him feel as though his bladder was overflowing. The announcement echoed, "Participants in the 5,000-meter race, please proceed to the registration area." "It's my turn," Chen Ziming thought, his heart racing. After registration, the referee led the competitors to the starting line. In-class international trade. Aside from Chen Ziming, there was another classmate. The classmate smiled at him, and Chen Ziming returned the gesture. With many participants in a long-distance race, each class had 2 representatives, resulting in several rows of competitors at the starting line. Chen Ziming stood in the third ROW. The referee called out the names. Everyone responded in unison. Once it was confirmed that no participants were missing, the referee positioned himself at the edge of the track. A considerable crowd had gathered to watch the long-distance race, with many classmates filling the stands. Wu Gu and Wang Ming were also present, ready to cheer for Chen Ziming. His heart thumped in his chest, and he attempted several deep breaths to calm his nerves, but to little avail. He focused on the front, awaiting the referee's signal. The cheers and shouts from the spectators rang out, some encouraging their roommates, others cheering for boyfriends, and some commenting on the competitors, speculating on who appeared likely to win and who did not. The competitors exhibited varied states of readiness. Some were brimming with confidence, while others hung their heads in defeat. And still others were stiff with tension, like Chen Ziming. On your marks. All the competitors instantly straightened, leaning slightly forward. Get set, go. The sound of the starting gun echoed. The runners surged forth from the starting line. Like a disturbed beehive, some dashed ahead, others mingled in the middle, and some leisurely strolled at the back. Initially, Chen Ziming, filled with anxiety, ran quickly and found himself among the front runners. However, as the race progressed, Wu Gu advised him to relax, suggesting he treat it like a leisurely jog in the park and to regulate his breathing. Gradually, Chen Ziming slowed his pace, and with it, he focused on adjusting his breath. As he eased up, he felt a reduction in the pressure on his heart. After running about 500 to 600 meters, he found himself within the main pack. Looking ahead at the lead runners, he noticed 2 of them had begun to slow down, clearly struggling with their stamina, and the main pack was about to overtake them. Some onlookers began to mock these 2 competitors, while others lamented their wasted energy. Gradually, Chen Ziming passed the 2 leading runners. Chapter 35, The Long Road Ahead. After approximately 3 minutes into the 5,000 meters, the leading group had completed over 2 laps. Chen Ziming was in the middle of the main pack, with his classmates not far behind. The competition among the leaders was fierce, while the rivalry within Chen Ziming's group was relatively relaxed. No one was particularly concerned about their ranking, as it was not about finishing in the top 3. Chen Ziming remained unhurried, maintaining his steady pace. By the 5th lap, nearly 6 minutes had passed, and the lead runners began to drop off. What was once a five-person group had dwindled to four, with one being absorbed by the main pack. The size of the main pack also began to diminish, as some competitors, unable to keep up, resorted to a combination of walking and running, falling behind. After two more laps, the seventh lap for the leaders also marked Chen Ziming's seventh lap. The track at Nanking University measured 400 meters per lap, and the 5,000 meters required 12.5 laps. Now, the leaders had surpassed the halfway point. This was the moment when endurance was put to the test. Some runners could be seen walking. The slowest among them had already fallen a lap behind. Chen Ziming's classmates, panting, encouraged him with shouts of support before slowing down themselves, trailing behind the main pack. Chen Ziming glanced back at them, but had no time to respond, continuing to progress steadily with the group. On the inner side of the track, some classmates began to cheer for their peers, while others doused competitors with water. One competitor splashed in the eyes, exclaimed in surprise, and rubbed his eyes, leaving the classmate who splashed him feeling quite embarrassed. Chen Ziming's face turned crimson, sweat trickling down his forehead into his eyes that he blinked, trying to dislodge the beads of sweat from his eyelids. Unfortunately, one droplet rolled into his eye, bringing a sharp sting. He blinked forcefully to ease the discomfort. During his high school days, Chen Ziming was a frequent participant in sports events, with running being his favorite. Whether sprinting or long distance, he endeavored to compete in as many events as possible. He was a star athlete at school, having won championships in the 50-meter and 100-meter sprints, and earned a silver medal in the 3,000-meter race, dressed entirely in black athletic apparel, complemented by matching black running shoes. He was dubbed the Black Storm by his classmates on the track. Whenever he surged forward, it was a sight to behold. His fair complexion stood in stark contrast to his dark attire, enhancing his refreshing and clean appearance, which won him the admiration of many female classmates. After 12 minutes of racing, the frontrunner and Chen Ziming had already entered the 10th lap, having covered 4,000 meters. With only 1,000 meters remaining at this juncture, only 3 competitors remained in the lead. Chen Ziming's team had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, with only a handful of runners left. The distance between Chen Ziming and the leader had shrunk from 20 meters to a mere 5 or 6 meters, with a few scattered competitors still trailing alongside him. Observing Chen Ziming's plight, Wu Ge approached him, offering encouragement. "Are you all right?" Chen Ziming turned his head to glance at Wu Ge, nodding while gasping for breath. Imagine this as a leisurely jog by the lake in the park, not a race against others. Wu Ge could hear the labored, rapid breaths emanating from Chen Ziming. Responding to Wu Ge's words, Chen Ziming managed a muffled okay, his voice merging with his panting. Winning or losing was inconsequential. He simply needed to think of it as a jog in the park. With 2.5 laps remaining, less than a full loop around the artificial lake, it felt manageable. Less than a full loop? That indeed sounded trivial, with the finish line now in sight. As the 11th lap concluded, only 1.5 laps remained, and the lead was held by 2 runners, with Chen Ziming trailing just under 2 meters behind them. "Ziming, keep going, keep going." With a sidelong glance at Wang Ming, Chen Ziming pressed on, his breathing growing heavier. Encouraged by his classmates, Chen Ziming quickened his pace, catching up with the leading pack as he entered the final lap, closely following the runner in second place. Now, he was part of the leading group. The 3 frontrunners occupied the inner lane at 8T this moment. The second-place runner began to shift lanes, accelerating to overtake the leader. The leader, catching sight of this, also quickened his pace, refusing to yield. The 2 engaged in fierce competition ahead, while Chen Ziming remained steady in the inner lane, choosing not to engage with them just yet. He aimed to conserve his energy for a final burst at the last moment. Drawing upon his experience from long-distance running, he recalled how the frontrunners would expend considerable energy while competing. A lesson learned from his past missteps. As Chen Ziming ran, he spotted a classmate not far ahead, clearly lagging a lap behind. The individual appeared quite disheveled, stumbling and alternating between running and walking. The 2 leaders seemed unaware of Chen Ziming's proximity as they continued their contest for dominance on the track. Gradually, Chen Ziming closed the gap to half a meter, then 30 centimeters, and finally 10 centimeters. Positioning himself right behind the 2. Wang Ming, who was trailing closely, took long strides, pumping his fists in excitement. Chen Ziming squinted, preparing to shift lanes and overtake them. Suddenly, a figure collapsed ahead, It was a classmate from the international trade class. Chen Ziming frowned, the individual lying not more than 3 meters before him. The two leaders deftly maneuvered around the fallen runner, continuing their fierce competition. Chen Ziming reached the downed classmate's side, observing his labored breathing, which sounded alarming. Don't worry about him. Keep going, Wang Ming urged loudly. Chen Ziming hesitated, breathing heavily. He squinted, extending his hand. The classmate paused momentarily, then reached out as well. Chen Ziming pulled him up, and before the classmate could express his gratitude, Chen Ziming resumed his sprint. Due to this brief delay, he found himself 3 meters behind the two leaders. With only 50 meters left, it was time to sprint. Chen Ziming accelerated once more, his breath deep and slow. Like a demon lurking in the darkness, the two leaders were still locked in their contest, vying for supremacy. Chen Ziming gradually closed the gap, now merely half a meter behind them. The finish line was within sight. The red tape loomed ahead, surrounded by an exuberant crowd. Yet, despite the cacophony of cheers, all that mattered to the competitors was that red line. 10 meters left. Go for it. Just like before, Chen Ziming finally caught up with the two leaders. And the three of them raced side by side. 0.5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. They crossed the finish line. Chen Ziming could not discern who crossed first. He felt as if his legs were no longer under his control. Exhausted, he continued to move forward on the track, hearing the weighty sound of his own breathing and the rapid thumping of his heart. Chen, you were fantastic, came the voice of Wu Gu, with heavy eyelids. Chen Ziming managed to smile in response. Wu Gu flashed him a thumbs up. That day, Chen Ziming secured second place in the men's 5,000-meter race at Nanjing University. Chapter 36. Eye-poking ever since Chen Ziming earned his long-distance accolade. The previously strained relationships among classmates due to the basketball match began to thaw. Classmates approached him, initiating conversations, particularly the one he had helped up after the fall, who treated Chen Ziming to a chilled bottle of cola. Wang Ming shamelessly requested one as well. The three of them sat together, with Wang Ming and the other classmate bantering, while Chen Ziming sipped on his cola, chuckling at their repartee as the sports meet progressed. The results for various events began to emerge. As expected, Wang Liang claimed victory in the short sprints of 100 and 200 meters. Chen Sikai triumphed in shot put and discus, and a classmate from international trade class won the high jump. Besides the victors, the international trade class also boasted 2 runners-up, one being Zhang Sheng in the sprints, and the other being Chen Ziming, who just finished second in the long-distance race. To the students. Regardless of their standing, each had contributed to the glory of their class, and the collective pooled their resources to treat the heroes to refreshing drinks. Chen Ziming, along with Zhang Sheng and a few other competitors, received a WeChat notification to gather at the stands, where the female class monitor was distributing drinks to the athletes. The monitor, with her sweet and charming demeanor, made each male athlete feel delighted as she personally handed them their refreshments. Wang Ming jokingly remarked about the monitor's beauty and kindness, questioning which fortunate man would eventually win her heart. The monitor's cheeks flushed red at the teasing, leading to playful retaliation. Holding the drink just received from the monitor, Chen Ziming sat with his classmates in the stands, gazing at the vibrant campus and the electrifying atmosphere of the field, feeling a flicker of light illuminate a previously dark corner of his heart. "Let us toast, you sprinting hero," Zhang Sheng said, clinking bottles with Chen Ziming before taking a sip. The icy carbonation of the drink invigorated Wang Ming, who felt a refreshing chill in his nostrils. "This is delightful. Wang Ming, are you participating in the relay race this afternoon?" Wang Ming paused, bewildered. "Come on, sports committee, don't joke around. With my short stature, do you expect me to drag the team down?" "I think you'll manage just fine." "You're not slow?" Chen Ziming interjected. Wang Ming hurriedly waved his hands. "Not slow? I'm just a tad faster than a turtle." "That's not true. When did you become so modest?" Zhang Sheng chimed in, trying to persuade him further, but Wang Ming adamantly shook his head. As they conversed, a thought struck Wang Ming. He leaned closer to Zhang Sheng and whispered, "Why not let Ziming join? Just look at those long legs of his. He seems reliable. Besides, he did come in second in the long-distance race." Chen Ziming. Zhang Sheng was reluctant to invite him. His expression reflected his hesitation that, it's just running. "What is the big deal?" "But..." Zhang Sheng attempted to object, but Wang Ming wouldn't let him. After saying this, he headed straight for Chen Ziming AT that moment. Chen Ziming was basking in the tranquility and warmth brought forth by his classmates. "Ziming, what are you drinking?" Wang Ming called out as he approached. Chen Ziming nodded in acknowledgement. "Hey, what do you think of our class monitor's looks?" Wang Ming whispered conspiratorially. Chen Ziming pursed his lips, smiling silently. After a brief joke, Wang Ming got to the point. He gestured towards Zhang Sheng and said, "The sport committee sent me to invite you to join the relay race this afternoon. He is too shy to ask you himself." Zhang Sheng was inviting him? Chen Ziming found it hard to believe. Though they had participated in the three-legged race together, he sensed Zhang Sheng's attitude toward him was not particularly warm, leaving him resistant to accepting. Noticing the confusion on Chen Ziming's face, Wang Ming quickly added, "There are only 10 boys in our class, most of whom are like me, short and not built for speed. The success of our relay depends on you and Zhang Sheng." Chen Ziming remained silent, pondering. This wasn't too good. It appeared his persuasion tactics lacked efficacy. Wang Ming scratched his head, deep in thought about how Wu Laoshi managed to convince them with ease. Old ginger is spicier. He mused, recalling how effective Wu Laoshi's words were compared to his OWNS. Wang Ming fidgeted with uncertainty. Chen Ziming calmly stated, "I can do it." Wang Ming thought he must have misheard. He paused briefly. "You're willing to participate in the relay?" Chen Ziming nodded affirmatively. Wang Ming's eyes widened, his mouth slowly agape, a smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, twisting in excitement and shouting. Yes, the classmates nearby were startled, but upon seeing his silly antics, they erupted in laughter. Chen Ziming couldn't help but share in the joyous moment, just a short distance away in the stand for the international trade class. The teachers were seated, observing the scene unfold. This moment, Wu Ge was seated in the stands, gazing towards Chen Ziming. Although the atmosphere there was lively and festive, Wu Ge found himself devoid of joy. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to convey what he knew to Chen Ziming once the sports meet concluded. Perhaps it would be better to remain silent and resolve the matter discreetly on his own. In the early hours of the previous night, had someone visited for questioning. Indeed, it was unexpected that the wait was so brief. He had anticipated at least a day's delay. "What is it?" "What do you mean? How did it go?" "Alas, I risked so much, and instead of expressing concern for me first, you prioritized a mission that truly saddens me." Lu clutched his chest, feigning a wounded demeanor that Wu Ge chuckled softly. "So? Lu handsome, may I inquire how you are faring at present?" Lu shot Wu Ge a glance of disdain. "Enough of your insincere concern. Capturing someone? For what purpose?" "I too am curious," but the individual was rather vague. He mentioned something about providing human subjects for some laboratory. Unfortunately, I could not extract further details regarding the experiments or the laboratories named at IT. Seems he genuinely lacks knowledge on the matter. However, I managed to procure the contact information of the person he was interfacing with. Wu Ge furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Observing Wu Ji's serious demeanor, Lu refrained from interrupting. He rose to fetch 2 cans of chilled beer from the refrigerator. Opening both, he took one for himself and offered the other to Wu Ge, who waved his hand dismissively. Lu then placed it on the coffee table and settled back onto the sofa. Sipping from his own can, Lu propped his leg up, sipping his beer while gazing at the lights on the ceiling. After a while, Wu Ge finally spoke. "Has your identity been compromised?" Lu took a swig of beer, swished it around in his mouth, and swallowed. He licked his lips before proudly declaring, "I gouged out that person's eyes. Fear not, he will not find me." "Eyes? What? Are you suggesting I commit murder? That is not your style. My captain would not know. That is not what I meant. Rather, in the future, perhaps consider wearing a mask or something similar, rendering eye gouging unnecessary." Lu frowned. "Hey, Wu Ge, why are you speaking on behalf of others? If it were Advisor Wang, she would undoubtedly commend me for doing what is right. Protecting oneself is paramount. Your words are quite disheartening." That Wu Ge shot Lu a sidelong glance before wrapping an arm around Lu's shoulders. Grinning, "Oh, my handsome fellow, I was wronged." He then reached out to cover Lu's heart playfully. "Let me warm your cold heart." Lu quickly wriggled out of Wu Ji's embrace and stood up. "You might as well just kill me." Wu Ge then threw Lu a flirtatious wink, causing Lu to feel a wave of nausea. The previously tense atmosphere had now lightened considerably. What do you intend to do? I need to contact that liaison. Hey, Wuga, you are not planning to create a scene here for the sake of your student, are you? Do not forget your identity and mission, that I am doing this for the mission as well. Lulu rolled his eyes. Handsome fellow? Lulu scoffed. Tossing a mobile phone aside, he stood up and, with a hint of irritation, muttered the first contact in the phone book before departing to Wuga, who seized the phone, deep in thought. In a single-room hospital ward, a patient lay with their eyes bandaged, while a nurse attended nearby. At that moment, a middle-aged man in casual attire with a crew cut entered. He exchanged a few words with the nurse, who then exited and closed the door behind her. The man sat beside the patient, assessing their condition before speaking slowly. Did you recognize who it was? Mr. Lee, is that really you? Yes, it is I. The patient reached out excitedly to touch Mr. Lee's hand, which he offered in return. Who is it? At this, the patient, with a tone of grievance, implored I to avenge him. Mr. Lee, recalling his intentions, offered a few vague reassurances before taking his leave. He planned to leverage his connections to acquire the street surveillance footage from that day to track down the peculiar individual. Chapter 37. The finish line to sports meet extended into the afternoon, culminating in the highly anticipated finale, the 4x100-meter relay race. This event attracted the largest crowd of spectators. Each class was to select 4 participants, positioning them at pre-marked spots on the track, each running 100 meters before passing the baton to the next runner, continuing until the 4th runner crossed the finish line, thereby securing victory for their class. The participants from Class 1 of International Trade were chosen: Chen Ziming, Zhang Sheng, and another slender classmate. Zhang Sheng was unanimously recognized as the fastest sprinter in Class 1. The students assessed Chen Ziming's potential based on appearance. With the longest legs among them, he was naturally deemed the strongest in short-distance running. After some deliberation, it was agreed that the 2 slender classmates would run the 2nd and 3rd legs, while the crucial 1st and 4th legs would be entrusted to Chen Ziming and Zhang Sheng. However, a dispute arose regarding who would run first and who would run last. There was a prevailing sentiment that Zhang Sheng should occupy the final leg, as he could effortlessly compensate for any distance lost by the preceding runners, sprinting to secure a better position. Conversely, others argued that if Zhang Sheng were to run the first leg, he would create a substantial advantage from the outset, thereby invigorating the subsequent runners and maximizing their potential. After much contention, Zhang Sheng himself began to waver. Ultimately, the group decided to flip a coin to resolve the matter. If it landed heads, Zhang Sheng would run first. If tails, he would run 4th. Wang Ming produced a coin, tossing it high into the air, and as it landed before the eager eyes of the crowd, the order of Zhang Sheng running first and Chen Ziming running 4th was established. As the participants checked in, they discovered that a classmate from Wang Liang's group was also competing. Following the gunshot incident, many anticipated that Wang Liang would exhibit greater restraint. However, his haughty demeanor at the check-in suggested he had already dismissed the lessons of the previous day. Oh, Zhang Sheng, are you here to be humiliated in the relay after being bested in the sprint? Wang Liang scoffed. Zhang Sheng, aware that it had indeed been outpaced, chose silence, maintaining a stoic expression. Wang Ming, however, could not contain his indignation and took jabs at Wang Liang regarding the previous day's events. You don't even deserve to compete alongside Zhang Sheng. Just wait until Zhang Sheng leaves you all behind. Let's see how you keep up. Wang Ming retorted, oh, so you're not running the final leg. Seems like you're scared of me and unwilling to race alongside. What did you say? Zhang Sheng erupted in anger. Frustrated, he contemplated switching places with Chen Ziming, opting to run the 4th leg, but Wang Ming intervened, earnestly persuading him not to let their rival provoke him and disrupt their strategy. This was a team effort, after all, with the objective being who reaches the finish line first, so impulsiveness was to be avoided. After much persuasion, Zhang Sheng reluctantly agreed to stick with the original plan. Wang Liang, on the other hand, merely chuckled and sauntered away. Once the check-in was complete, the competitors and the surrounding students made their way to the starting line. The referee allocated positions, and the runners took their places on the track. Awaiting the commencement of the race, the cheers of classmates and teachers filled the air. Amidst the cacophony, the referee's gun fired, signaling the start of the competition. Zhang Sheng, gripping the baton, surged forward. His speed was undeniably impressive. Had it not been for the faster Wang Liang in the sprinting event, Zhang Sheng's performance would have shown even brighter. As the first runner, Zhang Sheng took the lead, nearly sweeping past the other three competitors, establishing a lead of 20 to 30 meters over the second-place runner. Incredible. Zhang Sheng is phenomenal. Wang Ming shouted excitedly from the sidelines. The other onlookers joined in, cheering for their class's runner. Wu Ge descended from the stands to witness the race firsthand. Standing beside Lu Mingfang and Sun Lei, Mr. Wu, your student is truly fast, Sun Lei remarked with a smile. You flatter me. Lu Mingfang appeared displeased, retorting that Wu Ji's student could not possibly match the speed of their own Wang Liang. Sensing Lu Mingfang's discontent, Sun Lei hurriedly added, while he is fast, he still falls a bit short compared to our esteemed teacher's top disciple, Wang Liang. Lu Mingfang, pleased by the compliment, replied with a grin. Oh. Sun teacher, you flatter me that in the realm of sprinting, we must indeed look to you. Teacher Sunday, just then, Wang Ming jogged over. Well done, Zhang Sheng. I believe our class is secure. Let us hope so, Zhang Sheng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Having created a substantial lead, Zhang Sheng's advantage began to dwindle as the second runner's speed paled in comparison to his own. The gap of 20 to 30 meters he had established was nearly nullified. Zhang Sheng watched in anxiety as the third runner from Class 1 of International Trade took the baton and began to sprint, now nearly neck and neck with the third runner from Wang Liang's class. Come on, let's secure an advantage for Ziming. Wang Ming urged anxiously down the playground. The students darted alongside the positions of the relay batons, their movements synchronized with the fierce and exhilarating competition of the athletes. While the spectators were equally caught up in the fervor of the event at that moment, within the confines of the fourth leg starting line, a voice called out, Hey, you from the International Trade class. Was someone addressing him? Chen Ziming turned his head to see Wang Liang. Of course, he recognized this individual. Yes, I'm talking to you. Chen Ziming found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. You want me to give you a little room, so you don't get left too far behind? Wang Liang chuckled. Don't cry if you lose. Little one, the third leg competitors were engaged in an intense battle. Why this stage? The advantage Zhang Sheng had brought to the International Trade class had been largely diminished by the second and third legs. The third leg runner from the International Trade class had already been overtaken by Wang Liang's teammate. Wang Ming and Zhang Sheng were in a state of anxious desperation on the playground. Especially Wang Ming, who rushed to the edge of the track, running alongside the International Trade runner, cheering him on with encouragement. Wu Ge bid farewell to teachers Sun and Lu and made his way directly to Chen Ziming's side. Chen, are you feeling nervous? Chen Ziming looked up, recognizing Wu Ge, Wu teacher. Wu Ge smiled gently. Is the pressure getting to you? Chen Ziming paused for a moment before nodding. Don't overthink it, regardless of your placement. Both teachers and classmates take pride in you. Wu teacher, I'm worried. Wu Ge continued. Your classmates have entrusted this position to you, not solely to earn glory for the class, but to show their acceptance of you. Acceptance? Wu Ge gestured towards a group in the distance. Chen Ziming looked over to see flushed competitors racing toward him. Accompanied by a throng of enthusiastic classmates, he spotted Wang Ming raising his fists in excitement, running alongside, and Zhang Sheng trailing behind, shouting encouragement for the third leg runner. But he noticed the exhilaration of his classmates from the International Trade class as they sprinted toward him on the playground. Now, the baton was about to be in his hands. He could almost hear Wang Ming's cheers fueling his spirit and Zhang Sheng's spirited shouts of support. Memories flooded back. Conversations with Wang Ming and long-distance runners on the steps. The class monitor beaming as he handed Chen Ziming a chilled Sprite, and the fervent discussions among classmates over the relay positions. Chen Ziming's heart raced as he felt a surge of adrenaline. At that moment, Wang Liang had already grasped the baton from his teammate and surged forward. The other two teams' fourth leg runners had also received their batons and were off. The International Trade classmates soon arrived, baton held high as they ran toward him. Ziming, it's your turn, Wang Ming shouted. Chen Ziming, pick up the pace. Zhang Sheng, disregarding any previous distance between them, joined in. Chen Ziming, go for it. Chen Ziming, keep pushing. A chorus of female classmates cheered. Chen Ziming seized the baton from his classmate and began to accelerate. His black running shoes flashed on the crimson track. In an instant, he had overtaken the third-place runner and continued to pick up speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the second-place competitor. Wang Ming leaped in exhilaration, shouting, "Class 1 of International Trade is invincible." Quickly, Chen Ziming brushed past the second-place runner, moving ahead with determination. His thick hair streamed behind him as he continued to accelerate. At this point, Wang Liang was approximately 10 meters ahead, while the finish line lay about 50 meters away. Chen Ziming had to surpass the school's top sprinter within these 50 meters. And by at least 10 meters to all, this seemed utterly impossible. Wang Liang's classmates had not even cast a glance at Chen Ziming, their focus solely on how to celebrate Wang Liang's victory. Lu Mingfang confidently explained to Sun Lei why Wang Liang would triumph, as if their class had already secured the championship. That Wu Ji's expression was serious. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Ziming. He watched as Chen Ziming's speed continued to increase, that he had not anticipated such velocity from Chen Ziming. Initially, he had only aimed to encourage Chen Ziming, hoping to alleviate his psychological burden, aware of Wang Liang's speed and the positions of the previous runners. He had believed that if Chen Ziming could secure a top-3 finish, it would be commendable. Yet, at this rate, it appeared Chen Ziming might genuinely defeat Wang Liang. Astonishingly, he was still accelerating, that a smile crept onto Wu Gu's face. With 20 meters remaining, Chen Ziming was now closely tailing Wang Liang. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to this streak of black lightning on the track. That I never expected there to be such a talent in Wu Ji's class. Sun Lei exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Mingfang's expression shifted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Liang's classmates altered their chant from Wang Liang is first to hurry up. Hurry up! Wang Ming was nearly beside himself with excitement. Wildly cheering for Chen Ziming, even more animated than the competitors themselves. Zhang Sheng, too, was shouting with fervor. The classmates from the International Trade class were beside themselves with joy. With 5 meters to go, Chen Ziming was neck and neck with Wang Liang. 2 meters, 1 meter. Chen Ziming burst through the finish line. For a brief moment, the crowd fell silent before erupting into cheers led by Wang Ming's ecstatic shout, igniting a wave of jubilation. In Chapter 38, Wu Gu shatters records. The International Trade class emerged victorious in the relay race, claiming first place in the entire school. Each of the 4 competitors was awarded a Bluetooth headset as a prize. Though modest in value, the students were elated, having earned this reward through their hard work. Chen Ziming received a thermos for his long-distance race, and in the 3-legged race, they were gifted a Ghibli doll, which he placed in a bag. Due to the smooth progress of the sports meet, the events scheduled for the following day were moved up to today, including the teachers' competition, which was set to unfold in the afternoon. The teachers' competition promised the highest level of enjoyment and excitement. 1 would witness the usually serious and composed esteemed instructors running with flushed faces, much like their students, unsure of what to sign up for. Wu Gu, with encouragement from teachers Sun and Lu, ultimately registered for the short distance and high jump events. The 2 teachers enthusiastically shared their insights on high jump techniques and running tips, assuring him that mastering these would likely secure him a 3rd-place finish. Wu Gu expressed his gratitude to the 2 teachers with a smile. Meanwhile, the teachers participating in the high jump had completed their registration and were now on the playground, not far from them. The high jump apparatus and bar were set up, with the foam mats neatly arranged behind the high jump frame. To the sound of the referee's whistle, the competition commenced. The teachers took turns sprinting toward the high jump bar, leaping over it and landing on the foam mats. When it was Wu Ji's turn, he too cleared the bar effortlessly. Chen Ziming, Wang Ming, and the classmates from the International Trade class gathered to watch, with Wang Ming cheering loudly for Wu Ji. As the competitors successively cleared a height, the bar was gradually raised. Initially, everyone cleared it with ease, but as the height increased, some teachers began to falter. A few even approached the bar, feeling they couldn't clear it, opting instead to duck underneath, prompting laughter from the observing students and teachers. One of the teachers who ducked beneath made a silly face, sheepishly retreating to the sidelines. Looking at Lu Mingfang, he appeared confident as he approached the bar, executing a graceful jump and landing perfectly on the foam mat. Rising with pride, he surveyed the crowd, delighting in their admiration. Lu Mingfang had just cleared a height of 1.80 meters, a commendable feat for the Fosbury flop technique. As most individuals typically peak at this level, he had cleared it with ease. Wu Ge had initially intended to soar over the bar directly, but reconsidered, opting for a more modest approach. Mimicking the technique Lu Mingfang had demonstrated, he executed the jump without touching the bar. Wu Ge successfully cleared the bar, and the crowd erupted in applause. Indeed, aside from Lu Mingfang, only 3 others had cleared the 1.80-meter mark in the school, and Wu Ge was one of them. Yet, with 10 competitors participating, the odds were against him. Wu teacher. Achieving such a height is already impressive. However, when it comes to 2 meters, I suspect it will be quite a challenge for you. But don't be disheartened. Only seasoned athletes can clear such heights. Clearing 1.80 meters is remarkable for an ordinary person, Lu teacher remarked. Lu Mingfang chuckled. It's my turn now, I'm off. With that, Lu Mingfang took another sprint and soared over the 2-meter height, prompting cheers from the onlookers. The other 2 teachers faltered at the 2-meter mark, leaving only Wu Ge. If he failed to clear it, Lu Mingfang would once again claim victory. However, Lu Mingfang felt a tinge of regret for not having the opportunity to showcase an even better performance. His record stood at 2.10 meters, a long-standing school record. Lu Mingfang held little faith in Wu Ge, viewing him as a newcomer who had only cleared 1.80 meters due to sheer talent. A gift from the heavens, coupled with his guidance resulting in this achievement, Wu Ge approached the starting line, and all attention focused on him. Wu teacher. Go for it, Wang Ming shouted. Hearing this, Wu Ge waved in acknowledgement. While Chen Ziming smiled and waved back, Wu Ge took off, leaping and clearing the 2-meter height without touching the bar. Wow! Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. This teacher is incredible. Indeed. Lu Mingfang cleared his throat and approached the starting line. Steadying himself, taking a deep breath before launching forward, as Lu Mingfang approached the high jump bar, he launched himself into the air, gracefully carving a beautiful arc, effortlessly clearing the bar. Upon landing, the applause erupted like thunder. Lu Mingfang had equaled his own record. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, someone exclaimed in disbelief. After landing, Lu Mingfang clapped his hands, exuding the aura of a hero returning from battle. It was now Wu Ge's turn. He sprinted forward, leaping over a height of 2 meters and 10 centimeters. The crowd was left in stunned silence, and even Lu Mingfang could scarcely believe his eyes. This was the school's long-standing record. Could he truly achieve it? Lu Mingfang felt a twinge of embarrassment as his face flushed. He had to raise the bar to 2 meters and 20 centimeters, a height befitting a national-level athlete. Lu Mingfang was uncertain if he could succeed, but he could not allow a newly arrived physical education teacher to usurp his position. He must defend his authority in the realm of high jumping at the school. Amidst gasps of astonishment, the bar was elevated to a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters. At that moment, Lu Mingfang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was unsure of his capabilities. His heart raced, pounding in his chest as he gasped for breath. He had to succeed. He was certain of it. That newcomer had merely been lucky to match his record. Today, he would teach him a lesson and demonstrate what true prowess entailed, while also breaking his own long-standing record. Lu Mingfang took another run-up and leaped. He felt invigorated, every ounce of passion ignited within him. His body seemed to stretch to its limits with a powerful shout. He clenched his fists in exhilaration. The teachers erupted into applause. Lu had broken his own record, a cause for celebration. The students were in awe upon learning this was the school's long-standing record. At that moment, Wu Ge took another run-up and soared over the height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters. Lu Mingfang's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. The surrounding teachers were equally silent. The arena was momentarily frozen, then erupted into fervent applause. Wu Laoshi is incredible, Wang Ming shouted. Raise it again, Lu Mingfang called out. Raise it again. That would be 2 meters and 30 centimeters, the national record. Lu Mingfang furrowed his brow. Gritting his teeth as he descended from the foam pad, he knew he could not succeed. But he was convinced Wu Ge would falter as well. That he fixed his gaze on Wu Ge, as did the others, particularly the other teachers. Wu Ge sprinted, leaped, and executed a beautiful arc over the bar. Lu Mingfang was momentarily dumbfounded, staggering back in disbelief. The other teachers gaped in astonishment, mouths agape. The students were equally stunned. It wasn't until Wang Ming shouted the chant praising Wu Ge that the atmosphere began to bubble with excitement, culminating in thunderous applause. The judge eagerly inquired if Wu Ge could raise the height further. Wu Ge glanced at Lu Mingfong, noting his pale complexion, and decided against raising the height, informing the judge that he had reached his limit. The judge urged him to try again, but Wu Ge politely declined. In the subsequent 100-meter sprint, Wu Ge shattered Sun Lei's long-held record of 10.2 seconds, finishing with an astonishing 9.75 seconds, a time that purportedly matched that of world champions. In an instant. Wu Ge became the star of the school, his fame spreading among students and teachers alike, even reaching the cafeteria staff, who marveled at the emergence of sports prodigy who could run as fast as a world champion. The sports meet at Nanjing University concluded amid the commotion stirred by this dark horse. Buzzing with excitement, as the event wrapped up, the victors celebrated while the defeated felt dejected. Rumors circulated that some students had spotted Lu and Sun at a barbecue restaurant, drinking beer late into the night. Though its veracity remained uncertain, Wu Ge received a speaker, 2 tickets to tourist attractions, and 2 certificates for breaking records. Upon returning home, he played festive music from a speaker, reminiscent of the tunes favored by dance enthusiasts in public squares. Lu, feeling exasperated, nearly smashed Wu Ji's speaker but was pinned down on the sofa, forced to listen for several minutes before being released. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng, Wang Ming, and their classmates from the international trade class began discussing Chen Ziming and Wu Ge during dinner and evening leisure time. Even Zhang Sheng, who had previously been dismissive when hearing his roommates praise Chen Ziming, felt less antagonistic this time. However, he still felt a twinge of discomfort regarding Chen Ziming's victory over Wang Liang. Back at home, Chen Ziming displayed his prizes on his desk, pointing them out to his cat. General, as he explained which events he had won. General meowed in apparent joy for Chen Ziming. Chapter 39. Aspiration for Success in the Living Room. Chen Ziming sat on the sofa, his athletic awards, Bluetooth headphones, a plush toy, and a thermos displayed on the coffee table. His mother, Zhang Yinping, sat beside him. Ziming, although your father has been in a foul mood these past few years, please don't hold it against him. The pressures of work have weighed heavily on him, causing his irritability. When you tell him about your achievements in the sports meet, I'm sure he will be very pleased that you remember how proud and happy he was when you showed him your awards back in high school. Zhang Yinping's gentle demeanor and warm tone were part of what made Chen Ziming feel a sense of attachment to this home. Despite her encouraging words, Chen Ziming remained uncertain. He sensed that his father had changed significantly and viewed him as a failure. He doubted he possessed any ability to bring joy to his father. His heart was fraught with anxiety, yet a flicker of hope remained. Chen Ziming lowered his head and softly acknowledged her. Zhang Yinping smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. Are you thirsty? Would you like me to pour you some juice? Chen Ziming nodded in response. Zhang Yinping then rose to head to the kitchen. A click signaled the unlocking of the smart door, and the door swung open. Chen Ziming tugged at the hem of his shirt, slowly rising to look towards the entrance. Chen Xiong entered with a stern expression. Upon seeing Chen Ziming, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He did not greet his son, but instead changed his shoes and hung his suit jacket on the coat rack by the door. Chen Xiong approached the sofa slowly. Chen Ziming, sensing the atmosphere, politely vacated the middle seat for his father and settled into a corner. Chen Xiong sat down in the spot Chen Ziming had just vacated. His expression devoid of emotion, he removed his glasses, revealing sunken, weary eyes. Chen Ziming rarely saw his father without his glasses, and witnessing the dullness in his father's gaze made him feel a pang of bitterness, confirming his mother's assertion that his father had been overworked and emotionally strained. The two sat in silence, like two strangers. Chen Xiong meticulously cleaned his glasses with a tissue, examining himself in the lenses before discarding the tissue into the trash can and putting his glasses back on. He picked up a cigarette box from the table, extracted a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, took a puff, and held it between his fingers. Running low on money? No. Chen Ziming quickly shook his head. Are you settling in well at the apartment? Chen Ziming was taken aback. He hadn't expected his father to show concern for him. It had been a long time since he felt such attention, leaving him both surprised and excited. Yes, the environment is great, and I'm quite comfortable living there. As he spoke, Chen Ziming nervously stole glances at his father's expression. Chen Xiong's face remained impassive as he took several more puffs of a cigarette. Extinguishing the remaining half in the ashtray, he could tea that moment. Zhang Yinping returned, smiling as she handed Chen Ziming the juice. Chen Ziming glanced at his father before cautiously accepting it. After a long afternoon of press conferences, I am exhausted. Zhang Yinping quickly sat down, massaging Chen Xiong's shoulders. If you're tired, take a break. Your health is paramount. All you women ever say is to rest. You have no idea of the pressure I bear. Do you know how immense my stress is out there? A few words of take a break one tea help. Chen Xiong suddenly raised his voice, teasing her. Zhang Yinping offered an awkward smile, continuing to massage his shoulders while cautiously responding. I am sorry, Xiong. I worry about you overworking yourself. It's my fault. I could truly wish I could help ease your burden. You can enough. You wouldn't understand. Chen Xiong interrupted impatiently. Zhang Yinping bit her lip, feeling hurt by his cold retort. She felt wronged yet dared not retaliate. Her husband had indeed worked tirelessly over the years, providing them with a comfortable life. Moreover, as a man, he was expected to establish his career and gain influence. Chen Xiong had been striving diligently in that direction, and, as his wife, she felt powerless to assist, believing it was only right to endure some hardship. In just a few short years, her husband had transformed from an obscure small business owner to the chairman of a nationally renowned telecommunications company, deepening her feelings of inferiority and amplifying her reluctance to oppose him. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yinping pointed to the awards on the table, smiling as she said, Xiong, Ziming's school held a sports meet a few days ago, and he performed admirably, winning several prizes. Look, these are all Ziming's awards. Chen Xiong glanced at the items on the coffee table, but remained silent. Seeing that her husband was not moved, Zhang Yinping quickly added, the school also awarded Ziming a certificate. Ziming, hurry and show your father. Zhang Yinping anxiously urged Chen Ziming. He quickly grabbed the rolled-up certificate from the edge of the sofa and handed it over. Zhang Yinping accepted it, placing it flat on the table to reveal the embossed gold lettering. Second place in the 5,000-meter race. Not satisfied with just one, she hurriedly displayed another certificate for first place in the relay race. Upon witnessing the praises showered upon him by his mother and father, Chen Ziming's heart raced with a tumult of fear and anticipation. However, Chen Xiong remained uncharacteristically silent, his expression grave, which only served to heighten the tension between mother and son. After a brief pause, Chen Xiong wiped his lips and let out a derisive scoff. In that moment, Chen Ziming felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. How could it be that I, the chairman of a publicly listed company and a titan of the telecommunications industry, am being informed that my son has participated in a physical competition meant solely for the destitute who cannot afford a proper meal? And you dare to take pride in this and tell me he has won an award? Chen Xiong scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Ziming while addressing Zhang Yinping with disdain. Zhang Yinping's complexion changed abruptly. No, Xiong, I merely wanted to share that our son has great potential. My son, Chen Xiong, has achieved something merely because he runs faster than others. That is not the point. Xiong, Zhang Yinping's voice trembled with emotion. Is it not? Speak. Chen Xiong's voice rose, sternly interrogating. Chen Ziming hung his head, trembling as he felt his heart twist in agony. Chen Xiong's growing ire intensified when he perceived Chen Ziming's silence. He rose abruptly and struck Chen Ziming on the back of the head, nearly knocking him to the ground. I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Chen Ziming leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his hair partially obscuring his eyes, remaining silent. Day after day, pretending to be deaf and mute. How did I end up with such a worthless son? Chen Xiong kicked over the coffee table, sending juice, awards, and an ashtray crashing to the floor. The glass containing the juice shattered with a sharp, resonant sound. Its yellow liquid mingled with ash, spilling onto the hand-woven carpet and slowly trickling across the marble floor, resembling a scene of despair and dread, akin to blood. Zhang Yinping, terrified, hurriedly bent down to clean up the mess, grasping a box of tissues and pulling out large handfuls to wipe the stains from the carpet. As she worked, she urged Chen Xiong to calm down and not to lose his temper. Chen Ziming remained huddled in the corner of the sofa, silent. Worthless, worthless, Chen Xiong berated Chen Ziming, his chest heaving with anger. After a few more curses, perhaps feeling fatigued, Chen Xiong turned and left the living room, and soon the sound of his footsteps ascending the stairs echoed in the house. Chen Ziming, lost in thought, felt tears trickling down his cheeks. Observing her husband storm off, Zhang Yinping hastily rose to check on Chen Ziming. Ziming, are you all right? Does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Zhang Yinping's voice was filled with anxious concern. Chen Ziming brushed Zhang Yinping's hand away, kneeling on the carpet to gather the torn pieces of his certificate that Chen Xiong had scattered. Zhang Yinping quickly joined him in picking up the pieces. Chen Ziming stuffed the fragments into his pocket, and after retrieving the awards lying on the floor, he slowly rose to his feet. Zhang Yinping also stood, offering the collected pieces to Chen Ziming. Ziming, please don't hold it against your father. He might be facing some issues at work, which has affected his mood. Chen Ziming remained silent, taking the paper she handed him and placing it into the pocket where he had stored the other fragments. He muttered that he was leaving, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and hastily exiting the room. Zhang Yinping hurried after him, trying to console Chen Ziming. That evening, Chen Ziming hailed a cab, his spirit adrift. Arriving at the bustling commercial district in the heart of the city, gazing at the vibrant nightlife, he felt utterly at a loss. Chapter 40. The singer in a quaint bar. The lighting was dim and the atmosphere serene. The establishment boasted around a dozen wooden tables, each accompanied by 2 to 4 chairs, and the bar. A singer clad in a tattered denim ensemble and sporting a flat cap strummed a guitar, crooning folk songs in a gravelly voice. The melody was gentle and prolonged, complemented by the broken strumming of the guitar, creating an ambience reminiscent of a familiar friend engaging in heartfelt conversation. Such a place was ideal for conversations among friends or for an individual seeking solace from loneliness and boredom. Scattered throughout the bar were a few tables occupied by patrons, either engaged in hushed conversations or quietly sipping their drinks while enjoying the singer's performance. In a corner, Chen Ziming sat quietly, having ordered a bottle of some foreign liquor whose identity eluded him. After taking a sip, he found it decidedly unpleasant and spicy, leaving it as mere decoration on the table. Unable to bear the taste, he pondered why anyone would be so enamored with alcohol. It was truly dreadful. Yet, influenced by the ambience, a flicker of hope began to mend his despairing heart as he gazed at the performing artist. The singer's hair cascaded down to his shoulders, obscuring his face, while the cap shaded his forehead, rendering his eyes a mystery and adding an air of melancholy. Chen Ziming, though proficient with the guitar himself, could never muster the courage to perform for others, let alone in public. He admired the singer's bravery and skill. To complete a song is a challenge in itself. Yet this artist not only played flawlessly, but infused his own emotions and interpretations into the piece, earning Chen Ziming's deep respect. As the night wore on, the bar's clientele began to dwindle, leaving only a couple of tables occupied. At some point, the singer also departed. It is said that as night deepens, many worries dissipate and individuals become bolder in confronting their troubles. Chen Ziming unconsciously lifted his glass, staring at the pale yellow liquid within, swirling it gently. The liquid danced within the glass that he swallowed hard, raised the glass to his lips, and slowly downed half its contents. Upon finishing, a fiery sensation ignited in his chest and stomach, yet an indescribable pleasure accompanied it. He poured another glass, this time filling it 8/10 full, and again raised it to his lips, draining it in one gulp. With 2 glasses down, Chen Ziming felt a growing sense of elation within him. He proceeded to consume a 3rd glass. The warmth surged through his veins, causing his body to radiate heat, a sensation that felt surprisingly delightful. Chen Ziming, in a daze, found himself sitting in the chair, his head tilted back, chuckling to himself. At that moment, a hoarse voice broke through his reverie. "May I sit here?" Chen Ziming, his gaze hazy with intoxication, looked up to see the singer. He blinked rapidly, his blurred vision momentarily clearing. Indeed, it was the singer. Chen Ziming nodded slightly, his lips forming a small smile. "Thank you," the singer replied, settling down beside him. Chen Ziming overheard the singer ordering a bottle of wine. Once it arrived, he observed the singer downing 2 glasses in quick succession, in his inebriated state. Chen Ziming's social instincts, as a gregarious creature, were awakened. "You sing quite well." The singer smiled gently, his sweet demeanor reminiscent of a girl beneath the black cap. "May I borrow your guitar for a moment?" The singer turned to Chen Ziming. "I believe it would be better for you to share a drink with me right now." "Share a drink?" Chen Ziming grinned broadly. He poured himself a glass. raising it in a clumsy gesture, mumbling a toast to the singer. Cheers. The singer clinked his glass against Chen Ziming's, the sound ringing clear and melodious, as refreshing as a mountain spring, cleansing all impurities. Both raised their glasses and drank heartily, marking Chen Ziming's fourth drink of the night. Typically not one to indulge in alcohol, this was nearly his limit. He felt his eyelids growing heavy, struggling to keep his eyes open. He sought to focus on his surroundings and the singer. "What is the matter? Are you drunk?" The singer inquired with a laugh. "Drunk? I am not drunk. It is often said that those who are inebriated refuse to acknowledge their state." "Nonsense. I am not drunk." "Then let me ask you, how many fingers am I holding up?" The singer held up 2 fingers before Chen Ziming, swaying them slightly. Chen Ziming squinted, focusing intently before responding slowly. 2. Incorrect. The singer slyly extended a 3rd finger, pressing all 3 against Chen Ziming's nose. "I it. 3. Correct. So you still refuse to admit you're drunk?" The singer teased. Chen Ziming chuckled, his lips curling into a smile. "You look quite foolish when you laugh." Chen Ziming tilted his head back. "And what of it? I wager your heart is racing right now. I invite you to test your theory." Chen Ziming spread his arms wide, exposing his chest to the singer. After a brief silence, the singer slowly reached out, moving his hand towards Chen Ziming's chest. In that moment, time seemed to halt, gradually resuming its flow. The singer's hand gently pressed against Chen Ziming's chest. "How does it feel? Is it racing?" Chen Ziming whispered. "Yes." The singer's voice held a hint of shyness. Then, "I too wish to know how quickly your heart is beating. Is that unfair?" The singer lowered his gaze. Remaining silent, "It's all right, I won't mind if you refuse." The alcohol slurred Chen Ziming's speech. "No, I don't mind." The singer panted, gradually lifting his gaze, exposing his chest to Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming smiled, reaching out with trembling hands to rest on the singer's chest. "You continue speaking. You are a woman?" The singer nodded. "Yes, I apologize, it's quite all right. However, I would like to ask you, do you like it?" "What did you say? Do you like it?" "Yes, like what?" The singer pointed her chest. Chen Ziming's face flushed crimson. Even in his inebriated state, it was unmistakable. "What's wrong? Feeling shy?" Chen Ziming swallowed hard. No, not like it." "No, that's not it. I like it." Yes, she spoke. The singer leaned towards Chen Ziming and gently kissed his lips. Instantly, Chen Ziming felt as if electric currents coursed through his body, a shudder rippling through him. With his vision blurred by intoxication, he felt himself growing weak all over. I don't know." Who exactly are you?" "Do not inquire, nor reveal your identity to me. You only need to know that tonight, I like you. And you mustn't tell me who you are. Just tell me, do you like me? If you do, we can continue. You and I and you. Am I to say yes or no? I cannot be certain." The singer chuckled softly. "If you are uncertain, you might lose me forever. If you're certain, you can temporarily possess me. I shall ask you once more, do you like me?" Chen Ziming's tears began to flow, trembling as he confessed to the singer. I like." The singer smiled sweetly, shifting her chair to sit beside Chen Ziming, resting her head on his lap. She gazed up at his face, reaching out to gently pinch his cheek. "What is it about me that you like?" The singer's voice was tender, as if it could melt Chen Ziming's heart. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the singer's lips. She extended her tongue, tasting the salty tears. Quite salty. Chen Ziming reached out, intending to touch the singer's chest. Upon noticing this, the singer raised her arm. Aligning her palm with his, her face bloomed like a peach blossom. Cheeks flushed, she whispered, "Let us find another place." The singer gracefully rose from Chen Ziming's lap, taking his hand and leading him away from the bar. By this time, it was already past midnight, the streets nearly deserted, save for the occasional drunken youth or couple, either wandering alone or embracing. The streetlights cast a warm, golden glow, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Chen Ziming stumbled, his hand firmly held by the singer as they walked along the street. She strode confidently, swinging her arms, resembling a blissful couple. Occasionally, she would lean against Chen Ziming's shoulder, turn to face him, or grasp his hands and twirl around. The air was filled with the singer's laughter. In a state between intoxication and lucidity, Chen Ziming felt an overwhelming joy, wishing time would freeze in that moment. The night sky sparkled with stars, the streetlights flickered, and Chen Ziming's heart felt akin to those lights and stars, destined to vanish with the dawn. Fear began to creep in. He dreaded the swift passage of time, the disappearance of the stars, and the thought that his fleeting happiness might fade away like cherished memories. Chapter 41. Security check. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Ziming finally roused from his slumber. The ache of a hangover assaulting him, he furrowed his brows, clutching his head, feeling as though it might crack open, glancing around the familiar surroundings, the pillow and sheets of his bed, then to the other side, where his desk stood. Suddenly, Chen Ziming bolted upright. He noticed he was still dressed. Memories flooded back of leaving the bar with the singer, wandering the streets, eventually arriving at the entrance of a hotel. His heart raced at the thought, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He longed to see that singer again. Hastily, he leapt from the bed, grabbed his backpack, and headed for the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, hair disheveled, a disheveled sight indeed. Although he preferred solitude, he was quite particular about his appearance, especially since he intended to meet the singer. He tossed aside his backpack and outerwear, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Leaning against the sink, he observed his reflection, bloodshot eyes and stubble adorning his jawline. He shaved, took a shower, and once tidied up, donned a fresh outfit before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and stepping out. As he walked, thoughts of the singer consumed him. He felt an emptiness within, a sensation he had never experienced before. After leaving his apartment, he hailed a cab, relying on memory to guide him to the bar district in the city center. Chen Ziming searched from one establishment to another, finally discovering a quiet bar that resonated with his recollections from the previous night. Sitting on the steps outside, he stared blankly at the passers-by, his expression vacant. He remained there from the zenith of the sun until the sun set. Chen Ziming lost count of how many couples he observed. Eventually, the bar owner arrived, a middle-aged man with a long beard, a bald head, and a round belly, dressed in a drab outfit that suggested a penchant for the arts. The owner cast a glance at Chen Ziming. "Young man, I'm about to open." His voice was warm and inviting. With a slight smile, he pressed a button on his remote, and the roll-up door creaked upward. Behind it lay a glass door secured with a large lock. He unlocked it and stepped inside. The lights flickered on within. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ziming followed him inside. The owner was arranging the tables and chairs, and, upon noticing the customer, welcomed him with a cheerful smile. Upon recognizing Chen Ziming, the owner paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. "Young man, you're here early, waiting for a friend?" Chen Ziming pursed his lips and shook his head. "Feel free to sit wherever you like. I'll tidy up, and you can order something when you're ready." The owner, accustomed to patrons like Chen Ziming, was unfazed. His friendly demeanor and lack of unnecessary chatter made Chen Ziming feel more at ease. Easing his tension, Chen Ziming softly acknowledged this, finding a spot to pull a chair down and settle into it. He took out his phone, fidgeting with it while stealing glances at the owner. After a while, the owner finished his tasks and approached with a beaming smile. "Have you made your selection, young man?" Chen Ziming lowered his head, a flush creeping across his face that he had not come for drinks. He wished to inquire about the singer, yet felt hesitant to speak up. The silence grew awkward, but the owner, adept in social interactions, sensed the young man's shyness. "What's the matter? Too many fine wines to choose from." "No, that's not it." Chen Ziming's nervous hands fidgeted together as he kept his gaze lowered, occasionally glancing up at the owner. Minutes passed, and finally, Chen Ziming swallowed hard and slowly approached the bar. That night, aboard the high-speed train, Chen Ziming sat by the window with headphones on, gazing out at the nightscape. His destination was Hangzhou. He leaned back and gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, at the apartment, two men clad in black suits barged in. Rummaging through the room, they politely reported to a man named Li. "Sir, we couldn't locate the phone." "Indeed, not only that one, but we couldn't find any phones." I remained silent, surveying the disheveled room as he ambled about, occasionally checking corners. The two men hurriedly followed, cautiously reminding him. "Sir, we've searched everywhere." I responded with a non-committal grunt, lifting the blanket to shake it out, "that we have searched extensively." One of the suited men attempted to remind Li again, but was abruptly cut off by his companion. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, I circled the room, perhaps feeling reassured by his subordinate's diligence, and gradually exited the room. The two men followed suit, closing the door behind them. Downstairs, a black sedan was parked. As Lee emerged with his two suited companions, a man in a suit stepped out of the vehicle to welcome him inside. Once seated, all three men entered the car, which then slowly pulled away. In the alley adjacent to the apartment, a figure swiftly pursued the vehicle. Inside, Lee received a phone call. He nodded in response to the caller. After ending the call, he instructed the driver, "To the airport." "The airport? Sir, what is the purpose of going there?" One suited man inquired. Lee, seated in the front passenger seat, replied slowly. To apprehend someone, the other suited man attempted to ask further, but was silenced by his companion. A tense silence enveloped the car. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in the airport parking area. Li and his two subordinates entered the terminal AT that moment, in a corner of the airport. Wugu paused, observing the trio of Lee with narrowed eyes. He circled around, approaching the terminal entrance, and stepped inside. Upon arriving at the safety inspection office, Wugu hesitated momentarily. Changfeng had specifically advised them to avoid passing through the security checkpoint, as it could lead to considerable complications. They possessed the capability to see through one's bodily structure. Li and his companions were about to depart. Wugu gritted his teeth and steeled himself, rushing forward. Once he cleared the security check, he hastened onward. The security personnel, engrossed in monitoring the X-ray footage, were momentarily stunned. "Stop! Halt that individual!" The security guard immediately sprang into action, positioning himself in front of Wugu to block his path. "Sir, we kindly ask for your cooperation with our inspection." Wugu raised his hands, inquiring, "May I ask what seems to be the issue?" The security officer scrutinized Wugu from head to toe. "This traveler, we request that you pass through the security checkpoint again." "No problem," Wugu replied, stepping back to re-enter the inspection area. The guard stood in bewilderment before the monitor. "What is going on?" "The machine appears to be malfunctioning. The skeletal structure displayed is distorted." That's so. A colleague decided to re-enter the checkpoint to verify the machine's functionality. Observing the monitor, the guard became even more perplexed, as this time the display appeared normal. Consequently, he instructed Wugu to go through the checkpoint once more. Upon entering, the display reverted to abnormality. The other travelers, noticing the delay, began to switch to different security lines. The officer, puzzled, queried, "Sir, do you happen to be concealing something on your person?" Wugu raised his hands once more. "Feel free to search me." After receiving a nod from the officer, two security guards approached and meticulously examined Wu Ji's body, revealing no anomalies, not even a lighter, only a mobile phone. The security officer was left in confusion. Wugu pondered for a moment, then smiled and explained, "I was involved in a car accident previously, which caused some dislocation of my bones. Hence, the unusual display." The officer, enlightened, remarked, "No wonder. I thought it seemed rather extreme. However, that level of dislocation does appear quite severe." Realizing the potential insensitivity of his comment, he quickly offered an apologetic smile. Wugu waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. May I proceed?" "Certainly. You may go." Wugu turned and hurried towards the elevator leading to the second floor. The security officer scratched his head, still astonished by the peculiarities of Wu Ji's bodily structure. "Such is the vastness of the world. It truly is full of wonders. Today has certainly opened my eyes," he marveled. "What on earth could it be? Is the bone dislocation truly that pronounced?" a colleague inquired. The officer gestured dismissively. "It's not merely a matter of how obvious it is. Rather, one must question if that is still human." The guards and other security personnel were left in stunned silence. "Let it be. With technology advancing so rapidly, anything is conceivable. We ought not to be so naive," one guard commented. "Indeed," another agreed. "Oh dear, can we not expedite the checks here?" grumbled a traveler from outside the security area. The security personnel promptly apologized with forced smiles and reopened the checkpoint. Chapter 42. Hangzhou at 4 in the morning, the high-speed train gently rolled into the platform of Hangzhou. Upon disembarking, Chen Ziming made his way directly out of the station. Standing in the square of the train station, he gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings. This was his first venture away from his hometown to another city. Chen Ziming felt hesitant to engage with anyone, keeping his head down as he walked across the station square. After locating a budget hotel, he paused at the entrance, took a moment to gather his thoughts, and finally stepped inside. After checking into a single room, Chen Ziming took the elevator to his door. Upon inserting his key card, he hung his backpack and coat on the rack. Reaching into his backpack to retrieve his toiletries, he unexpectedly fell to square. Somewhat rigid object. Curiously, he pulled it out to discover a smartphone, completely black. "What is this?" Chen Ziming exclaimed, quickly rummaging through his bag, finding all his belongings intact with no mix-up. However, this phone was definitely not his. Chen Ziming furrowed his brow, his first thought being that amidst the crowded disembarkation, someone must have dropped their phone, which fortuitously landed in his bag. His backpack was a buttoned double-strap type, leaving a gap between the flap and the opening, making it plausible for the phone to have slipped in. If it belonged to someone, the owner must be quite anxious. Chen Ziming contemplated waiting to see if the owner would call, providing an address so he could return it. With this in mind, he quietly placed the phone on the television cabinet in his room. He then proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, after a night spent on the train without a proper rest. He thought it best to catch some sleep before seeking out the female singer the following day. Disrobing, he stepped into the shower, turning on the faucet as the water gradually warmed, cascading over him. Under the soothing flow, his dazed mind began to clear, alleviating some of his fatigue. Chen Ziming stared blankly at the glass door of the bathroom. The Wu Gu had stealthily followed him, Li and his companions from the airport, tracking them to their hotel. Having discerned the room number they occupied, he booked a room across the hall. Lying on his bed, Wu Gu contemplated how best to resolve the situation. What was their purpose in coming here? How peculiar. Could it be that they were to meet with higher-ups? If so, eliminating those higher-ups might render the situation manageable without any overarching command. With this thought, Wu Gu resolved to monitor their every move. Should they meet with someone, he would discreetly investigate that individual. If that person turned out to be the orchestrator, he could coerce them into submission. After washing his face in the bathroom, Wu Gu, weary from the day's exertions, approached the bedside, closed his eyes, and began to rest on Li and his companions shared a triple room, not out of frugality, but for convenience. Having 3 individuals together allowed for prompt responses to any urgent matters. The 2 suited subordinates urged Li to freshen up first, while they sat on their respective beds, engrossed in their phones. Once Li emerged, wrapped in a towel, the 2 subordinates took turns to clean up. Having all finished, the trio lay down, switching off the bedside lamp, intending to rest for a few hours before embarking on their mission at dawn. The student had not located the phone at home, so if they wished to find it, their only option was to contact the student. However, how did the student know they were searching for him? Who informed him? Why was he hiding in Hangzhou? I was perplexed, his mind filled with questions. Casting a glance at his 2 already slumbering subordinates, he mused on the challenges of being the leader of the Yunjian nightclub. Lu reclined in a private room, indulging in the ministrations of a beautiful masseuse. Beside him lay Sun Ming, a high-ranking official from the Super Energy Company, who was enjoying a shoulder rub from the alluring attendant, who sweetly praised his robust physique. Lu, having recognized this quality in Sun Ming, gradually ensnared him within his carefully woven web. Since their encounter at the nightclub, Lu had leveraged his extensive knowledge of women and various styles of beauty to captivate Sun Ming, forging a bond that made Sun Ming regard him as an indispensable friend. This evening was no different, as Sun Ming arrived at the Yunjian nightclub to meet Lu in his long-reserved private room. Lu brought along a newly acquainted mixed-race beauty to entertain Sun Ming. At that moment, the mixed-race beauty was the one massaging Sun Ming. "Hey, Xiao Lu," Sun Ming called. "What is up, Mr. Sun?" Lu replied, reclining as he grasped the beauty's hand, signaling her to pause. "Why is it that we men can never escape the clutches of beautiful women?" Sun Ming mused, turning to embrace the mixed-race beauty. Lu mirrored Sun Ming's action, propping himself up, because women require men. The more beautiful the woman, the more she seeks a successful man. Sun Ming erupted into laughter. "Xiao Lu, I wish I had met you sooner." "I adore your words," Lu chuckled, internally deriding Sun Ming into the dust. "What do you think of tonight's beauty, Mr. Sun?" "Fantastic. Absolutely splendid. She has the curves and the allure, especially those long legs. truly mesmerizing, Sun Ming remarked, leering at the mixed-race beauty's bosom while caressing her thigh. The beauty bashfully swatted Sun Ming's hand away, exclaiming, "How rude!" She attempted to turn away, but Sun Ming quickly rose to embrace her. Pleading, "Don't go. Men are only bad because women like it that way." Observing their flirtation, Lulu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. That repugnant man, with his ghastly appearance, made it unbearable for Lulu to maintain a cheerful facade. It was pure torment. He merely wished for the night to pass swiftly so he could seize another opportunity to extract information from Sun Ming. That it was still too early to ask direct questions. With this thought, Lulu curled his lip and tightened his grip on the woman's arm, causing her to yelp in pain. Lulu turned to her with a grin, caressing her gently as he whispered, "It hurts me more than it hurts you." The woman pouted, "You're such a brute." Lulu laughed, repositioning himself on the massage table and gesturing for her to continue. Ever since Chang Feng began working at the Super Energy Company, he had diligently embraced his role as a cybersecurity officer. His daily task involved not only completing his routine work, but also devising ways to breach the cyber defenses of the superpower company. However, recently, Chang Feng had become enamored with a new pastime, a beloved form of entertainment, the slot machine. Chapter 43. 2 singers around 9 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ziming opened his bleary eyes. He glanced at the time on his phone and slowly rose from his bed. Approaching the television cabinet, he picked up the phone he had discovered in his bag the previous night. Hoping to unlock it and check for any missed calls, pressing the unlock button, he was met with a black screen, only then realizing that the battery was dead. Chen Ziming smacked his forehead, wondering how he had overlooked this last night, that he inspected the phone's charging port, noting that it was different from his own, and realized he would need to purchase a new charger to power it. Never mind, he thought, I'll tidy up first. After freshening up in the bathroom and organizing his belongings, he placed the dead phone into his bag and exited the room. He distinctly recalled his boss mentioning that the female singer had gone to Hangzhou. However, he was uncertain about her exact whereabouts in the city. The singer frequently performed in his establishment, likely serving as a resident artist. With this in mind, Chen Ziming concluded that if he wanted to find her, he would need to visit the most popular bar street in the city and search through the various establishments. After having his meal, Chen Ziming hailed a taxi, after crossing 2 elevated bridges and nearing a third. The driver turned a corner and stopped at the entrance of an alley. "Young man, just go into the alley, and it's all bars inside. However, it's a bit early for you to be here," he remarked. "Thank you," Chen Ziming replied, scanning the driver's QR code to pay the fare before stepping out of the vehicle. He looked around. To his left lay the bar street the driver had mentioned. Most of the doors shut tight, and the area quite desolate. Looking further ahead, he realized he was standing on a bustling thoroughfare filled with pedestrians and tourists. The street was wide and extended straight ahead, with a clock tower visible in the distance, where a few passers-by were seated below. The temperature in Hangzhou was significantly warmer than in his hometown, City S. In City S, people had already donned autumn coats, and those sensitive to the cold had switched to long underwear. Yet here, everyone still dressed for summer, in shorts and short sleeves. Feeling a bit warm, Chen Ziming removed his jacket and draped it over his shoulders. Both sides of the street were lined with shops selling an array of accessories, snacks, drinks, and clothing. Feeling parched, Chen Ziming approached a juice bar and ordered a cup of mixed juice with extra ice. The shopkeeper, a young girl, sweetly smiled as she handed him the drink once it was prepared. As he sipped his juice, Chen Ziming strolled along the street, admiring the colorful array of passers-by and the myriad of charming little shops. In this vibrant environment, he felt a sense of tranquility and peace enveloping him. Having never ventured into an unfamiliar city before, and with the passage of time since he last enjoyed a leisurely stroll, he had mostly remained cooped up in his apartment or online. This time, however, he had not only stepped outside, but had traveled such a great distance, he felt his previously closed-off heart begin to open. Before he knew it, it was noon. Chen Ziming found a noodle shop and ordered a large bowl of noodles. Noticing a shared power bank at the front desk, he borrowed one to charge his phone. Halfway through his meal, he powered on the phone, which gradually lit up. That moment, 2 young individuals, a male and a female, entered the noodle shop. Both were clad in punk attire, adorned with metallic accessories, and bore tattoos on their arms. The boy sported curly hair, while the girl wore messy braids, Each carried a black bag that appeared to contain a guitar or a similar instrument. They seated themselves at a table adjacent to Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming had only seen such individuals in online forums and magazines. This was his first encounter in real life. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at them. Other patrons in the shop also cast their eyes in their direction. The waitress, likely accustomed to such appearances, maintained her composure as she delivered menus to the duo. After ordering their noodles, they engaged in lively conversation, which caught Chen Ziming's attention. When will I become famous and stand on stage? Letting everyone know me, so I won't have to perform in this shabby bar anymore. The girl sighed that I think we're just missing an opportunity, a chance to be discovered, the boy replied. Every day is about opportunities, but with us looking like this, it's harder than climbing to the heavens to catch a falling pie. The girl complained, don't be discouraged. It's only a matter of time. He reassured her, yes, they chatted. Their noodles arrived. The boy blew on his food and offered a bite to the girl, saying, here, try this, it's always this lousy noodle. I'm sick of eating it, she grumbled. Food is just to fill your stomach. What does it matter how it tastes? He replied dismissively. Though the girl voiced her dissatisfaction, she still accepted the noodles he offered. Listening to their conversation, Chen Ziming felt an inexplicable sense that these two might know the female singer he was searching for. Given their shared profession in the bars, he longed to approach them and inquire but lacked the courage. Unsure of how to broach the subject and fearing rejection or ridicule, he hesitated internally. Just then, the two punk youths finished their meal and prepared to leave. Chen Ziming realized that if he didn't act soon, he might miss the chance to find the singer. Clenching his fists, he bit his lip and stared down at the table, trying to muster the courage. The two young people had reached the door when Chen Ziming swallowed hard, grabbed his bag and phone, and turned to follow them. Excuse me. His voice was barely a whisper. The two did not seem to hear him as they stepped out of the noodle shop and onto the street. Chen Ziming looked up, feeling a twinge of fear. Perhaps they did not wish to acknowledge him. He rubbed the sweat from his palms and, summoning his nerve, approached them again. The unfamiliar city and the boldly dressed youths heightened his naturally timid demeanor. The duo seemed to notice him then, pausing in their tracks. The girl furrowed her brow and asked, do you know us? Chen Ziming swallowed again, speaking softly. May I ask? No, I have something to discuss. The two exchanged bewildered glances. The girl pressed on. What do you want to say? Chen Ziming bit his lip, slowly articulating, I have a matter I wish to discuss with both of you. The boy, observing Chen Ziming's awkward demeanor, chuckled. You must be a fresh-faced student trying to start a business. Let us scan a QR code, shall we? If you have something to say, just spit it out and don't waste our time. That's not it. Not it. Then what is it? I want to ask if you're singers performing in nearby bars. Yes, the boy replied readily. A female singer who wears a baseball cap, has hair down her shoulders, and plays the guitar. She should have just arrived here from City yesterday. The boy paused for a moment, about to respond when the girl interjected, friend, over half the singers I know dress like that. How am I supposed to know who you mean? She shot the boy a glare. Did you need to remind me? The boy shrugged, non-committal. After a brief pause, the girl suddenly laughed. Oh, that's right. She never takes off her hat. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Ziming's eyes. Can you take me to see her? He asked, visibly excited. Sure, the girl replied with a smile. Wait a moment. The boy halted her. Brother, do you know Xiao Sa? Chen Ziming pondered for a moment. Should he say yes, having only met her once for less than half a day? If he said no, he had indeed done quite a bit to find her. He nodded, slightly ditto. What is your relationship with her? This question left Chen Ziming in a quandary. What was their relationship? Were they a couple? No, because they had agreed on a fleeting connection. Were they friends? Would friends kiss? Clearly not. Strangers? Absolutely not. We're guitar friends, Chen Ziming finally replied. That clears things up. They've indeed discussed guitar matters. The boy remarked, oh, you mean the guitar? Chen Ziming nodded. Then why don't you have her contact information? Well, if she had it, would I be asking you? Chen Ziming retorted that if you want to help, help. If not, stop asking personal questions. ISNT that just being cautious. He replied, what caution? You seem cold-blooded, the girl shot back. The boy shrugged, fine, call me cold-blooded. Ignoring him, the girl turned back to Chen Ziming. If you want to see Xiao Sa, it'll likely be tonight. She probably hasn't even woken up yet at this hour. I suggest you wait here. She'll come to perform with us tonight. Hearing that the singer would be coming filled Chen Ziming with excitement. Thank you. Can I stay with you too? I'm worried I won't find her on my own. If you don't mind. The boy was about to speak when the girl interrupted. No problem, but we plan to hit the arcade for a bit first. Are you coming with us? Absolutely. All right, it's settled then. Hey. Who gave you the authority to decide without my consent? I have yet to agree. The girl shot a glare at the boy. Ditto. Then, pray tell, do you agree or not? The boy pouted and stammered. Well, if you give me a kiss, I shall agree. The girl rolled her eyes and turned to walk towards the nearby shopping mall. The boy hurriedly followed suit, observing the two of them bustling away. Chen Ziming quickly caught up. The trio entered the mall, taking the elevator to the game hall floor. After meandering around, they arrived at the front desk of the arcade, where the boy fished out some money to buy tokens. Holding 2 boxes of them and offering one to the girl, just as they were about to step into the arcade and let loose, they suddenly remembered Chen Ziming behind them. Here, give him some of your tokens. The boy grimaced. Why don't you get him some? Fine, I will, the girl retorted, pulling out a handful of tokens and extending them towards Chen Ziming. Here, take them. Chen Ziming shook his head. Thank you, but I don't. Just take them, don't be stubborn. The girl's tone left no room for argument, and Chen Ziming had no choice but to comply. Turning around, the girl suddenly reached into the boy's box of tokens, grabbing a large handful and dashing into the arcade. The boy, infuriated, jumped to chase after her. Chen Ziming watched their noisy figures fade into the distance, a warm feeling gradually rising in his heart. He wandered over to the claw machine at the entrance, seated himself, and dropped 3 tokens into the slot. I will be seeing you soon. But what should I say? Chapter 44. Clawing for prizes, Chen Ziming attempted several times to grab a stuffed toy, but failed each time. He had played with claw machines before, but never succeeded. Finding it somewhat tedious, he strolled deeper into the arcade. The entire front of the arcade was open, lined with a row of claw machines that served as a makeshift wall. To the sides, there were entrances and a front desk, also functioning as an exit. As he walked past the claw machines, he noticed another row inside, this time featuring smaller toys, roughly the size of an adult's palm. Unlike the larger ones outside that were nearly half a meter tall. Chen Ziming saw 2 singers bending over together, trying to grab a toy. He couldn't help but approach to watch. To the left. To the left, yes, a bit more to the left. Perfect, the girl exclaimed excitedly. The boy pressed the button, and the claw slowly descended, successfully grasping the toy. Yay! The girl cheered as the toy ascended. However, her excitement quickly turned to disappointment as she slumped her shoulders, saying, "This cursed machine must be faulty. It held on so tightly and still let it drop? Such a scam. Just play for fun. Don't expect to actually win if that's right." The boy replied that I don't care. I want the girl whined. Just buy me one that I refuse. I want that one inside. She insisted. The boy sighed. All right then, today I will show you the prowess of the claw master. Wait, where did that nickname come from? I was the best at claw machines among my friends back in the day. Best at claw machines? Just you wait. Who made the greedy owner rig the machines, forcing this hero to take action? What do you intend to do? The boy led the girl to a claw machine at the side, glancing over at the front desk where he spotted Chen Ziming. Hey, stand here and block for me. Chen Ziming, unsure of what was happening, complied and stood where the boy pointed. The boy inserted a few more tokens, and the claw began to move. Following the girl's directions, he pressed the button to grab a toy. Just as the claw successfully lifted the toy, the boy abruptly shook the machine toward the exit, causing the toy to fall out of the claw and slide down. Wow, the girl exclaimed, grabbing the toy with glee. What do you think? The boy boasted proudly that you're amazing. I want that one and that one. The girl pointed to 2 more toys. Easy peasy. The boy repeated his earlier method, shaking the machine to get both toys out. The girl happily stuffed all 3 toys in her backpack. Dio, you want any more? The girl looked around, her excitement bubbling as she pointed. I want that blue chubby one. So easy. The boy grabbed the toy and began to shake the machine again. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted them. You all are quite skilled. Huh. The trio turned towards the voice, and the boy halted his actions. A middle-aged woman in a black uniform stood beside them. You know this is cheating, right? And who are you to say? The boy scoffed at, I'm the manager of this arcade. So, do you think I have the authority? The boy fell silent, exchanging a glance with the girl. Chen Ziming's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Oh, what if you're the manager? You rigged the machines on purpose, preventing us from winning. You only care about profits and not about giving out toys. It has such a beautiful scam, the boy said angrily. The manager, taken aback, struggled to respond. Don't make baseless accusations. We haven't tampered with anything. What you're doing is considered stealing. Puffed. How shameless. I never steal. I just want to teach you scammers a lesson. The manager, unwilling to engage in a prolonged argument, worried the boy might continue to press the matter. Security, two middle-aged men in uniforms approached. Seeing the situation, turned dire. The boy exchanged glances with the girl and Chen Ziming. Run, grabbing the girl's hand, he sprinted towards the arcade exit. Chen Ziming hesitated for a moment before hurriedly following suit. The three dashed to the elevator, racing down as the security guard pursued closely behind them. They burst out of the mall and into a narrow alley leading to a bar, quickly turning the corner towards the overpass. The boy led the charge, and they crossed the overpass, sprinting towards the CBD on the other side of the road. Looking back at the two security guards, it was clear their pursuit was merely for show. They were only there to mediate any conflicts among players in the arcade. The guards, out of shape and panting heavily, were no match for the trio. Realizing the children had reached the other side of the overpass, they exchanged glances. Brother, we just earn a meager salary. This isn't worth it. You're right. If I run a few more steps, I might faint. Let us hurry. The two guards decided to abandon their pursuit. To be safe, the boy led the girl and Chen Ziming on a winding route through the CBD before finally settling at a beverage shop. Once inside, the boy plopped down at a table, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The girl and Chen Ziming were equally drenched. Tea should be fine now. I don't see those two fools following us, the boy panted. This is all your fault for trying to act like a claw machine hero. Imagine how embarrassing it would have been if we got caught. Hey, who told them to rig the machines? I was just serving justice, the boy remarked, glancing at Chen Ziming. Right, brother? Chen Ziming, lowering his head with a flushed face, was still recovering from the adrenaline. Suddenly hearing the boy call him, he blinked and smiled. See? Even he agrees with me. How shameless can you be? He's just too embarrassed to argue back. TSK. All you do is criticize me. I am full of strengths. Why can't you see them? Oh. The girl lifted the boy's t-shirt and reached inside. Let me see what shape your strengths are. The boy swatted her hand away. Laughing, ticklish, he then retaliated by trying to tickle her back. The two playfully tussled in front of curious onlookers at the beverage shop, drawing glances from the staff and other patrons. Chen Ziming noticed everyone staring and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, he secretly relished the feeling of being with these two singers. Everything they'd done together thus far was what he had always yearned for. He wished to be as bold and vivacious as they were. Rolling his eyes, the boy said, All right, you've seen enough. What do you want to drink? Today, I'm treating .o. When did you get so generous? I must make you spend a little more. The three settled at a table near the front, where the girl could see the menu hanging from the ceiling. That one, and that one. Oh, and that one too. Goodness, are you not afraid of bursting? The girl poked the boy's arm. What is the matter? Are you having second thoughts? Whoever has second thoughts is a loser, all right? The boy smacked the table in front of Chen Ziming. Brother, what do you want to drink? Chen Ziming waved his hand. No thanks. That means orange juice. Order it. The girl casually remarked. How do you know everything? Just life experience. The boy teased the girl with a remark, then rose to approach the counter and place an order with the attendant. Chen Ziming attempted to intervene, but the girl raised her hand to stop him. Don't be so polite. It's just a bottle of orange juice. Sit back and relax. Hey, brother, what's your name? The boy inquired. Chen Ziming. Not bad, Ziming. It has an ancient flavor to it. And you are? No need for formalities. I can't stand that. Just call me Xiao Y, came the reply. I'm Xiao K, the girl chimed in with a smile. You see, names are just code names. They don't matter. To be fair, we won't call you by your full name either. We'll just refer to you as, Xiao M, using the first letter of the last character of your name, she said, tilting her head playfully. Chen Ziming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. By the way, you said you can play the guitar? The boy fixed his gaze on Chen Ziming. Yes. The boy and girl exchanged glances and high-fived each other. Exclaiming yay, this left Chen Ziming utterly bewildered. Brother, we have a performance tonight at Xinghui, and we need a guitarist. The guitarist we had arranged suddenly can't make it, and we were at a loss for whom to find. You're like a savior. Ah, no, I play poorly. Chen Ziming quickly waved his hands in refusal. Hey, what's good or bad? We're all amateurs here. You're the one we're looking for. After we finish eating, we'll head straight to rehearsal. No dilly-dallying that I really can't. I have no performance experience. I say you're capable, so you are. Even if you're not, you'll manage to tea that moment. The attendant brought over the desserts and drinks ordered by Xiao Wai. How sumptuous! Xiao Kei's eyes sparkled. Dig in, the girl exclaimed, grabbing a piece of cheese and savoring it with delight. She then handed 2 more pieces of cheese to the boy and Chen Ziming. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Ziming hesitated to accept, staring at the cheese. Hurry and eat, the girl urged. Startled, Chen Ziming quickly took a bite. After satiating their hunger, Xiao Wai cheerfully declared, "All right, let's get to rehearsal." He sprang up from his seat. Xiao Kei followed suit. Chen Ziming wanted to decline the performance, but Xiao Wai directly pushed him out of the drink shop by the shoulder. Chapter 45. Rehearsal. They arrived in front of a 2-story building painted in blue. Xiao Wai pulled out a key to unlock the door and pushed it open. It was just past 3 in the afternoon. Upon entering, Xiao Wai turned on the dim lights. The room was not large. Approximately 30 square meters. Upon entering, there was a row of corner bar counters ahead. Moving further inside, several rows of black wooden tables and chairs were arranged to the back. A T-shaped stage awaited. The railings separated the stage from the dining tables. The backdrop of the stage featured a large LED screen. Above the stage, a row of glass tubes, gradually diminishing in size from left to right, served as decoration. 2 sparkling light fixtures hung from the ceiling on either side of the stage. To the right of the T-stage stood a drum set, while a music stand faced the audience in the center. Xiao Wai approached the stage, touched the drum set, and then removed the guitar from his back. Leaning it against the wall, he turned and waved to Xiao Kei and Chen Ziming, signaling them to come up. Xiao Kei led the way, her long, textured dreadlocks swinging as she stepped onto the stage, with Chen Ziming following closely behind. Xiao Wai took the guitar out of its case and handed it to Chen Ziming, saying, "Xiao M, here." Chen Ziming hesitated, still grappling with the decision to join the performance. Noticing his reluctance, Xiao Kei swiftly snatched the guitar and placed it in Chen Ziming's hands. "Come on, we are a vibrant ensemble." Chen Ziming smiled awkwardly, gripping the guitar. Xiao Wai sat at the drum set, picked up the drumsticks, and began to play a few beats. Xiao Kei perched on a high stool in front of the music stand, excitedly gazing out at the empty audience, as if it were already filled with spectators. "Xiao M, what songs do you know?" Chen Ziming pursed his lips, pondering before responding. "Some older pop songs from 2 or 3 decades ago." Xiao Wai's eyes lit up at this. "Wow, you and Xiao Wai are both so nostalgic." Xiao Kei teased that what's wrong with being nostalgic? Only old songs are truly melodious. What are these new songs even about? The lyrics seem like they were written by a single person. Singing them makes me feel nauseous. All right, enough of that out. I can sing anything, so it's up to you. Xiao Wai turned to Chen Ziming. "Old pop songs, let me think. All about Hai, Tian Kong. It was one of the most popular songs 30 years ago. You can't say you don't know it." "Ugh, not that song again. What do you know?" "Xiao M, you need to speak up. Can you sing it?" Chen Ziming actually could sing that song, having lost count of how many times he had played it. For this song, he had spent a week learning to transliterate Cantonese into Mandarin. Chen Ziming nodded. Without waiting for him to refuse, Xiao Wai began to beat the drums. Xiao Kei, who had been disparaging Xiao Wai's taste in music moments ago, now sat up straight, facing the audience with a serious expression, ready to sing. Influenced by the atmosphere, Chen Ziming quickly adjusted the guitar, attempting to keep pace with Xiao Wai's rhythm. Just as Xiao Kei was about to start singing, the drumming abruptly halted. "Sing slow if it's slow, fast if it's fast. It doesn't matter. As long as it sounds good, that's all that matters. All right. I knew you wouldn't side with me. You'd just go against me. I simply can't stand how pretentious you are, picking on someone with no stage experience." Observing their banter, it seemed like they were on the verge of an argument. Chen Ziming felt concerned. He didn't want anyone to quarrel because of him. He considered stepping in to mediate, but unexpectedly, the tone of their conversation shifted, and the atmosphere became lively again. "That it's clearly you who bullies me every day, that I'll cut your hair one day, and see how smug you are then. That would cost me my life. Would you really do that?" Xiao Wai chuckled. "Then just let me cut one strand." Xiao Kei pouted. "Not even one strand. How about that?" The two of them seemed to treat Chen Ziming as if he were invisible, engaging in their playful banter. Fortunately, this was not Chen Ziming's first time witnessing their flirtation. Otherwise, the contrast would have left him utterly bewildered. He quickly strummed the guitar, and the melancholic sound resonated through the room. Hai Kwa Tian Kong is a song penned by the author that pursues dreams, expressing the spirit of persistence and effort towards ideals. Chen Ziming's mother, Zhang Yinping, often chastised Chen Xiong for frivolously spending money, hindering their son's studies. Chen Xiong, however, dismissed academic pursuits with a wave of his hand, arguing that life offers many choices and whatever his son enjoys is the best choice for him. Zhang Yinping would sigh and refrain from arguing with her husband, occasionally chiding Chen Ziming when she found him engrossed in the guitar. In such an open-minded environment fostered by his father, Chen Ziming excelled in both academics and guitar, prompting Chen Xiong to tease Zhang Yinping, claiming he almost heeded her advice and jeopardized the future of a musical genius. These moments, Chen Ziming would secretly side with his father, joining in the teasing of his mother. Whenever this happened, Zhang Yinping would threaten to stop cooking for the two of them, prompting Chen Ziming to quickly switch sides and oppose his father, who would then jokingly label him as a fence-sitter. However, everything changed after the college entrance examinations. Xiao Wai's drumming was vigorous and lively, shaking his head in rhythm. Xiao Kei's singing soared into the air as if it was about to break through the ceiling. The trio's collaboration reached a remarkable harmony. After completing the song, Xiao Wai gave Chen Ziming a thumbs up. "Wow, I never expected your guitar skills to be quite impressive. Yeah, we can form a band, I see no problem at all." Xiao Kei exclaimed excitedly. "Xiao, what else can you play?" Xiao Wai's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Encouraged, Chen Ziming felt more at ease in speaking to the two of them, but he slowly listed a few popular songs from the past, as well as some contemporary hits that he believed had well-written lyrics. He even mentioned a couple of very obscure songs that those not deeply involved in music might not have heard of. This revelation further enhanced Xiao Wai and Xiao Kei's fondness for Chen Ziming. The trio selected around 10 songs and rehearsed them on stage one by one. It wasn't until Xiao Kei called for a break that they finally paused, saving their energy for the evening. The afternoon slipped away just like that. Xiao Wai ordered takeout for dinner. Feeling embarrassed to let them treat him again, Chen Ziming insisted on paying for himself. Xiao Wai and Xiao Kei, unable to refuse, acquiesced to Chen Ziming's wishes. The three of them sat around the dining table, enjoying hamburgers, fries, and fried chicken. "Hey Xiao, how long have you known Xiao Sa?" Xiao Wai casually inquired. This question put Chen Ziming in a difficult position. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond, particularly fearing they would ask how he met her. Chen Ziming didn't want to lie, but recounting their meeting at the bar and the events that followed felt rather embarrassing. It's been too long. I honestly can't remember." He finally said, "Oh, you can't remember because it's been so long?" Xiao Kei asked. Chen Ziming shook his head. "No, it's actually, we've only just met a few days ago." "Oh, you just met, and you've come all this way there's something important going on?" "Oh dear, why are you prying into others' privacy?" Xiao Kei responded with displeasure. "What's the big deal? We're all quite familiar now." All right, if that's the case, then let's hear it." Upon finishing her words, Xiao Wai and Xiao Kei turned their gaze towards Chen Ziming, with a look of curiosity adorning Xiao Kei's face, completely devoid of the earlier complaints about Xiao Wai prying into private matters. Observing their expressions, Chen Ziming scratched his head and mumbled, "Actually, I came this time to find her." At this juncture, Chen Ziming chose not to elaborate further. Xiao Wai and Xiao Kei grew impatient, particularly Xiao Kei, who appeared on the verge of rushing over to seize Chen Ziming by the collar and compel him to complete his sentence. Yet, Chen Ziming remained silent. With a playful smirk, Xiao Wai teased, "Could it be that you've developed feelings for Xiao Sa?" Instantly, Chen Ziming's face flushed crimson. The two exchanged a glance, disbelief etched on their faces. "In no way. Xiao Wai exclaimed in astonishment. "Preferences vary, don't adopt such a tone." Xiao Kei retorted with dissatisfaction. "Not really, I just find it. Well, the notion of love at first sight truly exists in this world, and it moves me. There is genuine affection in this world. Do you believe everyone is as cold-blooded as you?" "How am I cold-blooded?" Xiao Kei rolled her eyes that you're rather frigid. As their banter continued, they were on the brink of an argument once more. However, Chen Ziming had long grown accustomed to such exchanges. At that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with what he intended to convey upon reuniting with Xiao Sa that evening. Chapter 46. Shopping Wugu, hearing commotion from the opposite side, rose to peer through the peephole. Discovering that the three individuals had vacated the room, that he hastily gathered his belongings and descended the stairs. Spotting them hailing a taxi, Wugu promptly signaled for one as well, urging the driver to accelerate and keep pace with the vehicle ahead. The driver, visibly irritated, replied, "For heaven's sake, no matter how fast, safety must come first. I can't just fly." Wugu remained silent, his eyes fixated on the taxi occupied by General Li and his companions. After a brief moment, as they approached a traffic light, General Li's taxi veered to the right at the intersection. The driver of Wu Ji's taxi, in a rush, had to hastily merge right, nearly causing a rear-end collision due to his abrupt maneuver. With a screech of brakes, the driver halted the vehicle, and the car behind him came to a stop. Suddenly, a burly, bald man emerged from the vehicle behind, storming over to the taxi and banging on the window. "Get out!" The driver, in a panic, quickly bowed and apologized. "My apologies, brother. I didn't see you in my haste." The bald man paid no heed, brandishing a metal rod from behind him. "Get out. If you don't comply, I'll smash your car first, and then I'll deal with you." The driver trembled in fear, paralyzed with indecision, not daring to move within the vehicle. Enraged, the bald man raised the rod to strike at T that moment. The rear door of the car swung open. Hearing the sound, the bald man turned to see a middle-aged man in a leather jacket with stubble standing outside the vehicle. "What's the matter? You looking to be a hero?" he growled, pointing the rod threateningly at Wugu. Seizing the rod, Wugu yanked it from the bald man's grasp and, with a forceful twist akin to breaking a cucumber, snapped it in half, returning the pieces to the bald man. Without a second thought, the driver pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward with a roar. Inside, the air conditioning was on, yet beads of cold sweat formed on the driver's forehead, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. Just in time, General Li's vehicle reached a red light, allowing Wugu to catch up. This time, without needing Wu Ji's urging, the driver executed his decades of driving skills with utmost diligence, not daring to slacken. Once General Li and his companions alighted from the car, Wugu instructed the driver to stop as well. Before exiting, Wugu inquired about the fare. The driver, trembling, replied, "There's a charity event today, so it's free for passengers." Wugu chuckled, glancing at the meter, and scanned the QR code to complete the payment before disembarking. As he surveyed the area, it became evident that he was in a bustling commercial district. General Li and his companions had already entered a shopping street, and Wugu hastily followed suit. The trio walked and conversed amongst themselves. "Find out the name of that store," General Li commanded. One of the younger men beside him opened his phone, flipping through it before displaying a page to General Li. Growing impatient, General Li remarked, "Just find it yourself. No need to show me." The young man sheepishly complied. "General Li, why don't we directly check the surveillance footage? Do you know someone here?" I apologize. Extracting this consumption record is quite a challenge." "Understood, General L. As they continued down the commercial street, passing a clock tower, one of the younger men suddenly pointed excitedly at a small juice shop along the street, exclaiming, "This is it! This is the place!" However, the young man glanced at his phone again, confirming, "Yes, it's definitely this one." General Li removed his sunglasses, scrutinized the shop's name, uttered a brief "let's go," and led his two companions inside. They settled at a table near the front counter. Wugu lingered at the entrance for a moment, before also entering the shop and choosing a table adjacent to General Li and his companions. "General Li, should we ask them directly now? Or, let's go now, but be sharp about it." "Understood." The young man rose, cheerfully approaching the young waitress clad in a uniform at the front counter. "Hello, may I take your order?" The young girl inquired with a smile. "Miss, are you the owner, or just an employee? I could never afford to own this place." "Oh, I see. You look so fortunate. It's only a matter of time." "Thank you." The young girl beamed at the compliment. General Li's young companion ordered 3 cups of juice and several plates of pastries. The waitress cheerfully processed the order, and the young man, glancing at the prices, "Overpaid by 100 yuan. You've overpaid." The young girl exclaimed, "You're so adorable. This is just a little tip for you," he replied with a grin. "Really? How kind of you." She beamed. "Hubby, by the way, I have something I'd like to ask you." "Sure. What is it?" "I have a younger cousin who had a falling out with his family and ran away to this area. His friends mentioned he was seen around here recently, and I wanted to know if you've encountered him." The young man leaned closer, whispering to the waitress as he displayed a photo of Chen Ziming from his phone. The young girl scrutinized the screen, pondering for a moment that I think I might remember him. Really? Did you see where he went? I can't recall. She shook her head. Please think again that I truly can't remember. There are many shops nearby with large crowds, so I really can't say. The young man pursed his lips. Well then, could we exchange WeChat? The young waitress hesitated. Having overheard the entire conversation, generally understood that they were unaware of Chen Ziming's whereabouts and lost interest in lingering there, he stood up with another young man, pulling the one seeking the WeChat contact out of the shop. Seeing the customers ready to leave, the young girl hurriedly called out, Your juice. You can keep it, she said with a frown. What a peculiar person. Wu Gu also exited the shop. Observing another customer leaving without consuming anything, the young girl felt perplexed. What is going on today? The young man who had just ordered quickly replied. He went to a noodle shop after the juice bar. Why not head straight to the noodle shop? General Lee frowned. You didn't mention it, so I just came to the first place. General Lee pursed his lips, internally ridiculing the person's intelligence. Then let's hurry. With that, the three of them moved forward, eventually locating the noodle shop. This time, through inquiries, they indeed discovered Chen Ziming's whereabouts. General Lee took the initiative to inquire directly. The waiter confirmed that a young man fitting Chen Ziming's description had indeed dined there. After leaving, he chatted for a while with two individuals who appeared to be singers at the entrance before departing with them. After expressing gratitude, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The trio decided to have a meal at the shop. Wu Gu, seated not far away, observed their movements while eating noodles. He dared not sit too close, having just been beside them in the juice shop. Another close proximity might risk recognition. However, Wu Gu found himself puzzled, as it seemed they were searching for someone, not merely encountering someone. Who were they looking for? Why had they abruptly abandoned their pursuit of Chen Ziming and hurried to this location? Wu Gu was perplexed. As General Lee and his companions dined, they engaged in hushed conversation. Are there any other leads? General Lee inquired. Point one, the younger man checked his phone, noting that the consumption record had reached its end. General Lee nodded. Singers, he murmured thoughtfully. Could it be that he encountered a celebrity and wanted an autograph? One young man suggested. Nonsense. Would a celebrity dine in such a small shop and chat with a stranger at the entrance? Another young man countered. Perhaps they are third or fourth tier stars. Third or fourth tier stars could be even more pretentious than first tier ones. The two continued to bicker. Generally pondered, singers who would appear in such places must be obscure amateur performers. Given the time, he couldn't fathom why Chen Ziming would follow two singers anywhere. He considered discussing it with the younger men, but abandoned that thought upon hearing their arguments. With no new leads, General Lee and his companions were left uncertain about their next steps, awaiting the next consumption record from Chen Ziming. They held the belief that Chen Ziming could not possibly have made no purchases today. Thus, the trio decided to meander nearby, awaiting the arrival of Chen Ziming's new consumption records before locating his whereabouts. With nothing pressing to attend to, the three strolled leisurely through the shopping mall. Two of the younger associates found several upscale men's clothing and accessory stores, admiring the dazzling array of products while extolling the virtues of Mr. Lee, asserting that such luxurious items were tailored for someone of his refined taste. Initially, Mr. Lee maintained a semblance of rationality, perceiving their flattery as mere sycophancy. However, as the compliments accumulated, he too began to feel elevated, eventually succumbing to the temptation of making a purchase. Remarkably, he even bought a watch for each of the two younger associates. Although the expenditure was modest, merely a few thousand, Mr. Lee later felt a pang of regret, reflecting that impulsive spending is indeed a devilish temptation to maintain a fa-ade. Wu Gu stood before a jewelry store's counter, feigning interest in gold items. Sir, are you looking to purchase some gold jewelry? A middle-aged female clerk inquired with a smile. Wu Gu casually nodded. The clerk immediately praised. What an astute young man you are. Our store. She launched into a series of self-praises and promotional pitches. Wu Gu felt overwhelmed by her chatter. Spotting Li and his companions exiting a clothing store, he quickly smiled at the clerk, saying, My apologies, I'll return another time, before hastily making his way toward Mr. Lee's group. The middle-aged clerk scoffed. What a bothersome night fell at 7 o'clock. The bar street came alive, with patrons gradually arriving for drinks and leisure. The vibrant lights of the bar street flickered into life. In the bar, where Chen Ziming and his companions were scheduled to perform, guests began trickling in a matter of moments. 3 or 4 tables were occupied. The owner stood behind the bar, engaging in conversation with Xiao Wai and another individual. "How did the rehearsal go today?" The owner inquired cheerfully. "It went smoothly," Xiao Wai replied briskly. "But boss, aren't you worried that if you hand over the keys to me, I might pilfer your fine liquor?" The owner chuckled. "You're not that sort of person. With your keen insight, once I make it big, I shall certainly help promote your little shop. That I'll be counting on you." Future star. Xiao Wai relished the title of star, tightening his fists in triumph. After exchanging pleasantries with the owner, Xiao Wai and Xiao Ke approached the stage where Chen Ziming was busy tuning his guitar strings. Feeling an overwhelming sense of nervousness as this marked his first performance that it's starting at 7:30, Xiao's debut. "Are you nervous?" Xiao Wai teased with a grin. "Who isn't nervous the first time?" Xiao Ke chimed in, "I remember you, during your first time." Before Xiao Ke could finish, Xiao Wai hurriedly covered her mouth. "That's enough. Must you recount my embarrassing moments to everyone? Have some consideration for my dignity." "Humph. Who told you to show off?" "Well, I am a bit worried. I fear I might mess things up for you," Xiao Ke remarked. "Are you feeling envious?" Xiao Ke rolled her eyes at him, while Chen Ziming smiled silently at their banter. "Xiao M, let us go," Xiao Wai declared, striding confidently onto the stage. Xiao Ke followed closely, her confidence buoyed as she swung her long braids. Chen Ziming swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the guitar. He focused on the steps, his heart racing. "Xiao M." Xiao Wai gestured from behind the drum set, signaling for Chen Ziming to hurry up. Xiao Ke took her place at the microphone in the center of the stage. Smiling down at the audience, Chen Ziming clenched his teeth, resolved to push through. He stepped onto the stage, feeling his legs tremble beneath him. Approaching the designated spot, he noticed the music stand set before him. Casting a glance at the high stool, he turned and sat down, cradling his guitar while staring at the floor. Feeling awkward, he lifted his gaze to behold a sea of eyes fixed upon him. Chen Ziming swallowed again, his thoughts consumed with finding the nearest restroom. With a rhythmic thud, Xiao Wai struck the drums twice, and the lights in the bar dimmed, spotlighting the stage. "Let us welcome our new guitarist." "Xiao M," Xiao Wai shouted into the microphone, pointing at Chen Ziming. His voice rang clear and resonant, imbued with a naturalness that belied his experience as a performer, and his announcement, paired with the crash of cymbals, ignited the atmosphere. The audience responded enthusiastically, some cheering loudly, others clapping in approval. Chen Ziming, witnessing the exuberance below, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing he might disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Without further ado, Xiao Wai teased the audience about the first song of the night before striking the cymbals again and scanning the crowd. With fervor, he proclaimed, "Ocean vast skies." The crowd erupted in cheers, though some patrons furrowed their brows in confusion. Sensing Chen Ziming's struggle, Xiao Wai intensified the rhythm of the drums, attempting to mask the faltering notes of the guitar. Fortunately, as Chen Ziming played, he gradually found his footing, his sound becoming clearer and more cohesive. Thus, the prelude passed without incident. Once the introduction concluded, Xiao Ke's rich, resonant voice filled the air. "Today, I watched the snow fluttering in the cold night. With a heart that has cooled, drifting far away." Her voice carried a mournful wildness, reflecting the suppressed emotions of both her and Xiao Wai, aligning perfectly with their current struggles. Her tone was haunting yet powerful. "Abandoning ideals, anyone can do it. Who would fear that one day it would just be you and me?" In the chorus, Xiao Wai harmonized with Xiao Ke, their voices blending to convey a poignant release of pent-up emotions. Among the bar's patrons were several middle-aged individuals, burdened by the weight of life's pressures, seeking solace in drink and a reprieve from their daily struggles. Their experiences resonated with the song's emotional depth. The only difference was that they had long since relinquished their dreams and the courage to aspire for distant horizons. Amidst the melancholic yet soaring melody, some audience members began to hum along softly, while others indulged in drink after drink, and still others paused their conversations, gazing sentimentally at the performers on stage at that moment. Chen Ziming felt as if he were in his own small room, strumming and singing to himself, or perhaps seated on a rock in a park, lost in his own melodies. After singing just a couple of notes, Xiao Kei gradually quieted her voice, choosing instead to listen to Chen Ziming's performance. His voice rang clear and bright, akin to the sound of a mountain spring flowing over stones. His rendition of the sorrowful yet soaring song was imbued with a unique richness. Within his voice lay the poignant sorrow of familial upheaval, the sadness of being misunderstood without the means to explain, and the yearning for connection juxtaposed with the fear of solitude. His singing resonated like a helpless youth kneeling beneath a desolate sky. Crying out to the heavens, Xiao Kei nodded along, softly singing in tandem with Chen Ziming. Xiao Y's drumming grew more vigorous, and the audience became enraptured, lost in the emotional outpouring of Chen Ziming's performance. As he sang the lines, "Forgive me for this unrestrained life, loving freedom, yet fearing one day I might fall," tears began to stream down his cheeks. As the song reached its finale, Xiao Y and Xiao Kei harmonized with Chen Ziming, collectively concluding the piece. As the last note faded, applause erupted from the audience. Whistles and shouts for an encore filled the air. Chen Ziming felt an inexplicable joy wash over him, gazing out at the sea of unfamiliar faces. He found a sense of calm and contentment. Following this, the trio performed 2 more songs, with Xiao Kei leading the vocals and Chen Ziming and Xiao Y providing harmony. "Wow, I never expected you could bring such character to this song. Your high notes are both pure and resonant," Xiao Kei remarked with a smile. Chen Ziming, flattered, lowered his gaze. Suddenly, Xiao Y interjected, "Xiao Sa has arrived." "Where?" Chen Ziming quickly inquired, lifting his head. "She'll be here shortly. Do you want to go out and greet her?" Chen Ziming hesitated briefly, pursed his lips, and nodded. "I want to go too," Xiao Kei exclaimed, bouncing on her feet. Under Xiao Y's guidance, Chen Ziming followed Xiao Kei toward the entrance of the bar, his heart racing with anxiety, unsure of what to say upon meeting her. Meanwhile, on the commercial street, Mr. Li and his companions hurried toward the bar street. Why was the consumption information from 5 o'clock only just conveyed? Li frowned in concern. "All right, you remember the name, right?" "Yes, it's Xinghue Bar." "Good, let us move quickly." The commercial street was not far from the bar street, and the trio soon arrived at their destination. "Is this the place?" one of the younger associates asked. "The map indicates it is," he replied. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Li signaled for the younger associate to lead the way, and they approached Xinghue Bar's. Mr. Li stood before the entrance. He exchanged a glance with one of his companions, who nodded and approached the door. Grasping the handle, the associate pulled the glass door open slowly. Upon the door's opening, he was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong?" I quickly inquired. Not far away, Wuga noticed the trio's reaction and sensed something amiss, quickly closing the distance to join them. Upon entering, Wuga discovered a pair of men and women embracing passionately in a kiss. The man sported a mane of green hair, while the woman had cascading locks and was clad in a form-fitting skirt. The young man who opened the door chuckled with excitement. I patted the young man's shoulder, cleared his throat, and gave him a meaningful glance, indicating that he should persuade the couple to part ways to facilitate their entrance. The young man straightened his demeanor, approached the couple, and uttered a casual greeting. The embracing duo pulled apart and turned their gazes toward him. The man furrowed his brow and said with displeasure, "Are you out of your mind?" The young man, taken aback, retorted, "Hey, who are you calling insane?" The man released the woman's waist, stepped forward, and pointed at the young man, saying, "I'm talking about you. What is it to you?" The young man rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. Li intervened, shaking his head to signal him to refrain from causing a scene. He addressed the man. "Friend, we simply wish to enter. Could you grant us this favor?" "Enter? What are you talking about? Can't you read the sign at the door?" "We read closed for business today. Li and the young man both glanced at the glass door, where indeed a notice was affixed, stating that the establishment was undergoing renovations and would be closed. Oddly, Chen Ziming had ordered takeout to be delivered here. How could there be renovations? Mr. Li felt puzzled, suspecting the man was not being truthful. Thus, he pressed further, "Renovating at this hour?" "No, what I meant was, are you out of your mind? Why should I have to inform you about renovations?" The man spoke brusquely, jabbing his finger at Mr. Li. Mr. Li, who had been suppressing his temper, found it hard to maintain his composure when being insulted in front of his two companions. "What kind of upbringing did you have to be so rude?" Mr. Lee stepped closer, standing beside the young man. Seeing M.R.L. about to assert himself, the two young men quickly positioned themselves at his side, glaring fiercely at the man, ready to support Mr. Lee. The man, sensing the numerical advantage against him dwindling, faltered slightly. Pointing at the trio, his tone lost some of its bravado. "So you think you can bully those who are outnumbered? Don't go anywhere. Wait while I call for backup." He began to pull out his phone, but M.R.L. I snatched it away, delivering a sharp slap to the man's face. "Calling for help? Are we?" The man staggered back 2 steps, shielding his head and bending slightly. "Listen, don't bully me." Mr. Lee slapped the back of the man's head again. "Bullying? Huh." The man nearly crumbled to the ground, recovering slowly as he attempted to rise. "Just you wait." Mr. Lee delivered another slap, turning the man's head aside. "Waiting, are we?" The woman, who had just been kissing him, was frightened and tried to flee, but was intercepted by M.R.L.'s 2 young men. One of them grinned and pretended to threaten her. The woman, in a panic, stepped back awkwardly. The 2 young men appeared as if they were about to seize a virtuous woman. "Wow. Is that all the courage you have?" "Indeed, I thought you were quite impressive," the 2 young men mocked. After dealing with the man, Mr. Lee and his companions entered the B.A.R.L. I surveyed the surroundings, discovering that renovations were indeed underway. Benches and paint cans were strewn about. They weren't lying? How could this be? Was the information incorrect? "Hey, when did the renovation start?" Mr. Lee asked sternly. "What is it to you?" The man softened slightly to, "IT began this morning. Did a male college student with medium-length hair come here this afternoon?" The man hesitated. "No, only 2 painters are here." "Nonsense, there was clearly a college student who ordered takeout delivered here." "You're telling me you didn't see him?" The man was momentarily stunned. "What takeout?" "Nobody ordered any takeout. ISNT the Xinghue bar." "It's Xinghue," the man replied. Could the information be wrong? Mr. Lee called over the young man who had been teasing the woman. "Show your phone. Let us confirm if this is Xinghue." The young man quickly pulled out his phone, displaying the WeChat chat history to Mr. Lee. The words Xinghue bar were clearly visible. "Indeed, is Xinghue bar." The man leaned in for a look. "This ISNTR bar." "We are Xinghue, not Xing D. Oh, you take us for fools?" Mr. Lee exclaimed angrily. The man explained defensively. No, the characters are different that we are." Realizing the misunderstanding, the man quickly led M.R.L.I. and his companions toward the exit. Spotting someone exiting, Wugu, standing across the street, hurriedly lowered his head, shielding himself with the brim of his hat. Once outside, the man pointed at the bar's name, addressing M.R.L.I. and his companions. "Look at this. It's this we, not that HUI.M.R.L." I furrowed his brow, comparing his phone with the sign outside the bar. Indeed, although the pronunciation was the same, the characters were entirely different. Feeling embarrassed, Mr. Lee cleared his throat and said to the young man, "Next time, be more observant." The young man sheepishly nodded, since they had come to the wrong place. Mr. Lee had no reason to linger any longer. He waved his hand, leading the 2 young men away from the bar. The man, his green hair disheveled from the earlier encounter, quickly grabbed his phone and made a call. Moments earlier, at the entrance of Xinghue bar, Chen Ziming, along with Xiao Y and Xiao K, had just exited and were waiting for Xiao Sa to arrive at the mouth of the bar street. Chen Ziming's heart raced. Xiao K teased him. "Are you excited to see someone you like?" Chen Ziming shyly smiled, lowering his head. "Hey, she's coming. Xiao Y suddenly pointed ahead. Chen Ziming immediately turned to where Xiao Y was indicating. However, strangely, the female singer did not appear in his line of sight. Doubting his own eyes, he blinked and looked again. Indeed, she was nowhere to be found. Yet, there was a girl with long hair wearing a cap, approaching them. However, the girl's physique seemed to be twice that of the female singer. The girl arrived in front of the trio. Xiao Kei stepped forward, blocking her shoulder. "Xiao Sa, look, we brought you someone." Xiao Sa, adorned with smoky makeup and clad in tight jeans and a t-shirt, showcased her robust figure. Her voice was husky, reminiscent of a male's. "How should I know who that is?" Xiao Y patted Chen Ziming on the shoulder. "Your good friend, of course." Xiao Y placed particular emphasis on the word friend. "Good friend?" Xiao Sa approached, scrutinizing Chen Ziming. Realizing the misunderstanding, Chen Ziming's face flushed crimson as he mumbled, "Wrong, wrong, wrong?" Xiao Wai queried, perplexed. "Yes, she is not the person I was looking for." Xiao Wai's expression seemed to convey relief, indicating that Chen Ziming's taste was still intact. Only Xiao Sa remained in the dark, looking confusedly among the three. "What on earth are you all talking about?" It's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Xiao Ke chuckled awkwardly. "Hey, we're just introducing you to a new friend, our guitarist." Xiao Wai explained. "Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier." Xiao Sa extended her chubby hand toward Chen Ziming. "What should I call you?" "Just call him Xiao M." Xiao Ke laughed. Chen Ziming nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiao M, nice. You three seem to fit well together. I think you should call yourself the Alphabet Band." Xiao Wai paused for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "That is a great idea. I think the name sounds fantastic." "No way." Xiao Sa expressed her disdain. The trio of Xiao Wai, Xiao Ke, and Xiao Sa began teasing each other. While Chen Ziming remained silent, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. It seemed his hopes had been dashed. What should he do next? Where could he find that female singer? Below the stage, Xiao Sa, wearing a cap, waved her chubby, fair hand, cheering for the three. Meanwhile, outside the bar, Mr. Li and his companion stood at the entrance of Xinghue Bar. The young man scrutinized the information in his hands repeatedly, confirming its accuracy before nodding vigorously. "This is indeed the place." At a command, one of the young men pushed open the glass door of the bar, leading Li inside. The trio entered the bar. Before them lay the bar counter. With the main hall to the right, and further right against the wall was the stage where Chen Ziming and his companions were performing. The dim lighting cast shadows over a group of figures seated at tables. Their backs turned to the newcomers. On stage, three singers were visible, with only one, a girl with dreadlocks, clearly discernible as she sang to them. Li and his companions maneuvered around the front, searching within the main hall. As they moved toward the stage, they scrutinized the patrons at the tables. "Not this one. Not that one," Mr. Li muttered as he scanned the crowd. Some patrons made brief eye contact with the trio before returning their attention to the stage, while others glared at him. Li and his companions, feeling offended as they continued their search. Mr. Li and his companions had already assessed 7 or 8 tables. Like a tea that moment, a song came to an end. Xiao Ke rose from her seat, addressing the crowd. "The next song is dedicated to my good friend, Xiao Sa. I wish her health and happiness." Xiao Ke's playful and charming voice elicited laughter from the audience. Xiao Sa made a disdainful expression towards Xiao Ke at him. Li and his companions were drawn to the sound of Xiao Ke's voice. Turning their attention to the stage, they noticed that, in addition to the singers, there was a drummer and another guitarist who was looking down at his instrument. Li frowned and stepped toward the stage. This moment, Chen Ziming slowly raised his lowered head. President Li fixed his gaze on Chen Ziming's head, intent on discerning his features. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the entrance as a group of individuals stormed in, led by a man with vibrant green hair. Chapter 49. Finding a way to locate the female singer, since Lin Qing learned that Xiao Sa was not the person he was searching for. He had become despondent, lacking the spirit to engage. Xiao Wai and his companions attempted to converse with him, but he merely smiled weakly and moved on. Sensing his melancholy, Xiao Wai and his friends ceased their efforts to disturb him. Chen Ziming, Xiao Wai, Xiao Ke, and Xiao Sa strolled along the commercial street. Xiao Wai and Xiao Ke chatted and playfully jostled each other, while Chen Ziming quietly followed behind, lost in thought. After a while, Xiao Ke leaned in and whispered to Xiao Wai, "I notice Xiao M is feeling down. As the leader of this lettered band, you ought to devise a plan." Xiao Wai frowned, contemplating the situation. Observing their exchange, Xiao Sa inquired, "What are you two whispering about, afraid of being overheard?" Upon seeing the instigator, Xiao Ke and the others rolled their eyes. "It's all because of you," Xiao Ke muttered, lowering her gaze. "What? Because of me? What do you mean?" Xiao Sa retorted, feigning offense. "Goodness, Xiao Sa, when did you become so full of questions?" Xiao Ke laughed. "Enough of this diversion. What are you actually discussing?" Chen Ziming, with his head bowed, continued to trail behind, his expression heavy with contemplation. "Ascend? Oh, it's about ascending," Xiao Wai remarked, making a slicing gesture across his neck. Heavens, surely you're not that despondent. Am I truly that despairing? Xiao Ke couldn't help but chuckle. Now, consider how to cheer up our Xiao M. Otherwise, you'll be deemed the culprit. With a long sigh, Xiao Sa gazed at the night sky and shook her head. She pursed her lips and turned to Chen Ziming. Hey, Xiao M. Chen Ziming remained unresponsive. Xiao M. Xiao Sa raised her voice and called out, startling him into lifting his head slightly. I hear you're here looking for a good friend? Chen Ziming nodded. Does she resemble me? Xiao Y and Xiao Ke stifled their laughter, inwardly thinking it was clearly the lack of resemblance that caused the despair. Hey, do you perhaps have feelings for this good friend of yours? Xiao Ke teased, observing the lively atmosphere and the carefree banter of his companions. Chen Ziming felt a shift in his melancholic mood. Being with these three brought him joy. He realized that Xiao Y and Xiao Ke were perpetually cheerful. And with Xiao Sa joining them, their happiness multiplied. He relished the camaraderie. Making friends seemed remarkably simple. Within a day, one could discern who might become a true companion. Before high school, Chen Ziming mostly spent time with his family. The rest was devoted to sports, music, or studying. His time was dedicated to himself and his family. However, after high school, he spiraled into a deep pit of despair, with all his time consumed by his own melancholy. Having made few friends before high school, he had felt quite content living with his family. But post-high school, he perceived himself as inadequate, feeling worse in their company and even more so with others. Being with Xiao Y, Xiao Ke, and Xiao Sa was the first time he savored the feeling of friendship. Chen Ziming smiled faintly and spoke. Thank you all. He glanced at each of them. Thank you for accompanying me this half-day. I truly appreciate it. His lips trembled, realizing that expressing gratitude also required courage. Xiao Y and the others were momentarily taken aback, with Xiao Ke being the first to recover, bursting into laughter. Xiao M. You're too inconsiderate. Her words left Chen Ziming stunned, as did Xiao Y and Xiao Sa, both looking bewildered. What a nonsensical statement. Where does that come from? Xiao Ke shot them a playful glance. Continuing, if you're going to express gratitude, it shouldn't just be verbal. You ought to treat us to a meal. Wait, both Xiao Y and Xiao Sa exclaimed in unison, while Chen Ziming gaped in disbelief. The only places open for dinner at night were the barbecue joints. The four of them settled at an outdoor barbecue restaurant. Xiao Y, shirtless, showcased his rib-like physique as he drank beer, his face flushed. Hey, be mindful of your surroundings. Don't go flashing skin, Xiao Ke remarked, pointing at him. Jealous, are you? If you could, you'd do the same? Xiao Ke teased, ready to lift her shirt. Xiao Y quickly restrained her arm. Don't do that. I'm worried you'll catch a chill. Stop flaunting your affection. Xiao Sa scoffed at the two. Chen Ziming chuckled at Xiao Y and Xiao Ke, and after consuming 2 bottles of beer, everything around him began to feel surreal. Listen, we can't let Xiao M foot the bill without helping him resolve his dilemma, Xiao Sa declared with righteous fervor. Yes, Xiao Ke agreed. Xiao M, what additional traits does your good friend possess? Do you know her name, or any nicknames in the circle? Or perhaps where she resides? Xiao Y, has the beer muddled your thoughts? If Xiao M knew that, would he still be troubled? Xiao Ke retorted. Yes, it's my fault again, Xiao Y admitted, as they began playfully shoving each other. Only Xiao Sa, the questioner, maintained her serious demeanor as she looked at Chen Ziming. Xiao M? Chen Ziming turned slowly, meeting Xiao Sa's gaze. I only recall that on the night we met, she wore a baseball cap, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Xiao Sa glanced at herself, wondering if he was describing her. Her figure is slender. Chen Ziming continued. Xiao Sa suddenly realized, comprehending why she was the cause of Chen Ziming's despondency. Her musical talent is exceptional, natural, and fluid. Musical talent? Can she play the guitar? Chen Ziming nodded. The first time I saw her, she was performing as a resident singer at a bar. A resident singer at a bar. And she recently came to Hangzhou. The two of them exchanged excited glances. Exactly, Xiao Y exclaimed with enthusiasm. That's right, Xiao Ke echoed. Absolutely correct, she praised. Xiao Sa wore a proud expression. Chen Ziming appeared confused, the 2 bottles of beer slowing his cognitive processes. Oh dear, Xiao M, why are you so slow-witted like Xiao Y? Who are you calling slow? Xiao Y feigned injury. Indeed, Chen Ziming began to display a glimmer of joy. But with so many people, how will Xiao M find her? Xiao Sa scratched her head. That's simple. Leave it to us. Xiao Ke raised an eyebrow. Shaking her shoulders playfully, Wu Go was seated in a noodle shop directly across from the hospital. It was likely the only establishment open near the hospital in all of Hangzhou. He had witnessed President Li and his unfortunate companions bullying a green-haired man, who soon retaliated by dragging them out of the bar and delivering a series of punches and kicks. After the altercation, President Li was forced to apologize publicly. Despite his initial resistance, President Li ultimately relented after receiving several slaps. Under the lessons imparted by the green-haired man and his entourage, President Li's arm was dislocated, necessitating a visit to the hospital for treatment. Wu Ge followed them to the hospital, but found it inconvenient to enter, so he opted to eat at the noodle shop across the street, keeping an eye on the hospital entrance while dining. The bar appeared to be a chaotic venue. Amidst the brawl, those inside continued to enjoy the music, with only a handful venturing outside to watch. Perhaps they were either too afraid to get involved or had grown accustomed to such scenes. The owner, assertive in demeanor, had promptly ejected both groups, allowing them to brawl on the street. Wu Ge pondered what these individuals were truly after and who they were searching for. After finishing his meal, he rested his chin on the table, peering through the door at the hospital entrance. The night sky was dim and oppressive, evoking a sense of weariness. As he stared, fatigue began to overwhelm him, and his eyelids grew heavy. Chapter 50. The music festival scene 2 days later, on Sunday, by the artificial lake in Hangzhou, music enthusiasts gradually arrived at the venue. The open-air stage was fully set up, featuring a massive LED screen at the back, spanning the width of the stage, flanked by 2 smaller screens that that moment. The screens displayed advertisements for the renowned musicians and bands set to perform, along with promotion for the event's organizers and supporting companies. The area surrounding the stage was teeming with people. Chen Ziming and his companions were walking along a street filled with food vendors, with Xiao Ke holding 2 skewers of meat that were half her height, chomping away as they walked. Hey, save some for me. Don't eat it all, Xiao Y protested. Got it, stop nagging, Xiao Ke replied. A hint of comfort warming Chen Ziming's heart as he observed the lively scene. Wearing a duckbill cap, Wu Ge trailed behind Li Zong and his 2 companions. Li Zong, with his arm encased in plaster, presented a rather unfortunate sight. Wu Ge was profoundly moved by Li Zong's unwavering professional spirit. He believed that to accomplish any endeavor, one must possess a tenacious spirit akin to that of Li Zong. However, he pondered the true purpose of their presence here. In contrast, Li Zong's 2 companions frolicked through the crowd, appearing blissfully innocent, seemingly oblivious to the humiliation they had endured the previous day. Li Zong, on the other hand, wore a sullen expression, trudging through the throng with a sense of numbness. Where on earth could he search for it? Li Zong lamented, revealing that he alone had taken the lesson to heart. As long as we're determined, we will surely find it, one of his companions chimed in cheerfully. Are you absolutely certain that Brad has spent money here? Li Zong inquired. Without a doubt, Li Zong. The transaction records indicate it's at the convenience store across the street, came the reply. Li Zong gazed ahead, seeing nothing but a sea of heads, black, green, and red, as if traversing a palette of colors. How far is that convenience store? Let me check the map. It's approximately 500 meters away, 500 meters. That's quite a distance still, Li Zong thought to himself, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap had his arm not been broken. 500 meters. On what grounds do you assume they would come here after purchasing drinks? Are you trying to deceive me or yourself? Li Zong's displeasure deepened. Li Zong, think about it. If it were you, accompanied by 2 singers, having made purchases in this vicinity, where would their destination be? Your logical reasoning is commendable. It seems you have gleaned much from being with me. Such a trivial matter has not stumped you. One of the companions scratched his head, chuckling. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As they walked, Li Zong contemplated, what if they opted for the snack street instead of a restaurant? Right, we must keep an eye on that area for safety. The trio navigated through the throngs, arriving at the snack street, where they observed the passing crowd that Wu Ge stealthily followed, concealing himself among the masses. Just then, Chen Ziming and his companions emerged from the snack street, flowing with the crowd. Tonight, that green grass band is performing. I'm so excited, Xiao Ke exclaimed. Humph, That's nothing more than blatant envy, Xiao Wai retorted, shrugging indifferently. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Remarkably, Chen Ziming and his friends chose not to dine at a nearby restaurant. After much insistence from Xiao Ke, they decided to grab some skewers and fried rice from the snack street instead, planning to wait for their 2 p.m. performance. Many others shared their sentiments, gradually making their way towards the snack street. Chen Ziming and his friends joined a throng that a group of 5 punk-clad young men, each appearing no older than 30, swaggered into the snack street. Some sported smoky-eye makeup, while others flaunted colorful hair, and a few had both. The 5 strutted confidently, declaring, "Music is paramount." One shouted, and the others echoed. Yeah, they raised their arms for an outward stance and one inward. Such individuals were particularly irksome, prompting nearby diners to retreat. The 5 reveled in the reaction, relishing the fear they instigated. They strolled through the snack street with an air of entitlement. Coincidentally, Li Zong and his companions were at a fried rice stall, holding plastic bowls while searching for Chen Ziming. The 5, noticing that Li Zong's group showed no fear, felt a twinge of irritation. One stepped forward to provoke. "Hey, what are you eating? Let me have a taste that we love your bowl." "What's the matter? You won't share?" Another boasted arrogantly. Such ruffians thrived on being coddled, growing bolder with every concession. Li Zong's 2 companions bristled, eager to retaliate. But Li Zong swiftly intervened, thinking, "Please, don't create trouble for me. If it weren't for you, would my arm be in this state? If a brawl breaks out today, I doubt I could save my other arm." With a forced grin, Li Zong offered, "If you want to eat, take it." "What? Do you think we're beggars? You're giving us your leftovers." In moments like these, nothing one did could appease the troublemakers. Li Zong sighed internally, lamenting his misfortune. The ruffians were relentless, eager to make things difficult. Li Zong resorted to bowing and smiling, hoping to hastily dismiss these pests. The onlookers gathered, their expressions a mix of anger and helplessness. Wu Gu, observing from the crowd, found himself increasingly perplexed. Were these 3 deliberately seeking trouble in Hangzhou? After being beaten at the bar, had they returned for more punishment? Did they consider their bodies expendable, with no concern for hospital bills? In a secluded corner of the crowd, Chen Ziming and his friends purchased food at the edge of the snack street. Xiao Wai and the others watched the commotion surrounding Li Zong while munching on their snacks. Chen Ziming, preoccupied with thoughts of the female singer, had little appetite. He was not one to revel in spectacles. So he continued his meal quietly. "Hey, do you think they'll fight?" Xiao Ke inquired, slurping her noodles. "Why does it matter? If they do, we can just watch the excitement, and afterward, we can enjoy the singing performance. After all, our ticket is worth it," Xiao Ke replied, nodding in agreement with Xiao Wai. "Hey, it looks like things are about to escalate," Xiao Sa remarked excitedly. Indeed, one of the ruffians ruffled Li Zong's hair. Brimming with provocation, Li Zong's face darkened, and it seemed he was on the verge of retaliating with his plastered hand. Chapter 51. On stage, nevertheless. Following the incident at the bar, Li Zong had gained a deeper understanding of the virtue of patience. No matter how fiercely the fire of indignation burned within him, he stifled his rage. With a strained smile, he said, "My sincerest apologies. We merely came to join the festivities and have no intention of causing trouble. In the future, we shall steer clear of you." The ruffians were undeterred, intent on continuing their harassment, when suddenly, a voice from the stage interrupted. It was the host, reminding everyone that the performance was about to commence. The crowd's attention shifted to the stage. Without the audience's focus, the 5 ruffians found their antics less amusing. Scram. One of them shoved Li Zong. Li Zong's companions were ready to defend him, but he restrained them. Retreating into the crowd, Wu Gu hurriedly followed. Amid the host's enthusiastic introduction, the first band waved to the fans below as they made their way to the center of the stage. "Wow, this is my favorite band," Xiao Ke exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly. Chen Ziming looked up to see a group of rock musicians dressed in jeans and T-shirts. As the music played, the young performers launched into their first heavy metal piece. The drums reverberating in Chen Ziming's ears. What a cacophony! How can they be famous with such a lack of skill? Xiao Wai scoffed. "Here you go again with your jealousy," Xiao Ke shot back. "Who's jealous of them? Don't be ridiculous," Xiao Wai replied dismissively. Ignoring Xiao Wai, Xiaoke continued to enjoy the performance. After one song concluded, the rockers exited, only for another middle-aged man to take the stage with a guitar. Singing a folk song, his voice was raspy and deep, more akin to soliloquy than song. Many fans in the audience appeared entranced, yet Chen Ziming found little enjoyment in it. Following the man's performance, another band took the stage, again delivering passionate heavy metal music. The most heartbreaking part is the inability to meet. Chen Ziming stared blankly at the stage. One act followed another, and soon over an hour had passed. The host walked onto the stage, his voice booming through the microphone. Next, please welcome. The host deliberately elongated the announcement, the Lonling Band. As the words left his mouth, the atmosphere surged to a crescendo. Cheers and applause echoing throughout. Chen Ziming observed nearby youths screaming in ecstasy, sensing they might faint from the excitement. Why is this band so popular? He wondered. Xiao M. Chen Ziming turned to see Xiaoke, her face alight with excitement. What? Your chance has come. Chance? Chen Ziming was perplexed, unable to fathom her meaning. Let us go. Xiao Wei tugged at him to move forward, with Xiaoke and Xiao Sa closely in tow. Where are we going? To help you find your dream girl. Xiaoke beamed. What? Chen Ziming gasped, horrified at the prospect of disrupting the event to seize the microphone on stage and declare his search for the girl of his dreams. Each step felt insurmountable. How could he possibly do this? He wished to withdraw. No. I can't do this. Our band has never known the meaning of can't. Xiao Wei laughed, pulling Chen Ziming forward. Xiaoke followed with infectious excitement. While Xiao Sa trailed behind, her expression tinged with concern but still keeping pace. With a surge of determination, Xiao Wei dragged Chen Ziming to the front row, right before the stage where the Lonling Band was performing. The stage loomed high, nearly 2 meters tall, making a direct leap onto it impractical. However, on either side of the stage, there were steps leading up. Xiaoyi glanced at the steps and tugged Chen Ziming towards them. Xiaoke and Xiao Sa followed closely behind. Upon reaching the steps, they were halted by 2 security guards. What do you intend to do? One guard inquired. The Blue Spirit Band is our favorite band. What do you think we want to do? Xiaoyi replied with a smile that I understand your enthusiasm, but if you rush on stage, it will create chaos. Even idolizing someone requires waiting for them to finish their performance. I can't wait any longer, Xiaoyi exclaimed as he circumvented the guards and dashed up the steps. Hey? One guard seized Xiaoyi by the shoulder, pulling him back. Xiaoke, take Xiao up. Xiaoyi quickly embraced the guard who was restraining him, positioning the guard between himself and Chen Ziming. Following the command, Xiaoke dashed past the guard, propelling Chen Ziming upwards. Xiao, hurry up. As another guard attempted to block the two, Xiao Sa suddenly appeared in front of him. With her curvaceous figure standing at nearly 1.70 meters, she effectively obstructed the guard's path, who hesitated to push a girl. The two were at a stalemate, seizing the opportunity created by Xiaoyi and Xiao Sa. Xiaoke pushed Chen Ziming to the center of the stage, facing the members of the Blue Spirit Band. The band, who had been performing, paused as the guitarist and drummer halted, along with the singer, leaving only the music playing. The lead singer, seemingly seasoned, did not appear overly surprised or flustered by the sudden appearance of fans. He paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Is there something we can assist you with? He inquired. Though Xiaoke appeared bold and carefree, standing face to face with a band of such repute made her feel a twinge of nervousness. Of course. Xiaoke replied with determination, standing beside her. Chen Ziming's face turned crimson as he gazed at the lead singer, swallowing hard and breathing heavily. I could see that moment. The two guards on the steps managed to break free from Xiaoyi and Xiao Sa's blockade and rushed onto the stage, intent on pulling Xiaoke and Chen Ziming down. They reached for Xiaoke and Chen Ziming's arms. Xiaoke struggled, wriggling free. Chen Ziming, bewildered, was being dragged down by the guards. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of confusion, with many spectators stunned. What is happening? Some began shouting for the disruptors to leave the stage, while others whistled, exacerbating the chaotic scene. The most astonished of all was Wu Ge. Chen Ziming. How could this be? He was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it dawned on him while Li Zong and the others were present. Their aim was indeed Chen Ziming. Wu Ge pushed aside the question of how Chen Ziming ended up here and focused on preventing him from being captured by Li Zong and his companions. He quickly glanced at Li Zong, Realizing they had already started moving toward the stage, their pace hurried. Wu hastily followed suit, but on the stage, the guards had pulled Chen Ziming to the edge of the steps, attempting to drag him down. Meanwhile, below, Xiaoyi and Xiao Sa had been subdued by another guard. Only Xiao Ke remained, still shaking off the guard's grasp, shouting at him not to touch her, given that she was a girl. The guard hesitated to forcibly remove her in front of the crowd, yet he could not allow her to continue causing a disturbance. He resorted to pinching her arm with his elbow to minimize contact while pulling her down. Xiao Ke yelled, "Is this how the Blue Spirit Band treats their fans?" The guard disregarded her protests and continued to drag her toward the steps. Chen Ziming, on the other hand, had already been pulled to the center of the steps. "Stop!" the lead singer interjected, stepping forward to block the guards. The guards paused in surprise. "Release this young lady. Let her express what she wishes to say." "This is fine." "All right," the guard reluctantly let go of Xiao Ke. Rubbing her arm, she turned to the lead singer. "Speak up, young lady." "The microphone." The lead singer hesitated for a moment before handing it over. Grasping the microphone, Xiao Ke turned and shouted at the guard holding Chen Ziming. "Let my friend go." The guard glanced over, and, at the lead singer's nod, he complied. Reluctantly, he released Chen Ziming. Xiao Ke stepped to the front of the stage, pulling Chen Ziming to the center. Together, they faced the thousands of spectators. Even Xiao Ke felt her heart racing upon seeing so many people, while Chen Ziming stood rigid, his palms sweating. Xiao Ke took a deep breath, biting her lip. "That I apologize for interrupting your performance. I also extend my apologies to the Blue Spirit Band. That I am truly sorry." She bowed to the lead singer and the guitarist and drummer behind him. The lead singer smiled faintly, prompting a wave of murmurs from the crowd. Xiao Ke glanced back at him, and he encouraged her to continue. After a brief pause, she continued, "A few days ago, a slender female singer with long hair and a cap came from City to be here. If you're in the audience, and you know my friend Chen Ziming," she pointed at him, "then you're in luck. My friend has developed feelings for you, and came specifically to find you." Chen Ziming shut his eyes, taking a deep breath. The crowd erupted in gasps, with the drummer and guitarist displaying intrigued expressions. "If you're not here, but are watching the live stream, or if your friend is this female singer, please help relay the message. We will be waiting for you right by the stage. You needn't worry about the distance, as we will wait until very late." The audience fell silent, intently listening to Xiao Ke's declaration. In the end, they craned their necks to catch every word. The drummer and guitarist also leaned forward. "I just want to say that the lead singer of the Blue Spirit Band is so handsome," Xiao Ke exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Instantly, a wave of boos erupted from the audience. The guards, who had been intrigued, rolled their eyes. Only the lead singer managed an awkward smile. "Thank you, Chen Ziming, for whatever courage you summoned to express your gratitude to everyone." However, before he could finish, Xiao Ke grasped his hand, waving to the crowd as she hurriedly led Chen Ziming off the stage. Meanwhile, amidst the throng, Li Zong and his companions were forcefully pushing their way toward the stage. Chapter 52. Waiting, some audience members laughed, inquiring about the status of Chen Ziming's relationship with the female singer, while others praised Xiao Ke for her audacity. Some even claimed to know a friend matching the singer's description, potentially leading Chen Ziming to her. The willingness of the audience to assist Chen Ziming filled him with warmth. He had been worried that they would blame him for interrupting the concert, and he felt guilty about the disturbance, preparing himself for complaints. However, he did not anticipate such enthusiasm from the crowd and wanting to help him out on stage. The lead singer lightened the atmosphere with a casual joke, alleviating the tension caused by Xiao Ke and the others' interruption. He even gave a nod to Chen Ziming, addressing the camera. "Now, it's not just this young man who wishes to meet you. I suspect everyone in the audience is eager for a glimpse of you." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Chen Ziming and his friends joined in. Once the lead singer finished speaking, the music resumed, and the performance regained its momentum. The audience once again immersed themselves in the passionate songs delivered by the Blue Spirit Band at that moment, not far behind Chen Ziming and his friends. Li Zong and his companions had finally squeezed through, now less than 2 meters away from them, separated only by 3 or 4 rows of people. Point 2 of Li Zong's underlings shielded him from the crowd, ensuring his injured arm was not jostled. Their actions drew numerous disapproving glances and remarks. "Hey, what are you doing? Your arm is hurt, and yet you're pushing through like this. Seriously, is it worth it? It's just a singer." Looks like he is a longtime fan. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Li Zong and his companions felt particularly awkward, unable to explain themselves, yet they persisted in their struggle to advance. Inwardly, Li Zong cursed. Because of this little brat, I've endured so much that my arm feels like it's about to break. When I catch you, you'll regret it. Shoving through the crowd, they finally reached the back of Chen Ziming and his friends. You little rascal, Li Zong exclaimed, reaching for Chen Ziming's shoulder. Crack. Li Zong yelped in pain as his outstretched hand bent awkwardly at the elbow. Both underlings froze, bewildered by what had just happened. What just occurred? They looked left and right in confusion. Who could have dealt such a harsh blow to their poor Li Zong? Shocked and scared, they scanned the surroundings. The only person who knew the truth was Wu Ge. Wearing a cap pulled low over his eyes, Li Zong's attention remained fixated on Chen Ziming, completely unaware that someone had been following them closely, even managing to reach their side. Li Zong's cries were drowned out by the loud music, the drumming, and a lead singer's powerful voice, making his voice sound faint and insignificant. Hey, is your friend having a fit? Get him to the hospital. We can't waste any time. Yeah, look at his arm. Having a fit. The two underlings suddenly realized why Li Zong was making such a fuss and contorting his arm. They attempted to escort him away, but Li Zong was furious. You useless fools. Don't mind me. Focus on the task. The two underlings exchanged glances, and since Li Zong had given the order, they decided to comply. They extended their hands, ready to seize Chen Ziming's shoulders with a series of crisp, resounding claps. Two young men bent their arms at the elbows, mirroring the contorted posture of Mr. Li. They stretched their arms forward in a grotesque manner, resembling individuals afflicted by a stroke. The two subordinates began to howl in a comical fashion, and the trio appeared akin to zombies. The surrounding audience was thoroughly amused by the misfortune of these three MENIS. This stroke contagious. A collective stroke? I dare say our fans are hardly as dedicated as they are. Following the jesting, an audience member summoned security. The guards worked in unison to escort the trio away from the crowd. I was led past Chen Ziming. He pointed at him, his face flushed with indignation. Is he pointing at us? Xiao Ke questioned, perplexed. Xiao Wai replied, if one is to suffer a stroke, it would appear thus. Anyone could be pointing at Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Li, who grew even more agitated. Once the trio was escorted away, security called for an ambulance to transport them to the hospital. Instances of audience members succumbing to heat and fainting are not uncommon at outdoor concerts, and the incident failed to stir much commotion, allowing the atmosphere to revert to its usual state. Wu Ge glanced at Chen Ziming's retreating figure and smiled faintly. He adjusted his hat, securing it back in place, and departed from the throng. The concert continued into the night before culminating. Chen Ziming and his companions remained until the end. The band, staff, and audience gradually dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers behind, couples strolling and chatting, friends or classmates playfully teasing one another, and a few rascals swaggering about, whistling at the ladies. The quartet settled in a small square in front of the stage, each holding a bottle of mineral water. Enjoying the evening breeze and the dusk's beauty, Xiao Ke and Xiao Wai engaged in playful banter, while Chen Ziming silently observed the dim glow of the streetlights or glanced down at the dark pavement. Xiao M, do not lose heart. Perhaps that female singer is merely on her way. Perhaps stuck in traffic. Let's remain patient, Xiao Sa encouraged. Indeed, Chen Ziming nodded at Xiao Sa. Yes, she may have already arrived, but is too shy to approach you. Xiao Ke interjected, halting her playful sparring upon hearing Xiao Sa and Chen Ziming's exchange and turning to console him. Xiao Wai chimed in. Xiao M's springtime is approaching. I am so envious. I shall ensure you endure a bitter winter. Do you believe me? Oh, my springtime. Xiao Wai feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Let me see the heavens. Xiao Ke playfully gripped Xiao Wai's neck, pretending to be wrathful. Xiao Wai coughed twice, squeezing out a reply, oh my heavens. These two jesters, Xiao Sa thought, patting her forehead. Chen Ziming felt his tension ease slightly, managing a smile. The night breeze flowed gently, and 2 hours slipped by. It was 10 o'clock, yet the female singer had yet to materialize. During this interval, Xiao Sa and Xiao Ke ventured to procure dinner for the group, who remained seated in the square, consuming their meal while awaiting the singer. They dared not stray far, fearing that if the singer arrived, they would lose sight of Chen Ziming. Xiao Ke leaned against Xiao Wai's shoulder, drowsy, while Xiao Sa rested her head on her hand, eyelids drooping. Chen Ziming clutched his water bottle tightly, his fingers rubbing its surface. The label now faded from his incessant fidgeting. Another hour and a half passed, and it was now 11:30. The square was nearly deserted. Xiao Ke had fallen asleep against Xiao Wai, who was also beginning to doze off. Xiao Sa's drooping eyelids had finally closed, her head resting on her knees, seemingly lost to slumber. The advertising paper on Chen Ziming's water bottle had somehow peeled away, carried off by the wind. His fingers rested on the bottle, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. If she could see me, if she were here, she would surely find me. Perhaps she simply isn't noticed yet? Or maybe she isn't in this city, thus unable to arrive in time? Or perhaps she detests me and has no desire to see me? Yes, it could be that I am merely indulging in wishful thinking. She may not harbor any affection for me at all. Therefore, she has no reason to seek me out. Yes, it must be so. I am so inadequate. Why should anyone like me? Chen Ziming swallowed hard, discarding the bottle to the ground, covering his face with his hands. He rubbed his cheeks and tousled his hair, which became disheveled. His expression grew vacant, revealing his distress. No, perhaps she simply hasn't arrived yet. I refuse to believe she feels nothing for me. Otherwise, why would she have acted that way that night? I cannot allow myself to succumb to despair. I must present my best self when I see her. Chen Ziming rubbed his face. Steeling himself, he smoothed his hair back and straightened his hunched frame. Minutes passed, but unbeknownst to him, his posture gradually slumped again. The redness beneath his eyes deepened. It seems I was mistaken. She truly does not like me. It was all self-delusion. Chen Ziming stared blankly into the distance, where darkness enveloped him. The sky was shrouded in shadows, the horizon obscured, and the ground was a void of blackness. He blinked, his dry eyes welling with tears that gathered at the corners. Thud, Xiao Wai, still groggy, accidentally bumped his head against Xiao Ke's. Xiao Ke exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Wai immediately perked up, hastily massaging Xiao Ke's head, soothing her back to sleep. Only then did Chen Ziming notice that Xiao Wai and the others had remained by his side. He observed Xiao Sa napping with her head on her knees, and Xiao Ke nestled against Xiao Wai, who was attentively watching over her. Chen Ziming suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of selfishness wash over him. A glance at his phone revealed it was nearly midnight. Xiao Wai blinked his weary eyes and weakly suggested, "Should we not wait any longer?" Perhaps we should linger a little longer." Xiao Wai's voice betrayed his fatigue. Chen Ziming felt tears welling up in his eyes that he pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to speak that he feared that uttering a word would unleash his emotions. Turning away from Xiao Wai, he shook his head. "I'm so tired. We will be home soon." Chen Ziming steadied his racing heart, rousing Xiao Sa from her slumber. He called a taxi to take Xiao Wai and the others to their residence before instructing the driver to proceed to his hotel. In the vehicle, Chen Ziming felt drowsy, yet his mind remained alert. A figure lingered in his thoughts, one wearing a baseball cap, with long hair, joyfully dancing and laughing while holding his hand beneath the streetlights. At that moment, Chen Ziming's phone suddenly lit up. He glanced at it to find a WeChat message from the bar owner. Upon opening it, he found only a single line of text. Chapter 53. He and she. In City S, at 9 in the morning, before a closed bar, Chen Ziming stood at the entrance, having come to keep an appointment. The bar owner had informed him that if he wished to meet the female singer, he could come to the bar the following morning at 9 o'clock. This was conveyed to him via WeChat the previous night. Upon arrival, it was already 3 in the morning. He had spent the night at an inn and awoke the next day to find himself outside the bar. Following the owner's instructions from last night, he pulled up the roll-up door and pushed open the glass door within. Neither door was locked. Upon entering, he found himself in the bar's main hall. "Uve come," the bar owner's deep voice resonated. Yes, the bar's windows were covered with roll-up doors, and the lights were off inside. Only the light from the glass door illuminated the dim space, casting shadows within. Chen Ziming faintly discerned the owner seated behind the bar. "Make yourself comfortable," the owner said. Chen Ziming chose a nearby table to sit at. The owner slowly emerged from behind the bar and approached Chen Ziming. casting a glance at him before turning to face the stage at the end of the hall. For some reason, Chen Ziming sensed a hint of despondency in the owner's demeanor. As if his eyes were swollen, an unsettling feeling began to swell within him. "I wish to show you something." The owner's voice was low. "What is it?" The blue light in the dim room was somewhat blinding. Chen Ziming instinctively shielded his eyes, allowing them to adjust to the brightness before lowering his arm. After the blinding blue light faded, a photograph appeared on the large screen that IT depicted a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, holding a swaddled infant, smiling broadly at the camera in a room. Chen Ziming felt that this man bore a resemblance to the bar owner. Though his hair was thicker and his physique more robust, the images began to change. The second image showed the middle-aged man walking along a beach with a 3 or 4-year-old child. The third image depicted the man manipulating a toy car, with a little girl sporting pigtails sitting atop it, joyfully gripping the steering wheel. The fourth, the fifth, each frame transitioned seamlessly, showcasing the middle-aged man alongside a growing girl. As the images progressed, Chen Ziming's astonishment deepened, and his unease intensified. Finally, the screen settled on an image of the girl in a hospital gown, beaming sweetly. Chen Ziming's eyes brimmed with tears. The owner pulled out a chair from a nearby table and sat down slowly. He rested his hands on his chin, gazing intently at the photographs on the screen. "I hope you come to understand her past. I believe it is only fair to present this to you. Although I am loath to do so, I feel it is necessary to share her life with you." The owner's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. Chen Ziming felt a pang in his heart. "I deceived you, just as my daughter did." Chen Ziming stared blankly ahead. At a loss for words and actions, he merely listened, absorbing whatever he could. After leaving the bar, he wandered the bustling streets, his spirit in tatters. It was a day of rest, and the commercial district was particularly crowded with weekend workers, holidaying students, and young couples, all laughing and chatting as they passed by him. Occasionally, curious glances were cast his way. With a heavy heart, he found himself by the roadside, uncertain of what to do next or where to go. He glanced up at the overpass, recalling the elderly man who had leapt from it. His gaze remained fixed, as if the old man stood there, watching him. The passing vehicles rushed by like a torrent, creating streaks of white light before Chen Ziming's eyes. His vision blurred gradually as he slowly approached the foot of the bridge. Pedestrians descending from the overpass noticed the lost expression on his face and regarded him with curiosity as they brushed past. Chen Ziming gripped the handrail of the overpass, taking each step upward. He walked while observing the traffic below, studying the asphalt road and the yellow and white lines. Upon reaching the bridge, he spotted vendors setting up stalls ahead. There were those applying phone screen protectors and others selling trinkets. As he passed 2 stalls, he arrived at the center of the overpass. At that moment, a young girl selling accessories called out to him. "Hey, handsome, would you like to buy a doll as a gift?" Chen Ziming paused, looking in her direction. She appeared to be a high school student, adorned with a white lace hairpin, her cherubic face exuding sweetness and charm. He waved his hand dismissively. "Just take a look. You might end up liking one for yourself." The girl's enthusiastic demeanor and beaming smile were infectious. Chen Ziming chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Girls adore dolls, you know. Just the other day, there was a young lady in a baseball cap who would buy one every time she passed by here." "A baseball cap? Could it be her?" Chen Ziming swallowed hard. He gazed at the young girl and asked softly, "Does she carry a guitar on her back?" "Yes. Do you know her?" "Though she doesn't always carry it. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't." "Has she come by recently?" Chen Ziming inquired, his excitement palpable. The girl pouted and shook her head. "I haven't seen her in several days." Chen Ziming's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. He forced a bitter smile. "That young lady came by a few days ago and bought 3 dolls in one go. It was quite unusual. Did she say anything to you?" The girl pondered for a moment. "She said a lot, but the only thing I remember is her urging me to cherish the present and strive for my dreams." It seems the bar owner spoke the truth. Chen Ziming choked back tears. "I think that young lady is wonderful, full of passion for life. Seeing her every day brought me such joy. I envy that." The girl wore a naive expression. Chen Ziming was no longer able to absorb her words. In his mind, he envisioned a slender girl in a baseball cap passing by the overpass, crouching in front of the accessory stall, laughing and chatting with the vendor. Her smile was enchanting, her voice magnetic and captivating. Chen Ziming became lost in thought. He forced a smile, his face betraying the urge to cry. He closed his eyes once more, gathering himself. When he opened them again, the frowning face of the young girl came into view. "Are you about to cry?" she asked. Chen Ziming lowered his gaze to the ground before lifting his head again. He pressed his lips together, shaking his head slightly. With a wry smile, he approached the stall. The stall, consisting merely of a few black plastic sheets laid on the ground, displayed an array of small hairpins, bracelets, cups, and stuffed dolls, all things young girls adore. Noticing Chen Ziming's presence, the girl remained silent. Engrossed in her phone, Chen Ziming glanced over and suddenly spotted a metallic, copper-colored guitar ornament. "I'll take this," he said, and then paid the asking price. Grabbing the ornament, he turned to leave the overpass. The bar owner's words echoed in his mind. He recalled the owner's somber expression and deep voice. The owner had leaned over the table, gazing at the last photo of his daughter on the screen. "I was very strict. She never had a boyfriend. After graduating high school, she was diagnosed with leukemia. It was a rare hereditary condition. It was discovered too late. Even with a bone marrow transplant, the risks were substantial. She told me she wanted to experience love before undergoing surgery. I had no reason to refuse her. Even though I was selfish, the deliberately sought-after lover is difficult to truly love. She told me she might never find someone she liked in this lifetime. At that moment, my heart ached, feeling as though I had ruined my child's life. Until that day, when she spotted you, sulking in a corner with a drink, she secretly confided in me that she had found someone she liked." The owner fell silent for a moment before continuing. I could see she was genuinely in love. Unfortunately, the owner slowly covered his face, choking back sobs. Chen Ziming's mind conjured images of the female singer playing guitar and singing by the bar, of her intoxicated gaze meeting his as they kissed, of her tightly embracing him under the dim streetlights. That night, they stood before the hotel. She asked him what it meant to like someone and what it meant to love. He said he felt that what they had was liking and loving. She remarked that liking someone brought joy, but loving someone was too painful. Love felt like this. She declared she never wanted to love again. He couldn't grasp her suffering, attempting to comfort her, but she offered him no chance. Suddenly, she held him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she whispered an apology. He wanted to ask why, but she provided no answer. Turning and leaving hurriedly, he couldn't fathom why she was so heartbroken, only feeling as though something significant had been lost within him. Chapter 54. The Hot Pot Restaurant Li and his two companions. Aside from Li's interrupted arm at the bar, had all suffered dislocated arms at the hands of Wugu. After being treated at the hospital, each had their arms set in casts, reportedly requiring 2 to 3 weeks for recovery. Their phones were rendered useless, so they instructed the doctors to operate their phones, settling medical and hospital bills before finding a ward to recuperate. What could possibly be on that phone that compelled them to travel such a distance? After they left, Wugu sought out Lu to assist in restoring Chen Ziming's room to its original state, ensuring Chen Ziming remained unaware that someone had rummaged through his belongings. Lu, visibly impatient, received Wu Ji's prolonged pleas with a non-committal response before hanging up. Based on Wu Ji's understanding of Lu, that was tantamount to agreement. Although Lu appeared a rogue in daily life, he was quite reliable when executing tasks that Wugu planned to locate Chen Ziming first, obtain the phone, and after understanding its contents, he might proactively seek out Li and his companions. Should new enforcers be dispatched to capture Chen Ziming, he aimed to find him before they did. Back in his room, Wugu lay on his bed, pulling out his phone and staring at the black screen. After some contemplation, he sent a WeChat message to Chen Ziming. "Classmate Chen, you brought glory to the class at the sports meet. The teacher is quite pleased and would like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you're free tonight." It was around 10 in the morning. After sending a message, Wugu tossed his phone onto the bed, intending to take a shower. Upon stepping out, he spotted Cheng Feng seated in the living room. "Cheng Feng," Wugu waved in greeting. "Captain Wu, how's your time at the Superpower Company?" "It's going well. Thank you for your concern." "Captain Wu, I've recently breached their network defenses and accessed their security system. I initially aimed to uncover the gas shutoff switch, but unexpectedly, that room system is independent of the company. I have no idea who is responsible for its security. I couldn't find out that Wu Ge turned and headed toward the bathroom. That'd be why the time Chen Ziming awoke. It was around 3 in the afternoon. He opened his eyes, tears staining his face, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Prompting him to head to the bathroom to wash it away to the sink. He turned on the water and splashed his face. Instinctively reaching for the facial cleanser, he was surprised to find nothing there. Puzzled, he turned off the faucet and wiped his face, only to discover that the usual spot for the cleanser was empty. The marble countertop behind the faucet, typically holding his toiletries, was bare except for a cup and toothbrush. Both the facial cleanser and toothpaste were missing. Looking around, he found nothing. That he opened the cabinet behind the sink and finally spotted the cleanser and toothpaste inside. Chen Ziming's eyes inadvertently caught sight of General's food bowl, now devoid of cat food. All gone. But where is General now? He had been gone for 3 to 4 days, and Chen Ziming couldn't help but worry about the General's well-being inside the room. He began searching frantically. "General," he called out as he searched. After scouring the area, he found no trace of the General, which left Chen Ziming in a state of distress. He quickly pulled aside the curtains to check if the window was open, wondering if the General had slipped out that way. However, the window was securely shut. Where could the General have gone? Could it be that the cleaning lady took advantage of the moment the door was open to escape? Chen Ziming felt increasingly anxious. He hurried out of the apartment and downstairs, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the General. Yet, there was no trace of him. He rushed to the nearby convenience store, inquiring with the staff, but they reported having seen no sign of his beloved cat. Chen Ziming began searching the streets, wandering into alleys where wild cats often lingered, but found nothing. He made his way toward the park, glancing at the grass along the way, hoping to catch a glimpse of the General. As the sun began to set, Chen Ziming still had not found the General. During this time, he had visited the park and wandered the streets for quite a while. The room remained dim, with no lights on. Suddenly, his phone lit up, the bright screen causing him to squint. He picked up the device from the bed and saw a WeChat message. Wu. Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming opened the message, which contained 2 lines, one from a morning inviting him to dinner, and the latest stating, "I have arrived at your apartment building." Teacher Wu had come. Chen Ziming sat up at the start. He typed a few lines to decline Wu Ji's invitation, but hesitated, feeling guilty for making Wu Ge come all this way, especially since he believed Wu Ge had been very kind to him. Upon opening the message, he found a series of texts suggesting that Wu Ge wanted to take him to a tourist spot to unwind. Chen Ziming had been so engulfed in the sorrow of losing the singer that he had ignored Xiao Wei's messages. After replying, he let out a sigh of relief. Outside the apartment, he spotted Wu Ge standing at the bottom of the stairs. Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming's complexion appeared quite poor. "Chen Tongxue," Wu Ge remarked, equally looking unwell. They exchanged glances, and Chen Ziming could see the weariness etched on Wu Ji's face, but felt too shy to inquire. Wu Ge, on the other hand, understood that Chen Ziming's poor state was due to his own struggles, but felt reluctant to address it. "I hope you won't mind my uninvited visit, Chen Tongxue," Wu Ge said with a smile. "No, not at all. Teacher Wu, you really didn't have to treat me to dinner. I haven't contributed much to the class. Chen Tongxue, one must be humble, but not excessively so." With that, Wu Ge gestured for Chen Ziming to descend the steps. "I've reserved a private room at a hot pot restaurant just up ahead. It's almost time. You haven't finished your meal, have you?" Chen Ziming shook his head as he approached Wu Ge. Together, they walked down the street, arriving at the hot pot restaurant within a few minutes. Welcomed by the staff, they were led to their private room. Once seated, Wu Ge encouraged Chen Ziming to order his favorite dishes, and the staff left to prepare their meal. The room was now just the two of them. "What have you been busy with lately? It feels like I haven't seen you around school for quite some time," Wu Ge remarked with a smile. Chen Ziming fell silent, unsure how to share the events of the past few days with Wu Ge, yet unwilling to deceive him. "Did you not sleep well last night? Your demeanor seems off," Wu Ge observed, noticing Chen Ziming's reluctance to speak. Quickly, he changed the subject. "Well, make sure to rest early and avoid staying up late. Just because we're young doesn't mean we should neglect our health." "Yes, thank you." Teacher W. As they conversed, the waiter entered with a cart, bringing their ordered dishes, meat, and broth. After setting everything down, the waiter exited. They watched as the duck soup broth began to bubble. Wu Ge added the meat and vegetables, then placed a slice of beef into Chen Ziming's bowl. "I only recently discovered this delicacy. You all certainly know how to eat well, Wuge said, helping himself to a sausage dipped in sauce, ready to take a bite of tea that moment. He noticed an unusual look in Chen Ziming's eyes that Wuge suddenly realized he had misspoken, that he quickly added, I don't have this kind of food back in my hometown, so please don't think ill of your teacher for being uncultured. No. Teacher Wu, you've misunderstood. It's not that. I just feel that you treat me so well, while I still hold back, which makes me feel inadequate. Ah, I see. Wuge laughed heartily at Chen Ziming's admission. After his laughter subsided, he raised his chopsticks and said slowly, everyone needs their own privacy. It is part of human nature. Such intrinsic matters cannot be judged by moral standards. However, I often find myself sharing my thoughts with strangers, yet I hold back with those close to me who genuinely care. In those moments, I feel quite inadequate. Normal people wouldn't act that way. Firstly, it is your freedom to choose with whom to share your thoughts. If you wish to speak with someone, you may. If not, you need not ask for who that person is. It matters not. Furthermore, this is also part of human nature. You cannot use human nature as a reason for self-criticism. Everyone experiences this, not just you. Hearing Chen Ziming mention Chen Xiong, Wuge felt a surge of emotions within him. Yet that was a possibility forever lost. Chen Ziming's sadness deepened, and he fell silent, but Wuge gripped his thigh tightly beneath the table. His mind racing as he pondered how to encourage Chen Ziming to continue speaking. Teacher Wu. Wuge blinked in surprise. Oh, you have something you can't forget? Wuge swallowed hard, the horrifying image of the female dean's face flashing through his mind. Recalling her hand reaching into a little boy's clothing, his brow furrowed tightly, features contorting with terror. Chen Ziming was taken aback. He had never seen Wuge like this before. Teacher Wu? Wu Ji's breathing became rapid. Teacher Wu. Still, there was no response. Chen Ziming quickly stood and gently shook Wu Ji's shoulder. Teacher Wu? Wuge gasped in shock. He stood abruptly, breathing heavily. His peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Ziming's concerned and frightened expression. Wu Ji's brow knitted in distress. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly calmed himself, forcing a smile at Chen Ziming as he slowly sat back down. I apologize for my outburst, Wuge said. His voice low. It's fine. Wu, Teacher Wu, are you all right? Wuge stared at the tableware, his breathing gradually returning to normal. He lifted his gaze slowly, managing a smile. I'm fine. The awkward atmosphere lingered due to Wu Ji's earlier breakdown. He shifted the conversation to lighter topics, restoring a more comfortable ambience. After finishing dinner, the two stepped outside the hot pot restaurant to take a stroll and a digestion, casually chatting as they walked. By the way, Chan Tong Xue, I might have accidentally dropped a phone in your bag during the sports event that I just remembered today and wondered if you found it. So it belongs to Teacher Wu. Yes, I have it. Could you please return it to me? No problem. They arrived outside the apartment building, and Chen Ziming instructed Wuge to wait downstairs while he retrieved the phone. Wuge sat down on the steps, exhaling deeply and rubbing his chin. Gazing at the tranquil night scene, he thought to himself, I'm the one who is inadequate. Chapter 55. The video on the phone in the low-rise building. Wuge handed the phone he retrieved from Chen Ziming to Cheng Feng, asking him to assist with unlocking the password. For Cheng Feng, this was a simple task. After unlocking it, Wuge settled onto the sofa and began browsing through the phone's contents. Captain Wu, is there any useful information on this phone? Perhaps. All right, Captain Wu, if you need my help again, just call for me. Wuge gave Cheng Feng a thumbs up as he focused on the phone. The applications were sparse, consisting mainly of basic software. They had previously attempted to use a supercommunication app for their powers, but after Cheng Feng's analysis, it was clear that electromagnetic waves alone could not determine if it was a solvent. They had also dismantled the communication station's equipment for analysis, but to no avail. Wuge searched through the phone, checking the notes for anything significant, but found nothing of note. He then delved into the photo album, which contained many pictures, mostly of scenic views and some of everyday life. As he reached the end of the album, he discovered video files, for in total Wuge clicked on the first video. It was brief, only a matter of seconds, and he quickly watched it. It appeared to be a simple entertainment clip. He then opened the next two. The second seemed to feature a young man recording himself. The scene was set in a room where the young man spoke to the camera, presumably documenting the life of a homeless person at night. The third video showed a park bench where a homeless man lay. The video appears somewhat dim, as it was recorded during the night. However, due to the presence of streetlights within the park, the scene on the bench remains somewhat discernible. Moreover, the video is brief, lasting little more than 10 seconds. Wugu suspects that the owner of the phone casually filmed a corner of the park. He then clicked on the fourth video. Suddenly, the video was filled with rapid breathing sounds. Shortly thereafter, Wugu observed that the location remained within the park, but now two youths, resembling small-time delinquents, were seen briskly carrying a black bag. The homeless man who had previously occupied the bench had vanished, leaving only a pile of tattered bedding and a large plastic bag, presumably belonging to him. The breathing in the video grew increasingly frantic, accompanied by a terrified whisper. They have stuffed the homeless man into the black bag. What are they planning to do? The video abruptly ended there. Wugu hurriedly scrolled down the list of videos. There was one final video remaining. Upon opening it, the scene shifted to what appeared to be outside an abandoned warehouse. As dawn was just breaking, a white small truck was parked at the entrance, its trunk ajar, while the two delinquents placed the bag containing the homeless man into the back of the truck. They shut the door, and suddenly, the two delinquents turned to face the camera at that moment. The camera jolted erratically, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The video concluded at that point. Were there any other videos? Wugu quickly scoured his phone, searching for quite some time, only to ultimately discover that no additional videos existed at this juncture. Wugu began to comprehend why that group was so eager to locate this phone. It seemed their nefarious act of abducting the homeless man had been captured on film. He surmised it was likely a criminal organization, but what could they possibly want with the homeless man? After some contemplation, Wugu decided this matter did not concern him and did not warrant further reflection. His immediate concern was how to extricate Chen Ziming from their clutches, that he needed to divert their attention from Chen Ziming onto himself, that Wugu retrieved his phone and found the number for Xijing that Lu had previously given him. Dialing it promptly. Before long, the phone rang. The voice on the other end belonged to Xijing. "Hello? May I ask who is speaking? The item you seek is in my possession," Wugu replied. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by the sound of footsteps, as if someone was walking. After a brief pause, Xijing's voice returned. "Do you know what I want?" "The phone," Wugu stated flatly. Another silence ensued. "Who are you?" "I am the individual you're searching for." "Are you that university student?" Wugu remained silent. "Could it be that you are that peculiar person?" "Peculiar person? Are you the one who gouged out my man's eyes?" It became apparent that he was referring to Lu. "What do you think?" "Friend, if you desire something, feel free to articulate it. What I want is beyond your means. Impossible. Our background is beyond your imagination." "Oh, care to elaborate?" "It's inconvenient to disclose, but that does not affect our transaction. There is no transaction between us. If you wish to obtain the phone, you must heed my words. What is your relationship with that university student?" Wugu had been anticipating this question, that he is merely a passerby. "However, I know you are foolish, but I did not expect you to be foolish enough to think that the phone is in the hands of a student. What do you truly desire? I will call you again." With that, Wugu hung up the phone. Captain Wugu turned to Xijing's phone and smiled. "Please help me block the signal of this phone. Otherwise, our base will be exposed. No problem." Cheng Feng took the phone and connected it to his computer to execute the necessary operations. Chen Xiong sat alone in a brightly lit office, gazing out at the nightscape. There was a knock at the door. Sun Ming entered. Chen Xiong observed Sun Ming through the glass as he approached. "Chairman, you summoned me?" Sun Ming said with a sycophantic smile as he walked toward Chen Xiong. Understood. How is the progress on your end? Be cautious. Do not let anything go awry. As for reducing lifespan, well, if one wishes to experience a different life, a small price must be paid. Wouldn't you agree? Just like with women, if one indulges too much, their health is bound to suffer, and their lifespan will inevitably shorten. Should we then prohibit sexual relations between men and women? That would be absurd. Therefore, I hope you can overcome this mental hurdle and grasp the essence of the matter. Indeed, Chairman, your analysis is profoundly accurate, Sun Ming replied, bending slightly, hands clasped before him, head bowed. How many shares do you hold in the company? Our company's current market value must exceed 10 trillion, correct? Today's latest valuation stands at 12 trillion, Chen Xiong nodded. Old son, I recall, when we first launched our venture, we were small. Overlooked enterprise. Back then, we approached various companies to promote our products, enduring countless disdainful glares and hardships. Dia, you remember? Of course, I remember. Back then, we sought funding but were turned away by investors that we were undeterred. Camped out at investors' doorsteps for several days, subsisting on instant noodles, which left my complexion pale and drawn. As Sun Ming reminisced about the early days of their entrepreneurial journey, his spirits lifted, and his confidence surged. However, those early partners have now become our benefactors, and we must navigate our dealings with them cautiously. Reflecting on this, Sun Ming felt a sense of frustration. Now, we have finally persevered. Thanks in large part to that superpower electromagnetic wave. In our industry, we rely on technological innovation. As long as we possess our core technology, others cannot replicate it, and our position will remain secure. Thus, we must develop our own superpower solution that I cannot allow this hard-won territory to crumble. Furthermore, I aim to elevate it on an international scale, ensuring that every nation on this planet, big or small, black or white, recognizes the existence of our superpower communications. Chen Ziming clenched his fists, his voice resolute, eyes gleaming with determination. You are right. I will not betray your trust. Our own solution will be market-ready soon. Chen Ziming chuckled. I have complete faith in you. You possess the capability. By the way, how old is Fei Fei this year? 19, still in university. Before we know it, she has grown so much. The last time you saw her, she was still in middle school. After graduation, there will be many expenses to consider. Especially for girls, they must be raised in affluence, lest they be swept away by a penniless rogue. Chen Ziming chuckled. You make a valid point. Sun Ming replied with a sycophantic grin. Here's the deal. Once our subsidiary officially commences production, I will grant you an additional percentage of shares. What do you think? 1%. That equates to 100 billion. Sun Ming swallowed hard. He quickly straightened up and bowed respectfully to Chen Ziming. Thank you, Chairman, for your promotion. Old son, you are too courteous. Without you, where would I be today? What you say is true. I'm merely your employee. Without you, I might still be earning 10,000 a month at the Research Institute. I am particularly grateful to you. Not only I, but my entire family expresses daily gratitude to the chairman. You have provided us with such a wonderful life. Although Chen Ziming recognized the flattery, at his level, he only trusted his judgment and acted accordingly. He did not require anyone as advice. He only needed to execute his own ideas. Thus, if you were to offer me life advice or business suggestions, I must politely decline. I am seeking an employee, not someone to command my actions. Those like Sun Ming, who are both competent and adept at flattery, are particularly favored. Well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Yes, Chairman, you should also rest early and avoid overexertion. Chen Ziming waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Sun Ming to leave. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Ziming watched as Sun Ming exited the office and closed the door behind him. He exhaled deeply. The time to implement his globalization plan was imminent, and he could not afford any mistakes in the coming fortnight. To motivate Sun Ming, he had willingly relinquished one of shares, an exceedingly generous incentive for a company valued in the trillions. Chen Ziming felt a pang in his heart. Nevertheless, it was worth it. Granting him shares would secure his loyalty to the company. He would prove to be quite useful. With this thought, Chen Ziming felt his heart lighten somewhat. Managing such a large enterprise was exhausting. Suddenly, Chen Ziming felt dizzy. Nearly losing his balance, his complexion turning ashen, he hurried to his desk and shakily retrieved a metal box from a drawer. Opening it revealed several small glass vials filled with a white liquid and several syringes. Chen Ziming seized a syringe, drew one vial's contents, and injected it into his bloodstream. As the liquid coursed through him, color gradually returned to his cheeks. Meanwhile, in a corner of the superpower building, Sun Ming glared furiously at his phone screen, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, how could they mess up something so trivial? Chapter 56. The cemetery. Chen Ziming had spent 2 days at home. Refraining from attending school, he scarcely consumed any food, dedicating most of his time to slumber and descending the stairs in search of the general. During these days, Chen Ziming experienced the profound emotions of love, friendship, and the teacher-student bond with Wu Gu, which offered a modicum of solace amidst the turmoil of his familial affections. Last night, he inquired about the burial site of the bar owner's female singer. And now he was en route to the cemetery. The taxi was tuned into the morning news, reporting that the Super Energy Communications Company was set to commence mass production of super energy communication devices in their overseas factories in a fortnight, heralding a global expansion of super energy applications. The broadcaster, with his resonant and articulate voice, announced the current market valuation of super energy communications and speculated on the substantial increase it would witness post-globalization. The driver inhaled sharply in astonishment. "Young man, did you hear that? The Super Energy Communications Company is now worth $1 trillion. Just imagine the wealth. It's infuriating when comparing ourselves. Here we are, needing loans just to buy a house in the suburbs. A mere 90 square meter home costs around $1 million for them. $1 trillion could likely purchase half the city. Do you think this world is fair? They create some super-powered communication device and rake in fortunes, while we toil tirelessly from dawn till dusk, earning a mere $200 to $300 a day. The disparity between rich and poor is simply too vast." The driver lamented the inequities of society. Meanwhile, Chen Ziming's thoughts were consumed by the cemetery, rendering him oblivious to the driver's words and the news broadcast. Perhaps accustomed to passenger silence, the driver continued his monologue. Just think about how fortunate Chen Xiong's child must be. Surrounded by wealth, free to do as they please, driving luxury cars, residing in villas, and indulging in leisure daily, the trivial expenditure can secure admission to a top-tier university. Besides, what's the point of education for their children? With no worries about food or clothing, what can school teach them? Relying on those teachers who are barely scraping by themselves. After expressing his grievances about his own children, who he felt were unambitious and neglectful of their studies, the driver continued to ramble. After a while, the taxi ascended the mountain path, winding its way to the entrance of the Shenlong Mountain Cemetery. "Young man, we've arrived." Ahead on the mountain path stood a trapezoidal gate, featuring 3 doors arranged side by side. The central door was the tallest, widest, and most open, while the flanking doors were relatively narrower, lower, and smaller. The gate structure was adorned in white marble, topped with red tiles, exemplifying the architectural style of ancient mountain gates. Chen Ziming settled the fare and disembarked, approaching the entrance of the cemetery. The grounds were sparsely populated, and it was only upon entering the cemetery that he encountered a solitary passerby. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plaza of white marble, encircled by 3 buildings with yellow-tiled roofs, all reflecting ancient architectural aesthetics. Directly opposite him, not far away, a picturesque green mountain loomed, its surface cloaked in verdant foliage, its rounded contours rising tier upon tier within the cemetery. The green mountain, the central structure of the plaza, and the cemetery's entrance formed a straight line. After arriving at the plaza, Chen Ziming followed the directions given by the bar owner on his phone. Traversing a small path leading to the burial site, in less than 10 minutes, he reached his destination. Before him lay rows of gray tombstones, meticulously aligned and ascending tier upon tier like the levees of a river. Chen Ziming walked gradually along the narrow path beside the tombstones, ascending until he reached the row indicated by the bar owner. He lowered his head, gazing at the names inscribed upon the tombstones. Suddenly, he halted before a gray tombstone, rounded at the top and flat at the base. Inscribed in yellow were several lines of text, the central letters larger, flanked by smaller ones. Chen Ziming crouched down, fixated on the prominent words. "Beloved daughter Fan Lingling." He slowly extended his hand toward the tombstone surface, pausing just before contact. Lost in reverie, Chen Ziming's hands reached out as if to grasp the ephemeral, to seize every fleeting moment of Fan Lingling. Yet, those visions could not withstand the weight of his hands, silently dissipating as he reached out. Upon closer inspection, all that remained were tombstones stretching toward the horizon. Accompanied by the green mountain and drifting clouds, tears streamed silently down Chen Ziming's cheeks. His lips quivered downward, brows furrowed, and his shoulders trembled. Covering his face with his hands, he slowly bowed his head, his heart heavy with desolation. That moment, beneath the cluster of tombstones, Wu Ge gazed at Chen Ziming's silhouette from a distance. That he observed how Chen Ziming bent low, how he extended his hands in a daze. How he bowed his head in sorrow. Wu Gu seemed to hear the sound of Chen Ziming's weeping. He longed to intervene, but felt utterly powerless. The profound pain of life and death had been etched into Wu Gu during his childhood. As he watched Chen Ziming's back, it was as if he were gazing at his younger self. Through Chen Ziming's figure, Wu Gu recalled his friend, who had been left with only half a body. The air filled with gunfire and screams. He saw his friend struggle to lift what remained of an arm, slowly resting it on his shoulder, blood trickling from his smiling lips, before gradually closing his eyes. The young Wu Gu had wept uncontrollably. Wu Gu remained silent, accompanying Chen Ziming in honoring the departed beneath the green mountain. After several minutes, Chen Ziming descended the path beside the tombstone cluster. A look of sorrow etched upon his face. Wu Gu approached him, their paths intersecting. "Chen, is that you?" Wu Gu feigned surprise. "Teacher Wu, I never expected to encounter you here. I came to pay respects to a departed friend." In that moment, Chen Ziming felt at a loss for words. Having expended most of his emotional energy on his sorrow, he was now utterly fatigued. Remaining silent, Wu Gu smiled and said, "Teacher Wu, this..." Chen Ziming appeared momentarily taken aback. Afterward, Wu Gu ventured along the small path, exploring the second row of tombstones until he paused before one with hands clasped. He bowed to the tombstone, murmuring, "I apologize for the intrusion. This is all for my student." In less than 5 minutes, he returned to Chen Ziming's side. "Shall we depart?" "Teacher Wu, the deceased have passed on. Let's not allow them to occupy too much of our time. Life is limited. We should cherish the present." Chen Ziming pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He contemplated calling for a taxi, but Wu Gu interrupted him. With such splendid scenery, it would be a shame not to explore. "Teacher Wu, are you suggesting that this might be disrespectful to the deceased?" Chen Ziming hesitated, eventually nodding. Wu Gu chuckled. "I believe they would delight in our enjoyment here. After all, having two living souls to keep them company is a joyous affair." "Teacher Wu, your words are somewhat unsettling." Behind you!" Wu Gu exclaimed loudly. Chen Ziming hurriedly concealed himself behind Wu Gu. Observing this, Wu Gu burst into laughter. Realizing he had been tricked, Chen Ziming frowned. "Teacher Wu, Chen, my student." Wu Gu turned to face him. "The past is behind us. Whether beautiful or detestable, it has become history. Live happily. One must embrace the present. Teacher Wu, I do not comprehend why you are suddenly sharing this with me. Forgive the transgressions of others. Forgive your own errors. Accept others. And also accept yourself." Chen Ziming opened his mouth slightly, yet no words emerged. Noticing Chen Ziming's expression, Wu Gu burst into laughter. "Since you find this place unsuitable for contemplation, I happen to know of a locale with even more splendid scenery, though the journey may be a bit long. Would that be acceptable to you?" Chen Ziming remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "In your region, there exists a belief known as Buddhism. I wonder if you have heard of it. Are you referring to Buddhism? If for the individual, it is Buddhism. If for the collective, it is the teachings." "Teacher Wu, I am not quite clear on what you are saying." Wu Gu chuckled, patting Chen Ziming's shoulder. "Prepare yourself for a journey." Chapter 57. Xijing City. Wu Gu and Chen Ziming sat in a taxi. The vehicle crossed the Xijing Bridge, heading toward the plaza of Puming Palace. The driver, a local man from Xijing, exhibited the quintessential characteristics of a Xijing resident: dark skin, high cheekbones, and a robust frame. His demeanor reflected the straightforwardness and simplicity typical of the region. He spoke with a slight accent. "This is your first visit here, isn't it?" Wu Gu replied, "Indeed, you have a keen eye." The driver chuckled heartily. First-time visitors typically choose Puming Palace as their first stop. It's a rather special place. Every individual possesses their share of shortcomings and moments of regret. We are all the same. No one can claim to be an absolute saint, nor a complete villain. Yet others may perceive you as bad or good based on their opinions. However, Puming Palace is different. It welcomes you, whether good or bad. Thus, regardless of one's current state, people are drawn there. Wu Gu smiled. "It seems we have indeed chosen the right place. Hey, if you too venture into that palace, be sure to spin the prayer wheel. Is there something special about it? To be honest, I find it difficult to articulate. One must experience it for themselves. Once you arrive, touch it, spin it, and you will naturally understand." "Thank you." The driver then shared local myths and anecdotes with the two, while Wuge listened with a smile to the driver's narratives. Chen Ziming, seated beside him, gazed out at the scenery. On either side of the road stood low, flat-roofed houses, either 2 or 3 stories high, all adorned with white walls and red roofs, presenting a stark contrast to the towering buildings of the metropolis. By chance, Chen Ziming noticed 2 adult males, their bodies draped with filthy, blanket-like items, their palms tied to wooden blocks, murmuring something under their breath. After a few steps, they would prostrate themselves on the ground, then rise again, patting their wooden boards before once more dropping to the earth. Chen Ziming was captivated by the sight. The driver, mid-sentence, caught Chen Ziming's expression through the rearview mirror and glanced at the situation on the road. "Young man, those 2 are performing prostrations." "What is prostration?" Chen Ziming inquired, his curiosity piqued. The driver chuckled. "The act of prostration is quite elaborate. First, you must recite scriptures. Then, after walking a few steps, you bow down, extending your arms forward. Afterward, you rise, walk back to the position marked by your fingertips, and bow again, repeating the process. Each advance covers a distance equal to your body length. To prevent injury, both your palms and the area in front of you are protected. Wearing handguards and adorned with fur. I see," Chen Ziming murmured. "Where do they come from? And where are they headed?" "From all places, near and far. Their destination is the Ming Palace, a sacred site for pilgrims." "Pilgrimage, indeed." As I just mentioned, every person grapples with their troubles. Some cannot forget their pain, while others are anxious about the future. In essence, their hearts are restless, and they seek inner peace through this practice. Chen Ziming nodded slowly. He turned his head to observe the 2 men prostrating. He saw their faces etched with dust and fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with vitality, their dark features illuminated by pupils that shone like bright jewels. After a while, the vehicle arrived at the Ming Palace Square. The driver stopped nearby, and after Wuge and Chen Ziming exited the car, they waved goodbye to him. The air around Ming Palace was refreshingly crisp, invigorating upon inhalation. Chen Ziming and Wuge gazed ahead. The palace perched atop a nearby hill. Ming Palace comprised a cluster of buildings, shaped like a flattened trapezoid. The central palace boasted red walls, while the surrounding structures were adorned with white walls. It is said that the red walls are crafted from a unique local grass bundled tightly and layered to create a robust wall, while the white walls are painted with a mixture of copious milk, sugar, and paint. Under the sun's radiant beams, the walls appeared pristine and holy. The sides of Ming Palace, steps descended towards the hill, leading to the entrance of the palace. The square before the palace was paved with gray tiles, impeccably arranged. Groups of 3 to 5 people could be seen on the square and steps. Chen Ziming surmised that among them were pilgrims who had arrived at their longed-for destination, finding solace for their souls. The 2 had flown to the railway station in the western region, then taken a taxi to Ming Palace. By the time they arrived, the morning had slipped away. It was now noon. Chen Ziming still felt a sense of unreality, with little time for reflection. He freshened up, dressed, and hurried outside the apartment. They took a taxi to the airport, arriving just in time. As Wuge was passing through security, he was once again halted by the security personnel. Employing the same excuse as before, Wuge passed through without incident. "It's lunchtime. Are you hungry?" Wuge asked. "I'm fine. How about you, Teacher Wu? There's a noodle shop over there. Let's grab a bite before heading to Ming Palace for a visit this afternoon." Chen Ziming nodded in agreement. Upon entering the noodle shop, they encountered staff with the typical features of the western region, their dark faces and bright eyes unmistakable. Wuge ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, and they settled at a table to await their meal. That moment, a man clad in black athletic wear, wearing a hat and mask, entered. He was of average height, around 1.75 meters tall. Upon entering, he removed his mask and placed it on the table, calling for a waiter to order a bowl of beef noodles as well. His appearance bore little resemblance to the locals, suggesting he hailed from an eastern city. His skin was smooth, indicating he had not spent much time exposed to the harsh conditions of the plateau. The noodle shop was modest, with only 6 tables arranged in 2 rows. That moment, the only patrons were Chen Ziming, Wuge, and the newly arrived man. Chen Ziming instinctively sized up the stranger, who seemed to sense the scrutiny and looked back at him. Soon, their bowls of beef noodles arrived, and both picked up their chopsticks to dig in. After a long day of travel, and having skipped breakfast, Chen Ziming's stomach growled with hunger. He twirled a few strands of noodles, slurping them eagerly into his mouth. Before long, the man's noodles were served, and Chen Ziming noticed the waiter approaching. He cast a glance at the man, observing him leisurely break apart his disposable chopsticks, stir the noodles, and blow gently on the steaming broth. He then twirled a strand of noodles around his chopsticks before slowly placing it into his mouth, chewing delicately, as if savoring every bite. Noticing where Chen Ziming's gaze lingered, Wu Ge turned his head and noted the man's methodical eating style. Sensing he was being watched, the man slightly turned his head. Wu Ge exchanged a smile with him. As they approached, the man suddenly called out to them. Two friends, Chen Ziming and Wu Ge, paused and looked at him. The man set down his chopsticks, spread his hands on the table, and spoke slowly. It's still a bit early to head to Puming Palace. Why not sit down and rest for a while? How about we journey together? We're merely here to admire the sights. The timing is inconsequential, but we appreciate your invitation, Wu Ge replied. The man smiled. In this vast sea of humanity, every encounter is fateful. I cherish this connection with you both. Wu Ge fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. Then, may we meet again in the future. The man clapped his hands, saying, well said. Wu Ge turned to Chen Ziming, and they exited the noodle shop. The man leisurely twirled another bunch of noodles and savored them. After finishing his meal, he lifted his bowl, sipping the broth gently until it was completely empty. One must eat well, he murmured to himself. That he summoned the waiter, settled his bill, and departed the noodle shop. Chapter 58. Puming Palace. Before Puming Palace, Chen Ziming and Wu Ge gazed upon the majestic architecture. The sunlight illuminated Puming Palace, rendering it pure and sacred. Chen Ziming felt an unprecedented sense of awe, awakening a profound reverence within him. Shall we take a closer look? Wu Ge suggested. Indeed, the two approached a ticket booth surrounded by iron railings. Wu Ge handed over 2 tickets. After passing through the checkpoint, they officially arrived at the base of Puming Palace. Teacher Wu, when did you purchase these tickets? Chen Ziming inquired. Wu Ge chuckled. They were a prize from a sports event. Oh, Chen Ziming realized. Ever since Wu Ge received the tickets, he had researched information about Puming Palace. Initially, he had no plans to visit, but upon seeing the phrase "cleanse the soul" in the introduction, his interest was piqued. That he further explored the spiritual significance of Puming Palace, discovering its connections to Buddhism. Wu Ge felt that this aligned perfectly with his pursuit of inner tranquility. When he heard Chen Ziming recount unforgettable past experiences, he was inspired to bring him here for spiritual cleansing, while also seeking solace for himself. Wu Ge and Chen Ziming ascended the eastern steps, climbing higher. On either side were white walls, topped with red. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ziming noticed that the red walls were composed of bundles of branches, resembling coral growing upon the walls. This entire red wall was formed from coral. Seeing such a structure for the first time, Chen Ziming marveled at the wonders of the world. Teacher Wu, look here. He pointed at the red walls. Wu Ge, also noticing the wall's uniqueness, reached out to touch it, finding it quite solid. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. This red wall is made from a local plant. Plant? Yes. The man removed his mask, revealing an unremarkable appearance, one that would easily blend into a crowd. It is called Bomiya grass. Bomiya grass? What is that? It resembles willow branches. Once dried and peeled, it becomes quite sturdy. It's a commonly used building material here. But won't such a wall collapse? The man chuckled softly. He would alleviate the weight of the walls, providing ventilation and insulation, while being remarkably resilient. Chen Ziming marveled at the enchanting willow branch. Sensing Chen Ziming's keen interest in Puming Palace, the man continued. Puming Palace is the highest and largest palace complex in the world, soaring over 100 meters with 13 stories, standing tall for a millennium without faltering. A millennium. The man further enlightened Chen Ziming about other aspects of Puming Palace, due to the man's profound understanding of Puming Palace. Both Chen Ziming and Wu Ge unconsciously accepted him. The three of them walked side by side on the steps. The man shared with Chen Ziming and Wu Ge local customs and some introductions to Puming Palace. Soon, we shall arrive at the eastern gate of the White Palace. Once inside, There is a magnificent mural corridor that you will surely adore. The two nodded in agreement. My friend. What should I call you? I am Wu Ge, and this is Chen Ziming. Wu Ge gestured towards Chen Ziming. The man removed his hat, smiling as he introduced himself. Zhang. And you two are? These are my students. We have come here to enjoy the scenery and relax. You have indeed chosen the right place. Here one can not only unwind, but also purify the heart. It's the purification in the truest sense. Are you here for leisure as well? Zhang paused momentarily before responding with a smile. One could say it is for transcendence. Transcendence? Wu Ge was puzzled by this specialized term. You may interpret it as the purification of the soul. Wu Ge nodded in understanding. As they walked, Wu Ge and Zhang engaged in light conversation. And before long, they reached the entrance of the eastern gate. Before them stood a 3-story tall rectangular building. The bottom was obscured by a massive piece of fabric resembling a black backdrop with white edges. This fabric was divided into 6 rectangular areas by white stripes, 3 on top and 3 below. The side areas were broader, while the 2 central sections were narrower, with the lower section serving as the entrance, which was unblocked by fabric. However, the entrance appeared dark, reminiscent of the fabric's black background. Each section of the fabric bore a rounded 4-leaf motif. Above each floor of the building were elongated windows, draped with banner-like fabric that also featured 6 equally divided rectangular areas, each black with simple, white, diamond-shaped 4-leaf designs. The fabric concealed the upper half of the windows. Zhang guided Wu Ge and Chen Ziming into the eastern gate. Inside was the mural corridor. Chen Ziming was awestruck by the vivid images, intricate patterns, and lifelike faces adorning the walls. Outside, the walls were plain white, accompanied by the black fabric, yet within lay a dazzling world of color. There were fierce, glaring, blue-faced deities clad in vibrant attire and headdresses, brandishing treasures with an imposing aura. Contrastingly, a serene white-faced bodhisattva donned monk robes and a jeweled crown, exuding reverence and tranquility. This was Wu Ge's first encounter with such imagery. He did not comprehend that these figures were deities, only perceiving the blue face's grotesqueness and the white face's calmness. What are these images? Wu Ge inquired. The fierce one is a deity, symbolizing indestructibility. The bowed one is a bodhisattva, representing those who seek the path to enlightenment. Zhang explained. Indestructibility, seeking the path. Exiting the corridor, they entered a vast, flat square. On 3 sides of the square stood 2-story ancient-style buildings. In the center, a handful of tourists could be seen. This square often hosts performances of traditional plays. It seems we have arrived at an opportune time, as nothing has commenced yet, Zhang remarked. Wu Ge nodded that he and Chen Ziming surveyed the surrounding architecture. After lingering in the square for 2 to 3 minutes, they were led by Zhang to a 7-story building that 2/3 of the exterior was adorned with white walls, while the top third was a striking red. Chen Ziming recognized that it was constructed from dry white grass. The building featured 3 entrances, 1 on each side and 1 in the center. The side entrances reached the ground, while the central door was elevated about a meter above the ground, connected by stone steps. This is one of the renowned palaces of Puming Palace, the White Palace. Zhang indicated the 7-story building. What is this? Wu Ge inquired. At IT serves as the local administrative office. The 3 entered the gates of the White Palace. Upon entry, they were met with a scene of resplendent opulence. 4 columns, red at the bottom and gold at the top, framed the central area where 2 crimson doors stood, embellished with golden carvings. Even in the dim light, the brilliance of the gold could not be obscured. The ornate patterns gleamed with luster, prompting Wu Ge to exclaim in admiration in Puming Palace. Gold artifacts are the most prevalent, Zhang noted. Chen Ziming examined the exquisite murals surrounding them. What is depicted in this mural? He asked, pointing to a vibrant scene featuring numerous figures. Zhang turned his head. This represents an event. An event? Yes, it narrates the tale of a princess marrying into the Western lands. Chen Ziming suddenly realized this was the famous story he had learned about in textbooks. The legend of the princess's marriage. He gazed at the mural, scrutinizing the expressions and demeanor of the protagonists, immersing himself in the atmosphere of yesteryears. There were many other beautiful and intricate artifacts within. Zhang Qi, Wu Gu, and Chen Ziming stepped through the vermilion gates of the White Palace, exploring the dazzling quarters of the Western governor, the resplendent hallways, and the glimmering treasures. Chen Ziming felt as though all the gold in the world had been used to construct this palace. Even after exiting the White Palace, he remained enveloped in the solemn and sacred ambience, unaware that his heart was now profoundly tranquil. His anguish had been dispelled by the fierce deities, and his sorrow softened by the bodhisattvas. Chen Ziming felt he could hear the rhythm of his own footsteps and the cadence of his breath. Chen classmate? Wu. Teacher Wu. Wuga chuckled. What's this? Dazzled by the golden glow, Chen Ziming pressed his lips together, shyly smiling. A bit. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. Chen Ziming nodded. After meandering through the corridor, the square, and the White Palace, nearly 5 hours had elapsed. It was now past 6 in the evening, due to the difference in latitude and longitude. There was a time disparity between Xijing City and S City. In S City during autumn, it would already be dark at this hour, while in Xijing City, the sun had not yet set, though it had descended to the horizon. The three stood outside the White Palace. There were more palaces ahead, but it seemed they would not have time today. Just exploring the White Palace had consumed nearly 4 hours of their time. Primarily because Chen Ziming had been so engrossed in admiring the murals and treasures that he lost track of time. Where do you plan to dine tonight? Zhang Qi inquired. That we intend to find a place in the city for a quick bite. Wu Ge replied. Then let us accompany you. Wu Ge gestured invitingly. The three departed from Puming Palace and arrived at the square outside. Wu Ge raised his hand to hail a taxi, while Chen Ziming turned. Facing this millennia-old structure illuminated by the setting sun, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy, in this somber mood, he realized how insignificantly small humanity is, how fleeting life can be, and that the emotions of pain, fear, worry, sorrow, joy, and excitement that accompany human existence are all so transient. Everything could seamlessly blend into the wind, the sunlight, the depths of the mountains, and the murals of the palace. Chapter 59. Spicy cold noodles in Xijing City. Along the riverbank of the Xijing River, there stood a row of small inns. Across the street was a storefront famous for local snacks, known as the renowned Quona Snack Street. Zhang Qi led Wu Gu and Chen Ziming to a stall selling cold noodles on this snack street, where they sat at a small table, each perched on a diminutive wooden stool. The table bore 3 servings of cold noodles, accompanied by 3 bowls of a dark brown beverage. The clear broth of the cold noodles was adorned with a drizzle of oil, along with 3 or 4 pieces of potato and 2 fiery red peppers. Zhang Qi pointed to the cold noodles in front of him, grinning. You two should give it a try. This cold noodle dish is a local delicacy. It's both slippery and tender, slipping into your mouth like a sip of cool spring water. Yet, it is exceedingly spicy, causing a rush of warmth to surge through your chest after the initial refreshment. That sensation is akin to taking a hot bath, leaving you drenched from within. It sounds delicious. I must have a good taste, Chen Ziming responded. He was not particularly picky about food and had no specific preferences, as long as it wasn't the bitter melon stir-fried with bitter melon that Wu Ge prepared. However, since Zhang Qi praised this cold noodle dish so highly, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. Under Zhang Qi's watchful eye, Wu Ge and Chen Ziming each took a pair of chopsticks and placed a portion into their mouths. As they chewed, almost simultaneously, both clamped their mouths shut, letting out a gasp, nearly spitting the cold noodles out. Their faces turned crimson. Zhang Qi beamed with delight at their reaction. Wu Ge hurriedly lifted his bowl of butter tea and took a hearty gulp. Chen Ziming followed suit, raising his butter tea and downing it in one go. The butter tea coursed down his throat, soothing the spiciness of the cold noodles. Only then did they feel significantly more comfortable. Wu Ge set his empty bowl on the table, exhaling in relief. This cold noodle dish is truly spicy, genuinely spicy. After finishing his words, Wu Ge glanced at Chen Ziming, who was gaping, fanning the spiciness lingering in his mouth. Wu Ge couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Ziming turned his head to look at Wu Ji's flushed face, and he too erupted in laughter. How can one eat something so spicy? Wu Ge frowned. Upon observing Zhang Qi, he saw him skillfully lifting a rice noodle with his chopsticks and slowly placing it in his mouth. Wu Ge grimaced, as if he could feel the excruciating heat of the noodle traveling down his esophagus. To his astonishment, Zhang Qi remained unfazed, chewing not at all. His expression calm and composed, he picked up another noodle and consumed it once again. How do you manage that? Wu Ge found it hard to believe that he, too, picked up a noodle and placed it in his mouth for a taste. Fortunately, having learned from the first experience, he still felt a jolt in his stomach from the lethal spiciness. He hoarsely called out to the shop, "Another bowl of butter tea, please." Zhang Qi, observing this, grinned and remarked, "One noodle, one bowl of tea. It seems our brother Wu Ge is quite spirited today." Chen Ziming snickered. Covering his mouth, Wu Ge glanced at Chen Ziming, then at Zhang Qi. "It's just a bowl of cold noodles. How hard can it be?" With that, Wu Ge lifted the bowl of cold noodles before him, dipped his chopsticks into it, and scooped up a hefty portion. Wu Ge pressed his lips together, swallowed some saliva, and then forcefully blinked his eyes. "Here goes." Wu Ge opened wide, shoveling one mouthful after another. Initially, he felt it was manageable. The rising heat was subdued by the newly ingested food. However, once he finished the bowl of noodles, the accumulated spiciness surged upwards all at once. The moment Wu Ge set down the bowl, he felt as if his lungs were ignited, a fire raging in his chest. With even a hint of oil nearby, he could ignite it with a mere breath. His face was a deep crimson, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead and temples. Yet he kept his mouth shut, fists clenched on the table, silent. Wu Laosher, are you all right? Wu Ge turned his head to glance at Chen Ziming, gently shaking his head. His expression was akin to that of someone suffering from constipation. "Brother Wu Ge, perhaps you should drink some tea to ease it," Zhang Qi suggested. Wu Ge curled the corners of his mouth, waving his hand to indicate it was unnecessary. "Are you really all right?" "I'm fine." Wu Ge gritted his teeth in response. "That's good. That's good." Zhang Qi raised the butter tea to his lips, ready to take a sip when suddenly Wu Ge leapt up with a shout. Rushing into the shop, as he stood, his knee bumped the table, causing it to jolt into Zhang Qi's knee, sending the entire bowl of butter tea splattering across his face. Once inside, Wu Ge dashed to the server holding a bowl of butter tea and swiftly lifted the tray, downing it in one go. As the tea flowed into his stomach, the flames he had swallowed were extinguished, and Wu Ge felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of a searing star. Exiting the shop, he spotted Zhang Qi wiping the butter tea off his face. Wu Ge paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "What is the matter? Did drinking alone not quench the fire?" "Wu Laosher," Chen Ziming began awkwardly, attempting to explain. Zhang Qi interjected, shaking his head with a smile. "Brother Wu Ge, you truly are humorous." Wu Ge wiped the sweat from his brow, sighed, and remarked, "Now I truly understand what you meant by taking a hot bath." In a villa on the outskirts of City S, Lu sat on a luxurious leather sofa in the grand living room, reclining against the backrest with his legs crossed, gazing at the crystal chandelier above. From the second floor came a series of sultry moans. Lu pressed his hands together under his chin, staring vacantly at the potted plants outside the glass door. The sounds from upstairs grew louder. Frowning at the commotion, Lu stood up and walked to the glass door. Pushing it open, he stepped outside. Beyond the glass door lay a small courtyard, with wooden flooring at the entrance and a yellow light glowing above. A majestic black pine stood at the door's edge, the very one Lu had been admiring. Moving further, he stepped off the wooden flooring onto a patch of low, lush grass. A square path of gray stone tiles meandered across the lawn. At the corner of the wall, there was a pair of wrought tan sofas, with a glass-top coffee table in between, adorned with a vase shaped like a goblet, containing pink flowers. Beside the sofa stood a gray-striped wall, illuminated by a few lamps that brightened the area considerably. "This ugly creature lives quite exquisitely," Lu thought to himself, as he approached the sofa, running his fingers over the wrought tan surface before taking a seat. Here, it was peaceful, free from the lascivious sounds from inside. The air outside was fresh, in stark contrast to the stuffiness within, and Lu felt a slight alleviation of his vexation. How much longer must he endure the company of this unsightly creature? So many tender women awaited his affection. He had no time to keep entertaining Sun Ming. This was the umpteenth woman he had found for Sun Ming, and he wondered when Sun Ming would finally lower his guard. Lost in thought, Lu's previously improving mood plummeted again, leaving him restless. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Sun Fei inviting him to dinner that evening. Lu glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. He had already dined with Sun Ming. The reason he had come to Sun Ming's house was to have some private time with him. However, that would have to wait until after he felt comfortable, and if he left now, wouldn't that be tantamount to wasting his efforts? After a moment of contemplation, footsteps echoed from within. Finished already? Lu rose and approached the glass door, just in time to see Sun Ming. Clad in pajamas, descending the stairs with an exquisitely dressed beauty in a cheapao that almost reached her waist. Sun Ming's hand rested on the woman's waist, his corpulence spilling over as he grinned lecherously. Upon reaching the bottom, Sun Ming escorted the beauty to the entrance just as Lu entered the house, standing in front of the sofa, watching the two, although Lu was accustomed to Sun Ming's disdain. It still irked him greatly till he rolled his eyes at Sun Ming, turning to sit opposite him on the sofa. Sun Ming plucked a cigar from the coffee table, biting down on it before slowly lighting it. As smoke curled up, he leaned back on the sofa and chuckled. "Xiao Lu, where did you find this mixed blood beauty? Quite impressive indeed. I happen to know a pair of twin sisters. If Sun Zong is interested, I could introduce them to you sometime for a taste." Lu smiled and replied. Upon hearing about twins, Sun Ming's eyes lit up, a sure sign of impending mischief. However, as the second in command of a large corporation managing hundreds of thousands of employees, Sun Ming quickly regained his composure till he adjusted his emotions, taking a leisurely puff from his cigar. Lu observed Sun Ming's demeanor closely, fully aware of his scheming nature. Exhaling smoke, Sun Ming lowered his voice. Adopting a pretentious tone, "Xiao Lu, women are wonderful beings. They can rejuvenate a man." "Indeed," Lu replied, "especially beautiful women. They are akin to a fountain of youth." Lu mused to himself that perhaps they were more like a poison to hasten death. Yet, he could not voice this, merely nodding with a smile, that "I've been under quite a bit of pressure lately. I truly need a woman to relieve it." "Are you referring to the matter of the super energy company establishing factories overseas?" Lu sought to steer the conversation towards business you know about that? Sun Ming exclaimed, "Such a sensational event, it's common knowledge. This time, Sun Zong is going global." Lu's words were music to Sun Ming's ears. And he smiled proudly. "Well, the world needs our equipment. There's no other choice. Indeed, the superpower electromagnetic waves from super energy communications represent the pinnacle of technological advancement, and people around the globe are eager to experience it." Sun Ming beamed with delight at Lu's words, throwing his head back in laughter. "But I wonder how our company's superpower electromagnetic waves were invented and how they are stored." After speaking, Lu smiled, gazing at Sun Ming. In an instant, Sun Ming's smile vanished, his expression turning stern. "Xiao Lu, do you think you should be asking that question?" Lu's hand clenched into a fist, his nails digging into his flesh. He bit his lip, still maintaining his smile. Sun Ming stared intently at Lu, the cigar burning in his hand. After a few seconds, Lu slowly relaxed his clenched fist, letting out a light chuckle. "Sun Zong, your sudden seriousness startled me." Sun Ming remained silent for 3 or 4 seconds before bursting into laughter. Once he finished, he set the cigar down on the ashtray, not even glancing at Lu. "Just a joke, merely a jest." Lu forced a smile, remaining silent. "I think it's getting late today, Xiao Lu. Why don't we continue this conversation another time?" "What do you say?" "Sounds good," Lu replied with a smile. "Then I won't see you out. You're familiar with this place." Lu made an okay gesture, stood up, slightly bowed to Sun Ming, and turned to leave. Sun Ming watched Lu's retreating figure, his expression as dark as water. Once outside, Lu clenched his hands tightly, his chest heaving violently. He stood still for a few seconds before slowly walking out through the courtyard gate. After taking a few steps, Lu came to a halt. Slapping his forehead and taking a deep breath, staring at the courtyard door he had just closed, Lu pursed his lips, turned around, and left. Chapter 60. The pilgrims the following morning, Chen Ziming, Wu Ge, and Zhangqi had a light breakfast outside the hotel before embarking on their journey to Gangxi Mountain to the long-distance bus station in Xijing City. They boarded the coach bound for their destination. Xijing lies approximately 800 kilometers away from Gaki County, nestled at the foot of the majestic Gangxi Mountain, necessitating nearly 10 hours of travel. Along the way, they would pass through Rai City, where, as Zhangqi had mentioned, they would stop for lunch and rest. The coach was scheduled to halt at the service station in Rise for about half an hour, ample time for them to dine. At this moment, the three were seated on the bus. Zhang Qi offered Chen Ziming a peppermint, which he placed in his mouth, instantly feeling a wave of relief. The bus was not crowded, with the trio occupying the middle seats. Wu Gu and Zhang Qi were positioned at the front, while Chen Ziming sat behind them. Apart from the two, there were sporadically 4 or 5 other passengers. Chen Ziming opened the window, savoring the picturesque scenery outside. Beneath the clear azure sky, a vast expanse of golden grassland stretched towards the horizon. Scattered across the prairie were herds of sheep, their bodies white and their heads adorned with a mix of colors. Grazing on the lush grass. These were the grassland-type sheep, both rams and ewes bearing horns, a breed known for its larger stature in this region. Zhang Qi's voice drifted from the front, seemingly explaining something to Wu Gu. Grassland-type sheep. Chen Ziming silently repeated in his mind. At the edge of the prairie loomed a chain of snow-capped mountains, their bases cloaked in hues of brown and orange, while above, the white snow blended seamlessly with the clouds in the sky. Chen Ziming felt as though he were gazing upon a stunning oil painting. The bus continued to move forward, and gradually, Chen Ziming felt his eyelids growing heavy. He leaned against the glass, his eyes reflecting the distant snow peaks. The purity of the white snow resembling a tuft of cotton candy in his pupils. Slowly, the white snow began to blur in his vision. His sight was captivated by the white, his focus gradually fading away, until white transformed into an ethereal void. Chen Ziming's consciousness began to wane, and within his mind, an abyss emerged. At the edge of this abyss, a stream of white water flowed gently into its depths. The sound of rushing water echoing softly, yet the noise of water hitting the ground was absent. With his head tilted against the window, Chen Ziming succumbed to slumber. Time became indeterminate, and suddenly, the bus came to a screeching halt. Chen Ziming's body jolted forward, colliding with the seat in front. Thud! Ouch! He awoke with a start, furrowing his brows as he rubbed his forehead. Glancing out the window, he realized the bus had stopped. Observing his surroundings, he noted they were still amidst the prairie and snow-capped mountains. Seated on the left side, all appeared normal. So he turned to the right and noticed the passengers were gazing out the window. What was happening? Chen Ziming stood up, just as Wu Gu and Zhang Qi did. The two seemed to sense someone behind them, and Wu Gu instinctively turned around. Chen Ziming was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. Wu Laosher, what's the matter? It seems there are pilgrims prostrating. Pilgrims? The bus was pausing to allow them to cross the water, Zhang Qi explained. Cross the water? Zhang Qi nodded. When pilgrims encounter a waterlogged area during the prostrations, they must crawl through it. The driver wishes to avoid disturbing them, hence the wait. Understanding dawned on Chen Ziming. Was it a concern that water might splash onto them? Zhang Qi nodded. Chen Ziming approached an empty seat on the right. Leaning out the window to observe 3 pilgrims, clad in black garments, with furs draped before them and wooden blocks tied to their hands, crawled through the puddle ahead, rising for a few steps before continuing to prostrate. Chen Ziming realized the distance they walked upright equated to the length of their bodies, signifying their efforts were equal in both forms of movement. The clear puddle splashed droplets as the pilgrims passed. Pristine and pure. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow surged within Chen Ziming, the cause of which he could not articulate. Was it sympathy, emotion, shock? The essence eluded him. Humans often find themselves inexplicably melancholic, yet unable to articulate their feelings to others. At times, indulging in solitary sadness can be quite fulfilling. Such a rich emotional state is a natural human condition. Conversely, an attitude of indifference towards all things breeds despair and callousness. Chen Ziming, a man of deep sentiment, often found himself unable to share his emotions or vent his frustrations to others, burying his adverse feelings and sadness deep within his heart. Over time, these negative emotions corroded his spirit, forming an unfathomable abyss within. In this moment, the white waters and the pilgrim's tenacity were mending Chen Ziming's rusted heart. The bus resumed its journey, and although the road was bumpy, Chen Ziming gradually acclimated to the sensation. Leaning back against the seat, he gazed at the shifting scenery outside. Hours slipped by in this manner, and soon the sun shone at its brightest. The bus halted at a service area alongside the highway. Though labeled a service area, It consisted merely of a few rudimentary low structures offering food and basic vehicle maintenance services. Adjacent to the low buildings was a public restroom, devoid of gender distinctions. If one entered, they could simply lock the door behind them. The passengers disembarked, one after the other, to relieve themselves. After the three had attended to their needs, they washed their hands in a basin. They proceeded to the dining area, which offered simple dishes featuring lamb and beef. Zhang Qi sat on a low stool, grasping a piece of mutton. Holding it aloft, he remarked, "When my wife was alive, she adored the lamb from this region, especially when dipped in the secret sauce concocted by the locals of Xijing. Its flavor was utterly irresistible." As he spoke, Zhang Qi slowly closed his eyes, a look of rapture gracing his features. Brother Zhang Qi, this sauce isn't spicy, is it?" Wu Gu inquired cautiously. Zhang Qi opened his eyes slightly. Smiling gently, "You may give it a try. I can handle it." Wu Gu hesitated, inspecting a piece of lamb before reaching out to dip it into the sauce. However, still haunted by the previous night's cold noodles, he hesitated and refrained from dipping. Observing Wu Ji's dilemma, Chen Ziming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wu Laosher, "Let me taste it first," he offered, taking a piece of lamb, dipping it in the secret sauce, and savoring it. "How is it?" Wu Gu asked, watching Chen Ziming intently. "Quite good," Chen Ziming replied, his words slightly muffled. Encouraged by Chen Ziming's endorsement, Wu Gu dipped a piece of lamb into the vividly red sauce, scrutinizing it closely before swallowing hard. "Delicious," Zhang Qi remarked. Wu Gu glanced at Zhang Qi. Nodding slightly, he opened his mouth, first placing the lamb on his tongue for a taste, then savoring it before finally placing it fully in his mouth. Chewing slowly at first before picking up the pace. After finishing one piece, Wu Gu exclaimed, "Indeed, it's quite good." He grabbed another piece, dipping it in the sauce once more. The flavor had a hint of sweetness without being cloying, and a touch of spiciness without overwhelming heat. These two flavors harmonized beautifully with the lamb's natural essence, rendering it utterly addictive, a simple yet irresistible delight. "Exactly, Brother Zhang Qi speaks the truth," Wu Gu affirmed. Reaching for a fifth piece, dipping it into the sauce, and chewing happily, he then offered Chen Ziming another piece. "Have a few more." "Thank you, Wu Laosher," Chen Ziming replied, accepting it. A subtle flicker of muted light appeared in Zhang Qi's eyes, quickly concealed. My wife often said that one must savor life, embracing joy fully. Each day must be lived to the fullest. When she ate, she immersed herself entirely in the experience. When painting, she became wholly absorbed in her art. When singing, she poured her heart into the melody. "Mr. Zhang Qi, your wife sounds very talented," Chen Ziming remarked. Zhang Qi smiled faintly. "Thank you. If my wife were to hear your praise, it would undoubtedly bring her great joy. She was a simple soul, exceedingly kind. Even when her emotions were unmasked, she never made those around her feel uncomfortable." Chen Ziming noticed the tenderness and happiness that filled Zhang Qi's gaze whenever he spoke of his wife. Yet there lingered a peculiar sensation that Chen Ziming couldn't quite articulate. After the trio finished their lunch and stepped outside, they found the bus driver basking in the sunlight, sipping water. The next stop was approximately 4 to 5 hours away, the sacred Gangxi Mountain. Chen Ziming envisioned, under the radiant glow of the snow-capped peak, numerous pilgrims prostrating at the mountain's base, reluctant to rise. Chapter 61. Breakdown. The vehicle continued its journey as Chen Ziming, having had his lunch, leaned back against his seat, drifting into a light slumber. His body swayed with the bus's movements. After an indeterminate period, a loud bang echoed, causing the bus to come to an abrupt halt. Chen Ziming awoke with a start. Alarmed. "What happened?" he murmured, blinking sleep from his bloodshot eyes as he gazed outside. He saw the bus driver emerging from the cabin, making his way to the rear of the bus. Chen Ziming leaned out the window, twisting his head to see. The driver was inspecting the back wheel, kicking the tire before proceeding to the rear of the bus. A flat tire, perhaps, he mused at. So that's it. Chen Ziming watched the driver as he waited for him to change the tire. Minutes passed without the driver returning. Chen Ziming wondered if it truly took this long to fetch a spare tire. Just then, the driver emerged from the back, his brow furrowed, seeing the driver return empty-handed. Chen Ziming felt a sense of foreboding. The driver climbed aboard the bus and addressed the passengers. "I'm afraid we won't be able to continue tonight. The tire has burst and the spare is missing. It seems it was never loaded. We'll have to wait for tomorrow's bus to arrive to replace it. The driver shook his head. We must have been traveling for at least 2 hours. The service station is approximately 200 kilometers away. On foot, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Understood. The other passengers remained still, refraining from any complaints. Silence enveloped the vehicle as they sat quietly. This truly astonished Chen Ziming. In such a situation, which could delay everyone by an entire day, the driver offered no apology, and the passengers voiced no grievances. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. After a while, a passenger rose from their seat and exited the vehicle. Outside lay a vast expanse of golden grassland. Chen Ziming also felt an urge to disembark. He tapped on the back of the seat in front of him. "Teacher Wu." "What is it?" came Wu Ji's voice. "Shall we step out and take a look?" After a brief silence, Wu Ge responded, "All right." He stood up, followed by Zhang Qi. The three of them exited the vehicle. Upon reaching the grassland, a refreshing breeze swept over them, and Chen Ziming felt invigorated. Gazing at the expansive grassland, the undulating snow-capped mountains, and the azure sky, he felt a profound sense of peace. Nearby, on the grassland, some recently disembarked passengers were wandering about. "Shall we also take a stroll on the grass?" Zhang Qi suggested. Chen Ziming readily agreed, and Wu Ge concurred as well. The three of them stepped onto the grass, walking across the verdant expanse to eye in the distance. A thick blanket of white clouds lay draped over the mountaintops. Although the snow-capped peaks appeared close, reaching them would indeed require considerable time. The grassland was lush, a tapestry of green and yellow, with occasional pools of water reflecting the sky like a flawless mirror. The trio walked silently, as if in this tranquil environment, silence was the most eloquent expression. Eventually, they came upon a pool of water where Zhang Qi was the first to halt. He bent down, scooped a handful of water, and splashed it onto his face. Then he cupped his hands over his cheeks, gently massaging them. "What is that?" Wu Ge inquired, intrigued. Zhang Qi turned his head with a smile and said, "It is said that water from the sacred mountain can cleanse the impurities of both skin and soul." Then Wu Ge pursed his lips, staring intently at the water's surface. Suddenly, he crouched down and scooped up a handful. He glanced at Zhang Qi, as if seeking confirmation for his actions. Zhang Qi mimicked the motion of splashing water onto his face. That Wu Ge nodded, immersing his hands in the pool, splashing water onto his face. Covering his face with his hands, he gently rubbed, allowing the pure water to seep into his skin. Following Zhang Qi's lead, Wu Ge placed his hands over his face and softly massaged. After releasing his hands, Wu Ge asked, "Did I do it right?" "Flawlessly," replied Chen Ziming, who had long wished to try the same. He nodded and approached the pool of water. Kneeling before it, he emulated Wu Ge and Zhang Qi's actions, splashing water delicately onto his face. The cool, pure water felt refreshing. Although it did not wash away the inner turmoil as Zhang Qi had described, Chen Ziming nonetheless felt as if a veil of clarity had descended upon his previously muddled thoughts. The three of them sat by the water's edge as Zhang Qi began to recount tales of the sacred mountain. Gangxi Peak is universally acknowledged as a divine mountain. Its walls are symmetrically arranged, resembling a crowned pyramid. Such a regular mountain shape is unparalleled by any other peak. Furthermore, the sunlit side of the mountain remains perpetually capped with snow, while the shaded side melts away with the sun's warmth. This defiance of natural laws adds to its mystique. Snow accumulates on the sunny side, but not on the shady side. How can that be? Chen Ziming silently pondered. Zhang Qi chuckled. That is precisely the mystery of Gangxi Peak. Were it merely an ordinary mountain, it would not be deemed divine. Yet, surely a divine mountain must adhere to the laws of nature, Chen Ziming countered. There are countless unexplored laws in this world. What we currently know is but a fragment of the universe and cannot fully elucidate its entirety. For instance, there may exist intelligent beings akin to us on other planets within the Milky Way. Upon hearing this, Wu Ge cast a glance at Zhang Qi. "Are you suggesting that extraterrestrial life indeed exists?" Chen Ziming inquired. "I believe it does." "What about you, brother Wu Ge?" Zhang Qi turned to ask. However, if time were to rewind, wouldn't Xinla and his confidants also vanish? Chen Ziming questioned. Indeed, but when people become superstitious about something, they often overlook its illogical aspects. This situation itself is quite absurd, yet Xinla and his confidants are unwavering in their belief. Perhaps facing the prospect of defeat in war, they are willing to clutch at straws. Zhang Qi nodded thoughtfully. So, what happened next? Xinla's confidants did reach Shalabam, but not in person. Rather, thousands of soldiers were airdropped there. However, none of them disembarked. What happened to them all? The confidants sent soldiers to scale the summit, yet the first soldier to reach the top fell from it. Subsequently, the others who followed suit also tumbled down upon reaching the peak. Why did that occur? The confidants discovered, on a body that had not yet shattered upon impact, that the soldier's expression was eerily distorted, as though he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. Could it be that thousands of soldiers were lying in wait at the summit? Wu Ge jested. Zhang Qi chuckled. That is also a possibility. Are we staying in the bus tonight? Wu Ge inquired. Yes, I believe that will be the case. What about food and drink? I heard that long-distance buses typically carry spare food and water to prevent breakdowns. However, this bus even forgot to bring a spare tire, so I'm a bit concerned. I should inquire. With that, Zhang Qi stood and walked toward the bus, calling for the dazed Chen Ziming to follow. Upon reaching the bus, Zhang Qi questioned the driver in the cabin, and, as expected, there was nothing available. How will we manage food and drink tonight and tomorrow morning? The pilgrims? Wu Ge was puzzled by this reference. Zhang Qi smiled, leading Wu Ge and Chen Ziming aside. The pilgrims refer to those who come to pay homage. Having traveled from afar, they too require lodging and sustenance. If we encounter them, we could stay in their tents tonight and share their provisions. But why would they help us? Chen Ziming asked. They will. Here, interactions among people are quite simple. That if they have, they will share with you. Likewise, if you belong to this land, you too will share with them. Is it really so? Indeed, if we do not encounter them. What then? We must have faith that everything that unfolds is for the best. Zhang Qi's tone was calm, as if he could already envision the warm-hearted pilgrims serving them fragrant butter tea. Meanwhile, the other passengers chatted idly by the bus, and Chen Ziming listened in. Their conversations revolve around trivial matters or tales of the sacred mountain. However, he noticed that their discussions were merely recounting events. Devoid of subjective judgment, in the shadowy faces of the passengers, he glimpsed pairs of bright, pure gemstones. Chapter 62. The slot machine in an arcade within the commercial district of City. Cheng Feng sat before a slot machine. Engrossed in the spinning reels on the screen, the arcade featured a row of slot machines, with a handful of other players also engaged in their games. Cheng Feng's machine was different from the rest, as it was equipped with a custom-made hacking module that allowed him to manipulate the odds of landing the same symbol. Sure enough, 3 tomatoes appeared once more. Clink, 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 the machine began to dispense coins. Cheng Feng beamed as he stuffed the game tokens into his bag. He started to spin again. Nearby, another player sat, dejectedly staring at the spinning reels with red-rimmed eyes, perhaps hearing the continuous clinking of coins from Cheng Feng's machine. He turned to scrutinize him. Once again, 3 cucumbers appeared on Cheng Feng's screen, and the machine clanked into action, dispensing more coins. The onlooker was taken aback. Cheng Feng's high success rate drew a crowd. Players who had been previously engrossed in their games gathered behind him, whispering to one another. This kid is impressive. He keeps winning. Indeed, in just a few minutes, I've heard at least 5 payouts. Look at his bag. It's brimming with coins. It seems this game can indeed be profitable. We need to uncover the secret. Hearing you say that gives me even more confidence. Why watch others win when we can earn ourselves? Cheng Feng's frequent victories not only attracted the attention of fellow players, but also piqued the suspicion of the arcade manager, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit. He approached Cheng Feng from behind. Observing his every move, Cheng Feng's success rate was astonishing. Winning 7 or 8 times out of 10, the manager felt perplexed. Statistically, a win rate of 58-1 would be considered good, so why was this chubby fellow consistently victorious? Had the machine malfunctioned? This simply would not do. The machine was intended to generate profit for the company, not incur losses. After contemplating for a moment, he approached Cheng Feng and gently patted him on the shoulder. Turning his head, Cheng Feng beheld a gentleman clad in uniform. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he heightened his vigilance. With a standard smile, the manager stated, "Young man, this machine encountered some issues this afternoon, and we have summoned a technician, who will arrive shortly. I must trouble you to try your luck at another machine for the time being. It seemed he had been discovered." Chung Feng promptly nodded in agreement. Thank you for your cooperation. No problem, I'll just tidy up, Chung Feng replied, gesturing towards the slot machine's coin outlet, from which game tokens had just erupted. Take your time, the manager said, turning to leave as soon as he saw the manager depart. Chung Feng hastily lowered his head, using the pretext of collecting game tokens to discreetly remove the module and tuck it into his pocket. He placed all the tokens into the cloth bag he had brought. Shaking it slightly, it felt quite heavy. Chung Feng stood up to leave, and a nearby player called out to him, "Hey, brother." Chung Feng's body instantly stiffened. He slowly turned to face the individual that was a thin young man dressed in a black t-shirt. His demeanor suggesting he was up to no good, with a sharp face reminiscent of a monkey. The young man flashed a thumbs up at Chung Feng, smiling. Impressive. You've won quite a bit, as he spoke. He stood up and leaned closer to Chung Feng, whispering, I saw you cheating, that if you don't share half of that money with me, you won't be leaving with it today. Chung Feng swallowed hard. His lips twitching, he regretted not noticing this individual earlier. Biting his lower lip, he reluctantly nodded. The young man chuckled, smart choice. The two made their way to the counter, where Chung Feng exchanged all his winnings for cash. The young lady at the counter transferred the money into Chung Feng's electronic account. As he turned to leave, the young man blocked his path, saying, Hey, where do you think you're going? What about my share? I'll get it for you over there, Chung Feng replied. Don't give me that nonsense. Hey, miss, the young man called out. Chung Feng quickly pulled him out of the arcade. I'll transfer it to you right now. Just take out your phone. Chung Feng was quite alarmed. The young man grinned as he produced his phone, displaying a payment code before Chung Feng's eyes. Hurry up. With no other option, Chung Feng resigned himself to being extorted, realizing his carelessness had led him to this predicament. The sound of a successful transfer echoed. All done, the young man said, glancing at his phone and grinning smugly. Brother, you won quite a lot of money. On a night like this, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? What? Just a dinner. Is that really necessary? Are you that reluctant? If you're unwilling to treat, then why not return the money to the arcade? After all, it's not exactly clean money. Chung Feng furrowed his brow, biting his lower lip in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he finally gritted his teeth. Fine, it's just a meal. All right, the dining area is downstairs. What do you want to eat? Nothing too expensive, just a steak will do. Let us eat and chat. Reluctantly, Chung Feng steeled himself and accompanied the young man down the elevator to a nearby Western restaurant. After placing their orders, the young man began to engage Chung Feng in idle chatter, boasting about how impressive he was, the numerous connections he had, and the influence he wielded. Chung Feng merely wished to rid himself of this nuisance. Paying little attention to the young man's incessant prattle, as their dinner arrived, Chung Feng kept his head down, focused on his food. The young man continued to chatter away as the meal neared its end. Chung Feng chewed and swallowed the last piece of steak, exhaling in relief. I'm done. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving and I'll take care of the bill. You can leave once you finish. Chung Feng stood up. The young man's expression soured as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the patrons at the neighboring table to cast disapproving glances. What's the matter? Nothing's wrong. But you're in such a hurry to leave. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? The young man shot Chung Feng a sidelong glance. What do you want? I've given you your money and treated you to a meal. Is that not sufficient? Chung Feng leaned in close, anger flaring. You think these small favors will simply dismiss me? Dream on. What do you want then? From now on, you follow me every night, wherever I go. You go that will dominate every arcade together? Absolutely not. Not possible? Huh. Well then, we can have a chat with the police. There are cameras in the arcade, and if I report you, I wonder where you'll run. Chung Feng squinted, his body shaking with rage. Suit yourself. With that, Chung Feng turned and exited the restaurant. The young man leaned back in his chair, picking at his teeth, watching Chung Feng's retreating figure with a derisive snort. A passenger pointed towards the distant highway, exclaiming, A vehicle is coming. Chen Ziming and the others turned to follow the sound, and indeed they could faintly discern two sets of headlights approaching to that moment. The driver also emerged from the driver's seat, joining Chen Ziming and the others. Night had fallen and hunger gnawed at their bellies. The arrival of the vehicle brought joy to everyone. Is there still a night shift? Chen Ziming inquired. It's a private car. That aren't the pilgrims walking here. Zhang Qi chuckled, There will be someone specifically driving to transport supplies. They waited for a while longer as the headlights grew brighter. Gradually, several individuals were spotted making their way towards them, performing prostrations. The pilgrims. Chen Ziming felt a surge of excitement, akin to discovering an oasis in the desert. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The driver stepped forward to greet the procession of pilgrims. Chen Ziming counted. There were 7 or 8 prostrating individuals, and one person stood between the group and the vehicle, shaking an object resembling a rattle. After a brief exchange, the driver waved to Chen Ziming and the others, signaling for them to approach. The group joyfully made their way over. Mimicking Zhangqi, Chen Ziming bent at the waist and bowed to Wu Ge, confused by the gesture, followed suit after seeing everyone else do the same. Once greetings were exchanged, the group began assisting the pilgrims in unloading their belongings from the tractor. Poles, ropes, steps, pots, and bowls. Chen Ziming and his companions joined in the effort. Together, they worked to erect tents and set up a stove. As the stove simmered with food, the others gathered around it, engaging in lively conversation. Chen Ziming observed the group of pilgrims closely. There were 9 individuals in total. The driver was a middle-aged man, while among the remaining 8 were an elderly gentleman who walked on foot, likely due to his age, and 7 others, including a young girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 and a youth of 17 or 18. Along with several adults, both male and female. Mr. Zhangqi, what is that old man holding? Chen Ziming inquired. Zhangqi glanced over and replied with a smile, that is a hand-crank prayer wheel. What is it used for? Chen Ziming asked, noticing the elderly man chanting as he turned it. That's a scripture. The prayer wheel is inscribed with verses, and those in the pilgrimage will turn the wheel while reciting the scriptures to achieve inner peace and purify their spirits. Chen Ziming nodded thoughtfully. How long have you been traveling? Zhangqi struck up a conversation with a plump middle-aged man nearby. What made you decide to prostrate? I'm a butcher. I've slaughtered many sheep and cows. I came to prostrate, the man replied in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. Isn't it quite ordinary for butchers to slaughter cattle and sheep? Chen Ziming asked. The butcher merely smiled, falling silent. Does the driver need to prostrate as well? Chen Ziming pressed. The driver? Who's driving? The butcher's response made Chen Ziming feel awkward, as if he had asked a foolish question. Embarrassed, he shifted uncomfortably. Zhangqi resumed chatting with other pilgrims, while Wu Ge sat beside Chen Ziming, engaged in conversation with another middle-aged man. Chen Ziming glanced around, taking in the sight of the campfire, and felt an overwhelming sense of comfort at that moment. Chapter 63. The Struggle That Night. After finishing dinner and assisting the pilgrims in packing their belongings, everyone squeezed into the tents to rest. They chatted for a while, and through listening, Chen Ziming learned that the pilgrimage was initiated by the elderly man, who wished to visit Gangxi Mountain before his passing. The old man's son honored his request, and fellow villagers, upon hearing the news, expressed their desire to join the pilgrimage. At some point, the conversation dwindled, and silence enveloped the tent as everyone lay down. Perhaps some were still awake, but Chen Ziming could not tell. He only knew that he felt wide awake. His gaze wandered into the dark expanse above, his mind preoccupied with the events of the past 2 days. Yesterday, he had visited Xijing with teacher Wu, exploring the stunning murals and opulent palaces of Puming Palace. The following day, he ventured to Gangxi Mountain with his new acquaintance, Zhangqi, only to find their vehicle had broken down, leading them to encounter the pilgrims and share a roof with them. Had it not been for this journey, he would never have witnessed Puming Palace, nor would he have felt the insignificance and transience of life and emotions, that he also would not have met Zhangqi, nor entertained the thought of visiting Gangxi Mountain, thus missing the simple and direct connections between people. Was this instinct inherent to social animals? Chen Ziming pondered, unable to grasp it fully. Gradually, he began to hear the rhythmic breathing and snoring of those around him, sandwiched between Wu Ge and Zhangqi. He turned his head to see if Wu Ge was asleep. As Chen Ziming observed Wu Ge with his eyes closed, he appeared to be in a state of slumber, feeling embarrassed to break the silence of the serene surroundings. He hesitated to disturb Wu Ge. After a while, Chen Ziming realized he could not fall asleep. His heart was tranquil yet chaotic. The tranquility stemmed from the naturalness of everything around him. while the chaos arose from his disbelief in the experiences of the past few days. He attempted deep breathing and counted sheep, but to no avail. Insomnia had claimed him. For Chen Ziming, sleepless nights were a common occurrence. Living in the apartment, he often found himself drifting off only in the early hours of the morning, sometimes succumbing to despair, convinced that he might not sleep at all that night. Yet, inevitably, he would fall into a slumber without realizing it, waking up the next day with a foggy mind. Tonight's insomnia felt reminiscent of past nights. Perhaps it was tied to the hour. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. However, according to Zhang Qi, sleeping at 9 was perfectly normal for the locals. Chen Ziming tried to clear his mind of thoughts, but it proved futile. He felt no drowsiness. During insomnia, one's spirit often transcends the usual state of wakefulness, and Chen Ziming was no exception. Slowly, he sat up on his bed, turning his head to survey the tent, where it seemed everyone else was asleep. Concerned about disturbing them, he cautiously bent down and stood up. He tiptoed to the entrance of the tent, unzipped it, and stepped outside. A refreshing breeze enveloped him as he emerged into the wilderness. Though it was slightly chilly, it was quite pleasant. Chen Ziming stretched his arms wide, closing his eyes to embrace the gentle night breeze, feeling as if his skin was being softly caressed. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtaking view of the starry sky. The dark canvas was punctuated by countless twinkling stars. Among them, a long river of stars flowed, one side shimmering with silver light, while the other side dimly glowed like dark clouds. Between the silvery and shadowy lights lay a vast expanse of deep blue, as if someone were tearing apart the very fabric of the cosmos. Chen Ziming felt an inexplicable sense that extraterrestrial beings might emerge from what appeared to be a rift in the sky. Unconsciously, he began to wander across the grassland, all the while gazing at the celestial spectacle. A full moon came into view, its silver disk adorned with patches of gray. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a series of undulating snow-capped mountains. The mountains mirrored the moonlight, intertwined with gray spots amidst the white snow. The entire scene resembled a beautiful oil painting composed of 3 colors: white, gray, and blue. The subdued silver of the snow-capped peaks contrasted with the lustrous silver of the moonlight, as if both had been coated with a sheen of oil. At that moment, Chen Ziming caught a glimpse of a flickering green light not far away. Squinting, he peered closer, only to be startled into taking 2 steps back. Although he had never seen a wolf before, he had encountered them many times in films and television. The shape and the green glow unmistakably indicated a wolf. His legs trembled, and his breathing quickened. What should I do? Fight the wolf or run? Chen Ziming stared at the wolf, bending low and pressing his trembling hands against his quaking knees. A distant sound, reminiscent of an air raid siren, echoed through the night, like someone weeping. What's that? Following the sound, Chen Ziming turned his gaze and was alarmed to see several more green lights approaching. In the moonlight, the furry bodies, pointed snouts, and erect ears were fully revealed, including the one before him. There were at least 5 or 6 wolves in sight. Chen Ziming wanted to flee, but he discovered that his legs had seemingly lost their autonomy. When he exerted himself, he nearly fell. He staggered back a couple of steps, and the wolf advanced 2 steps closer. Losing his balance, Chen Ziming fell back onto the grass, managing to brace himself with his elbows to avoid a complete collapse. Glancing to his right, he noticed 4 or 5 wolves closing in on him. His chest heaved rapidly, and he gasped for breath. In the moonlight, the wolves' expressions were calm and serious, devoid of emotion. They resembled cold-blooded killers preparing for slaughter. Using his arms like legs, Chen Ziming began to crawl backward on the grass. He longed to rise but found himself too weak, hoping only to crawl faster, as if running. The wolves drew nearer. The pack from a distance encircled him, standing about 2 meters away, facing Chen Ziming. They stood side by side, locking eyes with him. Several pairs of glowing wolf eyes tormented his mind. As he crawled, Chen Ziming felt something solid beneath his hand, a stone. His first instinct was to grasp it. Clutching the stone, he continued to retreat. Chen Ziming wanted to scream for help, yet he realized he could not produce a sound. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He had been silently screaming for help. But his voice was a mere whisper, audible only to himself. That moment. 1 wolf, perhaps losing patience, approached him, positioning itself directly in front of Chen Ziming, suddenly extending its front paw towards him. If the previous wolves had been indifferent assassins, this one was a ferocious beast. The wolf lunged at Chen Ziming. In response, he raised the stone to strike at the wolf's head, pushing against its belly with his feet. The wolf was momentarily stunned by the impact of the stone, and with the added force of his kick, it missed its target and leapt to the side. The rest of the pack charged forward. Chen Ziming was surprised by a surge of strength. He instantly sprang to his feet and took off running. The wolves pursued him relentlessly. His legs moved like a high-speed machine, propelling him forward with all his might. Behind him, the pack chased closely. The moon illuminated Chen Ziming's path while also casting light on the wolf's pursuit. Despite his speed and explosive power, he could not outpace the pack. One wolf leapt forward, landing squarely on Chen Ziming's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he fell, he quickly scrambled to rise and continue running. Just as he got back on his feet, another wave of pressure hit him, and he collapsed again. Turning around, he faced a ravenous wolf, its mouth agape, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. This is bad. Chen Ziming quickly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the deadly bite. As he prepared to rise, another wolf's fangs appeared in his vision, lunging towards him. This is it. Instinctively, Chen Ziming raised his arm to shield himself. Thud! A dull thud resonated, followed by a low growl. Chen Ziming squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death. However, he felt no pain in his arm. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see the legs of the wolves in the distance. Terrified, he quickly covered his eyes with his arm. After a couple of seconds, sensing something was amiss, he lifted his arm again, glimpsing the wolves snarling and baring their teeth at him. Suddenly, he felt a presence beside him and turned to look. Teacher Wu. He saw Wu Gu crouched in front of him, single-handedly pinning the wolf that had just attacked Chen Ziming to the ground, gripping its neck as its limbs thrashed violently. Chapter 64. Blue Electric Light. Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming stammered, still shaken. Run towards the tent. What about you? It's fine, they're no match for me. Chen Ziming was unconvinced by Wu Ji's words, believing he was merely saying this to protect him. No, I can't leave you. If you don't hurry, I can't help you. As he spoke, the wolves launched their assault. 3 lunged at Wu Gu, while 2 others charged toward Chen Ziming. Wu Gu positioned himself in front of Chen Ziming, shouting, "Hurry up and go. Teacher Wu, I can't leave you alone. Hurry, there's no time." As the pack surged forward once more, Wu Gu seized the first wolf that lunged at him by the front paws, swinging it around to strike the other wolves. 1 wolf, emboldened by Wu Ji's bravery, maneuvered behind him and lunged at Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming, focused on Wu Gu, failed to react in time. By the time he noticed, the wolf was already upon him, and he let out a startled cry, raising his arms to shield himself, feeling a sharp, searing pain in his arms. Thud! Chen Ziming was knocked to the ground. The wolf's saliva dripped onto his face, and he caught the pungent odor emanating from its mouth. That he managed to free one hand, pressing it against the wolf's face, attempting to push it back with all his might, but his strength was insufficient and had no effect. Chen Ziming could almost hear the sound of the wolf gnawing on his bones. Just as he was losing consciousness from the pain, he saw a pair of large hands reach towards him, forcibly prying the wolf's jaws apart. Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming felt his head buzzing. Run. Wu Gu pointed towards the tent, urging him. Chen Ziming found Wu Ji's voice faint, and his face appeared blurry. Gradually, the ringing in his head began to fade. His hearing and vision slowly returned. He saw Wu Ji's anxious face urging him to escape, struggling to rise from the grass. Chen Ziming cast a dazed glance at Wu Gu before turning to flee. Behind him, he heard Wu Gu's furious roar mingled with the howls of the wolves. Chen Ziming imagined Wu Gu lying among the pack, bloodied and torn apart. Tears streamed down his face as he ran. The grass rustled, seemingly echoing his cries. The tent was just ahead, and Chen Ziming raced towards it, desperate to awaken everyone to rescue Wu Ji. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tent, appearing groggy and disoriented. From a distance, Chen Ziming began to shout, "Wolf! Wolf! Help!" The man seemed to have heard and glanced this way. Chen Ziming continued to shout. The man began to walk towards Chen Ziming as he drew nearer. Chen Ziming, gasping for breath and with trembling legs, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his spirit seemingly lost as he stammered to the man, "Wolf, wolf, help." The man was a pilgrim and instantly understood Chen Ziming's plight. He rushed into the tent, rousing everyone from their slumber. Some, still bleary-eyed, became alert upon hearing of the wolf pack's attack. The adult men emerged from the tents, brandishing sticks and clubs. Zhang Qi, clutching a wooden club, anxiously inquired of Chen Ziming, Where are they?" Chen Ziming pointed towards the direction of the wolves, sobbing, "Quick, say Teacher Wu, I beg you." Zhang Qi hastily slipped on his shoes and, along with the crowd, sprinted towards the direction indicated by Chen Ziming. Outside the tent, Chen Ziming sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Gradually, he rose to his feet, unsteadily making his way toward the wolves. The group, including passengers, the driver, and the pilgrim, numbered 11 in total. Wielding whatever makeshift weapons they could find, clubs, shovels, and even cooking hooks, they charged forward under the flickering starlight, the night wind seemingly quickening its pace. Trailing behind, Chen Ziming was consumed with worry for Wu Ji's safety. Despite his weary legs, he gritted his teeth, clutching his injured arm, and jogged forward. The moonlight turned eerily sinister, its pale glow piercing the yellow and orange grass, sapping the vitality of the green blades. Leaving behind a dismal carpet of lifeless forms, each step Chen Ziming took felt as though he were treading upon decaying flesh, his heart racing anxiously, his lips trembled, and his body swayed, on the verge of collapse. The thick, cloying air hung over the grass, infused with the scent of blood. Zhang Qi and the others soon caught sight of Wu Ge in the distance. Surrounded by several shadowy figures, they shouted loudly, seemingly attempting to scare off the wolves. However, as they approached Wu Ge, their voices and footsteps gradually quieted. They beheld Wu Ge, drenched in blood, lying on the ground, with several dead wolves scattered about. Zhang Qi, incredulous, glanced at the wolf corpses before rushing to Wu Ji's side, asking with concern, "Brother Wu Ge, how are you? Are you badly injured?" Wu Ji's face was smeared with blood, his expression vacant, revealing no discernible emotion. It was unclear whether he felt fear or calmness, or if he had simply lost his senses. Zhang Qi stared anxiously at Wu Ge, unsure if he was still alive. The others spread out around the wolf carcasses, probing the bodies to see if any remained alive. One individual, upon discovering a wolf skull crushed on the ground, gasped in shock. Noting Wu Ji's lack of response, Zhang Qi frantically asked, "Brother Wu Ge, are you still with us?" Wu Ge blinked slowly. Zhang Qi's heart steadied at once, exclaiming, "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Wu Ge looked at Zhang Qi with an expressionless face at that moment. A hoarse voice called out from a distance, "Teacher Wu." Wu Ge slowly turned his head, smiled faintly at Chen Ziming, then closed his eyes and gently slumped down. Zhang Qi hurried to support Wu Ge, shouting for help. Everyone rushed over to lift Wu Ge. Zhang Qi bent down, allowing them to place Wu Ge on his back. Chen Ziming, tears staining his cheeks, approached, choked with emotion. "How is Teacher Wu?" Zhang Qi's expression turned grave as he patted Chen Ziming's shoulder, reassuring him, "It's nothing, he has probably just exhausted and fell asleep. Don't worry. But he's covered in blood. That's all wolf blood. Your teacher will be fine." Chen Ziming, still in a state of shock, struggled to comprehend the truth in Zhang Qi's words. Trembling as he asked, "Can I see Teacher Wu?" "Yes." Chen Ziming nodded. With that, Zhang Qi and the others made their way back toward the tent. Chen Ziming trailed behind, his heart heavy with sorrow as he gazed at the bloodstains on Wu Ji's back. Filled with regret over the events of the night, he felt a profound guilt towards Wu Ge. Under the tranquil moonlight, Wu Ge, resting on Zhang Qi's back, managed to crack his eyes open slightly. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and then confidently opened his eyes fully, fixing his gaze on the endless expanse of grassland. Suddenly, he noticed someone beside him turning their head, prompting Wu Ge to hastily shut his eyes and feign sleep. Behind him, Chen Ziming seemed to catch a glimpse of Wu Ji's head moving slightly. Wang Yuqi, dressed in loose linen attire, was pouring water when she suddenly heard the door creak open. Chang Feng stepped inside, quickly changing his shoes and striding into the living room. Wang Yuqi sensed something was off about Chang Feng, as if he had just faced some peril. Chang Feng, with his head bowed, halted abruptly and turned to look at Wang Yuqi, his brow furrowed and demeanor anxious. Sorry, had a bit of a situation tonight. Wang Yuqi approached the sofa with her water cup, sitting down slowly. You seem a bit off. That I asked something wrong? No, nothing at all. Cheng Feng hastily shook his head and waved his hands. Wang Yuqi sensed that something was clearly amiss, but why not just say it? Come on, don't hide it. You know my temperament. Really, there's nothing. Wang Yuqi took a sip of water and slammed the cup down on the coffee table with a thud, startling Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, I came here to ensure your safety. If you have any danger and don't inform me, it could be too late if something happens. Do you understand? Cheng Feng kept his head down. Silent, I don't want any of our team to suffer even the slightest harm while we're here. I know you mean well. Wang Yuqi leaned back against the sofa, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng lowered his head once more. What on earth had happened? This chubby kid seemed utterly deflated and adept at concealing matters. However, this was the most dangerous scenario. They were here, and any problem that arose would be beyond what he, a mere child, could handle. Even she herself had no confidence in being able to escape unscathed. Speak! Wang Yuqi nearly shouted. Cheng Feng jumped in fright. Suddenly, a bedroom door swung open, and Lu poked her head out. Shouting, what is going on? It's late at night. Can anyone get some rest? At that moment, blue sparks flickered in Wang Yuqi's eyes. Cheng Feng, stop messing around. Do you hear me? Wang Yuqi slowly stood up, assessing the trembling Cheng Feng, and walked deliberately toward him. Chapter 65. Prayer flags in the early morning. Chen Ziming and the others assisted in packing up the pilgrims' tents and cooking equipment, transferring them to their vehicle. The two groups bade each other farewell as the pilgrims embarked on their new day of pilgrimage. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Ziming felt as though the events of the previous night were but a dream. Wu Gu stood beside him, together witnessing the departing pilgrims. Chen Ziming could not fathom the fierce battle Wu Gu had endured with the wolves, but he knew only that Wu Gu had survived. Unscathed, through Zhang Qi and the others, he learned of the wolves' grim fate. A pilgrim recounted witnessing a fierce wolf skull being crushed to fragments, akin to a watermelon splattered on the ground. When Wu Gu awoke early that morning, everyone turned to him, inquiring about the events of the previous night. That Wu Gu simply stated that he had fought desperately against the wolves, but could not recall anything beyond that. Some asked if he had trained in combat, while others wondered if he had been a soldier. Zhang Qi described the scene of dead wolves and Wu Ji's bloodied form, to which Wu Gu replied with a smile that he had taken many lives. Seeking forgiveness from Buddha, perhaps in a past life, they had slain you. This was Zhang Qi's response. Wu Gu replied, I feel much more at peace now. Chen Ziming and the others spent the morning in the vehicle. Still haunted by the previous night's ordeal, none daring to wander off, they remained inside, chatting, resting, or gazing out at the passing scenery. It was not until the afternoon that another bus slowly approached. Upon reaching the stalled vehicle where Chen Ziming and the others were, the bus came to a halt. The two drivers exchanged a few words, and the other driver retrieved a spare tire. Together, they fitted it onto the vehicle, then waved farewell as the bus departed. Once back in the driver's seat, the driver announced that it was time to set off. A brief cheer erupted within the bus, celebrating the new beginning. Chen Ziming leaned against the window, feeling the slight tremor of the bus as it started moving. The scenery receded behind them as time advanced. After half a day's journey, the bus finally arrived at the foot of the majestic Ganju Mountain. The bus entered the scenic area S-Gate, slowly coming to a stop in the parking lot. The doors opened, and passengers began to disembark in a steady stream. Chen Ziming followed Wu Gu and Zhang Qi down to the ground. A gust of mountain wind swept through, chilling Chen Ziming and making him shiver. Realizing he might not have dressed warmly enough, the area was not crowded, likely due to it not being peak season. Ahead lay the ticket booth, with mountains looming in the distance. Zhang Qi informed Chen Ziming and Wu Gu that this was the entrance for the circumambulation, and tickets were required for entry. They planned to stay at a nearby hotel for the night, resting before commencing their journey around the mountain the following day. A 3-day trek is required to complete a full circuit. Zhang Qi remarked, 3 days? Wu Gu and Chen Ziming exchanged glances. For them, the plan was merely to come for a day, yet after spending a night in Xijing City and another in the wilderness, they realized that by the end of today, 3 days would have elapsed. If the circumambulation requires 3 days, they would need to extend their stay by at least 2 more nights, culminating in an entire week. The trio departed from the scenic area, standing by the roadside. Behind them lay the national highway they had traveled, while before them stood the grand courtyard of the scenic site, flanked by undulating mountains. Chen Ziming paused to gaze into the distance, as if he could see the golden peaks calling to him from the horizon where earth met sky. That night, the three settled into a nearby hotel. Having experienced sleeping in tents, Chen Ziming had come to accept the conditions of shared lodging, and they booked a triple room. The facilities were simple, yet thankfully clean and tidy, with 3 single beds dressed in pristine linens. After dinner, the trio strolled along the paths of the scenic area, chatting amiably. The circumambulation consists of 2 routes. One is the outer path, encircling the majestic Xijing Mountain, stretching a total of 53 kilometers, which would take 3 days to walk. Prostrating would require a full half-month. The other is the inner route, which circles the lower Xijing Mountain, a shorter trek of merely 3 hours. Typically, pilgrims complete 13 laps of the outer path before embarking on the inner. However, as we are merely here to appreciate the scenery, 1 circuit suffices to experience the awe of the circumambulation. Zhang Qi affirmed. Can we ascend the mountain after completing the inner route? Chen Ziming inquired. Zhang Qi shook his head. It is forbidden to climb Gangxi Mountain. Wu Gu remarked. Brother Zhang, you seem quite familiar with this place. He continued. When my wife was alive, she adored coming here. A painter. She claimed it was the wellspring of her inspiration and the sanctuary for her soul. Whenever she felt despair in the throes of reality, she would retreat here, insisting it allowed her to be reborn, that I accompanied her every time, that I understood her sentiments well. In the cacophony of the world, I could feel her simple, pure heart, unable to withstand the myriad pressures of a complex society. Those pressures are man-made, crafted by life to compress the spirit. Mr. Zhang, I don't quite grasp what you mean by compressing the spirit, Chen Ziming admitted. Zhang Qi smiled gently at Chen Ziming. You will understand once you enter society. Chen Ziming nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Gu ventured cautiously. May I ask how your wife? I apologize if this is inappropriate. Zhang Qi glanced at Wu Gu and waved his hand. It's all right. She took her own life. Suicide. Chen Ziming exclaimed in astonishment, and Wu Ji's pupils dilated momentarily. Zhang Qi's shoulders sagged slightly. Yes, she chose to end her life amidst these mountains. Now, she no longer needs to endure pain and despair. Her spirit is liberated, protected by the towering, pure peaks that I find solace in that. But don't you feel sad? Chen Ziming pressed. Zhang Qi paused momentarily before shaking his head. How could I? As long as one lives. There is hope. Only in living can one find opportunities for change and invite joyful and good things into their life. Chen Ziming nearly shouted these words, his heart racing with anxiety. Zhang Qi and Wu Gu were momentarily taken aback, and the trio unconsciously halted their steps. If one has lost their life, what peace can there be? Is it not a sign of weakness to escape pain through death? Chen Ziming gasped for breath, perplexed as to why he had uttered such sentiments. Having never thought this way before, if he had contemplated life and death, he might have sympathized more with Zhang Qi's wife's actions. Yet, in this moment, he found it utterly inconceivable to endorse death. Zhang Qi furrowed his brow. Seeing this, Wu Gu hastily interjected, Young man, your words lack weight. Brother Zhang will not take offense. Zhang Qi maintained a serious expression, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming felt a wave of guilt for having offended the memory of Zhang Qi's late wife. He slowly lowered his head, murmuring an apology. Wu Gu promptly shifted the conversation to a different topic. The following morning, the trio embarked on their circumambulation journey, and Zhang Qi's demeanor returned to its previous warmth and eagerness. He graciously paid for all 3 of their entrance tickets. You shouldn't have to treat us. Wu Gu protested. No worries. This is our fate. Zhang Qi insisted with a smile. Despite repeated refusals, Zhang Qi continued to encourage Wu Gu to accept. Ultimately, Wu Gu expressed his gratitude, promising to cover their accommodation during the circumambulation. They entered the site and set foot on the path at the foot of the sacred mountain. The trail was a natural dirt and stone pathway, uneven and pocked. Zhangqi noted that during the rainy season, it could become quite muddy and difficult to traverse. After walking for a while, they found themselves in solitude. As they looked around, they saw only wild grasses, stubborn stones, and towering mountains. Brother Zhang, have we begun to circle Gangxi Mountain? Chen Ziming asked. In a sense, yes, Zhangqi replied, stepping over a large rock. Continue for about 2,000 meters, and you will reach a 20-meter-high prayer flag. Only then will the true circumambulation commence. So what lies ahead? Chen Ziming inquired. 0.8 to 9 hours. Wu Gu silently calculated in his mind. The trio continued walking, and after approximately 15 minutes, Chen Ziming spotted a colorful object resembling an umbrella on the trail ahead. Standing proudly against the ground, did I ask at the prayer flag? He asked. Indeed, Zhangqi confirmed. As they approached, Chen Ziming stood before the prayer flag, gazing up at the exquisite medium crafted from colorful square fabrics, used by the locals to connect with the divine. The fabric featured 5 colors, symbolizing the 5 elements of nature, arranged in a strict order. Additionally, scriptures and images of birds and beasts were printed upon it. What is its purpose? Wu Gu inquired. For blessings and to dispel disasters, Zhangqi explained. Understanding dawned upon them as a gust of mountain wind swept through, causing the colorful fabric of the prayer flag to flutter, strumming the heartstrings of those who sought blessings. Chapter 66. Conversation. Teacher Wu, look. Chen Ziming pointed toward a figure not far from the prayer flag. Wu Gu turned to see a pilgrim, clad in a fur coat, prostrating before the prayer flag with utmost devotion, hands clasped in prayer atop his head. Let us set off. Our next destination is Jinggu Temple, Zhangqi suggested, glancing toward the pilgrim as they passed by. As they skirted the prayer flag and the pilgrim, Chen Ziming felt the urge to turn and observe the devout figure. Yet he restrained himself, deeming it disrespectful. He pressed his lips together, suppressing his curiosity, and forced himself to keep his gaze fixed ahead. Before them, the dirt path twisted and extended toward the horizon. Out on one side lay a barren hill, sparsely dotted with low shrubs of yellow and green, while the opposite side sloped downward, strewn with fragmented stones, some half a person's height, others no larger than a grain of rice. The sky was a brilliant blue, no matter where they looked. After about half an hour of walking, they encountered a group of pilgrims, numbering approximately 7 or 8, engaged in their ritual of prostration, hands clasped in prayer as they recited chants, moving a distance equal to their height before bowing to the ground in repetitive devotion. The trio walked past the group. Teacher Wu, Chen Ziming began, I have so much I wish to express. Go on. What are your thoughts? Wu Gu prompted. If one repeats an action endlessly, does it bring tranquility to the heart? Chen Ziming pondered aloud. Wu Gu reflected on his own experiences carving wood when he felt troubled, nodding in agreement. Is it possible for a person to perform an action without distraction? He mused further, trying to recall his mental state during those times of wood carving. I cannot say for certain, he admitted. Chen Ziming spoke rapidly, pouring forth his thoughts. Wu Gu and Zhangqi walked beside him, listening intently. Once Chen Ziming finished, Wu Gu spoke softly. Chen, I can understand your feelings. Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming suddenly felt anxious about his candid expressions. What you describe, these intricate psychological processes, are inherent to every sentient being. It is not your fault. You allowed your instincts to flow freely without repression. This instinct exists not only on your planet but across the universe. Other life forms experience it as well. Are you suggesting that if aliens exist, they too experience similar troubles as mine? Chen Ziming asked. Wu Gu nodded. Indeed, it is dictated by our genes. You must courageously acknowledge these troubles and face them. If you choose to escape, that is permissible, even if it may seem shameful to others. However, it is a useful option. Therefore, if you wish to evade, then do so. If you want to distance yourself from society, you have that right. Just remember, it is merely a choice, not necessarily the best one. Evasion has its own way of life and approach to matters, and you will need to rely on the experiences garnered over a prolonged period to truly understand and learn from it. When one has accumulated sufficient experience of solitude, one inevitably adapts to such a lifestyle. Similarly, one may choose not to evade, but rather to immerse oneself in the crowd. Integrating into society presents an alternative way of living and dealing with matters. After an extended period of existence in this manner, one will master the art of interpersonal relationships and thus naturally acclimate to this lifestyle that a person's life can embrace various modes of living. Shunning the crowd comes with its own merits and drawbacks, just as blending into it offers both advantages and disadvantages. In solitude, one enjoys the tranquility of being alone, yet the downside may be a lack of emotional connection. Conversely, by integrating, one may bask in the warmth of human relationships, while also bearing the burdens that such connections entail. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming lowered his head, fixating on the path beneath his feet. Walking in silence, watching you all converse, I am filled with an insatiable curiosity, Zhang Qi remarked with a smile. Brother Zhang Qi, do you have any profound insights to share with us to enhance our understanding? Profound insights may be an overstatement. Merely some reflections. If the opportunity arises, I shall articulate them. However, it appears that now is more suited for verbal expression. So, I kindly ask you to not to find me overly chatty or pretentious. With that, Zhang Qi shrugged his shoulders, pressed his lips together, and began to speak slowly. In my youth, I firmly believed that one must uphold promises and that society ought to be just and equitable. If a person speaks, they should act. Society should treat every individual and situation with fairness. However, I later realized that fulfilling promises is an arduous endeavor, perhaps requiring a lifetime to defend the virtue of integrity. Moreover, absolute fairness and justice are unattainable. Their existence is a mere impossibility. If absolute integrity and fairness were to exist, then they would cease to be. Absolute integrity and fairness? Chen Ziming struggled to comprehend. Mr. Zhang Qi, I fail to grasp your meaning. Zhang Qi chuckled. If absolute promises were to exist, then no one would dare to make them. If absolute fairness were to prevail, then no one would truly experience fairness. But if that is the case, it seems that everything would lose its significance. In reality, it is as such, everything is ephemeral. Zhang Qi pointed to a stone by the roadside. Do you see that stone? Yes. What do you perceive it as? What? I assent it merely a stone. If it weren't for the name stone attributed to it, what should it be? Or if you were to name it, what would you call it? Chen Ziming pondered. I do not know. If you place it by the road, it may be called a stone. If used as a weapon, it becomes a tool for murder. If worn, it becomes an ornament. If crushed and reshaped, it transforms into metal. In the eyes of different individuals, it embodies different meanings. Its essence is contingent upon how people perceive it. The same holds true for evaluating a person or an event. The goodness or wickedness of a person, the truth or falsehood of a matter, entirely depends on your inner disposition rather than the intrinsic characteristics of that person or event. If someone harms me and my dearest kin, must I then consider that person a good one rather than a bad one? That individual is neither wholly good nor wholly bad. Your subjective judgment stems from your desire for that assessment, not from the nature of the person. A flicker of anger surged within Chen Ziming. Wu noticed Chen Ziming's unease and remarked with a smile. I believe that Brother Zhang Qi's perspective may be challenging for both Chen and me to grasp. We have yet to reach your level of understanding. Perhaps this is akin to the realm of Buddhism? We still reside in the tangible world, where many matters necessitate judgment, and we must find ways to resolve various issues based on our assessments. Zhang Qi nodded. Troubles are omnipresent, and the heart cannot remain perpetually untroubled. Therefore, if one wishes to be free from worries, there exists but one path. My wife attempted this, yet she ended up hurting those who cared for her. I believe that one cannot live solely for oneself. One must also consider those who love and care for them, that if one is devoid of attachments, then freedom may reign. The three continued their conversation as they walked. With Chen Ziming unable to fully comprehend Zhang Qi, perhaps finding more understanding in Wuge might have grasped Chen Ziming's sentiments, and possibly even Zhang Qi's. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi likely understood both Chen Ziming and Wuge to some extent. Time elapsed as they walked, and eventually, the trio arrived at the first resting point along the pilgrimage route, Jinggu Temple. The temple, with its red-topped white walls, stood with its doors wide open. Chen Ziming and Wuge followed Zhang Qi around the temple exterior before entering for a brief visit. The melodic chants of scripture recitation within the temple captivated Chen Ziming. The desolate yet beautiful scenery along the way made him feel that Zhang Qi's words held some truth, for the stark hills were no less impressive than the lush, verdant mountains of the north. Chapter 67. The burden of sin not yet released that evening. When Chen Ziming and his companions arrived at Xijing Temple, it was already past 7 o'clock. After partaking in dinner, they settled down to rest at an inn outside the temple. The inn offered two types of accommodations. One was a wooden structure with a communal room for over 10 individuals, while the other comprised newly constructed cement rooms with options for 2 or 3 occupants to be by the time they arrived. The cement rooms were fully occupied, leading them to be assigned to the communal wooden room. Had this been in the past, Chen Ziming would have found it utterly unacceptable. However, many things had undergone subtle transformations, and he found it hard to fathom his own change. Upon seeing the multiple beds and fellow lodgers in the communal room, he hesitated briefly before accepting the situation. The room was modest, with glass windows framed in wood, reminiscent of rural homes transitioning from paper windows to glass ones decades ago. Upon entering, 3 sides featured beds, while the center housed 2 sofas with 2 rectangular wooden boxes serving as coffee tables. The bed linens varied in color, and the duvet covers 2 displayed an array of hues and patterns. The entire room appeared worn and chaotic, yet it was clean, with the cement floor free of clutter and the furniture neatly arranged. Tonight, we shall once again be residing in a tent, Zhang Qi teased with a smile. The 3 chose adjacent beds, and soon after, other lodgers began to trickle in. Zhang Qi and Wu Gu greeted them cheerfully. As night fell, the atmosphere buzzed with conversation. Some shared tales of their past. Others recounted future plans, while many spoke of their experiences since embarking on the pilgrimage. Most individuals were engaged in sharing, while only a few, including Chen Ziming, remained silent listeners, numbering no more than 3 in total. Zhang Qi recounted his experiences from previous visits, while Wu Gu narrated their encounters at Puming Palace and along the journey. The group basked in a harmonious ambience. Behind Xijing Temple lies the southern face of the sacred mountain. Tomorrow morning, when you look from here, a speaker indicated a spot outside the window. You will see the sacred mountain nestled between 2 small hills. Through the hills, it appears as a translucent diamond. Zhang Qi chuckled. This statement holds truth. As night deepened, individuals gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the pilgrims set forth once more. Following Zhang Qi's guidance, Chen Ziming and Wu Gu indeed beheld the sacred mountain standing tall amidst the hills. The snow-covered, pristine peak, interspersed with patches and streaks of gray, resembled a crystal sarcophagus, within which the Buddha lay in repose, safeguarding the devout pilgrims and all beings nurtured by this sacred mountain. After departing from Xijing Temple, the trio traversed a dirt and stone path, soon arriving at a wooden bridge spanning a river of icy water. Upon crossing the river, Zhang Qi pointed to a rocky slope nearby. That is the stony path leading to Zhuang Mountain Pass. Approximately 700 meters high, Chen Ziming and Wu Gu gazed ahead, witnessing a steep slope rising abruptly, strewn with stones, some as large as an adult. The 3 began to ascend the rocky terrain, with other climbers also making their way above them. After climbing for a while, Chen Ziming suddenly noticed a piece of fabric draped over a stone not far away. Upon closer inspection, he saw multiple stones adorned similarly. Approaching, he discovered it was clothing. Why would clothing be wrapped around stones? Chen Ziming pondered in confusion. This rocky slope, known as the Land of Death, symbolizes both demise and rebirth. It is said that leaving behind an object while passing through signifies a willingness to relinquish one's sins and start anew. If one lets fall hair or a drop of blood, the act is deemed even more devout, Zhang Qi explained. Now I understand. Chen Ziming paused, standing atop a large stone, surveying the surrounding environment and the stones draped with clothing. Some bore white vests, others light-colored jackets, and still others various scarves of differing materials. Some garments were draped over stones, some wrapped around them, while others lay scattered among the rocks. Those that hung over the stones appeared. From a distance, as if a person stood there. Slowly, he knelt down, gazing at the garments that symbolized his sins, and gradually lowered himself to kneel upon the unforgiving stone. Chen Ziming felt a piercing pain in his knees. He bore the pain with great fortitude, clasping his hands together and closing his eyes. The white waters cascaded tumultuously into the abyss of Chen Ziming's heart, the surface gradually rising. Zhang Qi likewise tugged down a lock of hair that scattered into the air. He observed Wu Gu standing in a daze, neither disrobing nor casting aside his hair, and could not help but inquire, "Brother Wu Gu, what occupies your thoughts?" Wu Gu turned his head, smiled faintly at Zhang Qi, and replied, "My sins cannot yet be relinquished." Zhang Qi was taken aback. After bowing in reverence, Chen Ziming rose, feeling a tingling numbness in his knees, which were chillingly cold. He rubbed them, the twisted stone surface having etched several shallow depressions into his skin. "Let us go," Chen Ziming called out with a smile that Wu Gu, standing not far above Chen Ziming, waved at him and then continued to ascend. Zhang Qi, lost in thought, cast a glance at Wu Gu's retreating figure and followed suit. The two eminent monks engaged in a fierce battle to persuade each other to convert to their respective sections. Zhang Qi led Chen Ziming and Wu Gu to a massive stone embedded at an angle within the mountainside, approximately the height of a person. Indeed, there was a palm-sized mark upon it. About 1 centimeter deep, Chen Ziming pressed his palm against the mark, discovering that it could not accommodate his hand. Continuing past the area of the dual stone, they encountered a gently sloping path. Ahead, 2 towering stones flanked the road, constricting it to a narrow passage suitable for only 1 person. This place was known as the Verification Stone, rumored to be impassable for those burdened with grave sins. Zhang Qi pointed out. Zhang Qi chuckled, "It's possible that I may not pass either." The two shared a laugh. The trio approached the Verification Stone, passing through in single file. After traversing the Verification Stone, they walked a while longer, finally arriving at the Zhuma mountain pass, at an altitude of over 5,000 meters. Even higher peaks loomed on either side. Snow blanketed the summits. Amidst the rocky heaps at Zhuma mountain pass hung fluttering prayer flags, and the ground was adorned with stacked mani stones. According to Zhang Qi, both the prayer flags and mani stones served as offerings of goodwill. The prayer flags were strung with 5 colors of fabric, suspended between 2 stones spaced about 3 or 4 meters apart. The mani stones were composed of stacked rocks, each inscribed with scriptures. The 3 sat beneath the prayer flags, resting momentarily before embarking on their descent. Ascending was easy, descending was arduous, particularly for the Zhuma mountain pass. The downhill path was strewn with stones, and one had to tread carefully to avoid twisting an ankle. The 3 proceeded slowly and cautiously down the slope. From Jian Temple to Zhuma mountain pass, and then down, they had spent nearly 5 hours traversing. After 2 days of arduous travel along the mountain paths, though they had expended considerable energy, they remained in good spirits, likely due to a sense of inner peace. Especially Chen Ziming, whose eyes sparkled with vitality. In under 3 hours, approximately 2.5, they reached the toll station exit. Just prior to leaving, Wu Gu and Zhang Qi went to the restroom, asking Chen Ziming to watch over their backpacks. When it was Chen Ziming's turn to use the facilities, Zhang Qi took over the watch. While leaning against the side of the backpack, he failed to notice that the Velcro on his document pouch had opened. His pouch had adhered itself to the side pocket of Chen Ziming's backpack that was meant for carrying water. After Chen Ziming emerged, neither noticed the mishap as they exited the toll gate. Over 2.5 days, they had circled around Gongqi, Sacred Mountain. Chen Ziming felt his face had darkened significantly from the sun. He glanced at Wu Gu and Zhang Qi, who bore similarly darkened faces, and could not help but chuckle. "What is so amusing, Chen?" Chen Ziming pointed his own face, and then to Wu Gu's. He produced a small mirror for Wu Gu to see. Wu Gu gazed into the mirror, his face a mottled shade of black and red. Zhang Qi chuckled and shook his head, remaining silent. Wu Gu noticed a fleeting glimmer of dim light in Zhang Qi's gaze. Chapter 68. Snowy cliff. Chen Ziming's head throbbed, as if it were splitting open. The illusions before him gradually dissipated. His pupils dilated as he cried out in panic. "Help! Help!" Amidst his foggy consciousness, he vaguely saw a shadow darting towards the cliff like a bolt of lightning. 2 hours earlier, the 3 had exited the toll gate, dined at the scenic area, rested briefly, and set off once more on their final journey to Toying Mountain. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Chen Ziming noticed that snowflakes had begun to fall. It's snowing. he exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to catch a snowflake in his palm. The crystalline snowflake melted swiftly upon contact with his warmth, pooling in his hand. Chen Ziming raised his hand above his head and swept it aside. "It's snowing," Zhang Qi murmured in astonishment. That Wu Gu cast a curious glance at Zhang Qi. Mimicking Chen Ziming, he extended his hand and caught a snowflake in his palm. He observed a translucent substance resembling a petal, about the size of a fingernail, gently sinking into his palm lines. How beautiful, Wu Gu thought to himself. This snow. The snowfall intensified. Zhang Qi remarked, "The sacred mountain is most exquisite after snowfall. It seems the heavens are favoring us." "Yes, let us hurry." Chen Ziming expressed a rare, intense eagerness to proceed. This surprised Wu Gu. Under Zhang Qi's guidance, they passed through the entrance of the scenic area, following a river forward to this point. The snowflakes had formed a curtain of white before them, transforming the scenery into bashful beauties, their pure faces faintly revealed behind the veil. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they encountered a fork in the road. The left and right paths both led to a temple. Skirting around the temple and proceeding further would bring them to the Mountain, which lay beside Gangxi, Sacred Mountain. "Mr. Zhang Qi, shall we go left or right?" "Men to the left, women to the right." Chen Ziming smirked, understood. The three entered the left path. Along the way, human presence was scarce, while the outer path of Gangxi's Sacred Mountain revealed the silhouettes of pilgrims. Here they encountered no signs of life. The ground was blanketed with fallen snow, crunching underfoot. An hour later, a stone-built temple emerged before them. "That is Xianglong Temple," Zhang Qi pointed out. Chen Ziming and Wu Gu turned to see a simple structure. Outside the temple stood a monk clad in a crimson robe. Zhang Qi waved to the monk, and Chen Ziming and Wu Gu mimicked his gesture. The monk outside the temple joined his hands in prayer and bowed slightly to them. Gazing around, they could see Gangxi, Sacred Mountain, seemingly within reach. The three ascended step by step along the snowy path. Along the way, Chen Ziming noticed numerous Mani stone piles beside the road. After ascending the last slope, Tuyin Mountain lay directly before them. Behind the slope was a winding path that extended further into the mountain. Standing on the hillside, they gazed at Tuyin Mountain and the side of the Sacred Mountain shrouded in white snow. Beside the slope was a sheer cliff, which Zhang Qi claimed was nearly 100 meters high. Chen Ziming wished to approach the edge of the cliff to view the scenery below. But Zhang Qi halted him. "Be careful. The snowy path is slippery. It's wiser to stand back." Chen Ziming nodded in agreement. Stopping about half a meter from the cliff's edge, he spread his legs, bracing himself against the protruding rocks. Below was a pristine, snowy landscape, the valley enveloped in snow, resembling a delicate white veil. "How far have we come?" Wu Gu inquired. "We've completed a third of the journey." Zhang Qi replied. "Does the path ahead lead to Tuyin Mountain?" Zhang Qi nodded. "Shall we set off now?" Zhang Qi smiled, but fell silent, but Wu Gu felt puzzled. Zhang Qi spoke slowly. "It is said that if one does not complete 10 laps on the outer circle before attempting the inner circle, misfortune will befall them." "Misfortune? So are we to conclude our journey here?" "Conclude?" Chen Ziming found it hard to believe. He stepped away from the cliff's edge and stood beside Wu Gu. "For me, it ends here. If you feel compelled, you may continue on your own." "Alone?" Chen Ziming and Wu Gu exchanged glances. "Mr. Zhang Qi, I don't quite understand. You previously mentioned we would make a full circle, yet now you say it has ended." Zhang Qi exhaled slowly, his breath cold like the eerie winds of the canyon. His demeanor had grown distant, leaving Chen Ziming and Wu Gu feeling uneasy. Yet they felt too embarrassed to press further or question Zhang Qi. The teacher and student exchanged glances, nodding at Zhang Qi. Chen Ziming stood atop the slope, gazing at the Sacred Mountain shrouded in snow. But unease swelled within him. Zhang Qi, with a stern expression, shook his head and turned away, no longer looking at Chen Ziming and Wu Gu. "Very well. Then we shall part ways here," Wu Gu declared firmly. "Mr. Zhang Qi, thank you, until we meet again." Saying this, Chen Ziming and Wu Gu turned and carefully made their way down the path they had come, stepping cautiously on the rocks. Zhang Qi gazed at the Sacred Mountain, tears streaming down his face. Trembling, he slowly sat down, placing his backpack beside him. Snowflakes settled upon his hair and eyelashes. Before Zhang Qi lay a stark whiteness. Gradually, he rose unsteadily from the ground and staggered to the edge of the cliff. Gazing down from the precipice, he swallowed hard and murmured despondently, "I could not save my father's life, just as I failed to save yours back then. However, I am now free of all worries." Utterly unburdened, he removed a handbag. Inspecting it closely, "Mr. Wu, is this your handbag?" Wu Ge glanced briefly and shook his head. "Strange, it was stuck to my backpack." Yes, he spoke. Chen Ziming unzipped his backpack and extracted the contents for a look. "It belongs to Mr. Zhang Qi. I shall return it." With that, the two turned and ascended the slope. As they neared the summit, an unsettling sensation washed over Chen Ziming once more, as if a delicate needle had pierced his mind. Stirring chaos within, he cried out in pain. Collapsing onto the snow, a vision materialized before him. He saw Zhang Qi leap from the cliff's edge. "He-s jumping. He-s going to jump," Chen Ziming shrieked. Wu Ge abruptly turned to the slope. Pain radiated through Chen Ziming's head as the vision began to fade. His pupils dilated in panic as he yelled, "Save him! Help! Save him!" in his foggy consciousness. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting towards the cliff like a bolt of lightning. Chen Ziming staggered to his feet, stumbling up the slope. Upon reaching the top, he found no sign of anyone. Zhang Qi was gone, and so was Wu Ge. In a frantic rush, Chen Ziming approached the cliff, but in a moment of distraction, he lost his footing and tumbled down the slope. Fortunately, he had not rolled too close to the edge. Chen Ziming quickly flipped over and crawled towards the cliff's edge, peering down. The height was daunting, and snowflakes obscured his view, rendering the situation below indistinguishable. He called out the names of Wu Ge and Zhang Qi, his voice gradually becoming hoarse. Chen Ziming's eyes welled with tears. He rose and raced down the slope, arriving at Xianglong Temple, where he urgently recounted the events to the monks, only to find that they did not understand his language. Departing from the temple, he hurried towards the scenic area. The staff there, accompanied by a search team, followed Chen Ziming along the river towards the cliff's base. The procession was grand and imposing as they walked. The staff reassured Chen Ziming not to be overly anxious. Perhaps all was well. One must always think positively. Chen Ziming wore a strained smile, his demeanor visibly unsettled. Just as they reached a fork in the path, a figure emerged slowly from the swirling snow and wind. The search party came to a halt, gazing at the newcomer. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Wu Ge stepped forward, slightly bending to lay Zhang Qi gently onto the snow. Throughout, Wu Ge remained silent, refusing to respond to any inquiries. Chen Ziming embraced Wu Ge, tears flowing. Zhang Qi was alive. A wound marred Wu Ji's throat, faintly glowing with a bluish light, yet devoid of blood. When questioned, Wu Ge tore a piece from his tattered clothing to wrap around his neck. He recalled Zhang Qi weeping in his arms, confessing that he had already faced death once and now simply wished to live. Chapter 69. Wu Ge's mission. Zhang Qi was unharmed, merely shaken. They bid farewell, exchanging no contact information. Chen Ziming returned Zhang Qi's handbag. Upon arriving back at S City Airport, the two parted ways. Chen Ziming offered to hail a taxi for Wu Ge, but Wu Ge politely declined. Thus, they separated. Entering the house, Wu Ge found the living room empty. Assuming everyone was resting, he quietly changed his shoes and settled onto the sofa. Removing his damaged coat and t-shirt revealed his well-defined muscles, often regarded as symbols of health and strength. Wu Ge unwrapped the ragged cloth around his neck, feeling the injured skin beneath. Seizing a mirror from the coffee table, he examined his neck. The injured area shimmered with a bluish light, accompanied by a fleeting electric spark. It was not that he wished to ignore Chen Ziming or refrain from speaking. Rather, it was connected to that electric spark. Just then, Lulu appeared around the corner at the end of the hallway. "Hey, Wu Ge." Wu Ge looked up. "Come in, the old lady is calling for you." Wu Ge nodded, draping his coat over his shoulders as he entered the conference room. Upon entering, he discovered everyone gathered inside. He quickly found a seat, and before he could settle, Wang Yuqi eagerly inquired, "Captain Wu, have you made any progress in the past few days?" Wang Yuqi frowned. "Captain Wu, have you forgotten the requirement to use the local language?" Wu Ge pointed to the injured area on his neck and continued in the previous language. "My vocal apparatus is malfunctioning." Wang Yuqi glanced at it and then turned to Cheng Feng, saying, "Please assist Captain Wu in replacing it shortly." Cheng Feng nodded in agreement. Recently, Cheng Feng and Lu Lu had reported on the progress of the incident. Lu Lu had inquired with Sun Ming regarding the supernatural electromagnetic waves, but received no clear answers. Lu Lu shrugged. "That old fox is not someone I can outsmart." Wang Yuqi ignored him and continued. Cheng Feng has traced the gas protection protocols, but since they operate independently of his managed system, there is currently no way to breach the gas defenses. Cheng Feng lowered his head in embarrassment, scratching the back of his neck. It appeared that there was no progress on Captain Wu's front either. Wu Ge remained silent, offering no response. None of the trio's missions had yielded fruitful outcomes. Humph, what are those people capable of? All they know is to give orders. Let them come and see if they can complete it sooner. Lu Lu scoffed. "Completing the mission is our duty. Complaints will not expedite the process. That I know. After all, we are merely cannon fodder. If we fail, we'll just die here and another group will take over the mission." Lu Lu retorted. "Lu Lu, watch your words," Wang Yuqi admonished. "Oh, I won't say anything more." Lu Lu crossed his legs and pretended to cover his mouth. Wu Ge said, "Rest assured, Advisor Wang, we will complete the mission promptly." Lu Lu scoffed in response. "Captain Wu, I hope you can hasten the process." "Understood." Wang Yuqi then proceeded to mention various things to be cautious of during the mission before dismissing the meeting. Lu Lu was the first to exit the conference room, followed by Wu Ge and the others. "Captain Wu, I'll replace your device now." Wu Ge smiled. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all." Cheng Feng replied. He opened a metallic box and withdrew a small square metal piece, the size of a fingernail. "Captain Wu, this is a spare vocal apparatus we prepared for you. I'll replace it now." Wu Ge nodded, tilting his neck slightly for Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng extracted a silver metal rod from a box, gently pulling back Wu Ji's skin and pressing the rod's tip against the blue skin over the metal piece. The metal piece flickered with a faint fire. Cheng Feng maneuvered the rod, gradually detaching the metal piece. The fire vanished as well. He placed the removed piece into the box and affixed the new metal piece onto Wu Ji's blue skin. It adhered as if drawn by magnetism. "Captain Wu, next I will repair your skin." Cheng Feng excised the damaged portion of Wu Ge's skin and retrieved a flesh-color vial for the metallic box. Aiming the vial at the exposed blue skin, he sprayed it. The gas instantly coalesced into the shape of skin upon contact with Wu Ji's neck. After thoroughly spraying the damaged area, Wu Ji's skin appeared unscathed, as if he had never been injured. "Captain Wu, it's all done." Cheng Feng then handed a mirror to Wu Ge. Accepting the mirror, Wu Ge turned his neck to inspect, smiling as he remarked, "As good as new." "Thank you." Cheng Feng. Wu Ge expressed in the local language that, "You're too kind. I won't disturb you further, Captain Wu." "Good work." Stripping off his clothes, he lay bare-chested upon the bed. His mind flashed back to the events of the past few days, particularly Zhang Qi's frenzied state at the cliff, which lingered vividly in his memory. That a person so willing to end their life, unafraid of death, how could they transform into such a state afterward? He recalled rushing to the cliff's edge, just in time to see Zhang Qi leap. In that moment of desperation, he did not contemplate the consequences and followed suit. Plunging down in midair, he embraced Zhang Qi, bearing the impact of the fall upon his own back. Fortunately, the ground was snow-covered, and his body was resilient enough to survive. After the fall, the pain was excruciating, taking him a while to recover. His throat had been grazed by a bush during the fall, leaving it cut, and his vocal apparatus had been damaged at that moment, rendering him unable to speak and fearful of revealing his identity. Upon landing, Zhang Qi had not hit the ground. He had suffered no harm apart from the fright, as Wu Ge had continuously held him. However, his spirit bore significant trauma. After Wu Ge placed him on the ground, he resembled a reptile, sprawling on the earth, frantically clawing at the snow, creating a considerable pit in the white expanse. Subsequently, he lay within the hollow, throwing the snow over himself as though he wished to entomb his very being. It was only when Wu Ge scolded him and slapped him that he emerged from his state of disoriented madness. Once his behavior returned to normal, he gradually rose from the snow, gazing at Wu Ge before surveying his surroundings anew. Slowly, he sank to his knees, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes, dripping onto the snow and forming small depressions in its surface. He choked back sobs, uttering countless words that Wu Ge could not discern what he was saying. but he could catch fragments such as wife, father, and apologies. Witnessing his profound sorrow, Wu Ge found it unbearable to intrude upon his grief. After a moment, Zhang Qiong, with a voice choked by tears, inquired about what had just transpired. Wu Ge merely stared at the pristine snow. Rising, Zhang Qiong embraced Wu Ge, weeping bitterly in his arms, confessing that he had died once and now only wished to live peacefully. Wu Ge yearned to question him about the reasons behind his suicide. Yet, words eluded him. He could not voice his thoughts. Contemplating this, Wu Ge sighed softly. He gazed blankly at the ceiling, pondering whether it was the anguish of a deceased wife or perhaps other despairing events in life that plagued him. And why, he wondered, did Chen Ziming know of his intent to take his own life? From Chen Ziming's position, he could not possibly have seen Zhang Qiong. Could it be that he had guessed Zhang Qiong's thoughts? That seemed implausible. The entire situation was shrouded in mystery. Wu Ge contemplated sending a message to Chen Ziming to inquire, but he feared that doing so now, with directness, might appear too deliberate, potentially arousing Chen Ziming's resistance and wariness. It seemed prudent to await a more opportune moment to gather information. He wondered what Chen Ziming was doing at that very moment. The organization had also applied pressure on him. He needed to expedite the breach of Chen Ziming's emotional defenses to extract information about Chen Xiong from him. His heart tightened sharply. He closed his eyes, regulating his breath in an effort to regain composure. After a brief interlude, he descended from his bed and approached his desk. He picked up a piece of wood carving. Half finished, retrieving a chisel from the wooden box, and resumed his meticulous work on the sculpture. Chapter 70. The transformation of Chen Ziming to him. The past few days felt like an entire lifetime. The driver played popular songs, which to Chen Ziming's ears paled in comparison to the hymns of pilgrims. He found everything to be rather banal. The love songs and the lyrics struck him as exceedingly trivial. He looked upon the towering skyscrapers around him with a sense of disdain. This sentiment was most unfortunate, deepening his aversion to the society he inhabited. Chen Ziming endeavored to suppress his thoughts, stifling his emotions. Upon arriving at the apartment entrance, he exited the vehicle and waved goodbye to the driver. "Thank you," he said with a smile. A flicker of a smile appeared on the driver's otherwise expressionless face. Suddenly, Chen Ziming felt an unexpected lift in his mood. He perhaps did not even realize the change within himself. In the past, he would never have smiled to thank the driver upon exiting the car. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly accomplished something that, while seemingly mundane to others, marked a significant shift for him. Chen Ziming conveyed his smile to the driver, who reciprocated with a grin, causing Chen Ziming to feel an unanticipated sense of acknowledgement. Filling him with inexplicable joy, he awakened from his societal discontent. Stretching lazily, he gazed at the sign above the apartment door, then glanced at the glass door of the nearby 24-hour convenience store. Chen Ziming resolved to enter and purchase something for dinner. Upon stepping inside, the clerk at the convenience store paused briefly before approaching him with enthusiasm. "Hey, is your cat missing? Cat? Ah, yes, could it be? Have you seen Jiang Jun?" "Jiang Jun? That's my cat." The clerk's eyes lit up in realization, and he smiled, gesturing behind him. Following the direction of the gesture, Chen Ziming looked to see a colorful figure near the checkout counter. "Jiang Jun!" Chen Ziming exclaimed with excitement. The figure meowed and leaped from the counter to the floor. Scampering toward Chen Ziming, he bent down and scooped Jiang Jun into his arms. The cat nuzzled against his face. "Where have you been, you little rascal?" Chen Ziming pretended to scold Jiang Jun, giving its small head a gentle pat. Jiang Jun squinted and shook its head. After expressing his gratitude to the convenience store clerk, Chen Ziming left. Watching Chen Ziming's retreating figure, the clerk muttered to himself, "That boy seems much more cheerful than before, though he has also gotten quite a bit darker." Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Ziming took a bath with Jiang Jun. He poured cat food into Jiang Jun's bowl and refreshed its water with cool liquid. Jiang Jun stood before the bowl, devouring the food eagerly. Chen Ziming approached his desk, glancing at the clutter on its surface, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Turning to survey the other items in the room, he experienced the same feeling of estrangement. He tilted his head back and let out a long sigh toward the ceiling. His teachers had grown accustomed to Chen Ziming's absences, yet only his academic advisor, Yang Jing, felt genuine anger at his lack of attendance. She was profoundly pained by Chen Ziming's apparent decline. That morning, Class 1 of International Trade was in the midst of their first lesson on practical trade. Xijing stood at the podium, explaining trade terminology to her students. Before class began, she glanced around, noting that Chen Ziming was still absent. She was clearly displeased, but refrained from voicing her frustration. After all, with the individual in question absent, what could she do? A series of knocks echoed at the door. Xijing casually called for the person to enter. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Chen Ziming, who walked in with his head slightly bowed. Both Xijing and the students were taken aback. "Teacher Yang, I apologize for being late today," Chen Ziming said apologetically. Xijing thought to herself, what has happened today? He has skipped several days of class. And suddenly he chooses to come in late today. She scrutinized Chen Ziming. Noticing he seemed somewhat off, upon closer inspection, she realized Chen Ziming had tanned significantly. The once pale scholar now resembled a dark-skinned blacksmith. She felt it inappropriate to pry further and simply said, "Come in." Chen Ziming smiled and nodded at Xijing, casting a glance at the classroom before finding an empty seat and settling down. "Now, let's continue," Xijing said, resuming her explanation of the trade terminology just covered. The students below began to speculate. "I think he's just trying to make a good impression before finals, so he decided to show up," one remarked. "But this is the advisor's class," another replied that I doubt that. Chen Ziming used to attend this class, but for some reason, he hasn't been here lately. True. But have you noticed? Chen Ziming has definitely gotten much darker. Did he go work in a coal mine? A few girls whispered among themselves, sitting behind them. Wang Ming listened to their conversation, his mind filled with questions. What has happened to Chen Ziming? Why the sudden change in complexion? I must ask him after class. Though Chen Ziming might not divulge the truth and might even respond coldly, they were still classmates. And after all, Chen Ziming had brought honor to the class during the basketball and sports events, warranting some concern. With this thought, Wang Ming found himself restless throughout the class, his mind wholly occupied with Chen Ziming. Zhang Sheng also stole glances at Chen Ziming. Though he and Chen Ziming had a poor relationship and held biases against him, his attitude had shifted somewhat after the relay race during the sports event, and he felt a flicker of admiration for Chen Ziming's athletic talent. The students in Class 1 of International Trade, especially those with a penchant for gossip, occasionally stole glances at Chen Ziming. As for Chen Ziming himself, the unlikely focus of the class, he was notably not dozing off. With his hands crossed, resting his chin on the back of his hands, he fixed his gaze on the podium, appearing to listen intently. Xijing noticed Chen Ziming's demeanor from the podium, feeling a slight surprise. What has gotten into him? Is this truly Chen Ziming? Perhaps he overslept this morning and is now unable to sleep? Throughout the entire lesson, both the teacher and students were astonished by Chen Ziming's darkened complexion and his unexpected behavior in class. They all felt that something significant must have transpired in his life. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. As Xijing announced the conclusion, students began to rise and make their way toward the exit. Xijing remained seated, watching Chen Ziming, intending to speak with him when he approached. Wang Ming had similar intentions. As everyone else exited, Wang Ming stepped inside. Approaching Chen Ziming, who was busy organizing his belongings to his surprise, Chen Ziming had even marked several key concepts in his textbook during the lesson. Just as he closed the book, Wang Ming's voice broke the silence. "Ziming, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around." Chen Ziming looked up, smiled, revealing a set of small white teeth. "I just returned from Xijing." Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Chen Ziming had actually volunteered information about his whereabouts. He had not expected Chen Ziming to speak at all. It was merely a casual inquiry. He had prepared to break the awkwardness with a comment about going online. Wang Ming hesitated before finally managing to articulate a complete sentence. "How was it over there? Was it fun?" Chen Ziming nodded slightly, expressing his approval that, "I see, it's from the West Coast. No wonder you've tanned," Wang Ming thought, finally grasping the reason behind Chen Ziming's change in complexion. "Well, ever since the sports meet, we haven't seen much of you. Everyone has been saying they want to have a meal together." After a brief moment of silence, Chen Ziming pursed his lips, hesitating. Wang Ming sensed that he might be putting Chen Ziming in a difficult position and was about to say it was fine if they postponed it. But unexpectedly, Chen Ziming spoke first. "I can do that." A faint smile graced Chen Ziming's lips. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had merely mentioned a meal in passing, not expecting Chen Ziming to agree. If he had been inclined to accept, he wouldn't have ignored his calls earlier. Ziming, are you sure? Yes, it's fine. Wang Ming was both astonished and delighted. He was amazed at how agreeable Chen Ziming had become, and pleased that he felt regarded as a friend, receiving such consideration. All right, how about tonight? I'll let everyone know. No problem. Wang Ming smiled broadly, extending his hand towards Chen Ziming in a gesture to high-five. However, as he reached out, he felt it might be inappropriate. It seemed their relationship had not yet reached that level. Wang Ming's smile blossomed further as he excitedly declared, "Then it's settled," with the next class not being in this classroom. Most of the students had already left. Only Yang Jing, Wang Ming, Chen Ziming, and 2 female classmates who were tidying up remained. However, the 2 girls soon departed as well. Wang Ming and Chen Ziming were just about to leave when they reached the front of the podium. "Chen Ziming, you stay. Wang Ming, you can go first," Yang Jing said sternly. "Teacher Yang, is there something up?" Wang Ming asked cheerfully. "I need to discuss something with Chen Ziming." Chen Ziming lowered his head slightly, feeling a tinge of guilt as he said, "I am very sorry, Teacher Yang, for causing you concern. I had some matters to attend to and went to the West Coast for a few days, which is why I missed class." Yang Jing was momentarily taken aback. In the past, it would have taken 10 slaps to elicit a response from Chen Ziming. She expected him to hang his head in embarrassment, awaiting her reprimand. To her surprise, he spoke in a steady tone, expressing concern for her. Yang Jing's irritation dissipated by half. "Even if you have matters to attend to, you cannot skip class. That is no excuse. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Ziming nodded. "I truly apologize and hope you can forgive me. Teacher Yang." Wow, this boy has certainly become more outspoken after just a few days, she thought, her dissatisfaction easing further upon witnessing Chen Ziming's improved attitude. "I was wondering why your face is so tanned. What were you doing so far away?" Chen Ziming could not admit he had gone out to play with Wu Gu, as that would make Yang Jing feel disrespected. Yet, he did not wish to deceive her either, so he fell silent once more. Observing his demeanor, Yang Jing thought, well, he seems to be the same as ever. Nevertheless, she was not as angry anymore. She casually admonished Chen Ziming not to skip classes and to honor his parents' tuition fees before allowing him to leave. Chen Ziming picked up his bag filled with textbooks and strolled out of the classroom. Standing before the glass window in the corridor, he gazed at the ping-pong court outside, watching the balls bounce on the table, and smiled faintly. Chapter 71. Do not mention Chen Xiong. That evening, at a small restaurant near Nanjing University, all the boys from the international trade class had gathered, totaling 10 around a round table. Wang Ming, Zhang Sheng, Chen Ziming, and others were present. Various stir-fried dishes adorned the table, with bottles of beer in front of each person. Wang Ming presided over the meal, his face flushed with excitement as he stood, raising his cup. Today marks a rare occasion where all the boys from our international trade class are here for a meal together. For this, I propose we all take a drink. As soon as he finished speaking, the other boys eagerly echoed his sentiment. One noticeably inebriated student, his face flushed, slurred. "It's rare for Chen Ziming to join us today. He brought our class great honor at the sports meet. I suggest we collectively toast to him." "Yes, let us toast to Ziming." "Fill it up, Wang Ming, fill it up." The classmates were all abuzz with excitement. "What are you all doing?" I said let us drink collectively. "Yet you're all focused on toasting Ziming. Be careful. If you get him too drunk, he might not join us for future gatherings." Chen Ziming felt a bit embarrassed and waved his hand. "I want tea. Look, he is already saying he won tea. Why are you trying to shield him from the drinks? We can all drink together at the end, can't we?" "Exactly, what is the rush?" "I think Wang Ming secretly wants to have one-on-one drinks with each of us, but is too shy to say, so is that true?" The group turned their attention to Wang Ming. He quickly waved his hands. "If you want me to lie down, just say so. I'll do it right now. No need for all this." Wang Ming pretended to collapse, only to be playfully supported by a nearby classmate. Together, the other boys chanted. One student pouted, pretending to kiss Wang Ming, teasingly saying, "Listen to everyone. Just go along with it. Get away." Wang Ming hastily pushed him aside. The group erupted into laughter, and Chen Ziming smiled, holding back his laughter. All right, everyone stop teasing. Let us toast to Ziming first," said the student who had initiated the collective toast. Once he spoke, the group quieted down, turning their focus to Chen Ziming, feeling the weight of their attention. Chen Ziming grew somewhat anxious. The instigator stood first, bending forward, raising his cup towards Chen Ziming. Ziming, we've been classmates for quite some time, yet we haven't really spoken much. I thought you seemed a bit aloof. And I feared you wouldn't respond if I approached you, which made me hesitant. Please don't take it to heart. Chen Ziming also stood, extending his cup. It's my fault as well. I was worried you wouldn't engage with me. See, it was just a misunderstanding. I was hoping you'd say a few words to me. Chen Ziming smiled shyly and nodded slightly. All right, Ziming, I'll drink this cup. You can sip a bit. There are many people behind you, so don't overdo it. Saying this, he tilted his head back, downing the entire cup in one go. Chen Ziming quickly followed suit, drinking his cup in one gulp. Hey, no need to drink it all. Ziming. After finishing, Chen Ziming felt he might have drunk too quickly. The alcohol surged within him, making him gulp. Refreshing. Another classmate beside the instigator stood up, pouring himself a full glass while raising it towards Chen Ziming. Ziming, from now on, we're friends. Just speak up if you need anything. Chen Ziming swiftly filled his own glass, clinking it with the toasting classmate before both downing their drinks. Subsequently, the other boys took turns toasting Chen Ziming. Initially, he downed each drink, but eventually he could no longer keep up, his speech becoming slurred. The others urged him to take it easy. Chen Ziming did not wish to neglect anyone and drank every toast. Until gradually, he waved his hand, signaling his need to step out for a moment. Stumbling out of the private room, he made his way to the restaurant's lobby. After inquiring about the restroom's location, he staggered to it and entered. Once inside, he attempted to wash his face at the sink. Suddenly, his stomach churned violently, and he retched, expelling all the food and drink he had consumed. His mouth and nostrils filled with remnants of his meal. After vomiting 3 or 4 times, it finally subsided. Chen Ziming felt as if his stomach was twisting, churning out everything inside, including gastric fluids, as if a washing machine was wringing out clothes. After emptying his stomach, he felt significantly better and somewhat more alert. However, the sink was now covered in filth. He turned on the faucet, rinsing his face, nostrils, and hands, then splashed water onto the sink. I could see that moment. The janitor happened to walk in and, seeing the mess, stopped Chen Ziming. Don't bother, young man. Let me handle it. You can go. Chen Ziming, with bleary eyes, offered a lopsided smile to the janitor and stumbled out. The janitor sighed. These college students these days. Sigh. While Chen Ziming still had his wits about him, he settled the bill at the front desk before returning to the private room. Upon entering, the lively atmosphere of drinking and chatting greeted him. Seeing Chen Ziming return, the group enthusiastically urged him to continue the toasts. The toasts circled around, landing at Zhang Sheng's turn. Noticing Chen Ziming's dazed state, Zhang Sheng refrained from pouring him more alcohol. Let us give Chen Ziming some tea. Tea can substitute for wine. Wang Ming, seated beside Chen Ziming, filled his cup halfway with tea. Just drink this, Wang Ming advised. Chen Ziming, bleary-eyed, looked at the teacup, realizing it wasn't tea alcohol. He promptly set the teacup down and picked up the beer cup instead, pouring himself a full glass. Wang Ming reached out to snatch the beer cup away, attempting to intervene. Chen Ziming shook his head, clutching the beer cup to his chest, mumbling, I can't use tea to fool people that, it's all the same. We're all classmates, it's fine, Wang Ming reassured him. Zhang Sheng, indeed, it is of no consequence. Chen Ziming, you may simply enjoy your tea. There is no need for us to engage further. Chen Ziming shook his head, trembling as he extended his wine glass toward Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something. Yes, I apologize for that day at the basketball court when I pulled you. Chen Ziming strained to focus his gaze, trying to discern Zhang Sheng's features in that moment. Zhang Sheng's eyes welled with tears that he bit his lower lip, furrowing his brow, tilting his head slightly as he fought against the urge to let the tears flow. He raised his glass and clinked it against Chen Ziming's. Cheers! Zhang Sheng tilted his head back and downed the drink in one swift motion. Chen Ziming slowly brought his glass to his lips, lifting it with great care. Perhaps we should refrain from drinking any further. Ziming, look at you. Your hands are unsteady, Wang Ming expressed with concern. Chen Ziming swallowed hard, pressing the glass to his lips and slowly sipping the wine. Silence enveloped the group as they held their breath, fixated on Chen Ziming. Once he finished his drink and placed a glass on the table, someone shouted good and began to clap, prompting the others to join in. Among the 10 present, excluding Chen Ziming, 8 raised their glasses in his honor, leaving only Wang Ming. Though he felt it inappropriate to act differently, he did not wish to see Chen Ziming drink anymore. Wang Ming pondered, gripping the nearly full glass of beer on the table. Glancing at Chen Ziming, who was swaying unsteadily, an idea struck him. He quickly lifted his glass and, in a rapid-fire manner, proclaimed, "To the everlasting friendship between us." In less than 2 seconds, he emptied the glass in one gulp. Chen Ziming was oblivious, still dazedly pouring more wine. Wang Ming seized Chen Ziming's glass and drank 2/3 of its contents in one go. Chen Ziming, displeased that Wang Ming had drunk for him, attempted to pour himself more, but Wang Ming intervened, urging him to remain seated. The other classmates, sensing the situation, also encouraged Chen Ziming to stop drinking. Chen Ziming attempted to stand but felt his legs weaken beneath him. Squinting, he rested his hands on the table's edge, staring at the dishes before him and the faces of his classmates, feeling as if everything was surreal. Although he could see everyone, their features were a blur. Their expressions indistinct. He could hear the murmur of voices around him, yet the words eluded his understanding. Slowly, Chen Ziming rested his forehead on his hand. Time slipped by unmeasured until he felt someone nudging him. He lifted his head slowly, casting an impatient glance that it was Wang Ming. "Ziming, we should leave." Chen Ziming blinked rapidly, pressing his hands against the table in an attempt to rise, only to find the surface slick with spilled alcohol, nearly causing him to topple. Wang Ming rushed to support him. "Are you all right?" Chen Ziming squinted and shook his head. He broke free from Wang Ming's grasp, determined to walk on his own. "Am I able to?" Wang Ming thought, concerned for Chen Ziming's state. "I'm fine," Chen Ziming insisted, stumbling out of the private room and into the restaurant. Everyone was waiting at the entrance for him and Wang Ming. As they emerged, the group approached them. Chen Ziming kept his head down, appearing disoriented. "Are you all right?" they inquired with concern. Wang Ming retorted, "What do you mean, all right? It's not like you all didn't overindulge him. What good is your concern now?" The excitement took over. Who could control themselves? "Can you manage on your own?" "Zhang Sheng, come with me." Zhang Sheng nodded, of course. Wang Ming and Zhang Sheng each supported one of Chen Ziming's arms, guiding him toward the street in search of a taxi. The rest of the group waved goodbye. Upon reaching the roadside, Wang Ming was reaching out to hail a cab when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Wang Ming. Turning around, he saw their PE teacher, Wu Ge. "Mr. Wu." The two exclaimed in unison. Wu Ge smiled. "Looks like you all had a good meal." Wang Ming scratched his head, just overindulged Chen Ziming. "It's all right, Mr. Wu. We're big boys. We can handle it." "Yes, no problem," Zhang Sheng concurred. "Well, it is rather late." Wang Ming glanced at the time, uncertainty creeping in. Wang Ming and Zhang Sheng exchanged glances. "All right then, we appreciate your help. Mr. Wu, we feel a bit embarrassed." "No need for that. There aren't any cabs right now. Hurry across the street and catch up with the others." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Wu. Goodbye." Wang Ming and Zhang Sheng waved farewell to Wu Ge as they departed. Chen Ziming, legs bent, stood on the roadside, squinting as he watched the retreating figures of Wang Ming and Zhang Sheng take tea that moment. Wu Ge stepped closer and placed a hand on Chen Ziming's shoulder. "Chen, how are you doing?" Chen Ziming lifted his head slightly, realizing it was Wu Ge. Doubting his vision, he blinked rapidly and focused again, confirming it was indeed Wu Ge. "Mr. Wu." Chen Ziming mumbled. "Yes, how are you feeling? Can you walk?" I think I can." Chen Ziming wobbled, taking a couple steps. "You seem on the verge of falling." "No, I'm fine. I just feel a bit dizzy. You should drink less alcohol. Let us take a walk to help you sober up." All right." Wu Ge walked alongside Chen Ziming, and soon they reached a small shop where Wu Ge bought him a bottle of apple vinegar to help with the intoxication. Chen Ziming gulped down half the bottle, feeling some relief as his stomach finally had something in it. Though discomfort lingered, they continued walking. "I think I've come to understand a few things." "What is it?" "I believe that relationships between people are reciprocal. To gain others' acknowledgement, one must first acknowledge them. That if one wishes to befriend others, one must treat them as friends. I noticed you interacted well with your classmates today. They were all concerned for you." "Mr. Wu, you saw all of that?" Wu Ge had actually been waiting outside the restaurant before they entered, having fortuitously passed by and witnessed the scene. Yes, Wang Ming mentioned everyone wanted to celebrate the sports meet together. I told him I'd treat, so he gathered everyone. I felt awkward inviting the girls. I would have felt embarrassed if they came. Chen Ziming's speech became clearer. That's commendable. At least you took that step. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Wu Ge smiled faintly, remaining silent, but a pause enveloped them. Mr. Wu, you can call me whatever you like. You may also address me as Wu Ge. Mr. Wu, I prefer to call you Mr. Wu. That's all right. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you know Zhang Qi was going to jump off the cliff? At that time, you shouldn't have been able to see from the top of the slope. Chen Ziming's expression turned troubled as he hesitated to respond. What's the matter? Is it something you'd rather not discuss? Wu Ge inquired softly. Chen Ziming paused before finally speaking. It's not that. I am just concerned that even if I tell you, you might not believe me. You might as well share your thoughts that you am. Actually, Mr. Wu, this has been a secret I've kept, and it's caused me considerable distress. Wu Ge's brow furrowed at this revelation. This? Mr. Wu, you find it hard to believe, don't you? Are you saying you can see certain visions of events that are about to occur? Chen Ziming nodded. Has this been the case since your birth? No. It started after I suffered a serious illness that my father mentioned Chen Xiong. Chen Ziming's gaze dimmed momentarily. He procured a special medication for me. Since I began taking that, I started experiencing these visions. That Wu Ji's heart raced. That you're saying that your father gave you a potion that led to this condition? Chen Ziming nodded. And what of your father now? Has he changed significantly? The mention of Chen Xiong stirred a sense of aversion in Chen Ziming. He was reluctant to think about him or discuss anything related to him. He had only brought it up due to the flow of conversation. Mr. Wu, I don't wish to talk about him. Chen Ziming's tone grew stern. Wu Ge sensed the shift, but couldn't he afford to miss this opportunity? He needed to probe further regarding the substance. Ignoring Chen Ziming's discomfort, he pressed, Ziming, has your father exhibited many different traits than before? Yes. What changes have occurred? Chen Ziming fell silent again for a moment. He has become worse. He is very cruel to both my mother and me. I loathe him. Chen Ziming's agitation grew with every word, culminating in a near shout. Wu Ge was taken aback by Chen Ziming's sudden outburst. Observing Chen Ziming, he saw him panting heavily, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Wu Ge swallowed hard, contemplating whether to inquire further about Chen Xiong. However, he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Ziming stood still, while Wu Ge observed him from the side, both enveloped in a profound silence. As they journeyed on, Wu Ge silently pondered how he might manage to meet Chen Xiong. Chapter 72. Asking for directions after a night of heavy drinking, Chen Ziming awoke to an excruciating headache and a pallid complexion. He stumbled out of bed, making his way to the bathroom, and nearly lost his balance, barely managing to steady himself against the wall. Upon entering the bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face, which somewhat revived his spirits. Am I home? Ziming. Chen Ziming smiled faintly. Tossing his phone onto the bed, he settled at his desk, staring vacantly at the pristine white wall. Lost in thought as images from the previous night flooded his mind, toasting and drinking. Retching in the restroom, leaving the restaurant with Wang Ming, and engaging in conversation with Wu Ge. What had I discussed with Teacher Wu? Chen Ziming sensed something amiss. He strained to recollect the details of his dialogue with Wu Ge. But the more he tried, the more his head throbbed. Grasping his hair, he attempted to clear his mind. It suddenly dawned on him that he might have revealed his secret to Wu Ge. Specifically, the moment he glimpsed the future, the wave of regret washed over him. For his father had sternly instructed him never to disclose this to anyone, regardless of who they were, though his father had not explained the rationale. Chen Ziming understood from his solemn demeanor and earnest tone that it was a matter of great significance. Unease enveloped him. Nevertheless, he found Wu Ge to be exceedingly reliable. With this thought, he felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Yet, he furrowed his brow, recalling that he might have spoken ill of his father to Teacher Wu. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. He was reluctant to share his family's shortcomings with anyone. Yet Wu Ge seemed to be an exception, having endured so much alongside him. Witnessing life and death, Wu Ge had saved his life, and Chen Ziming felt that this debt of gratitude warranted sharing all his secrets with him. With these reflections, Chen Ziming's inner turmoil gradually dissipated. He glanced at the alarm clock on his desk. It was past 9, and he had yet to eat breakfast. Everything he had consumed the previous night had been expelled, leaving his stomach hollow. Initially dismissing hunger, the thought of it soon became unbearable. After replenishing water for the general, he grabbed his phone and descended the stairs, intending to purchase breakfast at the convenience store. As he exited the apartment building, 2 tall men clad in black suits approached him. "Hey, little brother, do you know the way to People's Park?" one of them inquired. "Yes, the park is over there," Chen Ziming pointed towards the road. "Just walk about 200 meters ahead. It's not far to little brother. We're a bit directionally challenged, and it's our first time in this city, so we were worried we might get lost. Would you mind showing us the way?" The man pulled out his phone, grinning as he added, "Of course, we won't ask you to guide us for free. We'll give you 500 yuan as a fee." Chen Ziming quickly waved his hands, saying, No, you don't need to pay me, I'll take you there." "How can we accept that?" The man chuckled. "It's fine. It's quite close. Then we appreciate your help, little brother." "Not a problem," Chen Ziming replied, gesturing for them to proceed as he walked towards the park. The 2 men exchanged a glance and nodded, following closely behind. After walking a short distance, a black business vehicle was parked by the sidewalk. "That's it," the 2 men exclaimed, just as Chen Ziming reached the black car. One of the men suddenly covered his mouth and pulled him inside. The other man swiftly followed, shutting the door behind them. "Quick move!" The man who had entered shouted at the driver, who was also dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses. With a roar, the engine sprang to life, and the business vehicle began to move forward. "Pretty fast, huh?" the driver remarked. "Not bad for first move," the man in the back said smugly. "Take us directly to Mr. Sun," the man who had covered Chen Ziming's mouth said. "Administer the drug." From his suit pocket, he retrieved a small syringe and injected Chen Ziming with a sedative. Initially, Chen Ziming struggled, but as the drug coursed through his veins, he gradually succumbed to drowsiness, his eyes fluttering shut. Once he lay motionless, the 2 men tossed him onto the seat behind them. "What do you think Mr. Sun wants this student for?" one asked. "I heard it's because he stole something from Mr. Sun." "Stole something? He doesn't look like that type at all." "Hey, no matter how rich he is, he can't compare to Mr. Sunday. He's the second in command of Chow Nun Company. Even a little from him could ensure a lifetime of luxury." "True enough, brothers. I advise you to refrain from speculating on why we're doing this. We're just here to do a job. It's best to keep our mouths shut," the driver suggested. The 2 men exchanged glances and, without further discussion, shifted the topic. The vehicle continued its journey and ultimately entered the underground parking lot of a grand building. Once parked, they concealed Chen Ziming within a black bag and wheeled him into the elevator. The elevator ascended steadily. Ding. The doors opened slowly, and the 3 men pushed the cart down the corridor, winding their way to an office door. "Knock, knock, knock." The driver rapped on the door and a voice inquired from within. "Who is it?" In a hushed tone, the driver replied, "We brought what Mr. Sun requested." Silence followed for a brief moment before footsteps approached. The door swung open, revealing a young man in a shirt and vest, appearing to be in his 20s. "Come in," he said. The driver immediately donned a wide smile, nodding and bowing as he and the 2 suited men pushed the cart inside. The office contained only a large wooden desk, behind which sat Sun Ming. "Shall I place it here?" the driver inquired, slightly bending at the waist. Eager to please. "Just put it there." The young man gestured toward a corner. "All right." The driver and the other 2 men maneuvered the cart to the designated spot. In truth, a university student weighing just over 100 pounds could have been managed by a single person. Yet the 3 men were exceedingly anxious, particularly the 2 suited individuals, without a second thought. They all pushed together. Once the cart was set, the driver and the 2 suited men approached the young man. "Secretary Zhang," the driver said with a forced smile. Secretary Zhang glanced at the cart and nonchalantly remarked, "So, it's indeed him?" The driver eagerly nodded, insisting, "Absolutely, no mistake." Zhang raised an eyebrow and checked his phone. "Good to hear. You may leave now." "Sure, we won't disturb you further," the driver said, turning to address Sun Ming, who sat a few meters away at his desk. "Mr. Sun, we'll take our leave." Sun Ming maintained a stoic expression, offering a slight nod. Zhang furrowed his brow, and the driver hurriedly ushered the 2 suited men out, respectfully closing the door behind them. Once they departed, Zhang straightened his attire, donned a smile, and briskly approached Sun Ming's desk. "Mr. Sun, How do you find the individuals I procured? Sun Ming nodded slightly. Xiao Zhang, well done. Hearing the praise, Zhang rubbed his hands together in delight. Yes, it all thanks to me. Indeed, they're all from our company. Outsiders tend to mess things up, Sun Ming replied. That's good to know. Outsiders really are unreliable. You have potential, kid. With your cleverness, your future is bright. Oh, Mr. Sun, you flatter me that I'm so overwhelmed I might just kneel before you. Sun Ming relished the sight of others appearing humble before him, feeling a surge of pride. Once a person possesses wealth and power, they can reduce others to mere subservient creatures. Sun Ming slowly rose from his desk and stepped away. Zhang hurriedly bent forward, offering to assist him. Sun Ming waved his hand dismissively. I am not old yet. Zhang, nervously bowing his head, apologized. My apologies, Mr. Sun. I was mistaken. Xiao Zhang, there's no need to be so tense. It's just that your aura is quite formidable. Zhang raised his head, smiling. Sun Ming let out a hearty laugh and pointed at Zhang. You, my friend, are truly talented. All thanks to your guidance, Mr. Sun, Zhang replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. All right, let us take a look at what this adversary of ours looks like. Of course. Zhang bowed slightly, leading Sun Ming as if traversing a treacherous path over just a few meters. I heard he is a student from some prestigious university, a student audacious enough to threaten us with a video. Sun Ming's tone was filled with discontent. It seems that the one threatening us is not this student, but rather a mysterious figure. A mysterious figure. And what about this student? According to reports from below, it appears that this mysterious individual has some connection with the student. Thus, I instructed them to apprehend the student first, compelling the mysterious figure to reveal themselves. So that's how it's of no concern. Since the individual is here, everything will be manageable. You are indeed correct. Yes, they spoke. The two had already approached the small cart. Sun Ming glanced at the black bag, extending his hand to point, and said nonchalantly, Open it and take a look. Chapter 73 Chen Ziming, Secretary Zhang smiled in agreement. Approaching the black bag, he first felt the opening. Then, through the bag, he traced the outline of the person inside. Through the material, he could sense the warmth of the individual within. Secretary Zhang unfastened the closure of the bag and rolled it down. Gradually, the figure of Chen Ziming became visible. He was curled up, his head resting on his thighs, arms wrapped around his head, completely motionless, dressed in loose-fitting t-shirts and sweatpants, with medium-length hair and an innocent profile. He truly resembled a student. Sun Ming muttered to himself. Pulling the bag back to the cart, Chen Ziming's figure was fully revealed. Without the support of the bag, his limbs sprawled out, lying on the cart. His hair covering half of his face. His arm rested on Secretary Zhang's leather shoe. Secretary Zhang straightened up, kicked Chen Ziming's arm aside with disdain, and then approached Sun Ming, ingratiatingly saying, Chairman's son, you see, it is indeed this student. Sun Ming nodded. The current generation is far too careless. A mere ordinary university student can capture evidence of our actions? Is this not absurd? Chairman's son? Actually, it was not this student who recorded it, but rather a journalist. After the journalist captured the footage, our people hurriedly pursued. At some point, the journalist inadvertently left the phone used for filming in this student's backpack, which our personnel discovered through surveillance, leading them to seek out the student. Sun Ming shot a sidelong glance at Secretary Zhang. Do not be so flustered next time. Your behavior makes me doubt your capabilities, Xiao Zhang. Secretary Zhang quickly lowered his head, apologizing profusely. Chairman's son, I will certainly be more cautious next time. Sun Ming pondered for a moment. You did nothing wrong. Upon hearing Sun Ming's praise, Secretary Zhang felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Have you managed to contact this mysterious figure? We do not have his contact information, nor can we pinpoint his location. His signal appears to be jammed. Hence, I thought to detain the student to compel the mysterious figure to reach out to us willingly. Sun Ming fell silent for a moment before nodding. Xiao Zhang, matters that can be resolved with money are not truly matters at all. You understand? The subordinate understood. However, what if what he desires is not money? Then we must ascertain what he wants. Understood. And one more thing, Xiao Zhang, you must realize that as long as a person is alive, they cannot keep their mouth shut. Do you understand? Secretary Zhang was taken aback, biting his lip and swallowing hard, then nodded vigorously. Understood. Sun Ming smiled with satisfaction. Very well, take him away. Has this person's background been investigated? Secretary Zhang shook his head. Investigated. If he is merely an ordinary citizen, send him directly to the laboratory. Send him to the laboratory. What difference does that make from killing him? It would be better if he were dead. Even for someone like Secretary Zhang, who would dare to speak and act ruthlessly for personal gain. This seemed rather cruel. Yet he knew better than to contradict Sun Ming. Secretary Zhang hesitated momentarily, then smiled and assured that he would handle it well. Just as he was about to secure the bag's opening, Sun Ming casually inquired, "Which school does this student attend?" I believe it is Dongxing University. Nanxing, right? I've never heard of any Dongxing that Yes. Nanxing University, I misspoke. It is indeed, as Chairman Sun noted. Nanxing. Isn't that the same school as Fei Fei? At this thought, Sun Ming suddenly became intrigued by this student, wanted to see what he looked like, a high achiever, no less. Saying this, Sun Ming approached the black bag. Pull it down. Let me see this lad. Certainly, Secretary Zhang hurriedly rolled down the bag once more. Chen Ziming remained curled up on the cart, medium-length hair veiling his profile. Clear away the hair. Secretary Zhang swiftly bent down and brushed Chen Ziming's hair aside. Sun Ming took a look and noticed that the young man had quite a delicate appearance, with a prominent nose, albeit a face marred by patches of darkened red, as if he had toiled under the sun for years. A poor student, no need for further investigation, Sun Ming remarked casually. You are correct, Secretary Zhang flattered. Sun Ming tapped the tip of Chen Ziming's chin with his toe, tilting his head upward to align it properly. Chen Ziming's face was now fully exposed. Sun Ming was momentarily taken aback. He quickly bent down to scrutinize closely. How does this individual resemble Chen Xiong's son so much? The thought flickered through Sun Ming's mind. However, he quickly reassured himself, it can't be. It can't be. How could his son possibly look so shabby? But upon further inspection, Sun Ming noted that despite his dark complexion, the young man possessed a certain charisma. What is the matter, Chairman Sun? Secretary Zhang sensed something was amiss. Sun Ming pinched his chin, examining Chen Ziming's features. Xiao Zhang, do you know this person's name? I can't recall precisely. I believe it has something to do with Ming. I will check for you right away. Secretary Zhang nervously picked up his phone to sift through chat records. What Ming? Sun Ming felt a jolt in his heart. Please don't let it truly be Chen Ziming. Although he often spent time with Chen Xiong, he had scarcely interacted with his family, but he had seen Chen Xiong's son on a couple of occasions at Found it! Found it! Secretary Zhang exclaimed excitedly. What is it? Chen. In an instant, Sun Ming felt his heart leap to his throat. Chen Ziju. The moment Sun Ming's heart had just lifted, it sank once more. He secretly exhaled, relieved it wasn't Chen Ziming. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. If they had kidnapped Chen Xiong's son and stuffed him in a sack, should Chen Xiong learn of it, not only would the 100 billion in shares he had promised be at risk, but given Chen Xiong's protective nature, he might even lose his position. He had no desire to return to a life of poverty. Although he had made some money in recent years, it had all been squandered on indulgences. With villas, luxury cars, and yachts, he had taken out considerable loans. If he lost this lucrative position, he would likely spend the rest of his life working for the bank. Thus, he had to hold tightly onto Chen Xiong's coattails and ensure no mistakes were made. After such a scare, Sun Ming felt disinclined to continue observing this student. He felt fatigued and wanted Secretary Zhang to promptly remove this ill-fated university student so he could have a moment of peace. He planned to visit Lulu later that evening to unwind. Just as he was about to tell Secretary Zhang about this, unexpectedly, Secretary Zhang exclaimed in alarm. No, I made a mistake. It's not pronounced Ziju. But Ming, Chen Ziming, not Chen Ziju. Sun Ming nearly stumbled. Secretary Zhang, not understanding the gravity of the situation, hurried to support him. Chairman Sun, what is wrong with you? Sun Ming felt his heart momentarily cease to beat. He lowered his voice to inquire. What did you just say? Chen Ziju. Sun Ming still suspected he might have misheard that. No, it's Ming. I read it incorrectly. I apologize. Chairman Sunday Ming, your grandmother. It's Ziju. Sun Ming shouted. Secretary Zhang was terrified. Chairman Sun seemed to be losing his mind, behaving irrationally. Chairman Sun, it's not Ziju, it's Ming. Sun Ming's face contorted with rage, and he let out a groan, delivering a resounding slap to Secretary Zhang. The force spun Secretary Zhang around twice, leaving him dazed. Useless, Useless! Useless! Sun Ming roared in near desperation. Secretary Zhang shook his head, still disoriented, when he heard Sun Ming's furious voice, and then, like a fool, he muttered, I am a waste, a waste. Not just you. You're all useless, all of you. Sun Ming bellowed, his arms flailing up and down like a raging gorilla. At this point, Secretary Zhang's awareness was beginning to sharpen. He gradually realized that something was terribly wrong. With a pained expression, he cautiously inquired, Chairman, what on earth happened? Secretary Zhang stuttered in fear. You. Sun Ming repeated you multiple times but failed to articulate what he meant. Secretary Zhang, on the verge of kneeling, wore a sorrowful expression, nearly on the verge of tears. Chairman, what is going on? Please tell me. I am timid, don't frighten me. Tell you? What good would that do? You incompetent fool, rubbish, dog, excrement. Sun Ming unleashed every vile epithet he could conjure on his Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang fell to the ground with a thud, tears of grievance streaming down his cheeks. Sun Ming approached, ready to kick Secretary Zhang, who hurriedly clung to Sun Ming's thigh, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. And no matter how Sun Ming tried to shake him off, Secretary Zhang clung on like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Tears flowing uncontrollably, his mouth agape, drool trickling down the corners. Turning around, Sun Ming realized he could not move his legs, only then recalling that Secretary Zhang was still clinging to him. Wearily, he said, Let go. No, unless you forgive me, Mr. Sun, Secretary Zhang insisted. Infuriated, Sun Ming delivered a sharp slap, and at last, Secretary Zhang released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ming quickly made his way to his desk and settled into his leather chair. With a sorrowful expression, Secretary Zhang crawled towards him. Mr. Sun. Sun Ming shot him a glance. Growing increasingly irritated, Mr. Sun. Secretary Zhang looked up at him with pleading eyes. Sun Ming turned away, resting his forehead in his hand, letting out a long sigh. Trembling, Secretary Zhang knelt, his snot dripping into his mouth. After a few seconds, Sun Ming, feeling defeated, said, Fine, since it has come to this, some remedial measures must be taken. Secretary Zhang, with a bubble of snot, stared blankly at Sun Ming. Sun Ming beckoned Secretary Zhang to rise, then leaned in close to whisper in his ear, You must do this next. Chapter 74. The emergency room Wugu spent the night pondering how to approach Chen Ziming through Chen Xiong. He racked his brain for a suitable reason and opportunity, but to no avail. Sitting at his desk, he carved wood sculptures. Whenever he found himself in a quandary, this activity often led him to sudden realizations. As Wugu meticulously chiseled away at the wood, his thoughts wandered through the experiences he had shared with Chen Ziming since their first meeting, as well as the evolution of Chen Ziming's attitude towards him. Inspired, Wugu pulled out a notebook, tore off a page, and began to jot down ideas. Chen Ziming's depression recovery plan. 1. Participate in a basketball game to ease his antagonistic relations with classmates. 2. Join the sports meet for running, fostering closer bonds with peers. 3. Visit Xijing City, where Chen Ziming took the initiative to treat others to a meal, showing a willingness to engage socially. Wugu planned to devise another challenge for Chen Ziming, one that would help him trust others more, integrate better into social circles, and be open to sharing his experiences. For instance, the tense relationship with Chen Xiong could be altered through collaborative activities, which Chen Ziming might struggle to accomplish alone, but could succeed with external assistance. With this in mind, Wugu suddenly felt he could play that role. He could conduct a home visit, using that as an excuse to approach Chen Xiong and perhaps extract information about the solvent's whereabouts. If the solvent was indeed at the super energy company, they could target that location and devise a plan to breach its defenses to retrieve it. The hesitation in pursuing this action stemmed from uncertainty about the solvent's presence there. If they launched an all-out assault and found it missing, any slip in their identities during the theft could lead to dire consequences. They had to leave a contingency plan in place. Yes, a home visit was the answer. Having made that decision, Wugu intended to discuss the matter face-to-face with Chen Ziming, but he stood up, casually slipped the written note into his pocket, and set off for Chen Ziming's apartment. After about half an hour, Wugu arrived at the apartment building and alighted from the taxi. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he gazed at the entrance. Uncertain if Chen Ziming was home, Wugu contemplated sending a WeChat message to check in. The reason for inviting him out would depend on how their conversation unfolded, allowing for spontaneous adjustments. Just as he was about to send a message, a black business vehicle pulled up in front of him, blocking his view of the apartment entrance. A.S. Wu-gu prepared to bypass the vehicle to reach the entrance across the street. The car door swung open, and two middle-aged men in black suits emerged. Following them, the driver exited and joined the two men. Together, they forcibly pulled a young man from the vehicle, with the driver hoisting him onto his back. Wu Ji's heart raced. Was that Chen Ziming? Who were these people? Squinting, he pondered, could they be the ones attempting to steal his phone? Yet, what were they doing now, and when had they taken Chen Ziming? Wu-gu was filled with questions, but refrained from acting rashly, instead observing the movements of the three men in black. As they were about to leave, they suddenly caught sight of Wu-gu standing at the curb. Wu-gu maintained a stoic expression and nodded subtly. The three men exchanged awkward smiles with him as they proceeded towards the apartment building. Upon entering, Wu-gu noticed them board the elevator and quickly darted into the stairwell. Racing up to the floor where Chen Ziming resided, but on his way, an elderly man, swaying as he descended the stairs, was suddenly caught off guard by a gust of wind that blew his wig to the ground. The old man hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, placing it back on his head, closing his eyes, and clasping his hands in prayer, anxiously murmuring, "Lord, forgive my vanity." Reaching Chen Ziming's floor, Wu-gu peered through the fire door into the corridor. Ding-dong. The sound of the elevator echoed. Wu-gu cautiously shrank back from the door, leaving just enough space for one eye to peek through. He saw the two men in black follow the one, carrying Chen Ziming to his door. One of them produced a palm-sized device and pressed it against Chen Ziming's keypad lock, emitting two beeps before the door swung open. The three men entered the room with Chen Ziming. Wu-gu slowly pushed the door open and stealthily approached Chen Ziming's door. The door was closed, leaving him unable to see inside. He pressed his ear against the wall, straining to hear the commotion within. He could make out footsteps and faint voices, but the specifics remained unclear. Soon, silence enveloped the room. Sensing something amiss, Wu-gu was about to burst in when footsteps echoed once more, approaching the door. He quickly moved to the door of the neighboring apartment, facing it as he kept an eye on Chen Ziming's door. Creak! The door opened, and the three men in black filed out. Wu-gu turned away, pretending to fumble with his own lock. The man carrying Chen Ziming's side. What bad luck, following orders and ending up getting scolded. Forget it, let's go drink, another chimed in. The three appeared dejected as they closed the door. Casting a fleeting glance at Wu-gu before departing, Wu-gu listened intently to their conversation until he heard the elevator doors open and close, finally feeling reassured enough to approach Chen Ziming's door. Knock, knock, knock. Wu-gu rapped on the door and waited. After a moment of silence, he knocked again. Still no response. Had something happened to Chen Ziming? With no other choice, Wu-gu decided to carry Chen Ziming on his back and take him to the hospital. As he exited, he messaged Lulu, asking for assistance with the door. In the hospital, Chen Ziming lay unconscious on an emergency room bed. The doctor held up the test results for examination. He's fine. Fine. How can that be? He's just unconscious. He'll wake up shortly. If that's the case, do we still need to draw blood? How else will we know the patient's condition? If something goes wrong, who's responsible? You or me? Wu-gu paused, then inquired, how long until he wakes up? That's uncertain. Could be 2 hours, could be 2 minutes. Let us wait. With that, the doctor exited the emergency room. Wu-gu looked at Chen Ziming's sleeping face. Feeling a slight relief that he found a chair, sat beside Chen Ziming, and pulled out his phone to check the latest news. After searching, he found no recent updates on the super energy company, just as he was about to turn off his phone. A vibrant red banner caught his eye, prominently displaying the words S-City Marathon. Marathon? Wu-gu searched for its meaning online. There were numerous explanations, particularly regarding its history, far exceeding the definitions. After a brief review, he understood it to be a long-distance running competition involving many participants. He noted the distance of the full marathon, which was around 20 kilometers. Wu-gu calculated that the circumference of S-City was nearly 80 kilometers, equivalent to running a quarter of the city as perimeter. Indeed, it was a long-distance run. Wu-gu shut off his phone and tucked it away. Feeling bored sitting there, he stood and walked over to the window of the emergency room. Outside, he could see the hospital entrance, lined with bicycles and patients with their families, while a row of parked cars awaited. Across the street, Various shops sold food and gifts, bustling with activity, observing the somber faces of those waiting outside the emergency room. Wuge noticed a young man anxiously talking on the phone. Nearby, a middle-aged couple wept in each other's arms. Suddenly, Wuge was reminded of his friends from the orphanage. He imagined they must have felt just as heartbroken at that moment. Just then, he heard Chen Ziming's voice behind him. Teacher Wu, Chapter 75. The police station turning his head, Wuge saw Chen Ziming standing behind him. You're awake, he remarked. Chen Ziming nodded. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? My head is still a bit dizzy, but other than that, I'm all right. Wuge slowly turned around. The doctor mentioned that you merely lost consciousness. There are no other issues. Pausing for a moment, Wuge then inquired, what happened this morning? Chen Ziming furrowed his brow, pondering for a brief moment before replying. This morning, 2 individuals asked me for directions to the park. When I led them there, they pushed me against a car parked by the roadside. After that, everything is a blur. The next thing I remember is waking up here. Were they dressed in black suits? Wuge asked. Chen Ziming nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ziming continued, they injected me with some substance in the car, and then I lost consciousness. It must have been that drug. Was there anything else? Aside from that, it seems there was nothing more. Wuge fell silent. With Chen Ziming lacking any recollection, the only way to uncover the truth would be to contact the group that had captured him. Resolving this, Wuge decided to call those individuals later to extract information. By the way, Wu Laoshi, where did you find me? I passed by your apartment around noon and noticed someone carrying you upstairs. That IT struck me as odd, so I followed them. After they left your room, I managed to pry the door open and found you unconscious in bed, so I took you to the hospital. Chen Ziming was taken aback, realizing that Wuge had encountered those individuals. Wu Laoshi, are you all right? Wuge paused momentarily before shaking his head. Wu Laoshi. Yes, I intend to report this to the police. Report it? Wuge contemplated briefly before nodding. I'll accompany you. There's no need. I can handle it myself. I'm worried about potential dangers. Don't worry, my connections are quite solid. I'm not afraid of anyone. Chen Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Connections? The principal? Ah, Chen Ziming smirked, his demeanor lightening. After exchanging a few words with the nurse, the two left the hospital. Using his phone's map, Chen Ziming located the nearest police station, and together they arrived at its entrance. Upon entering the precinct and explaining their situation to a burly, plainclothes officer, they were led into a modest office. The officer produced a form and requested Chen Ziming to fill in his personal information. After reviewing it, the officer gestured for both Chen Ziming and Wuge to sit on the sofa while he pulled up a chair to question them. So you're saying someone kidnapped you this morning? Yes. This was Chen Ziming's first report, and he felt a bit anxious. I'm not entirely sure. Wu Laoshi said. He saw me being carried to my residence at noon. He broke into my room and took me to the hospital. That I regained consciousness there. Wu Laoshi. Ah, he's our physical education teacher. Chen Ziming pointed to Wuge, who smiled at the officer. The officer regarded Wuge briefly, muttering to himself while jotting notes. Physical education teacher. Did you see what the kidnappers looked like? I didn't get a clear look. I was following behind and didn't dare approach it, so you didn't see them. Wuge nodded. All right, please fill out this form, providing detailed information about the incident. We'll check the surveillance footage. The officer handed Chen Ziming a form. After taking it, Chen Ziming scanned it and began writing. Write it on the table. It's easier, the officer reminded him. Chen Ziming complied. Are you his teacher? Yes. Were you just passing by? Or were you already there? The officer casually inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Wu Ji's face. Wuge hesitated for a moment before responding. I was just passing by. Quite a coincidence. By the way, do you have your ID on you, teacher? I'd like to take a look. Wu Ji's heart raced. He chuckled lightly. I'm sorry. I was in such a rush that I forgot it. But that's fine. Just provide your ID number, and I'll check IT. Is there a problem? No problem at all. I just want to verify your identity. Teacher, we have that right as police officers. Wuge narrowed his eyes. Meeting the officer's gaze, the officer showed no signs of backing down. Noticing the tense situation, Chen Ziming quickly interjected, Officer, Wu Laoshi has been our physical education teacher for quite some time. He's definitely a good person. I trust him. The officer shot a glance at Chen Ziming. You're a student, right? Yes, call your parents. Parents? Chen Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Who should I call? Chen Xiong. Absolutely not. It can only be my mother. However, he didn't want to worry her. Chen Ziming lowered his head slightly, hesitating. The officer seemed to sense his concerns. Such a significant matter. And you don't want your parents to know? Bringing a teacher to report this? Hurry up. Don't be afraid of your family finding out. They can offer you the most support. All right. Chen Ziming pulled out his phone and called his mother, Zhang Yinping. While Chen Ziming communicated with his family, the officer turned his attention back to Wu Ge. So, teacher, have you remembered your ID number? Wu Ge remained silent, expressionless. How could he navigate this hurdle? That ID was fake, that IT might work for boarding a plane or taking a bus. But here, he feared the authorities would dig deeper. If they discovered it was counterfeit, based on his understanding of local regulations, it would lead to complications that Wu Ji's mind raced, contemplating various excuses. Ultimately, he settled on the simplest yet most clever rationale. I'm sorry. I seem to have forgotten it. Forgotten it? The officer shot him a sidelong glance that if you can't recall, we could just call your school and verify, right? This was a predicament. That excuse clearly wouldn't suffice. Wu Ge bit his lip, nodding slightly. Slowly, he retrieved his phone, placing it before him, glancing at the screen, scrolling through his contacts, and then exiting, repeating the process. The officer grew impatient. What are you doing? Haven't found it yet? I found it, Wu Ge replied, randomly landing on a number in his contacts. The officer gestured for him to proceed, but Wu Ge hesitated once more. This number belonged to Lulu. After a few seconds, the officer furrowed his brow. What's wrong, teacher? I'll send a message. Go ahead. As long as you can provide your ID number. Wu Ge sent Lulu a message. What is my ID number? He added, I'm at the XX police station. It seemed the inquiry process was underway. Wu Ge felt a sense of relief. Well, have you got the information? The officer's tone grew increasingly impatient. Wu Ge nodded and relayed the number. The officer pulled out a device, entering the digits one by one. Once the number was fully entered, the results displayed. The officer gazed gravely at the screen. Wu Ge narrowed his eyes, observing the officer. You were born here? Wu Ge nodded. 28 this year? Yes. Do you recall 20 years ago? At that moment, a uniformed officer entered the office. Old Joe, there's a report outside. A girlfriend has been forcibly taken by a thug. Can you come out and register it? Sure thing, Officer Wong. With that, the middle-aged officer stood up, instructing Chen Ziming and Wu Ge to wait before stepping outside. Wu Ge let out a quiet sigh of relief. Wu Laosher, are you all right? Wu Ge turned to glance at Chen Ziming, smiling as he shook his head. How did it go? Were you able to reach your family? Yes, my mother's on her way. She should arrive shortly. That's good to hear. Suddenly, Wu Ge had a thought. If he couldn't meet Shin Xiong, perhaps meeting Chen Ziming's mother would yield some insights. Wu Ge felt that today's visit to the police station was not in vain. He had just been regretting why he had come to such a place with Chen Ziming. Wasn't this an opportunity presenting itself? The two sat in silence, neither speaking further. Chen Ziming continued filling out his form. Once completed, they sat side by side, observing the room's sparse furnishings, occasionally exchanging a few words. As he walked back to his previously occupied seat, he asked Chen Ziming, have you finished filling out the form? Chen Ziming nodded and handed the form over. The middle-aged officer glanced through it and, upon seeing the name of Chen Ziming's father, muttered softly, Chen Xiong, your father shares the same name. Huh, the officer chuckled. Chen Ziming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the implication, nodding slightly. Have you managed to contact your family? My mother is almost here. All right, when she arrives, let me know. I need to step out for a moment. There's something else I need to attend to. Please go ahead. After a while, the familiar voice of Chen Ziming echoed down the corridor. Comrade police, where's my son? Where's my son? Both Wu Ge and Chen Ziming rose simultaneously. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ziming noticed an odd expression on Wu Ji's face. He slightly turned his gaze to scrutinize Wu Ge's features and observed a certain fervor in his eyes. At that moment, a concerned voice resonated at the doorway, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Ziming, Chapter 76. A gesture of gratitude, Chen's mother, Zhang Yinping, hurriedly entered, embracing Chen Ziming as she began to weep. Chen Ziming felt somewhat embarrassed. Mom, I'm finding out you're such an honest person. Who would want to harm you? Zhang Yinping choked out. Really? I'm okay. Chen Ziming gently pushed his mother away, but upon glancing at Zhang Yinping, he found her in tears. She grasped Chen Ziming's shoulders, her tear-filled eyes scanning his face, fearful that her son might have been injured. Mom, I'm fine. Please stop worrying. If I had known you would react this way, I wouldn't have let you come. How can you say that? Something so serious has happened. I must know. She insisted. I'm calling your father right now to have him come as well. With that, Zhang Yinping pulled out her phone to call Chen Xiong. Wu anxiously glanced at Zhang Yinping's phone, feeling somewhat agitated. Mom, Chen Ziming swiftly dodged his mother's phone. What are you doing? I don't want him to know. Please don't tell him. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't just not inform your father now, can I? What if those people come back to harm you? Please stop saying that. Hand me the phone. I'll have your father come over right away. Chen Ziming held the phone against his chest, refusing to let go as Zhang Yinping attempted to take it from him. A middle-aged police officer who had entered with Zhang Yinping could no longer stand by. Ma'am, please calm down and don't wrest the phone away. Zhang Yinping turned to face the officer. Officer, please just sit there. Don't be anxious. Let me explain. The middle-aged officer pointed to the sofa. You both should sit down. He glanced at Chen Ziming and Wu Ge, and the three exchanged looks before settling onto the couch. Zhang Yinping turned to Wu Ge. Who is this? Mom, this is our physical education teacher, Mr. Wu Ge. He is the one who saved me and took me to the hospital. You went to the hospital? I'll explain later. Zhang Yinping frowned, then turned back to Wu Ge, expressing her gratitude with great emotion. Wu Ge smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Now, let me explain a bit. The middle-aged officer interjected. The three immediately focused on him. Ziming, have you made any enemies? Before the officer could finish, Zhang Yinping anxiously interrupted. Did you have a conflict with someone? Chen Ziming shook his head. I haven't made any enemies. I can't recall offending anyone. Are you hiding something from your mother? You absolutely must. The middle-aged officer cut off Zhang Yinping once more. Ma'am, could you please allow me to finish? Zhang Yinping sheepishly nodded, falling silent. Your son's situation falls under completed crimes, and he will definitely face sentencing. However, since your son has not been harmed and has not asked for money, the sentence may be lighter. Officer, I'm not concerned about the sentencing right now. I'm only worried about whether my son might be targeted again by those villains, that if his safety can be assured since he hasn't been harmed. I want to press charges. The officer smirked slightly, finding her naivety amusing. Such matters are unpredictable. However, we will do our utmost to apprehend the criminals. Can you assign a few officers to protect my son around the clock? I will pay any amount necessary. The middle-aged officer waved his hand. We can only say that we apprehended some criminals this morning. As for your son's safety, my advice is to stay indoors as much as possible. Ideally, don't go out at all. If you can afford it, hire some bodyguards. Regarding your decision not to pursue charges, this kidnapping case falls under public prosecution. Isn't something you can simply choose to overlook. Your stance may only influence the sentencing slightly. However, I advise against holding such an attitude. Officer, I'm just concerned about my son's safety. The distinctions between public and private prosecution don't concern me much. It's your duty to apprehend the criminals, and the court's duty to judge them. As a mere woman, I don't understand this and don't wish to be too involved. The officer thought to himself, this woman is remarkably carefree, eager to shirk responsibility. She's involved now, but doesn't wish to take part. As if these criminals didn't kidnap her son at all. Despite his thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the middle-aged officer advised them to leave, reminding them to ensure Chen Ziming's safety. Zhang Yinping nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. As for Wu Ge, since his identity was verified without issues, there was no need to pry further, as it was unlikely a fugitive would bring their student to report crime. Although the officer sensed something was off about Wu Ge, he chose not to delve deeper due to his earlier reasoning. Once they exited the precinct, the three stood at the entrance. Zhang Yinping's expression had returned to normal, though traces of mascara running from her eyes could still be seen. Mr. Wu Ge, right? Zhang Yinping confirmed with Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming nodded. Thank you so much, Mr. Wu Ge. Oh, how can you say that? There is no obligation here. You saved our Chen Ziming, so we must express our gratitude. We are not the kind of family that forgets kindness without reciprocation, and no need for that. Any teacher would never turn a blind eye to their students in danger. That's not always the case. Just look at the news. There are teachers who run faster than their students when a disaster strikes. People can be selfish. There aren't that many truly good people. Therefore, your ability to save Ziming has deeply moved me. Not only do I wish to thank you, but I also want to convey my husband Chen Xiong's gratitude. Chen Xiong. Wugu's eyes brightened, though he continued to insist on not needing any thanks. Zhang Yinping tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Mr. Wu, just tell me a number. I can transfer it to you right now as a token of appreciation for saving my son. I can afford whatever you say. Don't worry about the amount. Chen Ziming felt uneasy. While he indeed should thank Mr. Wu, offering money felt somewhat disrespectful. That Wu Ge chuckled softly. You're being overly formal. My intention in saving your child was never for monetary gain, but if you insist on that, I might as well take my leave. That Wu Ge's tone was calm, yet it hinted at his displeasure. Zhang Yinping immediately sensed her earlier misstep and hastily apologized. Oh dear, Mr. Wu, I'm truly sorry. I tend to be a bit socially awkward and may have offended you with my words. Please don't be upset. You're overthinking it, and I can certainly feel your gratitude. Your affection for Chen is genuinely touching. Ziming is fortunate to have a mother like you. Zhang Yinping's face lit up, her fondness for Mr. Wu growing significantly. She genuinely adored her son and often wished for others to recognize her devotion to him and her family. That Wu Gu's recent words struck a chord with her. Mr. Wu, how about this? Let us see if you're free this weekend. If so, I would like to invite you to dinner with my husband to express our gratitude. Please don't refuse. That Wu Gu was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. This truly resonated with a local saying. When the iron shoes are worn out, there's no need to seek further. What comes effortlessly is the best. He bit his lip, controlling his overwhelming joy. Seeing Wu Gu's silence, Zhang Yinping grew anxious. Chen Ziming thought this idea was splendid. Mr. Wu had helped him immensely at school and had saved him 3 times. Once during a convenience store robbery, once amidst a pack of wolves, and now this time, he truly deserved a heartfelt thank you. Yet, one concern loomed over Chen Ziming. His father's unpredictable temperament instilled fear in him. For this reason, he both wanted Mr. Wu to come and hesitated at the same time. He lowered his head slightly, stealing glances at Wu Gu. Once Wu Gu managed to rein in his emotions, he slowly replied, Well, since it's like that, I wouldn't want to disappoint your kindness. That sounds fine. Zhang Yinping smiled brightly. Then let us plan for this Saturday evening. I'll inform you of the location later. Sounds good. Chen Ziming pressed his lips together, wanting to insist that Mr. Wu absolutely must come, but the thought of his father's demeanor made it hard to voice. For a fleeting moment, he even considered warning Mr. Wu not to come. Mr. Wu, let us exchange WeChat. Wu Gu promptly showcased his phone. Chapter 77. A change of attitude during the meeting. Wang Yuqi inquired about the events of the day and how matters had progressed to a meeting with Chen Xiong. Wu Gu recounted the events from rescuing Chen Ziming to accompanying him to the police station to report Chen's mother's desire to express her gratitude. After listening, Wang Yuqi solemnly advised Wu Gu. Captain Wu, you should avoid places like the police station in the future. You know our identities make it perilous here. Wu Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, Captain Wu, could you refrain from complicating matters and leaving me to clean up afterward? Last time I was tidying up the room, and this time it's fixing the door lock. What do you take me for, a janitor or a handyman? Lu said, exasperated. Wu Gu quickly praised Lu profusely. Managing to quell her resentment, Wang Yuqi interjected. All right, since Captain Wu has finally made some progress, let us discuss how to deal with the head of the super ability group. She suggested, I propose we simply ask Mr. Chen Xiong, did you steal her solvent? If he denies it, then Captain Wu, you should inquire how his superpower, the electromagnetic wave, is produced. Isn't that straightforward? Why the need for further discussion? Lu spread his hands, grinning with satisfaction. Wang Yuqi shot him a glare. Stop with the nonsense. Hey, old lady, how is that nonsense? Haven't we've been working hard for such simple inquiries. Lu retorted. Wang Yuqi, uninterested in his banter, turned her attention to Wu Gu and Cheng Feng. Captain Wu, Cheng Feng, do you both have any thoughts? Cheng Feng scratched his head. Wang, I currently have none. And you, Captain Wu? Wu Gu gazed at the table, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought for a moment before slowly replying, My current thought is to not treat this as a one-time meeting. Not a one-time meeting? What do you mean? Wang Yuqi furrowed her brow. Oh, I mean, I do not intend to meet Chen Xiong, just once that I believe I can handle him similarly to Chen Ziming. This meeting is merely a preliminary encounter. I will seek opportunities to meet Chen Xiong multiple times thereafter and gradually extract information from him. Wang Yuqi interrupted. That is impossible. The reason we targeted Chen Ziming is precisely because Chen Xiong is astute and highly vigilant, making it difficult to uncover his weaknesses. Thus, we shifted our focus to his son and the second-in-command of the Super Ability Company. Therefore, Captain Wu, you only have this one chance to extract his words before he can react. By any means necessary, that if you think you can use the same approach as with Chen Ziming and Sun Ming, it will not work. That I hope you understand. That Wu Gu remained silent for a moment before nodding. I will think of another approach. That you've worked hard. Captain Wu. Lu, what is your problem now? Wang Yuqi scolded. Wang Yuqi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Tonight, I have to accompany that old rogue Sun Ming and endure his domineering attitude. Do you know how tormenting that is for me? I, Lu, detest being condescended to more than anything. This man is driving me insane. I've thought about killing him several times. Lu raised his hands, tightly clenched in front of him. Wang Yuqi's tone softened. I know you are struggling too. Lu pushed his palms forward. Let us stop here. There is no need for further pleasantries. That I don't seek your sympathy. I just want to vent. I'm not dissatisfied with your praise of Wu Gu. I merely wish to complain. That's all. However, I swear, once this task is over, that son will not have a good ending. With that, Lu turned and slammed the door behind him. After a moment, Wang Yuqi slowly said, I know everyone is having a tough time, and I hope we can complete this task and leave this place soon. However, I wish for everyone to leave safely, without any risk. Captain Wu, please do not mention that matter again. Wang Yuqi said sternly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. That Wu Gu immediately ceased speaking. Offering an apology, Wang Yuqi sighed lightly. All right, let us end here for today. Wu Gu and Cheng Feng exchanged glances before rising to leave the conference room. Once they exited, Wang Yuqi gradually sank in her chair, leaning on the table with her palms supporting her forehead, her mind flashing with images of gunfire and explosions, fellow compatriots perishing amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, Wu Gu and Cheng Feng settled onto the sofa in the lounge. Captain Wu, why doesn't T. Wang want to mention that matter? It would be an immense honor for her. Wu Gu stared blankly ahead, slowly responding. Cheng Feng, if you have witnessed a loved one die before your eyes, you would understand. Ah, I see now. After a moment, Wang Yuqi emerged from the conference room. Upon catching sight of her glance, Wu Gu headed straight into his room. A while later, Lu stepped out of his room. He glanced at Wu Gu and Cheng Feng before hastily leaving the low-rise building. Wu Gu gently waved at Lu's retreating figure. That evening, at the Yunjian nightclub, in an opulent private room, Lu reclined on a lounge chair across from Sun Ming, who was sprawled on a massage table, enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman. Little Lu, Sun Ming called from the massage table. Upon hearing his name, Lu felt annoyed and was reluctant to respond. But given the task at hand, he had to entertain this esteemed gentleman. How have you been lately? How is everything? Lu thought to himself. What is he really asking? Thanks to Mr. Sun, I've been doing quite well. Lu leaned back, resting his chin on his hand and crossing his legs. That's good to hear, dada. I truly envy you. Envy? What is this old bastard talking about? I should be the one envying you. What is there for me to envy? Sun Ming chuckled softly. You see, you just don't get it. Lu furrowed his brow. You might think I'm wealthy, but in reality, we are all working for someone else, having to play the subordinate every day. Money isn't that easy to earn. Oh, you think I just sit in the office directing people all day? It is not that simple. Though I may appear to be a master in others' eyes, in front of our chairman, I'm just a subordinate. When they say go east, I can't dare to go west, and vice versa. When the chairman speaks, I can only nod. There is no possibility of shaking my head. Oh, you think that is not tough? Oh, my dear Mr. Sun, you're calling it tough? What should we humble commoners do? Lu scoffed. We toil for a lifetime and might not even earn as much as you do in a single day. What kind of life do you lead? That is the standard of nobility. Even ancient emperors lived no differently. And you're still not satisfied? Lu rolled his eyes. Sun Ming relished Lu's words that he had plenty of money now, but what he lacked was respect and a mark of superiority. He enjoyed hearing others speak of his grandeur. Sun Ming chuckled, patting the beautiful woman's waist, causing her to let out a soft gasp. He felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Your mouth is so sweet. I expect a thorough tasting later. The beauty lightly traced her fingers down his back, teasingly saying, Mr. Sun, I'm sweet not just in words. Sun Ming's excitement was about to burst forth, but Lulu timely extinguished the flames. Mr. Sun, has something happened recently? You seemed preoccupied when you arrived. Lulu asked casually. The beauty was displeased with Lulu interrupting her flirtation with Sun Ming, but remained silent, fearing Lulu's favored status. Sun Ming, realizing Lulu was still present, forcibly suppressed his desire, sighing and raising his hand. The beauty quickly grasped his hand, guiding him up. After sitting up, Sun Ming waved, Sweetheart, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with little Lu privately, Mr. Sun, the beauty whined. Sun Ming chuckled, Step outside first. There will be a reward later. Sun Ming's rewards were substantial, often luxury watches or handbags. The beauty, though thrilled, feigned reluctance as she exited. Now, only Sun Ming and Lu remained in the private room. Sun Ming stood and sat in a chair beside the massage table, crossing his legs and reaching for a cigar on the coffee table. Lighting it up, after taking a puff, he finally spoke, Don't even mention it. My subordinates have messed up recently, causing me a great deal of trouble that I'm extremely vexed. The trouble you've caused, Mr. Sun seems indeed significant. Yes, considerable, I would say. Care to elaborate? Perhaps I can assist. Sun Ming paused for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. No one can help me with this, but little Lu. I truly appreciate your concern. Lu smirked inwardly, thinking, I will make you feel gratitude to the core. However, he maintained a mild smile that by the way, you asked me last time how the superpower electromagnetic wave was invented. So, are you genuinely interested? Curious, are you finally going to tell me today? Lu perked up. Last time, it seems Sun Ming had refused to share. Sun Ming chuckled. It's my fault. I should have shared last time. Everyone seems to be captivated by the extraordinary capability of electromagnetic waves, and I can certainly empathize with your sentiments. However, this information is indeed classified as a trade secret. That said, considering our relationship, if you are genuinely interested, I could arrange a visit to my company another day to satiate your curiosity. My goodness, what is happening today? Lu felt momentarily bewildered. What's wrong? Have you lost interest already? Lu quickly responded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. I am truly honored by your trust, and I must admit it has left me a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Sun let out a hearty laugh, playfully pointing at Lu. Oh, Lu rose and approached Sun Ming, whispering closely. Recently, I have made the acquaintance of several new students. Upon hearing this, Sun Ming's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as if he could fill a basin with drool. Observing Sun Ming's expression, Lu felt a spark of pride, thinking to herself, is there anything Lu cannot accomplish? Chapter 78. A tense dinner at Chen Ziming's home in the residence of Chen Ziming. Zhang Yinping had engaged a professional chef who was busily working away in the kitchen. The cleaner she had hired had already rendered the house spotless. After completing her inspection of the kitchen, she entered the living room and inquired of Chen Ziming, who was seated on the sofa. Where is your teacher? Very well. I shall prepare to summon your father. The chef is ready, and once your teacher arrives, we can commence serving the dishes. Chen Ziming pursed his lips, remaining silent. The previous night, Zhang Yinping had hastily prepared dinner for Chen Xiong. During the meal, the family sat around the table, with Chen Xiong engrossed in his own food, while Chen Ziming kept his head down, concentrating on his meal as well. Zhang Yinping glanced between her son and husband, unsure how to broach the subject of inviting Chen Ziming's teacher to dinner. The atmosphere was somewhat strained, as if they were embroiled in some deep-seated feud. Despite being family, observing Chen Xiong's expression, she noted that his furrowed brow seemed less severe than usual, indicating that while his mood was not particularly cheerful, it was certainly not as dire as before, especially since he had refrained from reprimanding Chen Ziming. Zhang Yinping cautiously ventured, Xiong, how do you find tonight's meal? Is it to your liking? Chen Ziming immediately tensed. Chen Xiong took a bite of his food and replied flatly, it's fine. Zhang Yinping breathed a silent sigh of relief. She continued, By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Xiong cast a glance at Zhang Yinping. Speak, that it is that. Chen Ziming has encountered a predicament. Yet, Chen Xiong continued to eat, as if he had not heard her. After a moment, he glanced at Zhang Yinping with impatience, saying, "Will you just say it already?" "Ah, I was just about to say I didn't know if you had heard or not." So, I hesitated to continue. That is, Chen Ziming has been kidnapped. Chen Xiong's hand, which was picking up food, paused momentarily. Chen Ziming swallowed hard and furtively glanced at his father. Zhang Yinping's heart raced. Looking back at Chen Xiong, he slowly placed a piece of food in his bowl, hesitating once more before finally consuming it. After chewing, Chen Xiong asked, "Who did this?" "Ah, we're still unclear, but we have already reported it to the police, and they're currently investigating. They promise to find the culprits as soon as possible." Chen Xiong let out a light chuckle. Promises. The police also advised that Chen Ziming should refrain from going out and stay home as much as possible for safety, that I was thinking of hiring a few bodyguards for him. "What do you think? Which police station?" Zhang Yinping was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped Chen Xiong's intent and quickly reported the full name of the precinct where Chen Ziming had filed the report. Chen Xiong fell silent upon hearing this. Xiong, there is one more thing. Can't you just say it all at once?" Chen Xiong's tone began to grow stern. Chen Ziming dreaded such a tone from his father, as it often heralded an outburst directed at his mother, whether through verbal tirades or the destruction of furniture, or scathing remarks aimed at him. His heart sank. Zhang Yinping, feeling increasingly anxious, stammered, "Yes, I'm sorry. Based on past experiences, I know that the more vague I am, the angrier you become. The angrier you get, the more nervous I feel." The thought of her current demeanor filled Zhang Yinping with fear. She worried that Chen Xiong might flip the table and unleash his fury upon her. She bowed her head, struggling to articulate what she had intended to say, but found herself at a loss. Chen Ziming was all too familiar with his father's temperament. At moments like this, his father would typically roar at his mother, deriding her as someone incapable of articulating her thoughts clearly. Chen Ziming's anxiety escalated. However, to his surprise, Chen Xiong did not erupt in anger. Instead, he spoke in a calm yet firm tone. "Enough, just say it." This unexpected response left both Zhang Yinping and Chen Ziming astonished. Zhang Yinping found herself momentarily speechless. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Chen Xiong glanced at Zhang Yinping and barked, "Speak." Therefore, I wish to invite Chen Ziming's teacher to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance in our son's situation. After all, showing appreciation is a time-honored virtue passed down through generations. Chen Xiong scooped a spoonful of soup and consumed it. After the warm liquid settled in his stomach, he slowly stated, "Go ahead and invite them." Zhang Yinping, wearing a smile, replied, "Xiong, as the head of the family, I would like you to meet this teacher." Chen Xiong blinked, remaining silent, as though pondering something. After a few seconds, he gave a slight nod, indicating his agreement. Zhang Yinping's anxious heart finally eased, and she smiled as she served Chen Xiong some food. After dinner, Zhang Yinping began clearing the table, with Chen Ziming assisting her. "Hey, Chen Ziming, it had been a long time since Chen Xiong had addressed his son by his full name." He rose and walked towards the door, gesturing for Chen Ziming to follow him. Chen Ziming, unsure of his father's intentions, felt a wave of apprehension but dared not defy him, trailing behind. The father and son made their way to the living room. With Chen Xiong occupying the center of the sofa, leaning back against the cushion, he motioned for Chen Ziming to sit in one corner of the sofa. After taking his seat, Chen Ziming recalled the last time his father had torn up his sports award, and their positions in the room mirrored that previous encounter. Scenes of Chen Xiong's furious outbursts flashed through Chen Ziming's mind. "Speak," Chen Xiong stated flatly. "Speak?" Chen Ziming was puzzled by what his father expected him to discuss. He curiously asked, "Discuss what?" "Kidnapping." Chen Ziming fell silent for a moment before responding. "This morning, 3 individuals dressed in black suits abducted me and placed me in a van, rendering me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital. Nothing else occurred." Chen Ziming nodded. "This is truly bizarre. Who would kidnap Chen Xiong's son, if not for ransom? Did you offend someone?" Chen Ziming shook his head. "Then why only you? Why not anyone else? Are you scared?" Chen Ziming bit his lip, his breath quickening. He clenched his fists tightly, furrowing his brow, and shook his head. Chen Ziming was baffled by his father's laughter. How could he find humor in such a situation? Chen Ziming felt a deepening sense of disappointment toward his father. Why are you laughing? Chen Ziming dared not meet Chen Xiong's gaze and instead cast his eyes downward. Coldly inquiring, clearly taken aback by his son's audacity, Chen Xiong hesitated momentarily. Zhang Yinping, who had just finished washing the dishes, entered with juice and milk, her eyes widening in shock as she witnessed Chen Ziming confronting his father. Zhang Yinping hurriedly placed the tray on the coffee table and moved to Chen Ziming's side, gently placing her hand on his shoulder while cautiously addressing Chen Xiong. Xiong, Chen Ziming was just kidnapped, and he is still in a state of shock. Please do not lose your temper. Chen Ziming shrugged off his mother's arm, lifting his head slightly to face Chen Xiong, repeating his inquiry. His lips trembled. Zhang Yinping rushed to soothe her husband's temper and urged Chen Ziming to apologize. Chen Ziming stood his ground, staring intently at Chen Xiong's face, his fragile resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Xiong, meeting Chen Ziming's gaze, seemed to emit a fiery intensity from his pupils. His diminutive, frail stature filled the room with an ominous aura. Zhang Yinping was rendered speechless. Chen Ziming felt an unexpected surge of panic. Chen Xiong raised the juice glass, draining it entirely before setting it down. He stood up and casually remarked to Zhang Yinping, "Let us invite the teacher over for a visit." With that, he exited the living room and ascended the stairs. Both Chen Ziming and Zhang Yinping sensed a flicker of joy in Chen Xiong's expression, leaving Zhang Yinping bewildered as to why he would feel such a way. Chen Ziming, however, was even more perplexed, his heart racing. The mother and son sat silently on the sofa, the room steeped in an uneasy stillness. Chen Ziming gradually reclined on the sofa, as if awaiting Wu Gu's arrival. Still astonished by his father's earlier behavior, ding-dong, the doorbell rang, breaking Chen Ziming's reverie. Regaining his composure, he hurried to answer the door. Chapter 79. Breaking free from entanglement at midday, two young men sat in the dining area on the third floor of a shopping mall. One was portly and unkempt, exuding a somewhat bumbling aura. The other was clad in tight jeans and a jacket, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle that suggested a dubious character. The two were engaged in a simple lunch of stir-fried dishes. The vast places are now beyond our reach. We are left with only these small locales. The young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle spoke while munching, his legs crossed casually. Chang Feng lowered his head, focusing solely on his food, ignoring him. "Don't you think it's time to explore a new approach? Your old tricks have lost their efficacy. Every arcade has blacklisted us," he continued. "Apart from this, I possess no other skills. If I cannot engage in this, then I shall simply refrain," Chang Feng replied coolly. The youth raised an eyebrow at Chang Feng, letting out a cold chuckle. He picked up a piece of food, chewing it with his mouth full, and before he had swallowed, he spoke again, his words muffled. "I advise you to be more compliant and drop the pretense, or you know where you might end up, at the police station. I, for one, am indifferent. A few more years inside 1T faze me. I'm accustomed to it. If you wish to avoid that fate, then you must heed my words. Understand?" With each word, the youth's tone grew increasingly menacing. Chang Feng feared this very scenario. Ever since this individual caught him cheating at the slot machines, he had been coerced into accompanying him, winning money at various arcades. Initially, they frequented large establishments, but after being discovered several times, it seemed as though everyone had conspired to collectively blacklist them. Chang Feng had hoped to free himself from his predicament, but alas, this person would not relent, dragging him to obscure, smaller arcades, always changing locations. Today they found themselves in a sparsely populated mall, ready to strike it rich once more before departing. However, the number of arcades they had yet to visit in this city was dwindling, and soon they would have to seek opportunities in other cities. Chang Feng felt utterly powerless against this threat. He dared not confide in Wang Yuqi, fearing she would discover his gambling activities. Yet, remaining silent meant enduring continual extortion, which was equally untenable. Chang Feng found himself in a quandary. At this moment, the youth pressed him with his usual brazen tactics, igniting a mix of anger and helplessness within Chang Feng. That he set down his chopsticks and stared at the table, contemplating a rebuttal. The youth, seemingly aware of Chang Feng's thoughts, pointed his chopsticks at him and said, "Little fatty, don't think you're at a disadvantage here. Tell me, if you were to go solo and got caught just once, it would be over for you. With me around, I can help you constantly find new venues, granting you endless opportunities to win. You should be grateful to me, not resentful, but I do not require your assistance. I can abstain from this, Chang Feng retorted. The youth chuckled. Abstain? Do you take me for a fool? Gambling is not something you can simply quit at will. Mark my words, you will only sink deeper. However, our little venture is a guaranteed profit, for you possess the skills to win. Thus for you, it is not gambling but rather a means to reap rewards that I have no desire for wealth. Money holds no significance for me. The youth paused, taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Chang Feng frowned. What is so amusing? The youth gradually contained his mirth, retorting, that is the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard. You don't care about money. If you claim to be human, then you inherently care. If you assert you are indifferent to wealth, there is but one possibility. You are not human. Chang Feng opened his mouth to counter, but suddenly realized the futility of his words. Hastily silencing himself, the youth glanced at him, chuckling lightly. Not so extreme. My friend, Tio, prove your moral superiority. You're willing to forsake your humanity altogether. Chang Feng pressed his lips together and asked sternly, when will you finally let me go? The youth squinted, scrutinizing Chang Feng, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gaze. Chang Feng swallowed hard. The youth laughed silently, prompting Chang Feng's confusion. Don't be so tense. Do you think I want to shadow you indefinitely? I have no such inclination. Rest assured, we will part ways soon. When that time comes, you can do as you please and reclaim your life. Chang Feng's heart leaped at this, really? Of course, would I dare to deceive you? So when will you release me? The youth shook his head, taking a bite of food and chewing it thoroughly before responding. It is simple to let you go. After today, accompany me for one final big score, and I shall set you free at a big score. Indeed. What do you mean by that? First, let us complete today's endeavor, and then we shall discuss the next steps. We are an organized, well-planned team. You must tell me now. I need to know. Chang Feng raised his voice. The dining area housed only 3 or 4 tables of patrons. Yet there were around 50 tables in total, leaving the hall feeling quite vacant. Chang Feng's outburst echoed through the space, drawing puzzled and disapproving glances from the diners, noticing the youth's apprehension about the rising volume. Chang Feng felt emboldened. The youth sneered. You dare threaten me? You better think twice. Chang Feng bit his lip, remaining silent, his head bowed in determination. Observing Chang Feng's demeanor, the youth chuckled. Look at you, too worked up. One must remain composed. Why get so flustered? I see it merely a small matter of wanting to know when I'll release you. I intend to pull off another big score, but it's not here. It's in Xijing City, just a few dozen kilometers away. If you agree to join me in Xijing City for one last job at a renowned arcade in a commercial center, I shall cease my pursuit of you. Leaving City. Chang Feng found the idea daunting, unsure how to explain it to his companions, especially Wang Kanmu. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. However, after some contemplation, he realized that enduring this torment indefinitely was far worse than resolving the issue swiftly. With this thought in mind, Chang Feng understood he must acquiesce. After a brief silence, he responded, Are you certain you will release me? Just one more job? Absolutely. I always keep my word. After a moment of reflection, Chang Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. The youth's face broke into a broad smile as he rose, patting Chang Feng on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Now, let us get today's work done. Since last night, when Sun Ming promised Lulu to show him around the super energy communications company, Lulu had been gleefully lost in his own world. He had arranged a midday rendezvous with several women at a hotel. Indulging in their company, just as he was getting cozy, he received a WeChat message. Lulu incredulously approached the window, drawing back the curtain to look down, and indeed spotted Sun Feifei standing outside the hotel. He found himself in a rare predicament. Wasn't he caught red-handed? Lulu glanced at the WeChat message again. Come out. I'm waiting by the hotel entrance. Lulu was a seasoned warrior in the realm of romance, undeterred by flowers. Yet here he was, unexpectedly caught in a compromising situation with 2 women, just as his girlfriend, who was in the midst of a budding romance, happened to see him. In truth, Lulu had little concept of girlfriends or moral constraints. Women were merely entities to satisfy his physical and emotional needs. However, he had developed a genuine fondness for Sun Feifei, which led him to devote more time to her than he typically would. For Lulu, spending extended time with a woman was the greatest sacrifice he could make. Yet this woman was insatiable, demanding to control his interactions with others, which he deemed excessive. Nevertheless, Lulu was not foolish enough to voice his true feelings. He quickly began to brainstorm how to explain his actions. After contemplating for a moment without any clear ideas, he resolved to go downstairs to face her. If he could resolve the situation, he would. If not, he would simply abandon Sun Feifei. Women were not worth such effort. He had no shortage of women, especially attractive ones. With this thought in mind, Lulu flirted with the two women he had brought for a moment longer before reluctantly leaving them, asking them to wait briefly while he went downstairs. As he reached the hotel entrance, he found Sun Feifei standing there, her demeanor cold. Lulu approached with a smile, waving as he drew closer. "What is the matter, my little beauty? Why did you call me down? Who are the two women you just went in with?" "Ah, those two. They're just my clients. I brought them here to help them secure a room," he replied casually. "Clients? What do you do? What do I do?" Lulu's mind raced to concoct a plausible profession. After a moment's thought, he fabricated a story about being a musician, their friends visiting from out of town, and fellow music enthusiasts. This is their first time here, so I helped them find accommodation. That I was just introducing them to my place, since we've been discussing music online for ages, and this was our first meeting. Sun Feifei frowned, skeptical. "If you don't believe me, I can take you upstairs to meet them right now." Lulu feigned irritation. This tactic had always been effective with women. Sun Feifei hesitated. Lulu, upon observing the situation, realized that Sun Feifei had already taken the bait. He continued to urge her to accompany him upstairs, making it increasingly difficult for her to verify the facts. "Very well. I shall trust you this once." Lulu's expression was grave, yet his heart was brimming with delight. As they spoke, he wrapped his arm around Sun Feifei's waist and softly whispered in her ear, "Darling, you must believe in me." In an instant, Sun Feifei's hardened heart began to melt away. Chapter 80. The first encounter with Chen Xiong within the villa of Chen Ziming. Wu Ge sat on the sofa alongside Chen Ziming, while Zhang Yinping engaged in friendly banter with Wu Ge. The coffee table was adorned with an array of fruits and beverages. With enthusiasm, Zhang Yinping offered Wu Ge an apple, which he accepted gratefully. Taking a bite as he expressed his thanks, Zhang Yinping suggested that Chen Ziming keep Wu Ge company while she ascended the stairs to inform her husband to come down and greet them. "It's quite all right. There's no need to disturb Mr. Chen Xiong." "Not at all. Not at all, that we simply cannot disturb Mr. Chen Xiong, my son. Ah Xiong is eager to meet the esteemed Wu teacher who saved Chen Ziming. He insists on expressing his gratitude to you in person." Wu teacher. Chen Ziming was aware that his mother was not being truthful, and though he felt somewhat embarrassed, he did not wish to expose her. Wu Ge continued to politely insist that they not disturb Mr. Chen Xiong. Zhang Yinping, with a smile, exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking her leave. The living room was left with only Chen Ziming and Wu Ge. The teacher and student occupied a side sofa and the middle sofa respectively. While Zhang Yinping had been present, both had maintained a level of restraint. Now that she had departed, they felt at ease. The two of them conversed as if on a pilgrimage, feeling remarkably relaxed. Chen Ziming gazed at Wu Ge, who returned the gaze. After a few seconds, they both broke into laughter to Wu teacher. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Ziming asked shyly. "I noticed you were smiling, and I thought it would be impolite not to join in." Wu Ge replied with a playful jest. Chen Ziming revealed a shy grin, displaying a row of pearly white teeth. "Your home is truly magnificent," Wu Ge remarked, observing the high crystal chandelier and the expansive walls. The pristine marble floor glimmered under the soft, warm light cast by the chandelier. Wu Ge had long since grown accustomed to Chen Ziming's demeanor and manner of speaking. He stood to survey his surroundings. The entire living room, from the sofa to the coffee table, the television cabinet, and even the wall paneling, was crafted from deep red hardwood. The luster and texture of the wood left Wu Ge in awe. Approaching the wooden doorframe leading to the corridor, he examined the intricate carvings above in his eyes. Both the craftsmanship and the quality of the wood rendered this doorframe exceptionally valuable, though he should have had no knowledge of such wooden furnishings and carving techniques. His fascination with wood sculpture had drawn his attention to these matters since his arrival in S City. Including the prices of various woods, the Wuge knew that the value of this singular wooden doorframe alone exceeded several $100,000. If the craftsmanship were the work of a renowned master, the price would be virtually incalculable. Given his understanding of local wage levels, Wuge surmised that the chairman of the super energy company was indeed extraordinary. Possessing remarkable financial resources to spend such a substantial sum on a mere doorframe. Wu teacher, are you admiring the patterns above? Chen Ziming inquired, having approached from behind. The craftsmanship is truly exquisite, Wuge responded. Turning to ask, Ziming, does your father have an interest in wood carving? Chen Ziming shook his head. I have never seen him carve wood. He simply enjoys collecting. He possesses numerous calligraphy and painting pieces, as well as various artworks that I see, Wuge replied. This doorframe also part of the collection? Wuge smiled. This doorframe is but a fraction of the treasures here. Chen Ziming appeared momentarily stunned. Wu Ji's gaze drifted from the doorframe to other decorations before arriving at the television cabinet. There he spotted a round wooden sculpture depicting a pair of cranes in harmony, which momentarily captivated him. After a brief observation, Wuge marveled, the composition and craftsmanship. This piece is undoubtedly extraordinary. Suddenly, applause rang out. From the staircase on one side of the corridor, a slender middle-aged man dressed in a suit and gold-framed glasses descended with measured steps. His high cheekbones and apparent dark circles under his eyes did little to diminish the aura of vitality and distinction he exuded. It was Chen Xiong. Wuge instinctively thought that sculpture of the cranes was purchased for 53 million. Chen Xiong stated matter-of-factly. The price left Chen Ziming astonished. He had always known his family was wealthy, but he had never imagined that such a simple ornament could fetch tens of millions. Unconcerned about financial matters due to his comfortable life, he nonetheless understood that 50 million was no trifling sum. For Wuge, however, money held little significance. Whether it was millions or billions, it was inconsequential in this city. He had no acquaintance with Lu Pingguang, yet he could only admire the astonishing craftsmanship of the piece. In his understanding, such a price was indeed substantial and a remarkable work, Wuge remarked, with a clever composition and exquisite, smooth craftsmanship, imbued with exceptional spirit. Chen Xiong felt a slight surprise. In his estimation, this ordinary physical education teacher should not maintain such a calm demeanor upon learning that a mere trinket in his home was worth millions. In his experience, most people acted either timid or angry in the presence of the powerful. Both reactions he could comprehend. Yet Wuge appeared as though he were admiring a piece from market stall, his expression betraying no tumult. Either this person hails from wealth, or he possesses profound depth of character, skilled in subterfuge. It seems Wu teacher has remarkable insights into art. Chen Xiong mused, you're too kind. Chen Xiong replied with a slight smile. He descended onto the polished marble floor, passing through the doorframe between the corridor and the living room, and approached the sofa, standing face-to-face with Wuge. They were separated by a distance of less than 2 meters. Chen Ziming stood anxiously beside Wuge, while Zhang Yinping stood slightly behind Chen Xiong, wearing a gracious smile. Wuge regarded Chen Xiong, who met his gaze with an imposing demeanor. In that moment, Chen Xiong felt that the individual before him was not merely a lowly physical education teacher, but rather a sage who had transcended worldly concerns. Conversely, Wuge perceived the seemingly frail and diminutive middle-aged man as towering in stature. Wu teacher, please take a seat, Chen Xiong suddenly said, turning to sit in the central position on the sofa. He picked up a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke leisurely. Zhang Yinping and Chen Ziming settled into the corner on the opposite side of the sofa, mother and son sitting side by side. Wuge was invited by Zhang Yinping to sit beside Chen Xiong. Wu teacher. Chen Xiong offered a cigarette. Wuge waved his hand. I appreciate it, Mr. Chen Xiong, but I do not smoke. Wuge understood the implication and hesitated, contemplating whether to accept. Zhang Yinping and Chen Ziming observed Chen Xiong's awkwardness toward Wuge, with Zhang Yinping feeling somewhat anxious and Chen Ziming experiencing a surge of anger. The cigarette lingered in the air for nearly 10 seconds. Without a word from Chen Xiong, his expression unchanged and calm, simply gazing at Wuge. Ultimately, Wuge accepted it, pinching the cigarette between his fingers. Chen Xiong pushed a lighter from the coffee table toward Wu Ge. Without hesitation, Wu Ge took the cigarette into his mouth and lit it with the lighter. After inhaling deeply, he exhaled the smoke slowly. Chen Xiong smiled with satisfaction, taking another puff before extinguishing the remaining 2/3 of the cigarette in the ashtray. Wu Ge followed suit, extinguishing his own cigarette in the ashtray. Wu teacher, Chen Xiong began slowly. Yes, I have heard that you saved my son's life. By chance, I happened to pass by and took Ziming to the hospital. By chance, you say? How did you gain entry into my son's apartment? How did you evade those kidnappers? Zhang Yinping felt her husband was being somewhat excessive, yet she dared not speak harshly, merely offering a quiet reminder. Chen Ziming felt even more that his father was being unreasonable. Having just put Wu Ge in an uncomfortable position, he now questioned Wu Ji's motives. He felt a pang of guilt for the distress their invitation might have caused Wu Ge. He wished to speak up on Wu Ji's behalf, but in the face of his father's authority, he found himself at a loss for words. Furrowing his brow, he felt anxious for Wu Ge. Wu Ge maintained his composure, explaining, I saw 3 men in black suits carrying Ziming upstairs. Concerned for his safety, I followed them. Once they left, I confirmed that Ziming was inside the apartment, and then I pried open the door. I found Ziming unconscious and took him to the hospital. It seems Wu teacher possesses remarkable skills. The ability to follow discreetly and to pick locks is quite extraordinary, Chen Xiong remarked with a slight smile. The corners of his eyes crinkling. That is too much, Zhang Yinping interjected, her indignation palpable, though she could only seethe in silence. Chen Ziming clutched his thigh tightly, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Wu Ge glanced at the ashtray on the coffee table, then said, It appears that not only do I have potential as a physical education teacher, but I may also possess talents as a spy. Thank you, Mr. Chen Xiong, for helping me discover my career path. Chen Xiong squinted at Wu Ge for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Just a small jest. Wu teacher, please do not take offense. Although Chen Xiong verbally expressed his apologies, his countenance betrayed no hint of remorse. Rather, it bore an air of indifference, as if to say, what can you do about it? Leaning back against the sofa, Chen Xiong crossed his legs, pointed a finger at Wu Ge, and remarked, as teachers, what is your annual income? Xiong, SNT that a bit excessive. Zhang Yinping could no longer contain her frustration. Chen Xiong shot a glare at his wife, prompting her to purse her lips and fall silent. I have only recently commenced my position and have yet to receive a full year's salary. However, according to my contract, my annual income is set at 150,000 yuan. Including bonuses, it should not exceed 200,000 yuan. Have you considered changing jobs? Wu Ge shook his head that I can offer you a position with a 10-fold salary increase. Chen Xiong tilted his head slightly, a somewhat frivolous expression crossing his face. Chapter 81. Expelled from the Wu family, Zhang Yinping could not discern whether her husband's statement was serious or merely a jest. If it were true, offering Wu Laoshi a job with a salary increase, she found the idea acceptable. However, a 10-fold increase would amount to an annual salary of 1 to 2 million yuan. While this might not be an extraordinary sum for their family, it was indeed considerable for an average individual. Zhang Yinping felt that merely doubling Wu Ji's salary would suffice. Yet, since her husband had already spoken, it was a matter of his word, unalterable. She suddenly felt that if this were the case, she could accept her husband's attitude towards Wu Ge. After all, enduring a moment of humiliation for such a substantial salary increase. How could one pass up such an opportunity? However, the magnitude of the salary increase. Never mind, it's not a son's life worth 1 to 2 million yuan a year. With this thought, Zhang Yinping found herself reconciling with the situation. She quietly aligned herself with her husband's stance, experiencing a shift in her attitude towards Wu Ge. Chen Ziming, still young and unacquainted with the hardships of life, and having been raised in a well-off family, believed that one should never bow to money. He held steadfastly to his choices, pursuing what he truly loved. If anyone ever asked him to perform an undesirable task for a large sum of money, he would categorically refuse. He felt that his father was humiliating teacher Wu Ge and hoped that Wu Ge would not compromise his principles for monetary gain. For an ordinary school teacher, such a salary increase was astronomical that a lifetime of work might not even yield an annual income of 500,000 yuan, let alone 2 million, that only those who were genuinely wealthy or possessed a certain level of spiritual elevation would consider such a position. Yet, Who among the affluent would choose to be an ordinary physical education teacher? And which physical education teacher would possess that level of spiritual enlightenment? In Chen Xiong's mind, Wu Ge must be overjoyed. The reason for his silence was likely the need to temper his excitement. He understood the plight of those at the bottom, for he had clawed his way up from such depths. Enduring humiliation and disdain, he knew how deeply a person of a certain age craved wealth that Wu Ge, being a rational individual, would undoubtedly not refuse such a generous offer. Indeed, it was a gift, not mere repayment. Chen Xiong was convinced that Wu Ge would acquiesce, while Zhang Yinping felt the proposed compensation was excessive but acceptable for the sake of their son contrast. Chen Ziming hoped that Wu Ge would decline. Yet if he chose otherwise, he would strive to understand Wu Ji's decision. As for Wu Ge, he was taken aback by Chen Xiong's remarks. It dawned on him that Chen Xiong treated him as someone to whom he could bestow favors. Wu Ge inwardly lamented. They had not even begun discussing the matter at hand, and he was already being looked down upon. How could they possibly navigate the ensuing conversation? Wu Ge lowered his head slightly, observing the texture of the leather sofa before raising it to meet Chen Xiong's gaze. He then turned to glance at Chen Ziming and Chen's mother. The warmth in her demeanor seemed to have waned. Wu Ge offered a gentle smile. I understand that Mr. Chen Xiong is a man of considerable wealth. After this meeting, I have come to appreciate why Mr. Chen has ascended to such heights in the business realm. Truly, the demeanor of successful individuals is unparalleled. Are you trying to flatter me? Chen Xiong furrowed his brow. However, Wu Ge swiftly changed his tone to, I am but a humble individual. The favors you bestow upon me are beyond what I can bear. If you would be willing to share your insights on wood carving, I would. Before Wu Ge could finish, Chen Xiong interrupted. Teacher Wu Ge, there is no need for such formalities that I am a person who values straightforwardness, and I detest unnecessary pleasantries. Moreover, I honor my word. There are absolutely no hidden conditions. That Wu Ge waved his hand dismissively. What I share with you is sincere. Chen Xiong immediately squinted, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Wu Ge. Teacher Wu Ge, if you refuse my offer, then I insist you leave this place at once. Chen Xiong's expression hardened as he pointed toward the door. Upon hearing Wu Ji's polite refusal, Chen Ziming felt a surge of admiration for him, secretly rejoicing in Wu Ji's defiance against his father. Yet he did not anticipate his father's swift change in demeanor, leaving him momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to proceed. Concern for Wu Ge weighed heavily on him. After chastising Zhang Yinping, Chen Xiong turned back, his eyes wide and a haughty expression etched upon his angular face. In contrast, Wu Ge remained composed, resting his hands on his knees, his head slowly bowing to meet the tips of his fingers, his gaze fixed on the intricately carved plate depicting the harmonious coexistence of pine and crane on the coffee table. Carving is an art that demands immense mental fortitude. Too much force will distort the form, while too little will yield unsatisfactory results. Moreover, the sculptor's own skill and experience play a crucial role. Without sufficient knowledge, one cannot create substantial works. Forcing the issue may lead to an irreparable sense of defeat, perhaps causing lifelong scars. If a sculptor loses their spirit amid such turmoil, they will find themselves forever unable to rise, condemned to a life of disappointment and suffering. Having contemplated this, Wu Ge gradually straightened his posture, looked at Chen Xiong, and smiled. Mr. Chen Xiong, my refusal is not born of arrogance or disdain, but rather a means of self-preservation. I hope you can understand that Wu Ji's words served to illustrate his reasons for declining, while politely conveying that his rejection was not a slight against Chen Xiong's wealth nor a lack of respect. Chen Ziming, however, did not grasp Wu Ji's intent. He merely perceived his father's explosive anger towards Wu Ge as highly disrespectful, while admiring Wu Ji's ability to endure, believing him to occupy a moral high ground that rendered his father diminutive by comparison. Upon hearing Wu Ji's response, the stern expression on Chen Xiong's face gradually softened, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He reclined against the sofa, crossing his legs, arms spread wide as he leaned back. Slowly, he turned his gaze to Wu Ge and spoke in a measured tone. Teacher Wu Ge, you are too modest. You are no ordinary person. Wu Ge chuckled softly, remaining silent. Observing Chen Xiong's improved mood, Both Chen Ziming and Zhang Yinping breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wu, since you do not desire monetary compensation, discussing money further would be rather banal. If there are any other needs you have, please feel free to express them. I am more than willing to assist in any matter. Chen Xiong's tone had softened considerably, his demeanor shifting from one of superiority to one of near equality. Finally, they had reached this pivotal moment that Wu Gu had awaited Chen Xiong's words. His rapport with Chen Ziming had been cultivated for this day. Suppressing the fervor within him, Wu Gu took a long, slow breath, exhaling to calm his emotions that, Mr. Chen Xiong, recently I came across news regarding super energy communications planning to expand into other countries, establishing communication bases equipped with super energy electromagnetic waves, aspiring to bring their services to users worldwide. I hold great admiration for your grand vision. However, I often ponder, what exactly enables the conduction of super energy electromagnetic waves? How can electromagnetic energy ignite flames upon the skin or propel jets of water from one's fingers? I find it perplexing that it is a privilege to meet with you today. And if you could elucidate this mystery for me, I believe that acquiring knowledge is one of life's greatest joys. Chen Xiong's expression shifted slightly. He narrowed his eyes as he regarded Wu Gu. Teacher Wu Gu, he said coldly, the question you pose astonishes and terrifies me. You are a clever man. You must understand what I mean. Correct? Wu Gu pressed his lips together, nodding slightly. Suddenly, Chen Xiong sprang to his feet, maneuvering around the coffee table to stand between the television and the sofa. Facing Wu Gu, I have stated that no matter your request, I am capable of fulfilling it, that I am a man of my word. And should I fail to provide you with an explanation today, as you mentioned, I would lose all credibility and my future would be at stake. Therefore, listen closely. Wu Gu swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. The reason electromagnetic waves can enable the human body to produce natural elements is due to a unique liquid that only we possess. When this liquid is infused into communication devices, it can be transmitted through electromagnetic means, allowing the liquid to transform into elemental forms, generating flames or streams of water. Wu Gu hurriedly pressed on. Then, how did this liquid come about? Before he could finish, Teacher Chen Xiong interrupted, striding towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Xiong slowly opened the door, pointed outside, and coldly commanded Wu Gu, now, please leave my home. Chen Ziming immediately stood up and shouted in anger, how dare you treat my savior like this? On what grounds? Tears of fear rolled down the corners of Chen Ziming's eyes, ignoring Chen Ziming entirely. Chen Xiong raised his voice and bellowed, get out! Zhang Yinping was flustered, unsure whether to comfort her son, soothe Wu Gu, or dissuade her husband. In a state of panic, she kept muttering, what is happening? What is happening? Wu Gu slowly rose to his feet, silently walking towards the door. Chen Ziming stepped forward to block his path, his tearful eyes quivering as he choked out, Teacher Wu, please don't go. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within Wu Gu. Unprecedented in its intensity, he lowered his brow, gazing at Chen Ziming's sorrowful face. A wave of indescribable sadness twisting in his chest, he tightly shut his eyes, then slowly opened them again, patting Chen Ziming's shoulder gently as he whispered, thank you. With that, Wu Gu maneuvered around Chen Ziming and strode out of the gate of the Wu family home. Chen Ziming cried out in anguish and chased after him. Chapter 82. Crisis Prediction. Wu Gu hurriedly exited towards the villa district. Although this home visit had ended unpleasantly, he had acquired vital information. The origin of the superpower electromagnetic waves was indeed a type of solution. This could very well be the solvent they were seeking. However, this alone was insufficient to confirm whether it was truly the solvent. More information was required. What should he do next? How could he continue to approach Chen Xiong? After today's events, it was impossible to meet Chen Xiong again, let alone inquire about such confidential corporate matters. Chen Xiong would never divulge them now. Chen Xiong's fury stemmed from Wu Ji's inquiry into corporate secrets after he had made a promise. This was nothing short of taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Wu Gu felt he could understand Chen Xiong's reaction. Lost in thought about this matter, he failed to notice that Chen Ziming was swiftly pursuing him from behind. His walking speed was remarkably fast, surpassing that of an ordinary person. By the time Chen Ziming caught up, Wu Gu had already exited the villa district and reached the road to Wu. Teacher Wu, Chen Ziming called out. Panting, Chen Ziming reached Wu Ji's side, breathless as he stammered, "Teacher Wu, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Sorry? Wu Ge initially did not comprehend Chen Ziming's meaning, but soon realized it was due to Chen Xiong's behavior. Chen Ziming, filled with guilt, said, "Teacher Wu, my father's temper is rather peculiar. He behaves the same way towards us, often erupting in anger. I am very upset with how he treated you, and I sincerely apologize." "It's all right." Chen Xiong's outburst was understandable, as I did indeed overstep. Overstep? It's only because he lacks understanding of human emotions and is prone to rage. Wu Ge fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. "I was genuinely pleased to visit your home, and I appreciate your invitation." Chen Ziming was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "Teacher Wu, your words only make me more sorrowful." Just as Wu Ge was about to console Chen Ziming, he suddenly noticed the latter contorting in pain, clutching his head and bending over, groaning in distress. "Run! Run!" Chen Ziming gritted his teeth and shouted. "Run? Ziming, what's wrong?" Wu Ge inquired with concern. Car! Chen Ziming pointed in terror toward the side of the road. Wu Ge abruptly looked up and saw a black sedan speeding toward them. Showing no signs of slowing down, he quickly scooped Chen Ziming into his arms. In that moment, the car collided forcefully with Wu Ge, sending him flying. The sedan continued without decelerating, veering off the road and crashing into the villa district. Security guards screamed and scattered in panic. The car plummeted into a thicket, its front end buried in the earth. Leaves and flowers were scattered about, and the vehicle's bumper crumpled inward towards the driver's seat. As the dust settled, the guards hurriedly dialed the traffic police and emergency services, fearing an explosion. None daring to approach, merely spectating from a distance. That a few were tasked with searching for the bodies of the two individuals who had been thrown from the impact, resigned to the belief that survival was unlikely. The villa district was situated in a remote area, sparsely populated and densely vegetated. That Wu Ge lay, cradling Chen Ziming atop a tree's canopy. His clothes were tattered, the leather of his jacket hanging in shreds. A branch had pierced through his palm, blue liquid seeping from the back of his hand. That Wu Ge felt waves of dizziness wash over him. He groaned and struggled to move this motion. Chen Ziming nearly toppled from the treetop. Quick as a flash, Wu Ge caught him, causing the branches to sway slightly. Wu Ge positioned Chen Ziming among the intersecting branches, sat up, and surveyed his surroundings. Trees surrounded them, with grass beneath. The grass ended neatly, and not far away lay the road, with the villa district to its right. On the roadside, several security personnel in uniforms hurriedly walked along, heading who knew where. Following the direction of their movement, the road stretched onward, flanked by thickets. He felt a sharp pain in his hand, glancing down to find it had been pierced by a branch, enduring the pain. Wu Ge pulled the branch out, splattering blue liquid everywhere. Wu Ge grimaced inwardly. Realizing he would have to trouble Chung Feng again, he sensed that Chen Ziming possessed something extraordinary within him. This raised two troubling possibilities. Either Ziming had been harmed by Wang, Kanmu, or Lu, or he had discovered their base and perceived their intentions. However, both scenarios seemed avoidable with the right approach. Wu Ge pondered deeply. The guards conversed as they walked. Wu Ge listened intently, and oh luck finding anyone. "Perhaps we should call the police," one suggested. "Yes, we're not experts," another replied. "Indeed, let us search one more time before we call. Has the ambulance been summoned?" "Long ago. It should be arriving soon," came the response. As they continued their discussions, Wu Ge realized that the police would soon arrive, that if they discovered him, it would complicate his efforts to take Chen Ziming away. With this thought, Wu Ge hoisted the unconscious Chen Ziming onto his back and, at an almost imperceptible speed, dashed to the canopy of another tree, then leaped to the ground, fleeing the scene. Shortly after Wu Ji's departure, fire trucks and ambulances, sirens blaring, arrived at the scene, inside a low-rise building. In a conference room, Wang Yuqi, Chung Feng, and Wu Ge stood around a conference table, where the unconscious Chen Ziming lay. "Are you saying he possesses the ability to predict crises?" Wang Yuqi inquired. Wu Ge nodded. "He stated it himself, and I have witnessed it twice. He predicted the coming crises both times. Well, within the superpower solvent, there indeed exists a capacity for crisis prediction." "What do you mean?" "Just as you mentioned, Chen Xiong has a type of superpower liquid, and his son possesses the ability to foresee crises. Therefore, combining these two suggests a significant likelihood that Chen Xiong has the solvent, that we now need to extract a sample of Chen Ziming's blood to analyze its components and confirm whether he has been injected with the solvent. His long-term possession of that ability cannot merely be attributed to electromagnetic waves. Will this pose any harm to Chen Ziming? Wu Ji's tone reflected his concern for the boy. Wang Yuqi furrowed her brow. Wu Gu, since his wording was inappropriate, and quickly clarified, I am worried about Chen Xiong. I just left his home. If his son disappears with his abilities, he will undoubtedly track me down at that point. Our identities will be exposed, placing us in danger. Wang Yuqi contemplated for a moment before nodding. There will be no harm. We will only draw a small amount of blood. All right, understood. As Wu Gu turned to leave, Wang Yuqi suddenly stopped him. Let Cheng Feng treat your wound first. Wu Gu glanced at his injured hand, gratefully thanking Wang Yuqi. He and Cheng Feng proceeded to the living room. Captain Wu, that must hurt, Cheng Feng remarked, observing Wu Ji's pierced palm with concern. A bit painful. I appreciate your help, Cheng Feng. Not a bother, not a bother. Cheng Feng winced at the sight of the gaping wound. After a brief treatment, Wu Ji's hand gradually healed. Captain Wu, your healing ability is truly remarkable. It's a result of the solvent injection. However, I would prefer to be like you. Cheng Feng looked puzzled. Like me? Yes, but... All right, Captain Wu, here after the solvent injection. You will possess extraordinary strength and speed. However, from that moment forth, you cease to be yourself, and instead become a soldier, a warrior, a killer of the Empire. You comprehend? Ahamir understands, for I shall remain eternally loyal to the Empire. Following this, a piercing cry of anguish echoed through the air. Chapter 83. The return of white water in the evening. Within the solitary ward of the hospital, a young man with a delicate visage lay upon the bed. An intravenous drip suspended above him. The Wu Gu stood vigil by Chen Ziming's side, awaiting the arrival of Chen Ziming's parents. Chen Ziming lay in a state of unconsciousness. Wu Gu had transported him to the nearest large hospital. After inquiring about the circumstances, the doctor conducted a series of examinations and insisted that Chen Ziming's family be notified. Wu Gu sent a WeChat message to Zhang Yanping, detailing the situation, to which he responded urgently via voice message, instructing Wu Gu to ensure that the best medications and doctors were provided, as she would arrive shortly. Once the examination results were revealed, the doctor determined that Chen Ziming was not in grave danger. His bones were intact, and his body had sustained no injuries. His unconscious state was likely due to a concussion, prompting them to administer glucose to provide the necessary energy for his recovery. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow through the window, illuminating the ward and gracing Chen Ziming's face. Wu Gu gazed absent-mindedly at Chen Ziming's sleeping countenance. Reaching into his pocket, Wu Gu discovered something within. Curiously, he retrieved it, only to find it was the note detailing Chen Ziming's depression recovery plan. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and Wu Gu hurriedly tucked the note into his clothing pocket. However, the pocket was shallow, and preoccupied with the newcomer at the doorway, Wu Gu failed to notice that the note was only half stowed. Entering was Zhang Yanping, accompanied by a nurse clad in a pale blue uniform. Zhang Yanping exchanged a brief nod with Wu Gu before approaching the bedside, leaning against the edge of the bed as she gazed upon her son's face. Ziming, tears streamed down her cheeks as her voice quivered. The nurse quickly interjected, "Auntie, your son is fine. He merely fainted and will awaken in due time. Please do not worry." Zhang Yanping weakly waved her hand, dismissing the nurse. Overcome with grief, she began to sob, calling out Chen Ziming's name, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen him, blaming fate for its unfairness to their family, and to Chen Ziming, who had endured so much suffering, having narrowly escaped death in high school. He then fell victim to a kidnapping and subsequently faced a car accident. The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became, her cries growing louder. Wu Gu, unable to bear her anguish, approached to offer some words of comfort. Ziming's mother, please do not be too distraught. Ziming has only fainted and will soon awaken. You mustn't let your sadness overwhelm you. Yet, Zhang Yanping remained unmoved. Wu Gu pondered for a moment before adding, if Ziming were to awaken and see you in such despair, it would not bode well for his recovery, would it? Hearing this, Zhang Yinping gradually silenced her sobs, her cries turning into quiet weeping. She retrieved a tissue to wipe her tears, her voice trembling as she said, "If anything were to happen to Ziming, my life would lose all meaning." That Wu Ge continued to console her, and after much effort, he finally managed to calm her agitated emotions. In that brief interlude, night had descended. The evening glow had faded without their notice, and darkness enveloped the room. That Wu Ge suggested that Zhang Yinping should have something to eat, but she declined, claiming a lack of appetite. Only after Wu Ji's persistent urging did she reluctantly stumble toward the door, and he intended to accompany her out. Just then, the doctor approached. Wu Ge and Zhang Yinping paused to listen as the doctor spoke to them about Chen Ziming's condition. Meanwhile, within the ward, Chen Ziming opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling-mounted for drip. He glanced at the needle embedded in the back of his hand. Slowly, he rose to his feet, unhooked the forebag, and held it in his hand before stepping down from the bed. Outside, the sound of the doctor's voice drifted in. On the street below, a small boy was running with something in his hands. Suddenly, he tripped over an unseen object and fell to the ground, sitting up and bursting into tears. That moment, a middle-aged man hurried over from behind the boy, lifting him into his arms and comforting him, stroking the boy's hair while the child clung tightly to the man's leg, resembling a father and son. Chen Ziming witnessed this scene from the window, and as his vision blurred, he began to see the gaunt face of his own father. He observed his father arguing vehemently with the doctor outside the ward, his face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, Chen Ziming lay weakly within, his head wrapped in bandages. His mother, much like today, was hunched over him. Weeping in deep sorrow, he then saw his father burst into the room, eyes reddened, declaring that the doctors at this hospital were incompetent and insisting on transferring him to a better facility that would surely cure him. The scene shifted, and Chen Ziming recalled his father's fury as he shoved his mother in the kitchen, tearing apart his athletic awards and belittling him as a worthless failure. Yes, these memories flooded his mind. Chen Ziming's eyes welled up with tears, mirroring the sorrow of his father from that fateful day. He quietly gazed out the window, silent tears streaming down his face. Darkness enveloped Chen Ziming's closed heart, as murky waters seeped into the depths of his once tranquil soul, eroding a small opening from which the white water began to trickle away. In that fleeting moment of turning away, he suddenly noticed a crumpled piece of paper on the floor. Curiosity piqued, he bent down to pick it up, examining it closely. It appeared to contain writing. Chen Ziming unfolded the paper, and as the contents revealed themselves, his pupils dilated, and his breathing quickened, but a sudden fear gripped him at the thought of facing Wu Ge, leaving him hesitant about whether to venture outside. Just then, the door swung open, and Wu Ge stood there. Chen Ziming, gazing at the entrance, saw Wu Ge's figure appear before him. The moment Wu Ge had just seen Zhang Yinping and the doctor leave, he too was momentarily taken aback. The two locked eyes for a full 5 seconds, neither uttering a word. Ultimately, it was Wu Ge who broke the silence. "Ziming, when did you awaken?" Chen Ziming pressed his lips together. "Mr. Wu, I just woke up a little while ago. I see. Have you had your dinner yet?" They fell into silence for a moment, but Wu suddenly noticed Chen Ziming was holding the forebag. Chen Ziming gently nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Wu Ge took the forebag from Chen Ziming's hand and hung it back on the stand. Feeling uncomfortable lying down, Chen Ziming propped his pillow against the headboard and sat up. "Mr. Wu?" "Yes." Wu Ge turned his attention to Chen Ziming. "Are you all right?" "Me?" Wu Ge abruptly recalled that he was also involved in the car accident. He thought for a moment and realized it would be rather odd to say he was fine. That he checked himself and, indeed, found no injuries. Even the puncture on his hand had healed completely. The damaged skin had been mended by Chang Feng, leaving no trace of injury. That he appeared unscathed, hardly resembling someone who had been struck by a vehicle. Reluctantly, Wu Ge pointed to his thigh. "I scraped it a bit. Applied some ointment, and it's nothing serious. That's good." Chen Ziming managed to smile. That Wu Ge suddenly recalled the doctor's inquiry regarding whether Chen Ziming had experienced fainting spells before. He couldn't help but ask, "Ziming, you mentioned you could predict when a crisis would occur, accompanied by headaches. Are the headaches severe?" "Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. Sometimes they last a long time, and other times they are brief. What is wrong?" "Mr. Wu?" Wu Ge shook his head. "It's nothing. The doctor asked me about this earlier, and I couldn't articulate it, so I thought I'd ask you that I see. They lapsed into silence once more. Wu suddenly inquired. Is that feeling very distressing? At times. It hurts so much that I wish I were dead. Chen Ziming replied, his expression somber. Wu contemplated delving deeper into the matter, but felt it might come off as overly intrusive. He fell into a pensive silence. Glucose dripped steadily into Chen Ziming's body as time passed slowly. Upon entering the room, Zhang Yinping hurriedly walked to Chen Ziming's side, enveloping him in her embrace. Her tears flowed uncontrollably once more. Chen Ziming was reminded of the small boy he had just seen outside. Cradled in his father's arms, he slowly closed his eyes, resting his head on his mother's shoulder. Observing this, Wu quietly exited the ward. Chapter 84. The Argument in the Office. Chen Xiong sat at his desk. Before him stood two middle-aged men. One was dressed in a formal attire of slacks and a shirt, while the other wore a duck-billed cap, casual clothing, and a long khaki overcoat. The Ping and Street Precinct, Chen Xiong stated flatly. The man in the overcoat nodded slightly. That is the precinct closest to the apartment. Understood that I am well aware of the efficiency of public servants, which is precisely why I sought you out. The man in the overcoat remained silent. The man in the shirt quickly interjected. Mr. Zhang Song is renowned in the detective world. There is no case he cannot solve. Chen Xiong smiled. I hope Mr. Zhang Song will not disappoint me. I want to. Chen Xiong nodded and waved his hand. The man in formal attire hastily grinned as he escorted Zhang Song away. Rubbing his hands together as he obsequiously inquired, Chairman, what do you think of this person? Not bad. Your efforts are appreciated, old Wang. Not at all. It is my honor, Wang Wan, to serve the chairman. Chen Xiong smirked, reclining in his office chair, signaling that he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Wang Wan, a seasoned veteran in the workplace, possessed the discernment to recognize this. Chairman, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your rest. Chen Xiong nodded in agreement. A.S. Wang, when turned to exit, just as he reached the door and was about to open it, Chen Xiong suddenly rose. Old Wang. Wang would immediately turn back to not disclose this matter to Sun Ming. The fewer who know, the better. You understand? I understand. I assure you, not even my wife will be informed. Chen Xiong exhaled a long breath, removing his glasses to rub his weary eyes. The meeting with Chen Ziming's teacher earlier that morning had genuinely startled him. An ordinary physical education teacher had instilled a sense of unease within him. He felt there was something suspicious about this teacher's presence. It was far from simple. This instinct stemmed from years of experience in dealing with people. First, he exhibited indifference towards all matters, including money and power, unlike others who sought to ingratiate themselves. Second, his excessive interest in superpower electromagnetic waves seemed rather peculiar. The eagerness in his inquiries about electromagnetic waves, coupled with his expectant gaze, was excessively abnormal. Who would disregard a 1 million annual salary to delve into a company's product? Chen Xiong had solidified his position through his exceptional ability to read people and make astute judgments. And he remained confident in his assessments, even if the current circumstances did not yet appear to correlate with his instincts. Since assuming this role, his wariness had only intensified to clarify his suspicions. He had even hired an expensive private investigator. One task was to uncover the reasons behind Chen Ziming's kidnapping and identify the kidnappers. The other was to ascertain Wu Ji's identity. Could he merely be an ordinary physical education teacher? Chen Xiong was not convinced that, in a week, 3 factories he had established overseas would officially commence operations. Once communications equipment began mass production, the superpower solution must follow suit. He wondered how things were progressing with Sun Ming. In this week's time, he hoped nothing would go awry. The streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow along the sparsely populated sidewalk. Wu walked alone beneath the streetlight, amidst the few passers-by. Now everything was clear. The solvent undoubtedly resided within the superpower company. Thus, the area protected by that massive gas must be where the solvent was stored. He recalled the first time he and Lulu arrived here, attempting to steal the solvent from the building, only to be thwarted by that strange gas, preventing their success. Had they forcibly entered at that time and stolen the solvent, would the subsequent events have unfolded differently? He would not have needed to meet with Chen Ziming, nor would he have had to exploit him. That a vision of pilgrims kneeling along the road filled Wu Ji's mind. their unwavering dedication to their faith leaving a lasting impression on him. Was it time to depart? Perhaps. Though he had only been here for a brief few months, Wu Ge felt as if he had lived a lifetime in this place. Minutes later, upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the lively scene in the living room. Wang Yuqi, Lu Lu, and Cheng Feng were all present. Lu Lu and Cheng Feng occupied the sofa, while Wang Yuqi stood before them. Engaged in conversation, Wu Ge quickly shut the door and approached them. Wang Yuqi gestured for him to sit. Wu Ge settled beside Lu Lu, with Cheng Feng on Lu Lu's other side. Speak quickly. Old lady, Lu Lu said, legs crossed. Now that it's confirmed the solvent is indeed within the superpower building. Oh dear, what a hassle. Wouldn't it be simpler to dress more securely and wear masks? What if it's corrosive? Lu Lu shrugged. Then we'll just have to accept our misfortune. Absolutely not. Wang Yuqi and Cheng Feng turned to Cheng Feng. The extraction and study of the gas composition will be your responsibility. Cheng Feng scratched the back of his head. But Commander Wang, I currently have no gas at all. Moreover, I can't even enter that room. Wang Yuqi glanced at Lu Lu. Lu Lu, last time I heard you say Sunming would take you to tour the interior of the superpower building. Yes, but you're not suggesting I take the opportunity to steal something, are you? What do you think? I, Lu Lu, am always above board. I would never engage in such petty theft. Wang Yuqi clapped her hands, surveying the trio. Then it's settled. Let us await Lu Lu's good news. Lu Lu quickly rose. Hey, when did I agree to this? Old lady, you're being quite unreasonable. Besides, I believe this approach is too troublesome, since we've already confirmed that S where the solvent is stored. Why not just charge and grab it and run? Why complicate matters? Do I need to repeat what I just said? Old lady, you're too timid. Your leadership puts us in a difficult position. Lu Lu's remark rendered the room instantly silent. Wang Yuqi's expression darkened. Wu Ge and Cheng Feng bit their lips, bowing their heads in silence. As a soldier, questioning one's superior's leadership during a mission was a fatal act. Wang Yuqi could even directly pronounce Lu Lu's death sentence. Lu Lu sensed his impropriety. Typically, he voiced his grievances, but never had he publicly questioned Wang Yuqi. Yet, true to his nature, he was unwilling to concede he was wrong, for he believed he had merely spoken the truth, expressing the sentiments Wu Ge dared not voice. What was his fault? Lu Lu felt a twinge of guilt, and his gaze toward Wang Yuqi lost its former ease, becoming somewhat evasive. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Wu Ge bit his lower lip. Casting a glance at Lu Lu. Though Lu Lu had a sharp tongue, he was not ill-natured. Deep down, he hoped Lu Lu would not face repercussions. Commander Wang, Wu Ge stood up. Lu Lu, known for his unfiltered speech, was likely speaking out of turn due to the immense pressure of failing to complete tasks for an extended period. Please do not take him too seriously. He is still quite immature. Hey, who are you calling immature? Lu Lu shot up, pointing at Wu Ge, his brow furrowing. Not immature. How can you say such things? Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize the commander? Wu Ge suddenly erupted in anger. Lu Lu was taken aback. Having known Wu Ge for so long, he had never witnessed such fury. Yet, who was Wu Ge to yell at him? And who gave you the right to criticize me? Who do you think you are? You spend each day frolicking with a child. What have you accomplished? Speak up. When something goes awry, it always me who cleans up your mess. Captain Wu. Are you living too comfortably? Are you here for vacation or a mission? Cheng Feng scrambled to his feet, unsure how to mediate between Wu Ge and Lu Lu, and hesitated to approach Wang Yuqi. Tension filled the room. Wang Yuqi's expression was grave. Wu Ge remained silent with furrowed brows. Lu Lu was fuming, and Cheng Feng was anxious. Everyone's thoughts were palpable. Wang Yuqi was the first to break the stalemate. The three turned their attention toward her. Captain Wu, Lu Lu, Cheng Feng, I understand what you are all thinking. However, Lu Lu attempted to retort, but Wang Yuqi raised her hand to silence him. In my youth, I made a mistake I have regretted for life. That error cost my commander and comrades their lives in a place of death. I will never allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Therefore, this matter is non-negotiable. This moment, in my capacity as the Chief of Staff for this mission, I issue a command. Without my permission, no one is allowed to forcibly seize the solvent. Wang Yuqi declared sternly. Lu Lu wanted to say more, but Wu Ge stopped him. Commander Wang, Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. We will not betray our responsibilities. Rest assured. Wang Yuqi nodded slightly, casting a glance at the three before turning to leave. Behind her, a long sigh escaped Lulu. Chapter 85. Increasing challenges first. Chen Ziming was rendered unconscious. Then the police were alerted, followed by home visits, a car accident, and finally, the confirmation of the solvent's location. After untangling his thoughts, he recalled that he had yet to address the video matter. The kidnappers of Chen Ziming seemed to belong to that same group. However, their current mission was merely to analyze the gas composition and retrieve the solvent. As for the video and Chen Ziming situation, he no longer needed to concern himself with them. Presently, his only task was to wait. Perhaps tomorrow he would resign from his teaching position, or perhaps today would be his last meeting with Chen Ziming. With this thought, Wu Gu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of melancholy. He knew he ought not to feel this way, yet his heart defied reason. This sorrow caused Wu Gu to toss and turn, rendering him unable to sleep. That he rose from his bed and approached the window. Outside, the night was deepening. He opened the window. Instantly, the fragrance of the wall vines wafted in with the cool night breeze. The delicate aroma filled Wu Ji's senses, permeating his mind and soothing his restless emotions. Outside, a low hum resonated, the source unknown. Aside from that, only the chirping of insects could be heard. Everything returned to tranquility. Leaning against the window, a gentle breeze brushed across his face as he propped his chin on his hands, gazing into the distance. The horizon is adorned with starlight, beneath which flicker sparse lights. Soon, he shall depart from them. Memories of past events surge within Wu Ji's heart. Classmates from the international trade class, professors from Nanxing University, revelers of music, and the kneeling pilgrims, not to mention Chen Ziming. A profound sense of guilt envelopes Wu Gu regarding Chen Ziming. He has ultimately exploited Chen Ziming to obtain the information he sought. Wu Gu inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. His mind felt numb, heavy, and tranquil. He smiled faintly, casting a grin towards the night. One must ensure to commence and conclude well. Yes, indeed. One must commence and conclude well. Wu Gu repeated these phrases in his mind. The time, the specific location, await my notification. After sending his reply, Wu Gu tossed his phone onto the bed and rose to leave the room. That he approached Wang Yuqi's door and gently knocked. Knock, knock. Footsteps soon echoed from within. It seemed that Advisor Wang was also awake. Wu Gu thought to himself. With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing Wang Yuqi's aged voice. Captain Wu? Wu Gu smiled as he responded, I apologize for the intrusion. Advisor Wang, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. If it is a convenient time. Wang Yuqi opened the door wider. Come in, my apologies for the disturbance. Wu Gu entered the room. Standing before the solitary sofa in Wang Yuqi's quarters, with a soft thud, the door closed, and Wang Yuqi took a seat beside the bed. She gestured towards the sofa. Please, have a seat. Advisor Wang. Speak your mind that I am here for. Chen Ziming, as he spoke, Wu Gu moved closer to Wang Yuqi, slowly elaborating, and with each word, Wang Yuqi's brow furrowed deeper. The following day, Wu Gu tendered his resignation to the vice principal, citing urgent family matters that, in truth, it was of little consequence if he did not attend. His motivations were twofold. Firstly, for safety's sake, to prevent the school from searching for him should they be unable to contact him. And secondly, for psychological solace, wishing to bring matters to a proper conclusion. After leaving the vice principal's office, Wu Gu arranged to meet Chen Ziming at a restaurant outside the school. Wu Gu reserved a private room and invited Chen Ziming to dine with him. Once seated, Wu Gu ordered a few simple dishes and opened several bottles of wine. Ziming, can you drink? Certainly, Teacher Wu. Then that as well. Wu Gu uncorked 2 bottles. Placing one before each of them, he intended to pour a full glass for Chen Ziming, but was declined on the grounds of seniority. Instead, Chen Ziming filled a glass for Wu Gu. With their glasses filled, Wu Gu raised his glass, clinking it with Chen Ziming's, and they both drank deeply. As the glasses settled, Wu Gu spoke slowly. Ziming, I have come to bid you farewell. Wu Gu did not raise his gaze to meet Chen Ziming's eyes, but focused on pouring himself more wine. Thus he failed to notice Chen Ziming freeze, holding his glass in shock. Only when Wu Gu lifted his head did Chen Ziming hastily lower his glass and fixate on the table. Reflecting upon it, We have known each other for quite some time now. A few months, perhaps? Yes, about 2 months. I never imagined time would pass so swiftly that I still vividly recall the first time I sought you out at the internet CAF. Gu chuckled softly, taking a solitary sip. Chen Ziming remained silent. Gu glanced at him, observing the faint redness around his eyes, causing a pang in his heart. After a moment, Gu spoke gently. Ziming, how are you faring now? Are you getting along well with your classmates? I noticed you seemed quite happy chatting with Wang Ming and the others today. It appears you have integrated well into the group. Chen Ziming, head bowed, pressed his lips together, staring at the table as he said, Teacher Wu, thank you. That if it weren't for your continuous support and guidance on how to coexist harmoniously with others, I might still be languishing alone in the internet CF. Gu smiled softly. Your acceptance and care from others is a result of your own efforts. That it is you who engage with them, not me. Teacher Wu. Chen Ziming suddenly stood up. His hands rested on the table as he gazed at Gu. Tears welling in his eyes. Gu was taken aback. After a moment of stillness, Chen Ziming remained silent, merely standing there. There's something you wish to convey to me? Gu inquired, noting Chen Ziming's continued silence. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a server entered, carrying a dish. Gu noticed the server pause momentarily, their expression peculiar, before hastily placing the food on the table and departing. The sound of the door closing interrupted the already somber atmosphere. Ziming, please take a seat. If you have something to say, sit down and speak. The impulsive act of standing had calmed Chen Ziming's emotions somewhat. He grinned, nodded, and resumed his seat. Their glasses were empty, both of them. Gu poured more wine for Chen Ziming and himself. Once more, they clinked glasses and drank deeply. Sometimes, words fail to escape our lips due to pride. However, once imbibed, the simplicity of truth prevails. What one wishes to express becomes easier to articulate. And actions become bolder, for in that moment, one is their most authentic self. That a tear fell from Chen Ziming's eye, splashing onto the table. Teacher Wu, I actually have much I wish to say, yet I struggle to find the words. You have saved my life 3 times, once in the convenience store when you rushed in to subdue the robber, a second time amidst a pack of wolves when you fought for my survival, and the third when you took my unconscious self to the hospital. That I yearn to express my gratitude, but I find myself powerless to do anything, and that makes me sorrowful. Teacher Wu, I understand. Gu nodded. Thus, if you feel that you have benefited from my assistance and are grateful, it is, in truth, you who has sown the seeds that invite help. It is your own kindness that has aided you. Yet, Teacher Wu, if I think this way, will I not become cold-hearted once more, assuming that all assistance is merely a matter of course? Everything must be balanced. Excessive gratitude and excessive hatred can lead to madness and dire consequences. Only by maintaining a serene mindset can one achieve a result that is comfortable for both parties. Teacher Wu, I cannot comprehend what you are saying right now. He spoke. Chen Ziming pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, unfurling it before Wu Jin. Oh, you remember this? Gu examined it closely, his surprise palpable. How could this be in his possession? He rummaged through his own pockets, realizing it was indeed absent. In that moment, Gu felt somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say to. In truth, Gu had intended to set 5 challenges, inspired by a book he had read on curing depression. However, the specific challenges were improvised. At this juncture, he need not have any further entanglements with Chen Ziming. Yet the condition Chen Ziming presented left Gu at a loss as to how to refuse. In the instant before raising their glasses, an idea struck Gu. He retrieved a pill from his pants pocket and discreetly dropped it in his wine glass, concealed by his palm. The pill dissolved quickly, rendering the pale yellow beer seemingly unaltered. Let us exchange this drink. Chen Ziming did not refuse Wu Ji's seemingly peculiar proposal. Swapping glasses, Gu observed Chen Ziming down the concoction before he felt relieved enough to finish his beer. The teacher and student continued to converse and drink extensively. Gu clearly observed the faint throbbing of veins on Chen Ziming's forehead, as if a worm were crawling within his bloodstream. Gu thought to himself, it is taking effect. Chapter 86. Emotions. In the Shenlong Mountain Cemetery, Gu sat before the cluster of graves, facing the rolling green mountains behind them. Footsteps approached. Gu turned to see 3 individuals clad in black suits. Upon closer inspection, they were the same three who had kidnapped Chen Ziming that day. The one in the center wore dark sunglasses, had a round face, and sported a bit of stubble. He was the driver who had carried Chen Ziming from the driver's seat. "Do you have the video?" the driver inquired. Wuge rose to face the trio, affirmatively stating, "Indeed. What do you intend to do? Will you hand it over voluntarily, or shall we assist you in doing so?" Wuge smiled slightly. "I am quite proactive, rest assured. However, before I surrender the video, I have a question for you." The driver furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with the two suited men beside him, and barked, "Speak quickly." The expressions of the three men shifted instantly. The driver hastily asked, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Wuge was momentarily taken aback. Not understanding? Was it possible he had mistaken them for someone else? Absolutely not. They must be feigning ignorance. "If you lack sincerity, my own will not be particularly high. If you wish to negotiate, we three brothers shall ensure you exhibit sincerity. Are you attempting to rob me?" "Halt!" the driver commanded urgently. The two suited men froze in place, as if their batteries had run out, standing before the driver. The driver smiled. "Friend, let us discuss this amicably. What are your terms? Speak." "We are all straightforward individuals." "Straightforward individuals? Who would believe that? My terms have already been made clear." "What terms?" The driver's face fell, revealing a look of considerable distress as he stroked his chin in silence. "Is this really so difficult to explain?" Wuge pondered. After a prolonged pause, the driver hesitantly said, "Aren't you curious about anything else? Why are you fixated on this one point?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the driver appeared to resemble a pouting woman that Wuge found it amusing. Yet the gravity of their situation weighed heavily upon him, the solemnity of their surroundings amplifying the tension. "It would be best if you spoke the truth. It would be beneficial for both of us. I trust your time is limited, and you would prefer not to squander it here with me. What do you say?" Wuge suggested in a conciliatory tone. The driver let out a frustrated sigh, abruptly turning and sharply flinging his arm as if to release some pent-up emotion. His two companions, witnessing this, appeared equally despondent. In that instant, Wuge felt a wave of sympathy for them as the conversation progressed. The driver's expression seemed on the verge of tears. The two accomplices hung their heads low, their gazes fixated on the ground as if it were an endless horizon. "Who sent you here this time?" Wuge inquired. He shook his head. With a slight smile, he added, "This sentiment is equally directed towards you." The driver, seized by anger, commanded his two lackeys to launch an assault on Wuge. However, even if they had 30 more men, they would not stand a chance against him. In a matter of moments, Wuge subdued all three, pinning them to the ground. The driver howled in agony, clutching his dislocated thigh, while his companions, with arms hanging limply like marionettes, knelt on the ground, swaying helplessly. The trio emitted cries of despair. Wuge worried that their commotion might attract unwanted attention from those nearby. He found himself at a crossroads regarding their fate. Should he deliver them to the police, or simply disregard them? Neither option seemed to align with his true intentions, which were to eliminate the threat posed by this group to Chen Ziming. Yet, the orchestrator behind this scheme remained elusive, and the additional information he sought was beyond the grasp of these unfortunate souls. This predicament genuinely troubled him. Sending them to the police seemed the righteous path, yet he dreaded the thought of enduring yet another round of interrogation. Furthermore, without addressing the root of the issue, new adversaries would undoubtedly arise to trouble Chen Ziming again. While Wuge was lost in contemplation, the wailing of police sirens echoed from the mountainside outside the wall. He hastily concealed himself behind a row of tombstones. Moments later, several uniformed officers arrived, accompanied by a man clad in a khaki trench coat and a newsboy cap. Wuge observed as the officers exchanged a few words with the trench-coated man before handcuffing the three miscreants and escorting them away. Crouching behind the tombstones, Wuge was baffled, pondering who had summoned the police and whether that individual had caught sight of him. Once the sirens faded into the distance, he rose and departed the cemetery. After a considerable time, Wuge found himself atop a small hill near the cemetery, lying on the grass while retrieving his phone. He reminisced about his conversation with Chen Ziming at the restaurant a few hours earlier. In a drunken stupor, Chen Ziming had inquired whether he could undertake a fourth challenge. This moment, Having already consumed the antidote to his intoxication, the effects were visibly manifesting, and Wu Ge felt a semblance of relief from his guilt. He envisioned a future where Chen Ziming would no longer suffer from the excruciating headaches that had plagued him. The grassy hill was lush, adorned with fragrant wildflowers, the air filled with their sweet scent. Butterflies fluttering about, ants scurrying, the sun shining brightly, and the sky a brilliant blue, creating an idyllic scene. Yet within Wu Ji's heart there lingered an emptiness. The light could not penetrate, nor could the fragrance seep in. His heart felt as though it was repeatedly pricked by the thorns of a rose. Painful, yet not deeply so, merely a superficial sting that quickly withdrew. The discomfort was persistent, a stark reminder that he could not simply pretend that nothing had transpired. Memories of a childhood friend, lost to gun violence, surfaced. It was his first experience of parting, specifically the separation from someone dear, a life-and-death farewell. It took him a long time to emerge from that sorrow. He recalled feeling much like Chen Ziming, averse to speaking to anyone, even if only to utter a single word. He had even contemplated ending his own life, yet in the end he could never bring himself to do so. The female director of the institution had noticed his distress and began to show him kindness. However, on a tranquil afternoon, she had embraced him and reached beneath him. Since that moment, Wu Ge had been wary of allowing any woman near him. To be precise, he was averse to any female presence. The complexities of emotional connections were truly burdensome, in this world. Myriad emotions existed, each capable of leaving one utterly disoriented. Familial love, romantic affection, friendship, camaraderie, teacher-student bonds. Wu Ge pondered whether his relationship with Chen Ziming was one of mentorship or friendship. He felt it leaned more towards friendship than mentorship, for what kind of teacher was he? Unconsciously, Wu Ge scrolled through his phone, unsure of what he sought, merely flicking through the content, bored with news and advertisements. He turned to browse historical records. As he perused, he stumbled upon information regarding an upcoming marathon. He clicked on it, finding a red banner on the homepage. Upon further exploration, he discovered the registration portal. Noting that the deadline was set for 6 o'clock that very evening, Wu Ge found himself momentarily lost in thought. Minutes later, Chen Ziming, resting in his apartment beside the general, received a message from Wu Ge. Chapter 87. 2 watches in a small park near Chen Ziming's apartment. Wu Ge sat upon a bench. The sun was stealthily retreating, the lazy sunset casting an orange-red glow across the sky. As expected, Chen Ziming arrived. Wu teacher. He greeted. Wu Ge smiled and rose to his feet. Have you had dinner? Yes, something quite light. Light is good. Light is good, Wu Ge echoed, his tone growing ever so slightly softer. Let us take a stroll first. Then we'll begin jogging. Chen Ziming nodded in agreement. The two, teacher and student, circled the artificial lake within the park. An elderly woman pushed her husband in a wheelchair along the shaded path. The frail man hunched over, his sparse white hair and toothless grin betraying his age, his gaze vacant. The woman chattered on, perhaps about trivial matters or reminiscing about the past. A couple strolled with a baby carriage, discussing what type of insurance to procure for their adorable infant. Young couples held hands, laughing, with the girl playfully pinching the boy's nose from time to time. Wu teacher, Chen Ziming called. Have you started preparing? Preparing? Wu Ge paused, quickly regaining his composure. What more is there to prepare? We need to start training, Chen Ziming replied. I did some research, and the world's top marathon runner, Mr. Singh, has shattered the scientific predictions for human limits by completing it in under 2 hours. 1 hour? 59 minutes and 40 seconds to be exact. Wu Ge had no real concept of this. I used to love running as a child, be it long distance or sprints. It brought me immense joy. I once considered becoming an athlete. But my mother vehemently opposed the idea. Now she has relented, yet my father has begun to object. Nevertheless, my aspirations have shifted. I no longer yearn to be an athlete if it's merely a passion. There's no need to pursue it as a lifelong commitment. Pursuing it as a hobby is quite satisfactory. There's still time for many things. It's not too late, Wu Ge mused. Chen Ziming shook his head. Athletes have age limits. Once surpassed, physical capabilities waned. Wu Ge fell silent. He wished to convey to Chen Ziming that in their realm, physical limits had long been transcended and could be boundlessly enhanced through external means. Yet, Clearly, he chose not to share this with Chen Ziming. In fact, there were many things he could not express that I looked into Mr. Singh's training regimen. I want to replicate it for my own training. Aiming for a commendable performance in the marathon in just a few days that it's not for any particular reason, merely for myself. Chen Ziming cast a surprised glance at him, noticing a subtle shift in his attitude towards life. As he seemed to embrace a newfound passion and confidence, Mr. Singh trains at an altitude of over 2,000 meters, maintaining stringent control over his speed, quick when he needs to be, slow when necessary. I aspire to achieve that level of discipline that I plan to run on the Huanglong Plateau in the north the day before the race. Although skipping class isn't ideal, I'm gradually changing. Skipping just that one last time should be permissible, Chen Ziming said, grinning slightly. Wu Gu listened attentively. Wu teacher. Chen Ziming called again. I purchased 2 heart rate monitors. I thought you might find them useful during your training. I'm not sure if you'll like them, but they're already bought, so you'll have to accept them regardless. Wu Gu felt a pang of anxiety. Although he had indeed registered for the marathon, he might not participate after all. Perhaps within 2 or 3 days, he would have to leave this place. Yet he could not articulate why he had prepared the 4th challenge for Chen Ziming, when he clearly ought to sever all ties with him. Wu Gu stammered, thank you, Ziming. The teacher will certainly appreciate them. That's wonderful. They'll be mailed tomorrow, and I'll bring them to you. Wu Gu quietly acknowledged this. Wu teacher. We've completed a lap. Can we start running for the next one? Only then did Wu Gu realize they had arrived back at the bench where he had previously Saturday. Thus, he nodded. Chen Ziming transitioned from a leisurely walk to a brisk pace, gradually shifting into a light jog. Wu Gu gazed at Chen Ziming's figure, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Momentarily entranced in a CAF near the Superpower building, Lu sat on a high chair by the window. Sipping a bitter Americano, he observed the passers-by outside, specifically the female pedestrians, and even more particularly, the attractive ones. Just as Lulu's attention was drawn to a tall woman in a golden bodycon skirt sauntering past the CF, his phone vibrated again. Without a doubt, it was that Sun Feifei again. Lulu retrieved his phone, and, as expected, it was her. He rolled his eyes and was about to decline the call when a new WeChat message popped up. He opened it to find a message from Sun Ming. You can come up. Following, it was a lengthy voice message. This time, Lulu had accepted Sun Ming's invitation, agreeing to show him the high-tech marvels of superpower communications that piqued his curiosity. Lulu mused that this task was better suited to someone else. He certainly couldn't handle it. Yet, under Wang Yuqi's pressure, he had no choice but to concede. He pondered whether Wang Yuqi could manage to contain gas without any contact and fit it into a metallic tube the size of a finger. Such thoughts were futile and only served to increase his vexation. Exiting the CF, Lulu followed Sun Ming's voice instructions, entering through the parking lot and arriving at the C1 elevator. Before long, with a chime, the elevator doors opened to reveal a middle-aged man with an excessively round face and an oily demeanor. Xiao Lu, come in, Sun Ming beckoned. President Sun, you seem particularly radiant today. Is there good news? Lulu said with a smile as he stepped into the elevator. Your presence alone is the greatest joy. Sun Ming replied with a chuckle. Lulu feigned humility. Oh, what have I done to deserve such happiness from you? President Sun? Sun Ming laughed heartily. Those 2 young ladies last night were truly delightful. They know how to have fun in Lulu's eyes. Sun Ming's laughter was no different from that of a boar. Now I understand why you're in such high spirits today. It seems you found new spring, Lulu teased. Sun Ming's laughter boomed. Lulu pointed to the elevator's surveillance camera. President Sun, this? No worries once we step into the elevator. Tonight's events will remain a secret, Sun Ming assured him. Well, President Sun, you truly possess remarkable influence, the second-in-command here. How could such trivial matters pose a challenge for me? Lulu praised, raising his thumb in admiration. Soon, the elevator doors chimed open. The 2 first arrived at a glass door. Sun Ming scanned his access card, and the glass door slowly opened. Upon entering, they found a long corridor, with the lights gradually illuminating as they progressed. At the end of the corridor stood a large metal door. Sun Ming scanned his access card once more, and the door began to rise. Crossing through the metal door, they encountered another short corridor that barely spanned 5 meters. Xiao Lu, how do you find our company's security measures? Are they not exceptionally stringent? Sun Ming inquired. Indeed, quite impressive, Lu replied, though internally he thought it was unnecessary to scrutinize their faces, having visited recently. At the end of the corridor lay a T-junction, where Sun Ming led Lu to the left path. Another access control awaited them. Upon opening it, Lu finally beheld something substantial. Inside was a spacious exhibition hall filled with intricate instruments. As Sun Ming guided Lu through the exhibition, he provided explanations. Lu echoed his enthusiasm, yet his thoughts were fixated on swiftly concluding the tour and getting to the crux of the matter. After exiting the exhibition hall, Sun Ming took Lu to another room showcasing production line models. Following their tour, they entered yet another room where Sun Ming displayed a holographic image of the factory floor, illustrating the manufacturing of communication devices. However, Lu found little interest in this. He awaited the demonstration of the solvent, curious about how the electromagnetic waves of superpowers were invented and stored. Who cared about those obsolete communication devices? After showcasing the holographic image, Sun Ming elaborated on how their equipment was deployed in various locations, from bustling streets to remote mountains. He spoke with undeniable pride, as if they were the only ones capable of producing communication devices in the entire world. Having reveled in his self-importance, Sun Ming cheerfully told Lu, "All right, I've covered everything you wish to know. Next, let's unwind at Yunjian." Lu was taken aback. What? Chapter 88. A sweet smile inside the apartment. Chen Ziming changed his shoes and entered. General stood before him, meowing. Chen Ziming bent down and cradled General in his arms, playfully tapping his chin with a finger. General closed his eyes, appearing utterly content. After hanging up his backpack and washing his hands, Chen Ziming approached his desk, where his guitar stood. He picked it up, resting it on his lap, and gently strummed the strings, producing a bright sound. General perked up, leaping onto the desk, ready to enjoy Chen Ziming's performance. The window was open, and the sheer curtains danced softly in the evening breeze. The air in the room was fresh and cool. And Chen Ziming took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Since awakening from his afternoon slumber, his mind felt remarkably clear, devoid of the previous fog. He had often felt as though his thoughts were muddled. But now, for reasons unknown, clarity enveloped him, akin to diluting a thick drink with a generous splash of water. It felt as if his very blood had undergone a transformation. Strumming lightly, the guitar produced a crisp sound. Chen Ziming began to play a soothing and prolonged melody, as two colorful butterflies flitted between the strings, swirling gracefully around his chest, ascending in a delicate dance. The 5 vibrant strings fashioned a winding, colorful path for the butterflies to traverse. General lay sprawled on the desk, exposing his small white belly, his 4 fluffy paws resting on the plush blanket. After finishing one piece, Chen Ziming continued to play several warm tunes. As night deepened, he suddenly craved a cold cola. Even just a sip would suffice. He donned his jacket and headed downstairs to the convenience store next to the apartment. Upon entering, he spotted this sweet-faced girl. Was she on duty tonight? Chen Ziming's heart raced. The girl flashed a bright smile at him, her dimples enhancing her innocent charm. "Long time no see, Hero," she greeted. "Hero, have you forgotten about the time I saved you from that robber?" Chen Ziming pondered, recalling their first encounter when he had thwarted a thief at the convenience store. "That I'm no hero." His face flushed crimson. You remember, I promised you a free meal next time you came?" "Free meal?" Chen Ziming had genuinely forgotten. "Yes, today you can take whatever you want. It's on me. No, I can't." The girl stepped out from behind the counter, taking Chen Ziming's arm and leading him toward the shelves. "Don't be shy." Chen Ziming felt her warmth and caught a whiff of her fragrant hair, even perceiving the rhythm of her steady breaths. His heart raced uncontrollably. "I really can't let you treat me." The girl placed her hands on her hips, feigning annoyance. "What? Don't want to give me face?" Chen Ziming hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not." "Then hurry up and pick something." Chen Ziming bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before softly agreeing. He approached the beverage section and grabbed a bottle of room-temperature cola. Initially, he intended to select a chilled one, but the freezer was near the counter, requiring him to navigate around the girl. Yet, she directed him toward the shelf. "A single bottle of cola, all you want for my treat." Chen Ziming nodded vigorously. "I truly feel bad about this." The girl laughed. Do you really need to be so formal? Yes. Chen Ziming nervously fidgeted, unsure where to place his hands, alternating between touching his head, pocketing them, and crossing them over his chest. The girl took the cola to the register, scanned the barcode, and paid using her WeChat account. Here, she handed the cola to Chen Ziming, who accepted it with both hands. Cradling it against his chest, he gazed at the girl, who smiled back at him. He noticed her eyes sparkled like two bright obsidian stones, within which lay an expansive universe. He felt himself becoming entranced. Her cheeks were round, and her chin pointed. When she didn't smile, she resembled a ripe peach, but when she did, she looked like a rosy apple. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with black cat ear hairpins, resembling a character straight out of comic. What are you staring at? She asked at Nothing. Why do you blush so easily? Chen Ziming touched his face, realizing it was indeed warm. Perhaps it's too hot. I'm wearing a bit too much. Well, is there anything you'd like to say to me? Chen Ziming froze for a moment, hurriedly shaking his head. Nothing at all. The girl bit her lower lip, casting a glance from Chen Ziming's face to the floor before slowly raising her head. Is that true? Yes, indeed. The girl pressed her lips together, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I have a few things to attend to, so I must take my leave. Chen Ziming, visibly anxious, uttered this line hurriedly, waved goodbye, and promptly exited the convenience store. As she approached the cashier, the girl wearily settled into a chair, resting her chin on her hand, staring vacantly at the array of goods on the shelves. After a moment, a figure slipped inside. Upon hearing the voice, the girl instinctively turned her head. There stood Chen Ziming, his face flushed, holding a bottle of cola in one hand while nervously rubbing his fingers along the seam of his trousers, stammering, "Sis, can I add you on WeChat?" The girl turned her head away, responding, "No, huh?" Chen Ziming was taken aback. The girl, noticing his bewildered expression, chuckled mischievously and said, "Only I can add you." That a smile gradually emerged on Chen Ziming's previously despondent face as he quickly fished out his phone, displaying the QR code for her to scan. After she completed the action, she pointed at his nickname and inquired, "So, how should I save you?" Well, my name is Chen Ziming. Chen from the East, Z from Confucius, and Ming with the gold radical." The girl burst into laughter. "Confucius, huh?" As she spoke, she altered the note for Chen Ziming. "Then what about yours?" "What about what?" Chen Ziming mimicked her gesture, pointing her nickname. "You don't know? It's impolite to ask a girl for her name." Chen Ziming paused, scratching his head. "Isn't it supposed to be about age?" The low building where Wu Gu resided was situated within the commercial center. A road separated it from a bustling pedestrian street lined with vendors selling various snacks, such as meat skewers and stinky tofu. While traversing this pedestrian street, Wu Gu heard a voice that was all too familiar. Turning around, he discovered it was Chang Feng, accompanied by a rather flamboyant young man clad in tight pants, his legs so thin they resembled twigs, engaged in conversation with Chang Feng. Could it be that Chang Feng had made friends here as well? Wu Gu pondered. Aside from working at the super ability company, he seemed to have no other engagements. Was this person a colleague? Yet he certainly did not appear to fit that mold. The television broadcasted a melodramatic soap opera, and Wu Gu continuously flipped through the channels. After a while, the door opened. From Chang Feng's tense tone in just these two sentences, anyone could tell there was something amiss, not to mention Wu Gu had just seen him outside. Wu Gu instantly sensed something was off, yet he could not inquire too directly. "Chang Feng, how is your relationship with your colleagues?" "Huh? Captain Wu, which colleagues are you referring to?" "Oh, I was just asking casually." "After working together for a while, don't you become more familiar, perhaps leaving together after work or grabbing dinner?" Chang Feng quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. What if I accidentally let something slip?" "I don't talk to them at all. I always leave alone." Another lie. Sitting on the sofa, Wu Gu gazed at the flickering images on the television, his expression grave. Chapter 89. Aftermath in a room within the super ability building. A holographic representation of the factory hovered above a metallic table, glowing with a blue luminescence. The room was dimly lit, allowing for a clear view of robots assembling precision instruments along the factory's production line. Sun Ming had already opened the door, preparing to depart. Mr. Sunday Sun Ming turned his head. "Is there anything more advanced?" More advanced. Yes, something with a higher technological content at the forefront of the world. Sun Ming squinted. Scrutinizing Lulu. Lulu feigned calmness, flashing a smile. After a moment, Sun Ming chuckled. It seems our little Lu has quite the lofty aspirations. This factory already employs top-tier equipment, if you wish to see something even more remarkable. Lulu anxiously awaited the conclusion of his sentence. Well, let's discuss that later. It's already quite late. We can continue this another day. Sun Ming displayed a knowing smile. That ugly fellow just knows how to have a good time. Lulu mentally envisioned killing Sun Ming hundreds of times, regaining his composure before saying, Mr. Sun, since I'm here, why not let me see everything in one go? If I come back another time, it'll be an inconvenience. And besides, it's not safe. Hey, this is my territory. What is there to worry about? I can bring whoever I like. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Ming seemed to realize his words were inappropriate. Where would that leave Chen Xiong? Although the person in question was absent, the immense pressure Chen Xiong had established over the years deterred Sun Ming from easily offending him behind his back. He quickly changed the subject. Let's talk about another time. Come on, Mr. Sun. I really want to explore a bit more tonight. Please indulge this small wish of mine. Little Lu, you usually have quite the perceptive eye. Why are you acting like this today? Sun Ming replied, displeased. Lu raised his hand, gesturing the number 2 in front of Sun Ming. Sun Ming raised an eyebrow, his tone softening to no, that's not what I meant, it's just that it's really late today. Lu extended a finger, signaling 3. Sun Ming's eyes lit up. To my age, I can hardly handle triplets. Little Lu, you're being a bit excessive. Though his words were a rejection, his tone betrayed his eagerness. Mr. Sun, while you're still young, you should enjoy life more. Experiencing everything once makes life worthwhile. Little Lu, where did you acquire this? Your connections are quite impressive. Lu thought to himself. Where on earth would I find that for you? Triplets, all beauties, that's already the limit. I'll just keep you entertained. After tonight, whether you live or die will depend on my mood. That's a secret. Money will never be an issue for you. Sun Ming cackled. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they encountered another metallic door. Sun Ming glanced at the panel, and the door opened upwards. Inside was a brightly lit room, the illumination making it indistinguishable from daylight. Along the walls were rows of metallic cabinets, each adorned with glass boxes filled with swirling white mist, resembling clouds resting within. Lu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the substances contained within were the solvents? Just as he approached the glass boxes for a closer look, Sun Ming stopped him. Little Lu, don't go in there. This is all company confidential. I can show you one. But that's it. Watching Sun Ming's retreating figure, Lu clenched his teeth in frustration. Sun Ming rummaged through the box and emerged holding a metallic tube. He waved the tube in front of Lu. This is truly one of a kind. Only our company can produce this. You mustn't speak of it to anyone. Of course. Sun Ming gently pressed one end of the metallic tube, causing a drop of red liquid to fall onto his hand. Boom! A flame erupted from Sun Ming's hand, reaching an impressive 30 centimeters high. The blaze only raged for a moment before gradually subsiding, leaving no trace behind. Isn't it marvelous? Sun Ming waved his hand in front of Lu that moment. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lu. If he were to eliminate Sun Ming now, he could seize all the solvents without needing to research any nonsensical gases, thus completing his mission. What are you trying to do? Sun Ming shouted. Lu quickly regained his composure, smiling. I just want to try as well. What? Lu extended his hand towards Sun Ming. Let me have a drop too. Hey, you can just scan your hand with the app on your phone. It feels the same. All right, this concludes today's tour. I've been quite accommodating. This is classified information. Sun Ming led Lu out of the room. The metallic door slowly descending. So, little Lu, are you satisfied now? Lu thought to himself, satisfied? What use is it to me to see a bunch of diluted solutions? However, pressing for further access to the original solution now would come off as suspicious, likely revealing his true intentions to Sun Ming. Lu could only nod in agreement, his mind racing with thoughts on how to procure the solvent. Alternatively, collecting the gas would also suffice. He was reasonably certain the solvent was in that mysterious gas-filled room they had stumbled into months ago. Initially, he had believed it was a ruse, but now he suspected this was where the solvents were stored. However, based on Sun Ming's explanations, he concluded that the original solvent was likely still in the room protected by radiation. The gas was safeguarding that room, and this time he intended to gather that substance that if he could directly obtain the solvent, that would be ideal, but it seemed unlikely. Was there a way to collect the gas? Or at the very least, to ascertain its composition? With these thoughts, Lu began to engage Sun Ming in conversation. Mr. Sun, I presume the original solution must be something of immense value, correct? Of course, if a diluted solution requires such a thick metallic door for protection, how many layers of safeguards would the original solution necessitate within our building? Lu deliberately mentioned the building, hoping to ascertain whether the solvent he sought was indeed stored there. Valuable items are always heavily guarded. Old fox, Lu cursed silently in his heart. I guess it's safe to leave it in the building. Are you not afraid of rivals sending someone to steal it? Sun Ming laughed heartily. Whoever comes will suffocate and perish. Lu was taken aback. Suffocate and perish. Sun Ming must be referring to that mysterious G.A.S. It appears there's indeed a mechanism at play. Wang Yuqi's decision back then was undoubtedly the correct one. He felt the need to confirm once more. Suffocate and perish. Could it mean there is some kind of poisonous gas? Xiao Lu refrained from asking that in any case, the company operates with utmost secrecy. Leaving things here is absolutely secure. After hearing Sun Ming's words, Lu became convinced that the items were indeed within the building. Coupled with the description of suffocating and perishing, it stands to reason that 99% of the time, the solvent storage location is precisely where they initially determined. Their judgment at that time was correct. Therefore, it is imperative to secure the gas this time. No. Since Sun Ming is here, why not directly coerce him into surrendering the solvent? With this thought, Lu prepared to take action. At that moment, Sun Ming's phone rang. Hello. Sun Ming answered the call. Uncertain of what the other party was saying, he asked Lu to wait a moment, stepped aside, and began conversing with him. Lu, glancing sideways at Sun Ming, planned to seize the opportunity to grip his throat and threaten him into handing over the solvent as soon as he hung up. As Sun Ming spoke, he glanced in Lu's direction and smiled at him. After a while, having concluded the call, Sun Ming informed Lu that he needed to use the restroom and asked him to wait. Lu was puzzled. He hadn't noticed any restroom upon entering. Sun Ming then entered a metallic door and closed it behind him. He turned on the light, revealing the exhibition hall adorned with precision instruments. Trembling, Sun Ming enlarged the image on his phone's WeChat. Indeed, it was Lu. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The message sender was one of his subordinates, informing him that someone had been secretly obstructing them and had extracted the eyes of his subordinate. Through surveillance, they identified the person in the photo. What exactly was this individual trying to achieve? Were they attempting to seize the company's core technology? Or perhaps to harm him? Whichever it was beyond what he could endure. If this person acquired the company's secrets, and it was revealed that Chen Xiong had discovered it was he who leaked them, what fate awaited him? If it were an assassination attempt, the situation would be even more dire. Sun Ming, you have truly lost your senses, inviting danger into your home. He chastised himself softly. After grappling with his thoughts behind the door, Sun Ming resolved that he could not venture outside again. It was far too unsafe. As for Lu, he absolutely could not be permitted to leave this place. This threat must be eliminated. With that in mind, Sun Ming sent a message to his subordinates, instructing them to bring equipment over. Meanwhile, Lu, standing in the corridor, continued to curse Sun Ming for taking so long in the restroom. Chapter 90. Night Rescue. As the night deepened, Wu Ge sat at his desk, carving a round disc. The inspiration came from the pine and crane disc he had seen at Chen Ziming's home. After attempting it himself, he realized the disparity between his work and that of others. His compositional proportions were not as harmonious and perfect that Wu Ge continued to carve, feeling the weariness set in. He stretched and yawned, standing up to pace around the room only to feel boredom creeping in. Thus, he left the room and sat in the living room. Leaning back against the sofa, he gazed down the corridor. On one side of the corridor were 4 doors, corresponding to 4 rooms. Cheng Feng, Lu, Wu Ge, and Wang Yuqi. There were several floors above, but Wu Ge had only visited them upon moving in. Since then, he had remained on the ground floor. The reason they rented the entire building was primarily for safety. The upper floors were indeed of little use to them. The corridor doors were tightly shut. Wu Gu wondered what Chung Feng was trying to conceal. Chung Feng appeared to be a rather honest person, unlikely to engage in anything nefarious, right? Shifting his gaze to the right, he noticed Lu Lu's room. Lu Lu was out on a mission tonight. Tomorrow would be uneventful. But in the evening, he had plans to jog in the park with Chen Ziming, who promised to give him a watch that could monitor heart rates. Whether to accept or decline was a dilemma. Lost in thought, Wu Ge found the living room stifling and dull. He decided to step outside onto the street. Their residence was located in a bustling area of S City. Not far from the commercial district, though many shops were already closing at this hour. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few office workers or couples passing by. Not far away stood the Super Energy building, and as Wu Ge gazed at the bright letters spelling Super Energy Communications, he found himself involuntarily walking toward it. After a little over a minute, Wu Ge received a message, taking out his phone. He saw it was from Lu Lu. The message contained only 2 words, "Hurry," along with a location tag. What was happening? Wu Ge instinctively sensed something was amiss. He hurriedly followed the location. Lulu's coordinates were just 2 streets away from the Super Energy building. Between them was a small path connecting the Super Energy building to the main road, dividing the 2 streets. Wu Ge was on one side, while the Super Energy building lay on the other. He needed to cross the small path first. Just as he reached the edge of the path, he spotted several individuals in black suits emerging from the Super Energy building. He quickly turned his back, walking in the opposite direction. Finding a car, Wu Ge turned around and crouched behind it, observing the movements of the suited men. They hurriedly split into 3 groups of 2, each heading briskly toward the main road and the left and right sides of the small path. Were they searching for Lu Lu? Connecting Lu Lu's brief yet urgent message, Wu Ge quickly realized the situation was dire. Lu Lu might be in danger, and he needed to find him as soon as possible. Hiding behind the car, Wu Ge kept an eye on the positions of the 3 groups. The 2 approaching him had already reached the front of the car. Wu Ge crouched lower, shifting his position to avoid their line of sight. As the 2 passed the car, he moved to the other side. They continued in the direction he had come from, observing the other 2 groups. One had already headed toward the main road, while the other had ventured into the commercial district across the small path. The 2 were no longer in sight. Watching the receding figures of the 2 groups, Wu Ge swiftly crossed the small path. Arriving at the other side, ahead lay a cluster of tall buildings, both office towers and shopping centers. Wu Ge followed the navigation closely, moving along the wall of the office building at a slow pace. The navigation indicated that after passing through the office building, he needed to turn left onto another street. He noticed 2 individuals conversing, one pointing in a direction, and they both set off that way. According to the navigation, their destination was precisely where Lu Lu had sent him the location. From her current position, it seemed they could reach Lu Lu in just a few minutes on foot. Based on Lu Lu's location, he was beside a building at this late hour. There were no lights on in the vicinity, so Lu Lu must be outside, and if they continued on, they would undoubtedly discover Lu Lu. Wu Ji's anxiety surged. The night sky was dark, the moon hidden behind clouds, leaving no trace of moonlight, and the area was devoid of lights except for a distant street lamp. The air felt oppressive and thick, carrying a greasy scent reminiscent of food remnants from a nearby street market. Touching the cold, rough wall, Wu Ge watched the 2 figures disappear around a corner. He jogged after them, leaning against the wall. They continued toward Lu Lu. Wu Ge checked the location sharing and saw that Lu Lu had not moved. Logically, the 2 men should not pose a threat to Lu Lu, and there was no cause for alarm. Yet, an ominous premonition nagged at him. Lu Lu's behavior was unusual. If there were no impending danger, Lu Lu would not have called for his help. He despised troubling others. With this thought, Wu Ji's heart sank. He wanted to take a detour to reach Lu Lu first, but worried that the 2 men might change their route and cross paths with him. What would he do then? Confront them in the street. It was best to avoid trouble. Wu Ge followed behind the 2 men. The dim light made it difficult for him to discern the specific environment ahead. He hid behind a parked car. Where was Lu Lu? Logically, at such a close distance, he should have been visible. If not, it seemed Lu Lu was hiding. Wu Ge scrutinized the surroundings, faintly making out 2 rows of buildings, clean and devoid of any presence. With no lights on inside, Lu Lu was most likely outside. If he were hiding, it would have to be there. Wu Ge focused on a raised stairway beneath the left side building. Yes, Lu Lu must be concealed behind that stairway. The two suited men had now arrived at the foot of the stairs, but if they walked another 50 meters ahead, they would reach the main road, where the glow from streetlights at the end of the alley was visible. Wu Gu was now only 5 meters from the suited men, crouching behind a freestanding advertisement light box, which, for some unknown reason, was unlit, perhaps broken, if the two men advanced another 5 steps, or at least 3. They would see the other side of the raised stairway, and Lulu would be discovered at that point. He would have to subdue these two individuals that Wu Gu thought to himself that his skills should allow him to take them down in one swift motion without attracting unwanted attention. As he slowly emerged from the light box, he intended to incapacitate the two individuals before they could alert Lulu or summon their companion. That Wu Gu hastily retreated into the light box, counting 2 seconds before cautiously peering out towards the two suited figures. He refrained from messaging Lulu, fearful that the illumination from his phone might betray his identity. At that moment, the two uniformed men began to approach him. Given Wu Ji's proximity, in the blink of an eye, they stood before the light box that Wu Gu maneuvered to the opposite side of the light box. The two men halted in front of it, engaged in conversation, deliberating on which direction to search. Wu Gu fixated on them, seizing the opportunity while they were both turned away from Lulu to dart out swiftly, reaching the staircase behind the platform. Oddly enough, it seemed as though something had just scurried past them. I felt it too. Let us go check it out, one of them suggested. Meanwhile, Wu Gu, concealed behind the staircase, silently lamented the absence of Lulu. The two suited men were now advancing towards him again. What should he do? Should he run? But if he did, Lulu might be discovered nearby. That if he didn't, he risked being exposed himself. Wu Gu squinted, pressing his back against the steps, listening as their footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Thud, thud, thud. He sensed they had reached the side of the staircase, that he had to make a decision. Wu Gu resolved to dash out, brushing past the two men, then find a secure spot to search for Lulu's figure. Just then, a sudden flash of light erupted from the staircase behind him. Had he been discovered? Wu Gu turned, ready to flee, but noticed that the two individuals had merely reached the steps and had yet to approach him. Their phone's not lit. What was this? One of them exclaimed. Lulu? Wu Gu instantly stood up, there on the steps, lay a glowing phone beside Lulu, who was sprawled out, clad in a sleek black suit with long black hair. Who else could it be? Startled by Wu Ji's sudden movement, the two suited men gasped, and one of them shouted. Seizing the moment, Wu Gu let out a frantic cry, grasped Lulu and his phone, and bolted away, leaving the two disoriented men in his wake. Chapter 91. Zhang Song and Chen Ziming in the classroom. The teacher was passionately lecturing from the podium. Hey, Ziming, came Wang Ming's voice. After class, are you going to play ball? He whispered, covering his mouth. Chen Ziming nodded in response. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. At the teacher's command, students began to tidy their desks and vacate the classroom in droves. Chen Ziming followed Wang Ming, Zhang Sheng, and 2 other classmates, a total of 5, as they exited the classroom with great enthusiasm. Since Chen Ziming had treated them to a meal last time, his rapport with his classmates had significantly improved. Although Chen Ziming's taciturn nature had changed, exchanging greetings had become customary. Whenever there were group outings, he was invariably invited, and he typically acquiesced. Now, Wang Ming had organized a gathering, a half-court game against another class, and promptly invited Chen Ziming to join. The 5 of them strolled through the campus. Ahead lay a shaded path, and just beyond it stood the gymnasium. At that moment, a figure stood on the path, facing the direction of Chen Ziming and his companions, clad in a black cap and trench coat, hands tucked into the pockets. The individual did not resemble a student. The 5 intended to sidestep him. As they approached the path, the figure, with a deep and magnetic voice, inquired, Chen Ziming. The group halted abruptly, particularly Chen Ziming, who looked on in confusion. I am a friend of your father's. May I have a moment of your time? Zhang Song stated flatly. Chen Ziming paused, contemplating this claim. A friend of his father? He recalled a friend of Chen Xiong's named Sun Ming, whom he recognized, but this man was a stranger to him. Moreover, this was the first time someone had sought him on behalf of his father. Wang Ming and the others turned to Chen Ziming in unison. Hello, I don't believe we've met. Are you sure you have the right person? Chen Ziming replied. Apartment, kidnapping, Zhang Song stated succinctly. Chen Ziming immediately understood. Although he couldn't confirm this man's identity or his connection to Chen Xiong, it was evident that the individual recognized him and had not mistaken him for someone else. "What do you want from me? Your father has entrusted me with an investigation. Are you a police officer?" Zhang Song nodded. Chen Ziming considered requesting identification but deemed it impolite. After a moment's thought, he reasoned that there should be no danger in a public setting like this. He nodded at Zhang Song. "Wang Ming, I'll speak with the officer for a moment. You all can head on ahead." The mention of police and kidnapping sparked a whirlwind of thoughts among the four, that some even speculated that Chen Ziming's father might be involved in a kidnapping. "Ziming, are you all right?" Wang Ming asked with concern. Chen Ziming shook his head. "But I'm fine. I'll join you after a quick chat. Should we accompany you?" "That might not be necessary." Wang Ming hesitated. "All right, call me if you need anything. We'll be nearby." Chen Ziming signaled an okay gesture to Wang Ming before following Zhang Song. Led by Zhang Song, Chen Ziming arrived at a secluded grove, sparsely populated and rarely traversed by passers-by. They stopped, facing each other. Zhang Song's impassive demeanor made Chen Ziming feel uneasy. "How did you become friends with your physical education teacher, Wu Ge?" Zhang Song asked directly. "What does this have to do with the kidnapping case?" Chen Ziming queried, puzzled. "And what do you mean by friends? There's no fixed timeline to define a relationship. How can one articulate such a thing? You lack friends and social skills. How did you become close with Wu Ge?" "But he's most attentive to you. Your interactions are the most frequent, correct?" I suppose so. He always makes the effort to reach out to you, seeking every opportunity to get close. Wouldn't you agree?" "Not exactly. Many times it's just coincidental. Besides, Teacher Wu is a great person. He looks out for me, and I truly appreciate him." "What's wrong? Is there an issue with him?" "You were kidnapped, and he was quick to notice. Rescuing you at the first opportunity, wasn't he?" Zhang Song's blunt inquiries irked Chen Ziming, prompting him to impatiently reply, "Yes." It seemed Zhang Song had detected Chen Ziming's irritation, as he smiled slightly. Don't be upset. My questions are for your benefit. Thanks. Have you made plans to meet Wu Ge recently?" "Yes." "When and where?" Chen Ziming instinctively became wary. This individual was persistently inquiring about Wu Ge, including the specifics of when and where he would appear, suggesting a possibility that he intended to meet Wu Ge. Chen Ziming's instincts warned him that such a meeting would not bode well. He hesitated before responding, "Nothing definitive. Teacher Wu just mentioned he'd like to have a meal together when he has time." Zhang Song narrowed his eyes, interrogating. "Really?" Chen Ziming felt as if Zhang Song's gaze were two sharp swords piercing his heart, causing his pulse to race. "Yes, indeed." Zhang Song maintained a stoic silence, merely fixing his gaze on Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming instinctively turned away, avoiding his stare. After a moment, Zhang Song leaned in closer, his voice low. "Be cautious of Wu Ge." Chen Ziming's eyes widened in shock. After patting Chen Ziming's shoulder, Zhang Song expressed his gratitude for his cooperation and then turned to leave. Chen Ziming watched Zhang Song's retreating figure, his heart in turmoil. After a prolonged moment, he finally emerged from his daze, breathing heavily and feeling somewhat disoriented. He contemplated messaging Wu Ge to inquire about the ominous figure in the cap. However, he sensed that something was amiss. Chen Ziming reflected on Zhang Song's earlier questions. Wu Ge had approached him. Wu Ge had shown him particular care. Wu Ge was the first to arrive and rescue him when he was kidnapped. Yes, it must be that the man posed a threat. Teacher Wu was innocent. Chen Ziming assured himself with words, convincing himself that Wu Ge would never harm him. Now that all seemed well, why linger here lost in thought? He decided to head to the gym for a game. Chen Ziming strode purposefully towards the gymnasium. Once inside, he found Wang Ming and the others already playing, since they were one player short. Wang Ming had recruited a passerby to join them. Upon Chen Ziming's arrival, Wang Ming intended to swap him in for his turn. The passerby, sensing the situation, opted to take a break and relinquish his spot to Chen Ziming. With Chen Ziming on the court, the enthusiasm of the Class 1 players surged, and they played with renewed vigor. Chen Ziming was an exceptional shooter, with an 80% success rate on his attempts. He gazed at the hoop, perceiving it as the rightful destination for the ball. Wang Ming seemed to notice something. Concerned, Wang Ming inquired, "What troubles you, Ziming? That was not your usual performance." Following that particular shot, Chen Ziming's form plummeted. He either failed to receive the ball, or missed his shots entirely, he appeared burdened with thoughts, his mind seemingly far removed from the game of basketball. His classmates cast him curious glances. And once more, Wang Ming asked what was wrong. Chen Ziming merely offered a forced smile, insisting there was nothing amiss. The match had commenced with great enthusiasm, but as Chen Ziming's unusual behavior persisted, the spirits of the other players waned, and inexplicably, the game abruptly ceased. Everyone seemed to share an unspoken understanding to stop playing point. One of the opposing players exchanged a few words with Wang Ming, suggesting they meet again another day, before departing with the ball in hand. Chen Ziming, however, paid no heed to these happenings. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Ziming. What is going on with you? Wang Ming attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, but Chen Ziming's expression remained serious, and he fell silent. Just as Wang Ming was about to press further, Chen Ziming abruptly raised his eyebrows and turned away, striding away swiftly. Wang Ming and the others were left dumbfounded in place. After taking a few steps, Chen Ziming turned back to apologize to Wang Ming and the others before hurrying off once more. Wang Ming and his companions exchanged puzzled looks. Chapter 92. Wang Yuqi relents. Cheng Feng was utterly terrified, rendered speechless by Lu Lu's frantic demeanor. At this moment, only Wang Yuqi seemed capable of restraining Lu Lu, while Wu Ge felt it was inappropriate for him to intervene. After a few electroshocks from Wang Yuqi, Lu Lu became considerably more subdued. Wu Ge had stood guard in the living room throughout the night, worried that Lu Lu might impulsively harm Sun Ming. That it was only in the early morning, when Wang Yuqi arrived to relieve Wu Ge, that he finally got a chance to rest. As noon approached, Wu Ge awakened to find Wang Yuqi still present. Wu Ge gestured towards Lu Lu's room. That she's inside. That Xijing Feng at work. He still needs to remain at the Super Ability Company. Understood. Should I prepare some lunch? Wang Yuqi's lips twitched as she waved her hand. Captain Wu, you didn't sleep a wink last night. You should rest more. Don't trouble yourself with cooking. That it's no bother. Go rest. Wang Yuqi interjected firmly. Wu Ge shrugged, intending to step outside for some fresh air. His mission had concluded, his duties at the school had been terminated, and his only task now was to await Lu Lu's account of the previous night's events to formulate a plan. As for Chen Ziming, he had scheduled a jog at the park for 7 o'clock that evening, intending to gift himself a watch as a token of reward. After extracting the bullet, Lu Lu awoke shortly thereafter. Upon learning that Wu Ge had rescued him, he erupted in a frenzy, demanding vengeance. It seemed Lu Lu's mission had gone awry. Cheng Feng was still out on a task. What might transpire there today? After last night's events, would the Super Ability Company undergo any significant changes? While Wu Ge fretted over Cheng Feng, he remained unaware that Cheng Feng was not even at the Super Ability Company at that moment. He was currently in a neighboring city, seated at a large gaming hall before a slot machine with a small thug. This one will do. The thug pointed to an unoccupied machine. Cheng Feng nervously glanced around before taking a seat, lowering his head to insert a homemade device into the slot machine under the thug's cover. The gaming hall buzzed with excitement, especially near the slot machines where players were plentiful. Once prepared, Cheng Feng began to pull the lever, soon raking in a substantial amount of winnings. Before long, the two had amassed quite a fortune. After converting their winnings into cash, the thug cheerfully led Cheng Feng to an upstairs restaurant, eager to treat him to a meal. It was lunchtime, and in this unfamiliar city, Cheng Feng consented. As they sat at the table, Cheng Feng absent-mindedly pushed his food around, while the thug beamed, saying, "We really made quite a haul this time. You've got some skills, I must admit. Thinking of ditching me so soon, that seems rather ungrateful, considering I've helped you earn quite a bit. Listen, Chubby, you ought to understand the importance of gratitude." Cheng Feng was taken aback and retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that?" "What do you mean, what do I mean? Calm down and eat your food. Can't we discuss this after we've finished eating?" Cheng Feng slammed his chopsticks on the table with a loud crack, attracting the attention of those around them. The thug hurriedly attempted to placate him. "Look at you, so impulsive. For people like us, who aim for greatness, we must maintain our composure. Stay calm. Just stay calm." "What do you mean?" "Exactly. We agreed this was the last time. How can you go back on your word?" Cheng Feng shouted. Curious gazes from nearby patrons turned towards them. The thug became visibly anxious under their scrutiny, fearing that Cheng Feng might reveal too much in his rage. "What are you talking about? Who said I was going back on my word? Weren't you just implying that we would continue gambling together?" The thug waved his hands dismissively. That is not what I meant at all. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. In our line of work, trust is paramount, so we must keep our word. You can rest assured. Hearing the thug's claim that it was merely a jest, Cheng Feng's anger subsided somewhat. He maintained a stony expression, focusing on the food before him, chewing as if it were wax. The thug quickly followed suit. They prepared to part ways. The thug grinned maliciously at Cheng Feng. Kid, I'll be looking for you again. Don't think you can slip away from me. Cheng Feng was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Didn't we come to an agreement? Agreement? Who agreed with you? Not me. You'd better behave, or I'll have no choice but to call the police and have you arrested. Don't scare me. If you call the police, aren't you afraid of being caught too? The thug chuckled lightly. You're naive. I operate from the shadows while you're out in the open. I even know where you live. Do you think you can escape? His residence being discovered? If this information reached Advisor Wang, it would spell disaster. Cheng Feng felt a surge of fear towards this thug. In that moment, he found himself at a loss. Stammering, unable to articulate a coherent response. Sensing Cheng Feng's trepidation, the thug grew even more brazen. With a smirk, he declared, Kid, just do as you're told, and we can make money together. Don't act foolishly, or I'll make sure you regret it. Cheng Feng's eyes reflected a mix of anxiety and dread. Observing Cheng Feng's reaction, the thug appeared quite pleased. He turned away, swaggering out with an exaggerated gait reminiscent of a waddling duck. What should I do? What should I do? Cheng Feng felt a sense of urgency and regret. His greatest regret was having ventured into gambling at all. Why did he do it? Even more regrettable was not severing ties with this thug sooner, unaware that he had been following him and had discovered his address. Cheng Feng sensed that this situation was escalating and needed to be addressed. Otherwise, it could spell disaster for their entire group. In the midst of his turmoil, he heard someone call his name. Cheng Feng. Turning around, he was astonished to find a colleague from the Super Ability Company, and he quickly concealed his distress, greeting the person with a smile. Why aren't you at work today? I intended to go, but my wife's mother fell ill, so I went to the hospital to check on her and took a leave of absence. How about you? Why aren't you there? I took a leave for some personal matters. Well, if it's urgent, you should hurry along, Just as the colleague was about to leave, they suddenly called out to Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, something significant happened at the company this morning. Significant? Does it have anything to do with Lu from last night? Cheng Feng quickly inquired. Apparently, someone attempted to infiltrate the building last night to steal our confidential materials. Fortunately, it was discovered in time by Sun Ming, who summoned several security guards to subdue the intruder. Now, our company is under heightened security. Everywhere you look, there are imposing security personnel. Anyone who sees them is filled with fear. So it was true. Were the thieves caught? Not yet, which is why so many guards are stationed here. I heard the company has already reported it to the police, and they should be able to track down the thief soon. Why would someone choose to steal from our company? With our influence and status, they could easily be apprehended with just a little expenditure. The colleague's words left Cheng Feng feeling uneasy after exchanging a few hasty pleasantries. He bid farewell and departed. Throughout his journey, he remained anxious and concerned. If the police discovered their base, their identities could very well be exposed. Clearly, Advisor Wang's cautious approach was warranted. Everything should indeed be conducted in secrecy. Yet he pondered what Lu had experienced last night that led to such a failure. Due to the colleague's remarks, Cheng Feng's anxiety shifted from the potential exposure of the gambling incident to the risk of their base being uncovered by the police. Upon returning to the low-rise building, he opened the door and hurried inside. Wang Yuqi was seated on the sofa. Wang Yuqi, something's gone horribly wrong. Cheng Feng rushed towards her, speaking in a flurry. What happened? Cheng Feng recounted everything his colleague had told him. Wang Yuqi's brow furrowed deeper with each word. Before Cheng Feng could finish, Wang Yuqi approached Lu's door and knocked sharply. An impatient voice came from inside, prompting Wang Yuqi to call out, Lu, come out immediately. With a creak, the door to Wu Ji's room swung open, revealing his figure. What is going on? Captain Wu. Something has happened. What? It's about Lu. After Lu's door opened, Wang Yuqi called everyone to the conference room. The group sat at the conference table, and Wang Yuqi instructed Cheng Feng to recount the entire sequence of events to Wu Ge and Lu. Once Cheng Feng finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Lu exclaimed angrily, I must kill that Sun Ming tonight. I absolutely must. Don't try to stop me any longer. Please sit down. Wang Yuqi sighed. Old woman, how long do you intend to wait before taking action? Our stronghold is on the verge of exposure, and you're still hesitating by the time we get our hands on the gas and understand it. Our identities will be revealed. Wang Yuqi lowered her head slightly, falling silent. This time, she did not retort Lu as she had before. Wugo, tonight, you and I will capture that Sun Ming and have him lead us to retrieve the solvent. If he refuses, we will kill him. I doubt he has the courage to refuse. After we obtain it, we will leave immediately. What is there to fear about our identities being exposed? Wugo glanced at Wang Yuqi with concern. Lu was growing increasingly agitated, pacing around the conference room. Oh, stop being so frightened. As he walked, Lu continued to urge Wang Yuqi to agree. After a while, Wang Yuqi finally spoke, uttering a single word. All right. Chapter 93. A gift. Moreover, why would a physical education teacher take such special care of their students, even going so far as to cook for them and deliver meals merely out of a desire for them to eat something light? Who, apart from a mother, possesses such patience? These repeated coincidences, are they truly coincidental, or is there an underlying purpose? Especially that encounter at the cemetery. How could it be so fortuitous for them to appear simultaneously in such an obscure location? It defies all logic. Chen Ziming pondered deeply, his mind sharpening with each thought. He felt more lucid than ever before. He hurriedly walked along the sidewalk, the main road bustling with traffic. People hurried past him, their movements a blur. Everything surrounding Chen Ziming seemed to be playing in fast forward. Vehicles and pedestrians whizzed by like indistinct beams of white light. In that vast expanse, Chen Ziming felt as though he was the sole inhabitant. With nothing else in existence, his heart was as calm as a windless surface of water. The world around him was eerily silent. Chen Ziming continued to walk, aimlessly, unaware of his location or destination. His mind racing back to the moments he had spent with Wugu, those memories flashing before him like a film on fast forward, the sounds obscured by the rapid imagery, from beginning to end, and then back again. This mental film replayed ceaselessly. Passers-by. Chen Ziming appeared as a lifeless automaton, his expression as still as water. Time sped by, and suddenly, Chen Ziming came to a halt. He gazed into the void, his eyes clear and bright. That on his right was a row of storefronts, while on his left stood the poplar trees lining the road. He slowly approached the tree, leaning against its trunk and resting his head on his arm. He observed the soil around the roots, inhaling its rich aroma deeply. Sounds began to return, gradually increasing in volume. Chen Ziming heard the rumble of engines from passing vehicles, the footsteps of hurried pedestrians, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. He abruptly lifted his head as a blinding light pierced his pupils. It was sunlight. Chen Ziming shielded his eyes, and as he regained his awareness of the surroundings, he discerned the colors and shapes of the environment. Noticing people moving about, vehicles in motion, and leaves swaying, his heart, once tranquil, was stirred by a gentle breeze, creating a ripple that soon transformed into waves. Ultimately, the intensity of these waves grew, causing the surface of his emotions to churn violently. Chen Ziming gasped for breath, his mouth agape. He choked back tears, his expression resembling that of someone silently weeping. Passers-by were drawn to his unusual demeanor, casting him curious glances. Chen Ziming swallowed hard, lowering his brow, trembling as he sent a message to Wuge. Teacher Wu, do you have time now? I would like to see you. It was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had skipped lunch to play basketball, intending to eat afterward, but now he had lost all appetite. Where are you? I'm coming over now. I could the park. Chen Ziming closed his eyes, slipping his phone into his pocket. He glanced around, noticing people watching him, both on the street and in the nearby shops. If sensing his gaze, they quickly turned away. After determining his position, Chen Ziming headed towards the park. Shortly after, he arrived at the park entrance. Once inside, he found the bench where Wu Gu had previously waited for him. I could see this moment. The sun was at its peak, and the park was nearly deserted. Fallen leaves covered the ground, their remnants crushed beneath his feet as he walked. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and branches, casting large patches of shadow on the ground. Chen Ziming sat in the dappled shade, surrounded by a mosaic of shadows on his face and body. The air was sharp and stung his skin and chest, making him feel cold. Creak, creak. It was as if mice were gnawing at the ground. Cockroaches scuttling across paper and beasts devouring their prey's bones. Chen Ziming looked at Wu Gu, who stood against the light, his face shrouded in shadow. Ziming. Wu Gu smiled as he approached. Chen Ziming hesitated, unsure of how to begin. A chill wind swept past, intensifying his discomfort. What's wrong? You seem down today. Is something bothering you? He shook his head and no. Chen Ziming was uncertain whether to nod or shake his head, so he remained silent. Weren't we supposed to meet at 7? Why the early visit? He found unexpected courage and blurted out, Teacher Wu, why are you so good to me? Wu Gu appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled and sat down beside Chen Ziming. Why the sudden question? I'm simply curious. Chen Ziming's tone softened. So, what would you like to know? I want to understand. Why me? That's what I wish to know. If you're referring to why we became friends. As you might say here, it's simply fate. Chen Ziming frowned. Teacher Wu, I don't want to hear such vague notions. It's just childish nonsense. I want to know the real reason. Do you think it's a mere excuse? I don't believe it is that if everything could be explained, then there would be no confusion or troubles in the world, for all matters could be clarified. Chen Ziming interrupted Wu Gu. Teacher Wu, I don't want to hear those grand philosophies. I just want to know why you treat me so well. I only wish to hear the most genuine reason straight from your heart. Whatever it may be, I will choose to believe you completely. But I need you to provide me with a rationale. His near-argumentative tone and volume drew the attention of a passerby. Wu Ji's expression turned serious as he glanced at the bystander, who hurriedly moved on. After a moment of silence, Wu Gu slowly began to speak. Ziming, the reason I care about you is that you are my student. Our friendship endures because we are kindred spirits. But why did you seek me out? Why did you go to the internet CAF to find me? You are merely an insignificant physical education teacher. You had no obligation to do this for a student's absence. Even the subject teachers wouldn't go this far. They are who they are, and I am who I am. People differ from one another. Teacher Wu, I want the truth. What I am saying is the truth. Chen Ziming looked at Wu Gu with sorrowful eyes, while Wu Gu maintained a calm gaze. The autumn wind slipped through the collar of Chen Ziming's coat, brushing against Wu Ji's eyes, momentarily revealing a hint of blue in the whites of his eyes. The cold air enveloped the bench. The small cracks hidden beneath the paint of the wooden seat seemed to widen slightly. Chen Ziming's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes expressing desolation. Wu Gu felt a pang in his heart. Swallowing hard, he struggled to maintain composure. It won't happen. Please rest assured. The sun gradually shifted its position, and at that moment, the shadow of the leaves on Chen Ziming's face retreated, replaced by a warm, golden light. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, thus failing to notice the fleeting darkness in Wu Ji's gaze. With Wu Ji's assurance, Chen Ziming's brow began to relax, his sorrowful expression gradually returning to its usual state. Slowly transforming into one of relief, he smiled, retrieving a white box from his backpack and presenting it to Wu Gu. Teacher Wu, this is the watch I promised to give you yesterday. With this watch, we can practice long-distance running together from now on. If it were possible to lay open Wu Ji's heart for all to see, one would witness it constricting tightly, as if overwhelmed. Thank you. Wu Gu cradled Chen Ziming's gift in both hands. Teacher Wu, please open it and see if you like it. How could I not like it? Wu Gu replied with a smile. Chen Ziming rummaged through his backpack and produced a small knife, presenting it to Wu Gu. Teacher Wu, use this to cut through the outer layer of film, and it will be easy to open. Wu Gu nodded, took the knife, flipped out the blade, and gently made a cut on the white square box. A faint scratch emerged on the plastic film. With a deft motion, Wu Gu hooked the blade. Lifting the plastic film away, he pinched the box lid with his fingers and slowly drew it open. Inside, a sleek black electronic watch gradually unveiled its exquisite form. He tucked away the knife, pinching it with his pinky, and used his thumb and index finger to extract the heart rate monitor. It was truly beautiful. Chen Ziming's face beamed with joy. That day, Chen Ziming demonstrated to Wu Gu how to use the watch, their heart rates precisely pulsing on the display. Chapter 94. Beauty saves the hero that night. A shadow darted through the darkness that if one were to slow down the shadow's speed, it would reveal not a single individual, but Tudat Lulu was nestled against Wu Ji's shoulder. Their mission was to capture Sun Ming. Wu Ge raced through the concealed alleys of S City like a streak of black lightning. Lulu clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with hatred for Sun Ming. He vividly remembered everything Sun Ming had done to him the previous night. That night, Sun Ming had hidden in the exhibition hall, dispatching messages to his subordinates to swiftly bring weapons for their rescue. Meanwhile, Lulu had waited outside for an extended period, growing increasingly anxious as Sun Ming did not emerge. He sent another message to Sun Ming. Lulu found it increasingly peculiar that the metal door was closed for a restroom visit. Was it to prevent him from entering? Yet, he had just been inside and had seen everything he needed to see. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Lulu began retracing his steps. He recalled that they had exited the elevator, passed through a glass door, and then encountered a metal door. Beyond the metal door lay a T-junction, with the left side leading to his current position, and Sun Ming behind the metal door at the left end. He approached the metal door leading to the glass door, only to discover that it had closed at some point. At that moment, Lulu understood completely. Nevertheless, he still conducted one final test. He sent Sun Ming a message, stating that he needed to use the restroom and requested that Sun Zong open the door. After a while, a series of footsteps echoed from beyond the metal door. This is bad. Lulu sought a place to hide, but at the ends of the three paths in the T-junction stood metal doors. Without an eye mask, he could not open them. Lacking Wu Ji's immense strength, he could not force the doors open. The footsteps grew nearer. It seemed these individuals had passed through the glass door and were about to reach the metal door. With a thunderous sound, the lower edge of the metal door revealed a gleam of light, slowly rising. In a moment of desperation, Lulu rushed to the door's edge, stretching his body along the metal door frame. His feet planted at the door's side, his waist at the top of the door, and his hands pressed against the other side. His eyes scrutinized the doorway as the metal door opened. A group of bodyguards clad in black suits, wielding silver handguns, entered in succession. They remained vigilant, guns drawn, cautiously advancing towards the T-junction. Once the entire group had entered, Lulu discerned that there were 6 of them. They stood in a line, and the lead gunman was about to reach the intersection of the T-junction. Both parties momentarily froze, and the gunman shouted. Gunfire erupted. Lulu swiftly dodged, leaping behind the gunman, and with a swift motion, he sliced his nails across the opponent's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. After disposing of the body, he approached the glass door and pushed it forcefully, only to find it locked. Frustrated, he attempted to kick it open, but the glass was unusually sturdy, producing only a dull thud, leaving it unscathed. Suddenly, Lulu felt a searing pain in his abdomen, accompanied by a sense of rigidity that spread outward from his midsection, and he could no longer feel his waist. Before him stood 2 rows of armed men. Behind them emerged Sun Ming, walking slowly. Xiaolu, what happened to you? Did you get shot? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Sun Ming feigned concern, his eyes filled with mockery. Sun Zong, what is the meaning of this? Why have you gathered so many people? Wasn't it agreed that it would only be the 2 of us? Lulu leaned against the wall and asked with a smile. Oh, Xiaolu, you've misunderstood me. These people are not summoned by me. Sun Ming replied with a slight shake of his head, followed by a cunning smile, pointing his finger at Lulu, ominously stating, they were summoned by you. Sun Zong, how can you say that? I don't know them. How could I have called them here? Stop pretending, Sun Ming said sternly. You know exactly what you have done. From now on, you will answer my questions honestly. Then you better be quick, as I worry that dawn will break soon, and our clandestine dealings will be exposed. I have nothing to fear. I am an outsider. But you, Sun Zong, who exactly are you? Me. Am I not just your companion? I have provided you with so many women. Don't you know who I am? Sun Ming's expression shifted slightly. Don't say anything unnecessary, I ask you. Why did you approach me? What is your purpose? My purpose? My purpose is simply to accompany you and bring you joy, nothing more. I guess it not so. You gouged out the eyes of my subordinates, though. Is that so? I possess such remarkable abilities? Sun Ming chuckled. Stubborn are we? No matter that I have ways to make you speak. Hey, don't do that, Sun Zong. There's no need for it. Since you asked, I might as well say it directly. There's no need for such a commotion. Lulu beckoned to Sun Ming. Sun Zong, come here. This matter is confidential, and others must not hear it. Stop with that. These are all my people. There's nothing that can't be said. Sun Zong, if you truly believe that, then I shall speak publicly at that time. I am sure you will regret it. This statement genuinely unsettled Sun Ming. He had committed too many sins, and many things could not be disclosed. Lulu's words seemed to grasp some small weakness of his. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. If there were things that must remain private, allowing the 6 individuals behind him to know would undoubtedly lead to widespread knowledge, and that would not be limited to just them. Sun Ming found himself in a difficult position. Everyone listen. The reason I approached Sun Zong is, Lulu raised his voice. Xiao Lu. Sun Ming sharply interrupted. Since you have a difficult secret to share, I can agree to your request. I will take 2 steps forward. Is that acceptable? Lulu nodded. If Sun Zong shows sincerity, then I shall reciprocate. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Ming took a step forward. His subordinates attempted to follow, but Sun Ming halted them. Stopping in his tracks, Sun Ming scrutinized Lulu. After a few seconds, Sun Ming took another step forward, yet he remained about 4 meters away from Lulu. The instant Sun Ming's foot touched the ground, Lulu whipped out his arm like a rope, ensnaring Sun Ming's shoulder, binding his arms, and pulling him close, his nails pressing against Sun Ming's throat. The 6 armed men gasped in unison, raising their firearms collectively. They stared incredulously at Lulu, unable to believe their eyes. Sun Ming, too, was terrified and screamed, Xiao Lu! Xiao Lu! Relax, relax! Don't make a sound! Lulu growled menacingly. Sun Ming fell silent. At that moment, Lulu began to feel his consciousness fading. The outlines of the 6 armed men blurring before his eyes that he blinked hard to regain clarity. He felt a key card on Sun Ming's chest and yanked it free. He scanned it at the door control. Beep! The door opened. Lulu kicked the door open and pulled Sun Ming backward. The armed men aimed their guns at Lulu, closing in on him. Arriving at the elevator, Lulu pressed the button, and the elevator doors slowly opened. Lulu ushered Sun Ming inside, and the elevator doors began to close as it descended. Xiao Lu, don't act impulsively. If I can give you whatever you want, don't you desire the core technology of the Super Ability Company? I can take you to retrieve it. Lulu found it challenging to comprehend Sun Ming's words. His mind felt muddled. All he wished was to escape the place as soon as possible. Feeling on the verge of losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Sun Ming continued to chatter incessantly. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, the elevator doors opened. Lulu dashed outside with Sun Ming. Just then, the elevator doors on the opposite side opened, and the armed men charged out, keenly pursuing Lulu's fleeing figure. In the dimly lit garage, what should have been a 5-minute journey felt interminable to Lulu. The path to escape seemed endless. Suddenly, Lulu's vision darkened, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. He leaned against the floor to prevent himself from collapsing. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Stop. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. There, less than 10 meters away, stood a short-haired girl in a dress. The girl rushed to Lulu's side. Upon seeing her, Sun Ming froze. Fei! Sun Ming, are you planning to kill someone? Sun Fei demanded sternly. Fei, what are you doing here? I do not wish to engage in further discourse. I merely desire to deliver this villain to the police. He seeks to pilfer confidential documents from my father's company. As tears streamed down Sun Fei's face, she trembled and implored, if not, then let him go. Absolutely not. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Sun Fei turned to Lulu, weeping as she pushed against his body. You must get up, please. Fei, do not touch him. He is exceedingly dangerous. You must rise. Lulu's body stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering open. Flee. I will shield you, he gasped weakly. You, Lulu, with breath barely escaping his lips, urged, run. You shall not escape. Sun Ming leveled a gun at Liu in an instant. Sun Fei positioned herself in front of Lulu. Fei, step aside. Lulu perceived the world dimming, with only a faint glimmer of light ahead. That of the street lamp outside the parking lot. He staggered forward, gradually breaking into a run. The sound of gunfire erupted behind him. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, a sensation akin to being struck. Distantly, he registered the shrill screams of a female and the furious bellowing of a man. He continued to run, sensing a searing heat radiating from his waist. Yet he pressed on, oblivious to his whereabouts. Unsure if he was still in motion, it felt as though he were suspended in the void of space. Chapter 95. The acquisition of the solvent. The moonlight was dim, in a wooded area adjacent to a villa district in S City. "Are you certain Sun Ming is here?" Wu Ge inquired. Where else could he possibly be? Once he attained success, he abandoned his wife and children. That previous home has long been relinquished to his ex-wife and daughter. This is his only refuge, and it is mortgaged, Lu Lu replied. You seem to know him quite well. Lu Lu recalled the image of Sun Ming bare-chested, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. All right then, refrain from mentioning him further. By the way, are you still involved with that student you met at the bar? Lu Lu sighed. I can only say that the world is too small. Just as Wu Ge was about to inquire further, Lu Lu abruptly pressed down on Wu Ji's head. Shoo! Someone is coming. The two concealed themselves behind a tree by the roadside. They observed a black sedan slowly cruising from a distance, entering the villa district's gates. Afterward, Lu Lu and Wu Ge stepped out from behind the tree. Lu Lu used the access card Sun Ming had previously given him to enter the villa district. Guided by Lu Lu, they meandered until they arrived at Sun Ming's villa. Hiding outside the courtyard's fence, they watched as Sun Ming parked his car in the garage and then entered the yard. Let us proceed, Lu Lu whispered. He gently pulled open the courtyard gate, which creaked softly. Arriving at the front door, Lu Lu rang the doorbell and then took refuge in a blind spot of the camera with Wu Ge. Soon, Sun Ming's voice resonated from within. Who is it? Lu Lu exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Ge, who understood his cue and approached the door. With a powerful kick, he forced the door open. The two surged inside, and before Sun Ming could react, Wu Ge had him pinned to the floor. Lu Lu seized Sun Ming by the hair, lifting his head to face him. Mr. Sun, it has been a while. Shoo! Lu Lu gestured for silence. If you raise your voice, you will incite my wrath, and you might find yourself in a precarious situation, Lu Lu said, his finger tracing lightly against his own throat as he grinned menacingly. Small Lu, we can discuss this calmly. That is the spirit. Had you adopted this demeanor yesterday, we would not be in this predicament, would we? Lu Lu chuckled softly. What do you intend to do? Sun Ming stammered, fear evident in his voice. What do I intend to do? Well, I must carefully consider how to torment you. Sun Ming's face turned sorrowful as he began to plead for mercy, with a sharp slap. Lu Lu admonished, keep your voice down, or I shall sever your tongue. Terrified, Sun Ming quickly fell silent. From this moment forth, you shall answer my inquiries honestly. Sweat beaded on Sun Ming's plump face as he nodded vigorously. Isn't the raw solution located at the Super Ability Building headquarters? Why, yes. Take me there now. Are you trying to get me killed? No, that is not what I meant. Even I cannot access it. Lu Lu lifted his gaze to meet Wu Ji's eyes. What do you mean? That room has 2 layers of protection. Without disabling the mechanisms, I cannot pass through either. Then you shall perish, Lu Lu declared, extending his finger towards Sun Ming's throat. Stop, Sun Ming cried, tears streaming down his face. I will think of a solution. Will that suffice? Speak. The key to disable the mechanisms exists in 2 parts. Point 1 is with our chairman, and the other is locked in the company's confidential area. 4 individuals must simultaneously input the dynamic passcode to unlock the room containing the key. These 4 comprise the 4 directors of our company. I am one, and there are 3 others if I can manage to persuade the other 3 to send me the passcode. We can retrieve it. Is it truly that complicated? Why not simply request it from Chen Ziming? Sun Ming shook his head. The chairman will never consent that he instituted this policy to prevent any individual from unilaterally accessing the solution. Yet it is also to ensure that in emergencies, when the chairman is absent, the solution is still obtainable. Such reasoning held merit, and Lu Lu glanced at Wu Ge, who nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed now. Take us to retrieve it. However, you best keep your voice down, or else. Lu Lu chuckled darkly as he lightly tapped Sun Ming's pupil. Sun Ming yelped in pain. The 2 men compelled Sun Ming to drive them to the underground garage of the Super Ability Building. The 3 ascended through the elevator to the floor where the solution was stored. Each layer of security was bypassed with Sun Ming's retinal scan until they finally arrived at a place familiar to both Wu Ge and Lu Lu. Before them stood an open metallic door, leading into a narrow corridor. the end of which was a glass-doored storage room filled with a swirling white mist. The corridor was laden with laser beams. Any unauthorized entry would result in instant demise. Lu and Wu Ge were well aware of this. Standing at the corridor's entrance, Sun Ming explained, "There are lasers on this path. Entry is forbidden. The storage room contains toxic gas, and similarly, entrance is prohibited. Disable the mechanisms." Observing Lu's utter lack of surprise or astonishment, Sun Ming paused momentarily before nodding with a sycophantic smile. After a brief operation on his phone, Sun Ming exclaimed, "It's done, it's done." He strode to the corridor's entrance, inputting a series of numbers into a device over 1 meter high. Beep, beep. The corridor visibly revealed something vanishing. Looking into the storage room, the white mist dissipated at a perceptible rate. "All right," Sun Ming said eagerly to Lu. Soon, the haze cleared. "You lead the way," Lu instructed. Spare me the chatter, move." Lu nudged Sun Ming, who reluctantly took a few steps forward. "Hurry up." Sun Ming had no choice but to quicken his pace. They reached the location of the lasers, and Sun Ming emerged unscathed. This confirmed that the lasers had indeed been disabled. Lu and Wu Ge followed closely behind. Reassured, the trio arrived before the glass door, both Lu and Wu Ge eager for this moment. They had not anticipated such a smooth progression. Yet Lu understood that tonight might be their final opportunity. As the incident at the Super Ability Building would soon lead to a manhunt, every outing could potentially result in capture, and their associates might also face investigation. Perhaps the police would trace their base and apprehend all 4 of them. At that point, their safe escape would be uncertain, and their lives might hang in the balance, especially if their true identities were revealed. "Open it." Lu's voice was laced with excitement. Sun Ming, with a forced smile, inquired, "Little Lu, may I ask which company you represent and how much they are compensating you? You must understand, our company is a titan in the telecommunications industry. Name your price, and I am certain the chairman will oblige." With a pained scream, Sun Ming's arm was twisted by Lu, hanging limply at his shoulder. "Open it," Lu bellowed. Sun Ming hastily input a series of numbers into the access panel with his remaining hand. With 2 beeps, the glass door slowly opened, releasing a wave of oppressive air. Instantly, Lu and Wu Ge covered their mouths and noses. "That it's fine. This is not toxic gas." Sun Ming staggered inside, and Lu and Wu Ge hurriedly followed. Upon entering the storage room, they found a metallic cabinet at its center. Sun Ming opened the cabinet to reveal a cylindrical metal container, roughly the size of an adult forearm. He stepped back and gestured towards the container, saying, "What you seek is contained within last. We have found it." Lu and Wu Ge approached the metallic cabinet, their eyes fixated upon the container, its surface impeccably smooth, reflecting the white light of the room. Indeed, Wu Ge reached out and grasped the metallic container. That moment, a loud crash echoed from behind him, followed by a series of hissing sounds from gas being expelled. "This is bad." Lu and Wu Ge hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. They arrived at the glass door and pulled with all their might. The door did not budge. It was locked. Looking outside, they saw Sun Ming had already reached the metal gate, which was slowly descending. The gas was rapidly jetting out, and in a short span, it had spread to their waists that Wu Ge punched the glass door with a resounding thud. The door shook slightly. Immediately, he swung his fist again. Thud! The glass door remained unscathed at this juncture. The gas continued to accumulate, enveloping them like a river. Rising to their necks, Wu Ge handed the metallic container to Lu. Without any protective measures, he relentlessly struck the metal door with a series of punches. The storage room reverberated with a cacophony of thuds. With a crack, a narrow fissure appeared in the glass door. Wu Ge directed several more punches at the gap, causing it to widen. He then delivered a powerful kick. And with a crash, the glass door shattered, leaving a gaping hole through which the gas surged outward. Grabbing Lu, they dashed into the corridor. Be careful, Lu shouted, just as they were about to surge forward. Wu Ge suddenly recalled the laser beams. He quickly halted. The billowing white smoke from the storage room surged forth, having already engulfed half of the corridor. Wu Ge seemed to perceive crimson threads weaving through the white smoke. If we don't leave now, we will be poisoned by the smoke that I know, but how do we cross? What the hell are you saying? How could I possibly abandon you? If you die, Lu cannot possibly survive alone. Wuge chuckled. What foolishness are you uttering? Is this really you? Don't jest with me. Think of a way to get through. Wuge, spare me this nonsense. What do you intend to do? Wuge seized Lulu. If you don't evade, you will undoubtedly perish. He hurled Lulu toward the laser zone. Lulu cursed while twisting his body, dodging the beams amidst the white smoke. The smoke thickened further and could see the position before the glass door. The fog had already risen above Wu Ji's head, and within the corridor, it stood over a meter high. Lulu's figure appeared to recede further into the white smoke. Wuge held his breath. His eyes beginning to glaze over, his vision slightly blurred. He could hear his heart pounding, his lungs contracting and expanding. He recalled what the captain had said to him. Amiel, if you harness the power of your physical enhancement wisely, one day you shall surpass the speed of light. Wuge clenched his fists and closed his eyes. His body trembled slightly. He concentrated his strength in his legs, feeling the muscles in his calves and thighs swell instantaneously. He felt as though the skin on his legs was on the verge of bursting. Strands of blue light shone through the fissures in his skin. From a distance, two elongated blue lights flickered in his white vision. The white haze filled the space, coalescing with increasing density. Each wisp of smoke seemed tangible, as if one could grasp it within their palms. The air was sharp, a stinging sensation surging through Wu Ji's nerves. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, confronted by a white barrier that seemed endless. With a roar, he planted his feet on the ground, producing a soft pinging sound, and in an instant, a blue lightning-like figure dashed through the intersection of smoke and beams. Chapter 96. Emptiness outside the convenience store. Chen Ziming peered inside. Under the bright lights, a female shop assistant stood at the cashier, smiling as she handed a receipt to a customer. Tonight marked the first evening of Chen Ziming's date with the shop assistant. They had agreed to meet after a night shift to enjoy a late-night meal together. As the customer departed, Chen Ziming noticed her gaze shifting toward him, causing a flutter of nervousness within him. Checking his phone, he saw it was 8 o'clock. It was time to meet. He observed the shop assistant leaving the counter to switch places with a colleague before heading to the staff changing room. A few minutes later, the shop assistant emerged, clad in casual jeans and a sweatshirt. Xijing, Chen Ziming called out with a smile. Is there a special nickname? Just calling Xijing feels so plain. Chen Ziming felt a wave of embarrassment, scratching his head in contemplation. With a chuckle, Xijing replied, I was just teasing you. Don't take it seriously. Xijing sounds lovely, and I quite like it. Oh, is that so? Have you decided where to eat? Yes, at a Western restaurant in the city center. That sounds rather pricey. Should we choose a cheaper place instead? Xijing bit her lip, pausing for a moment before bursting into laughter again, leaving Chen Ziming utterly perplexed. Oh dear, you big straightforward man. What am I to do with you? Huh. So, are we going or not? I simply prefer the expensive places. Chen Ziming nodded eagerly. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, ushering Xijing in a back seat. After shutting the door, he took the passenger seat. After a 10-minute ride, they arrived at City's most bustling commercial street. Chen Ziming guided Xijing to the Western restaurant located on the 8th floor of the West Region Mall, and they took the elevator upstairs. Upon exiting the elevator, as they walked down the corridor toward the restaurant, Chen Ziming spotted a familiar figure leaning against the railing, sobbing into her phone. Is it her? As Chen Ziming approached, he heard her weeping. Lulu, I beg you, please meet me. I'm right in front of the restaurant where we often dated. I don't know where else to find you. I can only wait for you here. I beg you. Her voice was filled with despair, seemingly sending a voice message that it was peak dining hour, and numerous patrons cast curious glances her way, whispering amongst themselves. Chen Ziming suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. He stared at her silhouette. What's wrong? Xijing asked. Chen Ziming finally snapped back to reality, muttering that it was nothing before leading Xijing away to in an alley. Cheng Feng stood face to face with a small-time thug. Hey, we agreed to meet this afternoon. Why didn't you show up? I warn you, if you dare to stand me up again, the police will definitely pay your family a visit. I mean what I say. The thug angrily jabbed a finger into Cheng Feng's chest. Cheng Feng swatted his hand away. I will absolutely not be at your beck and call again. You can do whatever you want. The thug seemed taken aback by Cheng Feng's defiance. He paused momentarily before softening his demeanor. With a grin, he patted Cheng Feng's shoulder. Let's talk this over calmly. Why the hostility? If you have something today, Just let me know. Otherwise, I might think something happened to you and worry unnecessarily. The thug's gaunt face wrinkled with his grin, his folds deep enough to squash a fly. Chung Feng recoiled in disgust, shaking off his hand with a low growl. Let me tell you one more time. I will not be your pawn anymore. Whatever you do is futile. Why get all worked up? The thug attempted to pat Chung Feng again. Just as Chung Feng was about to swat his hand away, the thug produced a knife from his pocket and pressed it against Chung Feng's neck. That he sneered, "Don't push your luck? Offering you a collaboration was a favor. If you refuse, then don't expect to keep your life." Suddenly, a blue electrical flash flickered in Chung Feng's pupils. The spark danced across the thug's face, and in the next instant, the thug's head detached from his body, crashing against the wall and rolling onto the ground. Commander Wang. Before Chung Feng stood Wang Yuqi, her arm outstretched, crackling with electrical energy, her pupils glowing blue. All right. Wang Yuqi led the way, Chung Feng following closely behind as they exited the alley. Inside the alley, the headless body gushed forth a spray of blood, collapsing to the ground. The two reached the corner of a low building, about to turn the corner toward the entrance, only to spot a man standing before the door. He wore a khaki trench coat and a black cap, intently gazing at the low building. "Stop," Wang Yuqi warned, blocking Chung Feng's path. They concealed themselves behind the wall, observing the man's movements. "That person is, don't speak," Wang Yuqi instructed, and they stood silently against the wall, listening to the sounds nearby. Thud, 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 footsteps approached. "What now, Commander Wang?" Chung Feng whispered. Wang Yuqi squinted and gradually raised her head. Thud, 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 the footsteps drew nearer. "Commander Wang, they're almost here." Wang Yuqi extended her hand, pointing toward the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang San's figure appeared at the corner, facing the dark alley, peering intently. After a moment, he murmured, "Strange," before turning to leave. Looking back at the low building, Wang Yuqi pulled Chung Feng up to hang from the eaves. Back at home, Wang Yuqi and Chung Feng swiftly gathered their belongings. Wang Yuqi collected everything she had brought, including Wu Ge and Lu Lu's room. Understood. Moments later, footsteps echoed outside the low building. Wang Yuqi and Chung Feng exchanged a glance, concealing themselves behind the wall at the corner of the entrance hall and corridor. With a creak, the door swung open. Wang Yuqi seemed to hear Chung Feng's heartbeat, thump, 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 along with the sound of their footsteps and Wu Ji's groans. It was the two of them as they emerged from the corner. They were taken aback to discover that Wu Ji's nostrils were leaking a blue liquid, his body marred by numerous cuts. Emanating a bluish glow, he was being supported by Lu Lu, who appeared exceedingly weak. Lu Lu's face was ashen as he dragged Wu Ge inside and laid him on the sofa, leaning back against its backrest himself. "Wu Captain, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" Wang Yuqi inquired at it. Was that Sun Ming schemed at Lu Lu? "Vow that unless I kill Sun Ming, I shall never leave this place," Lu Lu bellowed. "Counselor Wang, I will tend to Wu Captain's wounds first," Chung Feng began, but Lu Lu interrupted. "Is it too late now? Lu Lu, did you retrieve the items?" Lu Lu shot a glance at Wang Yuqi and tossed a metallic tube onto the coffee table. "Now that we have the items, we must leave immediately. We can treat Wu Captain's wounds on the ship." "What? Leave? Are you jesting? I must eliminate that Su Ming." Lu Lu erupted in fury, rising to his feet. Wang Yuqi frowned and commanded sharply, "I order you to retreat now. Why should I heed your orders?" Lu Lu's demeanor was somewhat unhinged. Wang Yuqi narrowed her eyes, stepping in front of Lu Lu. And a jolt of electricity struck the back of his neck, causing him to collapse instantly. "Counselor Wang," Chung Feng asked tremulously, "you are responsible for taking Lu Lu away." All right, what happened?" Wu Ge struggled to sit up on the sofa, his eyes dazed and voice faint. "Our base has been compromised. We must evacuate promptly." Wu Ge nodded slightly, struggling to maintain his balance. "Lower Lu Lu down." "Understood." Chung Feng turned to gently lay the unconscious Lu Lu on the sandy ground. A flash of electricity crackled across Lu Lu's head, causing him to stir and open his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and scrutinized the three individuals before him, then sprang up. "Old woman, how dare you? Have you regained your senses?" Wang Yuqi said, taken aback. "Stop your nonsense," she admonished sternly. Lu Lu was about to retort when Wu Ge interjected. "Lu Lu, Our base has been discovered. We must evacuate. Counselor Wang is correct. What? I believe that Sun Ming must be behind this. After he locked us in, he reported us to the authorities. But there are no buts. This is an order, Wang Yuqi declared angrily, her eyes flashing with electricity. Releasing an oppressive force that pushed the riverbank back by half a meter. For a brief moment, the skies seemed to darken. Lu stood frozen in place. Gradually, the electric light faded from Wang Yuqi's eyes. And the receding river surged forward once more. Wu Captain, please take out the solvent for inspection. Wang Yuqi instructed Wu Ge. Certainly. Lu let out a long sigh of relief. The solvent was handed over by Wu Ge, and the four formed a circle around it as Wu Ge slowly opened the metallic tube. Inside were several small tubes the width of a finger. Wu Ge extracted one. Lu. This is what Sun Ming claimed to be the raw material for their superpower solution. Is this what was injected into that student? Wang Yuqi asked. I believe so, Wu Ge replied. Wu Captain, please open it and pour out a little. Wu Ge nodded and carefully opened the small metallic tube, tilting it slightly over his palm. After waiting a few seconds with no liquid emerging, he increased the tilt, but still nothing flowed out. Growing anxious, he tapped forcefully against his palm. Observing this, Lu snatched the small metallic tube away. Use some strength. With that, Lu began to pound against his palm as well. Yet still, not a drop emerged. Frustrated, Lu lifted the small metallic tube to peer inside. Cursing under his breath, he hastily rummaged through the remaining tubes. Finding one after another empty. Lu roared, smashing the metallic tube to the ground. Wu Ge furrowed his brow. How could this be happening? The metallic tube lay amidst the sand, reflecting the cold moonlight, as if mocking the four of them. Wang Yuqi narrowed her eyes, tilting her head to gaze at the night sky. It seems we must resort to extreme measures. Chapter 97. Where is Chun Xiong? This was a room resembling an aircraft cockpit, featuring four black chairs that glimmered with a metallic sheen, arranged in a square within the room. The two front chairs were positioned just behind the control panel, separated by less than half a meter. The control panel was adorned with various buttons and switches, some glowing red. Beyond the control panel was a vast glass window, almost as wide as the control panel itself, stretching 5 meters in length and soaring 3 stories high. Directly opposite the control panel was a metal corridor, illuminated by white lights from the metallic ceiling. 3 individuals sat within the cockpit: Wang Yuqi, Cheng Feng, and Lu. How long has Wu Captain been gone? Wang Yuqi asked. Cheng Feng checked the time. About half an hour. Only half an hour? Yes. Wang Yuqi sighed. I should have gone with him. Old woman, your presence would only burden Wu Ge further, Lu retorted. Earning a glare from Wang Yuqi. Do not speak so disrespectfully. You can trust Wu Ge with this matter. His speed is ideal for gathering information. Even if discovered, he can escape swiftly. If we go and are caught, the consequences could be dire. Besides, he volunteered for this task. We did not force him. Even if something goes awry, you will not be held responsible. Cheng Feng interjected. Lu, isn't it inappropriate to speak of Wu Captain like that? He is still injured. Didn't you treat him? Lu shot back. His physique is robust. You need not worry. His recovery capability is beyond your imagination. Indeed, Wu Captain certainly. Before Lu could continue, Wang Yuqi interrupted. In front of the low building stood a squad of fully armed soldiers. The door of the building swung open, and several soldiers emerged, accompanied by an officer. Beside the officer was Zhang Song. You have arrived a step late, the officer remarked. Are they in great danger? Zhang Song queried. If they weren't, would you have reported it to me? Old classmate? I am not referring to that. Zhang Song pointed to the ground. The officer pursed his lips, his expression grave. It remains unclear. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage and security images, orders have been issued from above that I must capture them, even if it means taking one of them down. Are you confident? That's a secret. Very well. Zhang Song, you should step back from this matter. This is beyond what a mere detective can handle. The next steps will be handled by the National Security Department. You know how I am, Zhang Song said solemnly. The officer regarded Zhang Song, a slight smile playing on his lips. Isn't truth more valuable than life itself? The tone carried a hint of mockery. Faced with the officer's sarcasm, Zhang Song remained silent, his demeanor calm. Enough, let this end here. Even if you are willing to risk your life, Do not obstruct the actions of the state. Oh, you know what they plan to do next? Zhang Song retorted, Oh. Have you already figured it out? Perhaps my guess is correct. The officer leaned in to listen closely as Zhang Song whispered to him. After gathering some items from the low building and arranging a small team of soldiers to guard the vicinity, the officer and Zhang Song departed. As they left, Wu Gu cautiously peered around the corner of a nearby building, observing Zhang Song's retreating figure. Could be him. Wu Gu recalled that this was the man who had apprehended the three suited individuals at the cemetery. Although he could not hear the recent conversation clearly, he sensed that following this man in the cap would yield valuable information. The only lead now was to shadow this cap-wearing individual. For perhaps all would take a turn for the better, Wu Gu watched as the man in the cap exchanged a few words with the officer, after which they parted ways. The armored vehicle's door opened slowly, and the officer's group boarded, the engine roaring to life as the convoy moved forward. The man in the cap continued walking, solitary in the dark of night. Excellent. This is a fortuitous opportunity. Wu Gu resolved to seize the man and interrogate him for everything he knew. As the man walked into the alleyway of the building ahead, Wu Gu dashed forward, gripping Zhang Song's shoulder as they sprinted onward. Only after they had distanced themselves from the low-rise buildings did Wu Gu find a deserted block to halt. Upon glancing at Zhang Song, he noticed that his hat had long since flown away, the collar of his trench coat flapping open, and his hair neatly slicked back against his scalp. Setting Zhang Song down, he nearly buckled to his knees as Wu Gu regarded the disoriented Zhang Song and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" His voice resonated with a deep, resolute tone. Zhang Song managed to steady himself, blinking forcefully a few times, as if the rapid pace at which Wu Gu had dragged him had rendered his vision blurry. Perhaps now, recognizing Wu Ji's features, Zhang Song appeared slightly taken aback, though his expression quickly returned to normal. Straightening his attire and erecting his posture, he replied to Wu Gu with a nonchalant air. "Who are you?" Wu Gu paused momentarily, letting out a chuckle. "Weren't you looking for me? What brings you here? What do you mean? What is your purpose for coming to our planet?" Zhang Song's voice was emphatic, his gaze piercing. Wu Gu lowered his eyes momentarily before lifting them to meet Zhang Song's. Offering a bemused smile, "I do not comprehend your words. Is it related to the superpower group?" Wu Gu fell silent. "Let me take another guess," Zhang Song said, curling his index finger and gesturing towards Wu Gu. "Took your belongings, did he not?" Wu Gu smiled enigmatically. "The supernatural electromagnetic waves do not exist. Rather, you have utilized your resources to exert such effects. Am I correct? Where is Chen Xiong?" Wu Yi interjected sharply, cutting Zhang Song off. Zhang Song let out a soft laugh. "I could never divulge that. Speak, or you shall perish." Wu Ji's tone was frigid. In my lifetime, to encounter an extraterrestrial visitor, I, Zhang Song, would die without regret." Wu Gu abruptly raised his hand, gripping Zhang Song's face, his fingers pressing into Zhang Song's flesh. "Where is Chen Xiong?" Zhang Song stiffly shook his head. Seeking death, Wu Gu intensified his grip, the bones in Zhang Song's face cracking under the pressure. "Where is Chen Xiong?" Wu Gu gritted his teeth and asked with ferocity. Zhang Song laboriously raised his hand, trembling as he slowly extended his index finger, wavering it towards Wu Gu. The gust of cold wind swept through, carrying a faint metallic sweetness in the air. Wu Gu let out a low growl, flinging Zhang Song aside. Zhang Song stumbled to the ground, a trickle of blood streaming from the corner of his eye. With a swift motion, Wu Gu vanished into the alley like a shadow. Zhang Song lay on the ground, trembling, grinding his teeth, his expression frozen, tears glistening on his lashes. Wu Gu gasped heavily, pursuing the military vehicle that had just passed. If the man in the cap refused to speak, then there was only one other course of action: tracking this officer. If Chen Xiong were under military protection, and this officer was the commander of a mission, then it was highly probable that Chen Xiong was safeguarded by him. Consequently, Chen Xiong and his family, along with Sun Ming, must be within the officer's jurisdiction that he search for the military vehicle's trail. Finally, on the outskirts of the city, he discovered the convoy. Wu Gu followed closely until the military vehicles halted outside an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The officer and soldiers emerged from the vehicle in succession. The soldiers lined up and, under the officer's command, entered the factory's compound. Surrounding the enclosure, Wu Gu observed numerous soldiers stationed guard. Without a doubt, Chen Xiong must be inside Wu Gu, crouched behind a haystack in a field opposite the factory. The ground trembled as two tanks rolled by the factory entrance, that a beam of light descended from above. Wu Gu looked up to see a helicopter sweeping the area with its searchlight. The defenses were exceedingly tight. After a moment of scrutiny, Wu Gu noted that only one of the two-story buildings was illuminated, located on the second floor. This could either be a trap or an opportunity. Wu Gu hesitated briefly, contemplating that since he was already here, daring to venture further might be worthwhile, perhaps within Lei Chen Xiong and the solvent. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed nearby. 2 beams of light glided past him. They were two individuals. Wu Gu resolved that if their lights turned toward him, he would boldly ascend to the second floor. The light beams began to rise higher, gradually revealing the source of illumination in Wu Ji's line of sight. 2 soldiers approached, one wielding a flashlight, held protectively in front of him as they advanced cautiously. Slowly, the beams began to shift towards Wu Ji's direction. There is no need for the light to shine directly. As long as those 2 soldiers turn their heads, they will be able to see Wu Gu, who is leaning against the corner. He silently implores them not to turn around, his heart racing with anxiety. The light shifts slightly, illuminating the ground just a few paces ahead of him. The soldiers are subtly adjusting their stances that no, he cannot afford to wait any longer. If he is discovered, so be it. Taking the initiative might grant him precious time to reach the second floor. Should he be detected and an alarm raised, he would be at a severe disadvantage. With this thought, Wu Ji's toes press against the earth. His calf muscles tense with anticipation. "Hey!" A voice calls from behind the 2 soldiers. "You two, go check over there." "Yes, sir." Once their footsteps fade into the distance, Wu Gu exhales deeply, peering out to assess the situation before seizing the opportunity to dart towards the nearby low building. At that moment, a sudden crack echoes, followed by a burst of light. From the direction the 2 soldiers had just come, more footsteps approach, still 2 individuals. What era is this? Why are they using a lighter when they could simply search with their phones? "That thing is no longer safe to use," one replies. "Why not? Don't ask, it will no longer exist." The 2 converse as they approached Wu Gu, pressed against the wall, retreats cautiously. This place is far too precarious. Within such a brief time, 2 groups have already arrived. As he shifts towards the center of the factory, he notices another beam of light illuminating the opposite side. There are people on both sides. In a moment of indecision, the footsteps from both directions grow nearer. With attention divided, if he remains stationary, he risks being discovered by either group. As Wu Gu prepares to sprint forward, suddenly, a helicopter's searchlight sweeps down, illuminating the ground right in front of him. This is bad. His only escape route has been sealed off. He must now remain in place, hoping neither group will approach. Wu Gu scans left and right. Seeing the 2 groups emerging to the right, a glimmer of light catches his eye as he turns his head, noticing the searchlight moving across the machinery ahead. The beam slowly inches closer. No. If he continues to wait idly, he will undoubtedly be found. The helicopter hovers directly above him. Squinting against the brightness, he crouches down, picking up 2 small stones. He pinches them between his fingers, aiming at the helicopter's external spotlight. "Please let this hit." With a swift flick, he launches the stone into the night, a silent projectile. The spotlight remains unscathed, missing its target. Wu Gu hastily grabs another stone and shoots again. A faint sound rings out, followed by the abrupt extinguishing of the light. He hit it. Almost immediately, something tumbles from the helicopter, crashing onto the machinery below with a resounding clamor. Wu Gu quickly glances at the people on either side. Their attention is now drawn to the noise. Seizing the moment, he dashes toward the second floor direction, brushing past the 2 soldiers who are still focused on the helicopter. Only when he reaches the side of the building does he pause. Pressing against the wall, breathing rapidly, he glances back at the path he came from, relieved to see that the 2 soldiers remain oblivious to his presence, their gazes still fixated on the helicopter. Wu Gu exhales in relief that he surveys his surroundings. To his right is the factory, and to the left stands a 4-story building. The searchlight above sweeps across the ground, while footsteps echo nearby. He looks up at the wall. There is a window on the second floor, large enough for an adult to fit through, illuminated with white light. That is it. Wuge leaps towards the window, gripping the ledge as he cautiously raises his head. Inside, he sees a bedroom, devoid of furniture. Merely an empty space. The door is ajar, and through it, he glimpses the living room beyond. There are people moving about. Narrowing his eyes, he spots another figure. This one distinctly female, with long hair. Upon closer inspection, Wuge realizes she resembles Zhang Yanping. Just then, another man steps into view, standing directly in front of the bedroom door. He is thin and short, dressed in a suit with short hair that IT can only be Chen Xiong. So he truly is here. What should he do? Should he notify Lu and the others to come apprehend Chen Xiong, or should he attempt to do it alone? As Wuge hesitates, clutching the window ledge, a beam of light suddenly strikes him. This is bad. The light is coming from above that Wuge raises his hand to shield his eyes, the blinding yellow glare nearly blinding him. Welcome, extraterrestrial visitor. The voice booms through a loudspeaker from below that Wuge looks down to find at least dozens of soldiers armed with weapons, all pointing their firearms at him, while in front stand an officer holding a loudspeaker. There is no more time for consideration. It's time to take a gamble. With a swift motion, Wuge positions himself facing the window, punches through the glass, and leaps inside, standing in the bedroom. He glances through the open door into the living room, where he indeed spots Zhang Yanping. He propels himself forward towards the living room. Just as he reaches the threshold, a silver net comes hurtling toward his face. Chapter 99. Counting down from 10 inside the off-road vehicle, the driver converses with the soldier seated beside Chen Ziming. Why do you think the higher-ups are placing such importance on this matter? Do you even need to ask? It must be due to the individual's unique identity. How unique could it be to warrant an entire company's deployment? Even helicopters have been dispatched. I've heard it's not just one, but 4 individuals. 4 seems excessive. Stop speculating on the higher-ups' motives. Let us focus on executing our mission. The two cease their chatter. Chen Ziming, though not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, senses its seriousness that a company typically comprises over 100 personnel, along with helicopters. Such a formidable force makes it impossible for Wu Laoshi to contend. Moreover, what did his mother mean when she said Wuge was a bad person? Although he had questioned Wuge's warmth towards him, the memories of Wuge saving his life multiple times and his empathetic nature made it difficult to reconcile the idea of Wuge being a villain. Thus, upon overhearing the soldiers' conversation, Chen Ziming couldn't help but worry for Wuge. Excuse me, Chen Ziming cautiously turns to the soldier beside him. What is it, Chen Ziming? I wanted to ask what would happen to that bad person. Wu Laoshi, if you're captured, you little rascal, how dare you eavesdrop? This isn't something you should be concerned with. Just stay put and wait for us to take you to safety. The vehicle continues its journey. Destination unknown. Moments later, the soldier beside Chen Ziming suddenly exclaims with excitement, "Hey, we caught him! We caught him!" He hands his phone to the driver, who glances back at the screen. The phone displays a chaotic scene. Seemingly a video. This guy looks perfectly ordinary. Why all the fuss? This seems exaggerated. There are accomplices. Perhaps one of them is quite formidable. I've heard there's even a teacher from a prestigious school among them. I'm aware, but he's just a PE teacher. Honestly, I thought he'd be some kind of prodigy to they converse. Chen Ziming's heart sinks. Who was captured? Could it be Wu Laoshi? He instinctively leans closer. The soldier is crouched down, showing the video to the driver, and Chen Ziming peers over to see an open area with a silver net sparkling with electricity, and within it curls a figure that bears a striking resemblance to Wuge. Wu Laoshi. Chen Ziming gasps internally. Hey, you little sneak. How dare you spy on confidential matters? The soldier hastily closes the phone, glaring at Chen Ziming. Children shouldn't be looking at things they shouldn't. Look at that kid. He's just not tough enough to handle this minor issue. I have to go. I can't hold it anymore. Chen Ziming exclaims, his expression pained as though he might burst at any moment. Chen Ziming gritted his teeth and feigned a voice that seemed to squeeze itself through clenched jaws, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Hurry outside. Don't dirty the car." The driver promptly halted the vehicle. "Thank you." Chen Ziming's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly opened the car door and dashed out. They were walking along a suburban road flanked by 2 rows of poplar trees, beneath which lay a small slope. Lazy people tend to have more bodily functions. The soldier teased that he's just a child. Accustomed to a life of comfort, the driver retorted, After waiting for a while in the car, the soldier in the back seat nudged the door and called out, "Are you done yet?" Frowning, he shouted again. The two exchanged glances. Has something happened? They quickly exited the vehicle and approached the slope. Peering down, they found no trace of Chen Ziming. Inside the Jinghua warehouse, on an open space beside a low two-story building, a helicopter hovered, its searchlights illuminating a single point. Enveloped in the light, a silvery net lay on the ground, and within it was Wu Gu, who had broken in through a window that a circle of soldiers surrounded him. Some wielding flashlights, others guns, all directing their attention at Wu Gu. Among them, an officer wearing a military cap stood with arms crossed, gazing down at Wu Gu. Under the scrutiny of so many, Wu Gu felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded. He attempted to tear through the electric net, but found his entire body numb from the electric shock, rendering him powerless, his eyelids heavy. "Where are your companions?" the officer asked in a low, stern voice. With great effort, Wu Gu lifted his eyelids, glanced at the officer, and slowly pointed in the direction behind him. Instantly, the soldiers and the officer turned sharply, their footsteps synchronized. The light shifted away from Wu Gu. Now, illuminating the direction he indicated, Wu Gu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of comfort wash over his eyes. "Come out. You have been discovered," the officer commanded sharply. The soldiers around him began sweeping the area with their searchlights. "If you do not appear soon, your companion will be executed," the officer gestured toward Wu Gu. After whispering to a few nearby soldiers, several of them stepped out of the crowd. "You have 30 seconds. I will count down. If you do not emerge, I will kill your companion." The officer began his count. 10. His voice resonated powerfully within the factory. 9. As he spoke, he glanced around. 8. He clasped his hands tightly behind his back. The other soldiers continued scanning the surroundings with their flashlights, illuminating every corner of the factory, dormitory, and among the discarded machinery. The helicopter buzzed above, its blades whirring as it circled the factory, searchlights sweeping the ground. "You still haven't come out? Let me assure you, I am not joking." 7. The officer, fearing his voice lacked volume, shouted even louder. No one responded, nor did any shadow appear. 6. The sound of a soldier came through the intercom. "Report. Sir, no suspicious individuals found." Gradually, the soldiers sent out earlier reported the same conclusion. At this point, the officer had already reached 3, his brow furrowed deeply. Something was amiss. With so many people, so many lights, scouring every nook and cranny, there was not a single figure in sight. Could it be that this intruder was deceiving him? Crouched within the electric net, Wu Gu weakly murmured, "Right here. Where is that person? Where are they?" Veuillez circler softly. Falling silent, aside from the whirring of the helicopter above, all was eerily quiet. The officer seethed with anger. "It is your fault that your companion will perish. Do not blame me." He turned around, drew his pistol, and aimed it at Wu Gu, his face flushed with rage, shouting, "One." No one answered. The officer gritted his teeth and, with heavy steps, approached Wu Gu, pressing the gun barrel against his forehead. 0. The officer pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, a bullet erupted from the muzzle, a deadly flash of yellow light hurtling toward Wu Ji's forehead. The air at that moment was astonishingly still. Wu Gu slightly parted his lips, slowly closing his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of blue electricity, writhing like a serpent, slithered through the darkness toward Wu Ji's head. The electric current collided with the bullet, which exploded mid-air with a resounding crack. Both the officer and the soldiers turned in unison toward the source of the electric light. There, atop the factory's abandoned machinery, stood a figure from a distance. A long ponytail swayed in the wind. The searchlight flicked on, illuminating the newcomer. Clad in a striking blue tracksuit, Wang Yuqi stood amidst the night, resembling a specter. One of her fingers pointed toward the crowd, and from her fingertip, blue electric light began to emerge. The light rapidly expanded, twisting into numerous electric serpents, which then multiplied into dozens, then hundreds. The night was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant blue glow, rendering the surrounding lights dim in comparison. "Watch out," the officer exclaimed. Wang Yuqi swiftly extended her arm, directing the electric serpents toward the crowd. They contracted momentarily before lunging forth like fierce, venomous snakes. The officer and the soldiers scrambled to evade, scattering in all directions. At that moment, a long arm emerged from the shadows, pulling Wu Ge and the electric net away. The electric serpents landed on the ground where Wu Ge had just been, radiating outward. Soldiers lagging behind were struck by the electric light. Collapsing to the ground in convulsions. "Fire the helicopter!" A soldier cried into the intercom. The whir of the helicopter's blades echoed throughout the factory as its searchlight focused on Wang Yuqi in the pitch-black sky. Bullets rained down like yellow raindrops, hurtling toward Wang Yuqi. She leaped, vaulting from the machinery to the ground. Thud, 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 boom! Bullet-riddled machine parts plummeted, crashing to the ground with a thunderous clatter. The searchlight followed Wang Yuqi's movements, illuminating her as the bullets pursued relentlessly. Wang Yuqi sprinted toward the factory's edge, dodging the oncoming bullets, which were undeterred in their chase. The officer and the soldiers, having evaded the electric net, pursued her closely. The hail of bullets grew denser, and Wang Yuqi narrowly escaped several near misses. Above, the helicopter loomed like a dark cloud, the bullet storm unceasing. As Wang Yuqi dashed forward, a beam of red light, thick as an adult's arm, shot skyward. The red beam struck perilously close to the helicopter's fuselage, nearly making contact. The helicopter's gunner tumbled from the craft, falling into a corner of the factory. Just ahead of Wang Yuqi, Cheng Feng stood wielding a weapon resembling a hairdryer, its body glowing red, arm raised towards the sky. Beside him stood Lu Lu and the freed Wu Ge. Wu Ge smiled. "I was forced into this. Don't you realize how dangerous your reckless actions are? With you around, how could there be any danger?" Wang Yuqi retorted, momentarily speechless. She added hastily, "Prioritize dealing with the enemy." "Ah, finally able to unleash our full potential," Lu Lu exclaimed, shaking his neck and extending his hand, palm facing the advancing soldiers. "Everyone be careful. I will cover you from the back." Cheng Feng trembled as he clutched the hairdryer-like weapon. Wu Ge inquired, "By the way, how did you manage to get here?" Another helicopter had arrived in support, its weaponry unleashing a flurry of yellow bullets as soldiers raised their firearms, firing at the fort amidst the hail of gunfire. Lu Lu pulled out his phone, holding it in front of his face while using his other hand to tap the screen. Squinting at the yellow flashes, he coldly declared, "Location. Chapter 100. Half flame, half water flow, confronted by the deluge of incoming bullets." Wang Yuqi stepped forward, her eyes radiating blue electrical light, electric serpents swirling around her, and her ponytail standing tall. As the bullets neared the group, Wang Yuqi emitted a piercing scream. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from her, with blue lightning fracturing into countless fine strands, tightly interwoven to form a dense, arched electric wall. The bullet struck the electric wall, exploding upon impact, producing a series of dull thuds that go. "Wu Ge!" Lu Lu leaped into action. Wu Ge positioned himself beneath Lu Lu, lifting him effortlessly and swiftly maneuvering past the electric wall into the throng of soldiers. Lu Lu extended his arm, resembling a long rope, across the soldiers' front lines. As Wu Ge dashed forward, Lu Lu's arm swept through the ranks of soldiers. Those unable to evade were knocked to the ground. The officer sprawled on the ground, scrambled to retrieve his dislodged military cap. Thud! A foot landed beside the cap, and the officer trembled as he raised his head, his face smeared with dirt, eyes widening in shock. "What? Have you never seen a handsome man before?" Lu Lu rolled his eyes. The officer recoiled, scrambling to his feet, drawing his handgun to shoot at the two dots. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity struck, hitting the officer's hand, causing him to drop the gun in pain. Turning to see the ponytailed girl standing nearby, her glowing pupils fixed upon him, he glanced at the soldiers, who lay scattered on the ground or sat up, fearfully staring at Wang Yuqi and her companions, clearly having lost their will to fight. Glancing up, they saw the helicopter's tail ablaze, wobbling as it descended toward the fields beyond the factory. The tide had turned. The officer gasped nervously, pointing at the three individuals with a trembling finger. Stammering, You cannot indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. This is stipulated by interstellar law." Even he was uncertain of his own words, struggling to find anything to say to the three extraterrestrials, or perhaps to plead for mercy. "Is there such a provision in interstellar law?" Lu Lu turned to Wang Yuqi and inquired. "There is during peacetime, though, but it is evident they have opened fire, signaling the commencement of war." The officer was momentarily taken aback. Realizing his blunder, he had not anticipated the existence of such a clause. Hearing Lu Lu's addition, he hastily declared, "If you kill wantonly, I will certainly take you to the Interstellar court." Lu Lu scoffed at this. Dismounting from Wu Ji's back, curling his fingers as he approached the officer. "Then I shall ensure you have no chance of living." His arm rapidly extended, fingertips poised at the officer's throat. The officer yelped, retreating in panic. Lu Lu's fingertips reached the officer's throat, pressing firmly against his skin, poised to pierce through. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Lu prepared to stab, expecting to see the officer bleeding profusely. However, unexpectedly, a hand seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. "Wu Ge, what are you doing?" Lu Lu exclaimed. "Killing him would be effortless," Wu Ge replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Now let's head upstairs." "Tisich, got it," Lu Lu retorted, glaring at his wrist, and then at Wu Ge. Wu Ge chuckled awkwardly and released Lu Lu's hand. Together, Wu Ge, Lu Lu, Wang Yuqi, and the recently arrived Chang Feng entered the doorway of the low building. The officer, meanwhile, sat on the ground, dazed and motionless. Upon entering the building, the three ascended directly to the second floor in the living room. They were greeted by the sight of three familiar faces, the Chen Xiong couple and Sun Ming. Perhaps having just witnessed the entire battle from the window, Sun Ming cowered in a corner, squatting with his mouth agape. On the verge of tears, he surely understood that Lu Lu would not spare him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinping hid trembling behind her husband, Chen Xiong, who stood resolutely, hands clasped behind his back, facing the four with an air of defiance. "Mr. Chen Xiong, it has been a while," Wu Ge said with a smile. Chen Xiong pressed his lips together, slightly raising the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, Teacher Wu is no ordinary person. That should be a compliment directed at you. Mr. Chen Xiong, is this your reason for approaching my son? I hope you can promptly return our belongings. They do not belong to you. And what if I do not? Then the harm you inflict will only befall your wife and children, especially Ziming. I believe he would not wish to see his father lying dead." That Wu Ji's tone was casual, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Chen Xiong fell silent, squinting at Wu Ge, then scanning the four once more. "Mr. Chen, you should hand it over quickly. Your life is at stake." Sun Ming quavered from his corner. "Oh, I almost forgot about you," Lu Lu said, striding towards Sun Ming. Sun Ming, terrified, cowered and pleaded for mercy. "So, Mr. Sun, shall I find you another triplet today? Or perhaps a quadruplet?" "Not a single one. Not a single one. I beg you, little Lu." No, it's Lord Lu, Lord Lu. I beg you, spare my life. Do not kill me, I implore you." Sun Ming raised his head to glance at Lu Lu, only to see the icy glare in Lu Lu's eyes, prompting him to bury his face in his arms once more. "I beg you, Lord Lu, please, for Fei Fei's sake, spare me. If I die, Fei Fei will have no father. I do not want him to be an orphan. I don't want that." Upon hearing Sun Ming mention son Fei Fei, Lu Lu momentarily lost focus. "Mr. Sun, you truly have a thick skin, using your daughter as a shield. Unfortunately for you, I, Lu Lu, have never cared for women, let alone their fathers." With a sinister grin, Lu Lu drew his finger sharply across Sun Ming's eyes. Blood gushed from Sun Ming's eyes as he screamed in agony. Collapsing to the ground, Chen Xiong, observing his suffering subordinate, wore a somber expression. "What are you staring at? Hand it over immediately, or the next will be you, and that woman behind you." Lu Lu threatened. Wu Ge and Wang Yuqi exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. "Thank you." Chen Xiong turned away, meeting Zhang Yinping's gaze. Xiong. Zhang Yinping sobbed. Chen Xiong leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Go to the city where we first met, 303 Chanyangyi Street." "What? Xiong, what are you saying?" Chen Xiong's head tilted slightly, the glass of his glasses glimmering. He exhaled deeply, blinking that a tear trickled down his cheek as memories of harmonious family life flooded back to him. A distant past now. Slowly, Chen Xiong turned back, his voice firm. "No one can impede the progress of the Superpower Corporation." With that, he swiftly produced a metal tube, the thickness of a forearm, from his pocket, uncapping it and pouring the liquid inside into his mouth. Wu Ge grasped the metal tube, peering inside, noting that it still contained a small amount. The liquid, a chaotic blend of various colors, seemingly a mixture of all different superpower solvents. Enraged, Lulu's expression twisted as he charged into the bedroom. Wang Yuqi, her hair standing on end, crackled with electricity, clearly intent on bringing Chen Xiong to his demise. Wu Gu hurried to keep up. Just as they took a few steps forward, a ball of crimson flames erupted from the bedroom. Lulu, standing at the doorway, was knocked down by the flames, his clothes and arms igniting as he rolled on the ground. Wang Yuqi and the others rushed forward to assist Liu in the corner. Sun Ming screamed in terror at the roar of the flames, seemingly forgetting his own injury. As the flames began to wane, the sound of shattering glass emanated from the bedroom. Wu Gu dashed into the room, only to find it empty. The Chun couple had vanished. The window shattered. He rushed to the broken window, spotting a tall figure glowing with white and red light. A mutant carrying Zhang Yinping. As they sped away, Wu Gu leaped through the window, kicking off the wall and soaring after the Chen couple. His speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. He tore through the inky night sky. Chen Xiong seemed to sense someone pursuing him. He halted and turned. His form now appeared significantly larger than before, his skin devoid of human color, transformed into a blend of flowing water and flickering flames, burning and shifting in his eyes. Wu Gu became a small blued amidst the darkness, allowing him to track Wu Ji's rapid movements that ordinary eyes could not perceive. Chen Xiong swung his hand, unleashing flames like bullets towards Wu Ji. In his vision, the blue light darted and evaded, prompting him to fire again. The blue accelerated, closing in. Chen Xiong set Zhang Yinping down. Run. His voice sounded unreal, as if emanating from the void. Zhang Yinping, utterly terrified by the unfolding scene, was paralyzed. As soon as she touched the ground, her legs buckled, and she collapsed. Chen Xiong raised his voice, urging her to flee again. Yet Zhang Yinping merely trembled, unable to move. The blue drew closer, mere inches away. Chen Xiong growled, and a wall of water materialized beside him. Wu Gu, now in front of Chen Xiong, threw a punch, striking the water wall. The wall caved in, water splashing, yet it remained intact. Chen Xiong raised his hand, releasing flames that forced Wu Gu backward. Hurry and go. Chen Xiong roared at Zhang Yinping. Tears and snot smeared across her face. She struggled to rise, staggering a couple of steps. Wu Gu, seeing this, attempted to intercept Zhang Yinping, but was repelled by Chen Xiong's flames, summoning the water wall once more to withstand Wu Ji's next onslaught. Chen Xiong turned, pushing the dazed Zhang Yinping far away. Run. Thud. Chen Xiong was struck from behind by Wu Gu, collapsing to the ground. This scene jolted the dazed Zhang Yinping back to reality. She gasped and turned to flee. Wu Gu hastened after her, but Chen Xiong lunged in front, unleashing a net of flames to ensnare Wu Gu within. Wu Gu swiftly dodged, but a series of rapid thuds resounded as yellow lights surged from the distance. The previously fallen soldiers had retrieved their weapons, opening fire on Wu Gu. Wu Gu quickly evaded. A barrage of bullets then surged toward Chen Xiong from behind Wu Gu. Chen Xiong conjured a water wall, blocking all the bullets in the direction of the soldiers' gunfire. A flash of blue electricity ignited, instantly halting the sound of the bullets. The blue electric surge raced toward Chen Xiong, that he hurriedly dodged. In that brief moment of electric light, Wang Yuqi and the others had reached Wu Ji's side, the four of them standing together against Chen Xiong. Chapter 101. Turmoil. Lulu. Where is that woman? Over there, Chang Feng shouted. Wang Yuqi, perhaps there are remnants of the solvent that woman took. Lulu, you go after her. Understood. Lulu licked the blood from his nails, grinning wickedly as he sprinted away. Watching Lulu's departing figure, Wu Gu bit his lower lip, a worried expression crossing his face. As Lulu set off, Chen Xiong hastily turned to pursue him. Stop him, Wang Yuqi commanded, leaping into action. Understood. Wu Gu followed closely behind Chen Xiong, his speed surpassing that of Chang Feng in an instant. A throng of people surged out of the factory, while the soldiers stood still, gazing in the direction where the aliens and mutants had departed. The officer approached the soldiers, leading them into a daze. Their gazes were fixed beyond the factory. There, Zhang Yinping burst through the factory's iron fence and emerged outside. Over her side, two tanks came to a halt, adjusting the direction of their cannons. Zhang Yinping hurried towards the tanks. and as the turret door opened, soldiers inside waved at her. She quickly reached the side of the tank, where a soldier pulled her up with great effort. Not far behind her, Lulu was hot on her heels. The cannon was aimed at Lulu, and with a thunderous boom, a plume of yellow smoke erupted from the muzzle as a shell hurtled towards him. Lulu momentarily failed to react. His pupils dilating in shock, with a swift motion, a dark figure lunged at him, knocking him aside just in time to evade the shell. The projectile soared past Lulu, continuing its trajectory. Chen Ziming conjured a wall of water as he charged forward. The shell detonated against the water barrier, and the force of the explosion propelled Chen Ziming backward. Wang Yuqi arrived just in time, her fingers crackling with electricity as she reached for Chen Ziming's head. Sensing someone behind him, Chen Ziming pushed backward, sending several fireballs hurtling outwards. Wang Yuqi narrowly dodged them. Upon landing, Chen Ziming sprang forward with increasing speed, matching that of Wu Ji in the blink of an eye. He was by the tank side. Meanwhile, Wu Gu and Lulu, having regained their footing on the grass, faced the incoming threat. The cannon of another tank was aimed at them, and with another thunderous boom, another missile was launched that Wu Gu grasped Lulu's arm, and they dodged once more that a flash of flames engulfed the ground where they had just stood, turning it into a charred expanse. Just as they steadied themselves, a wave of fire surged towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was Chen Ziming, half his body ablaze, charging at them. The two had no choice but to evade again. Chen Ziming missed his mark, pivoting to unleash two transparent liquid blades that sliced toward Wu Gu and Lulu. Before they could fully regain their balance, the water blades were nearly upon them. In desperation, Wu Gu braced his forearm. Taking the brunt of the attack, his flesh was cut, revealing blue skin beneath that. Wu Gu, are you all right? Lulu asked. Don't worry, I'm tough, Wu Gu replied. Damn, this guy's tough against me. Lulu gritted his teeth. You handle the soldiers. I'll take care of Chen Ziming. Wu Gu sprang into action, charging at Chen Ziming. Tsh, let you have your moment of glory, Lulu remarked, darting toward the tank. After several encounters with Chen Ziming, Wu Gu realized that he possessed a blend of superpowers. He had capabilities of both water and fire, and his recent burst of speed suggested he too had enhanced physical abilities. Currently, these seemed to be the three primary powers he wielded. In terms of capabilities, Wu Gu was undeniably at a disadvantage. However, given his extensive experience in utilizing his powers, he placed his hopes on strategic application. He maneuvered behind Chen Ziming, aiming to catch him off guard with a punch to the back of his neck. But Chen Ziming suddenly vanished from sight. A dark figure darted towards Lulu. Not good, Wu Gu exclaimed, hastening after Chen Ziming, matching his speed. At this moment, Lulu had reached the cannon, intent on redirecting it towards another tank. Just as he wrapped his arm around the barrel, a wave of searing heat washed over him. Here we go again. Lulu attempted to evade, but the flames halted midair behind the fiery Chen Ziming. Wu Gu had seized one of his arms. With a mighty heave, he hurled Chen Ziming away. As Chen Ziming landed, Wu Gu was already in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. A transparent barrier of water manifested before Chen Ziming, rippling with waves. Wu Ji's fist struck the barrier with a resounding thud. The water wall held firm, and within it, a series of red lights flickered. Wu Gu leaned back as the water wall shattered. A burst of fire erupting, that a column of flames brushed past Wu Ji's clothing, singeing large patches. Before he could regain his footing, a fiery punch from Chen Ziming came barreling towards him. With no time to evade, Wu Gu raised his arm, bracing for impact. At that moment, a streak of blue light surged forth, creating a barrier that separated him from the fire punch. The fire collided with the electric barrier, exploding outward, sending Chen Ziming flying. A surge of red light approached Chen Ziming's trajectory, aimed directly at his head. Chen Ziming let out a furious roar, extending his palm towards the red light. A fire column erupted from his palm, engulfing the red light and extending along its path. Meanwhile, Lulu had successfully bent the barrel of one tank and was now sprinting toward another. Quickly deal with Chen Ziming, Wang Yuqi commanded. Captain Wu, create an opportunity. Cheng Feng, wait for a chance to ambush. Understood, both Wu Gu and Cheng Feng replied in unison. Not far from them, Chen Ziming had risen to his feet, slamming his hand onto the ground. The grass ignited rapidly from his direction, forming a towering firewall that rushed towards Wu Ge and the others. Cheng Feng, extinguish the flames. Wang Yuqi ordered on it. Cheng Feng aimed his space gun at the flames, releasing a plume of white smoke that extinguished the fire in its path. Well done. Wu Ge followed the smoke forward, arriving in front of Chen Xiong, where he unleashed another fist. The water wall rose once more, and Wu Ge struck it again. Chen Xiong leaped into the air, palms crossed over his chest, and unleashed a barrage of transparent blades towards Wu Ge. Blue electricity arrived just in time, forming a protective net around him. Chang Feng's red light shot toward Chen Xiong, who evaded with a swift maneuver. This time, however, Chen Xiong did not rush to attack the trio. Instead, he dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Where did he go? Cheng Feng exclaimed, scanning the surroundings with his space gun to be careful. Wu Ge cautioned he was astonished by the evolution of Chen Xiong's abilities. Just moments ago, his speed had not been nearly as formidable. In such a short span, his enhancement had reached an alarming level, nearly matching his own. Wu Ge remained vigilant, focusing on their surroundings. Based on his experience with rapid movements, he deduced that Chen Xiong had not gone far. He was merely circling around them, though his target remained unclear. Chen Xiong hasn't gone far. He's nearby. Everyone, stay alert, Wu Ge warned as he retreated toward Wang Yuqi and the others. The rustling of grass echoed around them. Suddenly, two tanks with their broken barrels had their turret doors swing open, and soldiers emerged with machine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the fort. Watch out, Wu Ge shouted as they scattered under the barrage. Just then, a fiery hand reached for Cheng Feng, seizing his space gun. Cheng Feng gasped in shock and dropped the weapon, stepping back. Chen Xiong's fiery punch surged towards him. With a startled cry from Cheng Feng, the flames nearly singed his skin. Wu Ge appeared just in time, pulling Cheng Feng back. Chen Xiong's fiery punch missed its target. After safely relocating Cheng Feng, Wu Ge faced Chen Xiong once more. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Wu Ge barely managing to withstand Chen Xiong's formidable abilities, honed through years of physical enhancement. Chen Xiong's three hybrid powers subjected Wu Ge to considerable torment. Lulu attempted to force her way into the tank, but it was utterly futile. Sensing the precarious situation, the tank roared to life, and two tanks began their retreat. We cannot let them escape. That woman must be detained, Wang Yuqi cautioned. Saying this, she leapt in front of one tank, unleashing blue electric arcs from her palms, severing the tank's tracks. The tank came to a sudden halt with a resounding crash. The other tank, similarly incapacitated by Lulu, who had shot the tracks with a soldier's discarded machine gun, also came to a standstill. Wang Yuqi ascended the turret hatch of the tank, using her electric powers to destroy the hatch's mechanism. Flinging it open, a blinding yellow light emanated from within the tank, prompting Wang Yuqi to hastily retreat as bullets whizzed past her face, soaring into the sky. Her cheek was grazed by a bullet, parting the flesh and revealing her blue skin beneath. The human visage hung limply, and finding it bothersome, Wang Yuqi tore off her face, unveiling her true appearance. Her face was round, with an exaggerated pair of large, expressive eyes. Her petite nose and three luminous yellow stripes resembling glowing tattoos adorned each cheek. Her thick, raven hair cascaded down her back, each strand far thicker than a human hair, that a few soldiers emerging from the turret door were so startled by Wang Yuqi's appearance that they nearly fell over. Wang Yuqi pointed two fingers at the soldiers, piercing their chests, leaving them bleeding on the ground. The other tank, witnessing the fate of its comrades, hesitated to open its turret door. "Old lady, we need you to open the door over here." Lulu laughed, addressing Wang Yuqi. Wang Yuqi leapt to Lulu's side, using her electric powers to destroy the turret door mechanism, pulling it open. This time, the occupants inside were too terrified to emerge. Lulu, enraged, jumped into the tank, discovering not only Zhang Yanping, but also a soldier inside. The soldier clutched a small flamethrower, nervously eyeing Lulu. "You've chosen death," Lulu exclaimed, thrusting his hand into the soldier's neck, causing him to collapse. Turning to Zhang Yanping, she was paralyzed with fear, curled up in a corner, trembling and wailing. "Fear not. I have no interest in old women, so there's no need to scream as if I intend to harm you." Lulu grinned wickedly. Approaching Zhang Yanping, he bent down, attempting to lift her, but she resisted with all her might, refusing to rise. Lulu rolled his eyes, grasped her hair, and yanked her up forcefully. Zhang Yinping's cries were heart-wrenching. "Hand over what Chen Xiong gave you, and you may yet live. I have nothing to... Xiong gave me nothing," Zhang Yinping stammered, her voice quivering. "Untrustworthy. Women are full of lies," Lulu said, gripping her hair tighter, pressing his fingers against her throat. The tips of his fingers sank into her flesh. "If you don't speak, in the next second, your head will part ways with your body. I truly don't know." Zhang Yinping shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. Lulu narrowed his eyes. "Then I'm sorry, I just have to kill you myself." He swiftly aimed for her neck, but at that moment, the vehicle lurched violently, nearly causing Lulu and Zhang Yinping to topple. In the next instant, the entire tank tipped over. Lulu and Zhang Yinping found themselves lying against the side of the vehicle. A hand reached in through the turret door. "Catch!" It was Chen Xiong's voice. Zhang Yinping, crying, extended her hand, and Chen Xiong pulled her out. Outside, Wu Gu, Wang Yuqi, and Cheng Feng stood facing Chen Xiong, with Wu Ji's skin on one side charred, revealing blue beneath. A wall of flames separated Chen Xiong from the trio, forcing him back as Wu Gu dove into the tank. "Lulu! Lulu!" Wu Gu called anxiously. He spotted a disheveled man in the corner, groaning in agony, his flesh burned, half of his face charred. Lulu cried out in pain, slowly rising to his knees. "It's over, I'm disfigured." Seeing Lulu was unharmed, Wu Gu sighed in relief. "It's fine? You redisfigured and still say it's fine?" Lulu peeled away the charred skin, revealing the blue beneath. His entire face was unrecognizable, so he simply pulled the skin down. The bare skin was clean. After all, it was merely a facade, thus devoid of blood. Lulu's eyes sparkled like stars, long and large, albeit somewhat dulled. His nose was prominent, with pointed ears atop his head. A rectangular yellow tattoo, the width of a finger, adorned the center of his forehead. He shook his long, thick hair, resembling a mass of dreadlocks. "Let us go. I want revenge." Wu Gu smiled and leapt out first, Lulu following closely. The four confronted Chen Xiong, whose wife stood trembling by his side. "Everything in this world belongs to the universe, not to individuals," Chen Xiong stated calmly. "That's utterly shameless." Lulu retorted, "Mr. Chen Xiong, if you choose to continue this fight, your wife may very well become a casualty." Do you not care for her at all?" Wu Gu implored. Zhang Yinping, standing beside Chen Xiong, had never witnessed such a scene. Her husband transformed into a monster, while she faced a group of blue-skinned abominations. Despite being forewarned about a secret organization seeking them, who could have imagined they were a horde of monsters? Zhang Yinping was on the brink of collapse, relying entirely on Chen Xiong for support to remain standing. After hearing Wu Ji's words, Chen Xiong glanced at his wife and slowly addressed Wu Gu and his companions. "You will only fail. Stop stalling. Let us take him down," Lulu urged. Before Wu Gu could act, Wang Yuqi had already leapt into action, electric arcs trailing her feet as she charged toward Chen Xiong, delivering a kick. Chen Xiong blocked with his arm, twisting his body to retaliate with a punch aimed at Wang Yuqi. Wu Gu swiftly intervened, seizing Chen Xiong's arm. "Lulu, go!" Lulu grinned menacingly, contorting his body to approach Chen Xiong, wrapping himself around Chen Xiong, immobilizing his limbs. "Hurry, I'm about to be burned alive." Chen Xiong struggled against his bindings, flames emanating from his body, scorching Lulu. Gritting his teeth, Lulu urged, "Faster!" Wu Gu pressed Chen Xiong's head down, forcing him to the ground. Wang Yuqi leaped into the air, her head targeting Chen Xiong as her hands released electric bolts, striking his forehead. With a crackling sound, the electric arcs surged from Wang Yuqi's hands, coursing through Chen Xiong's body from head to toe. Chen Xiong's anguished screams echoed, haunting and terrifying. Zhang Yinping stood frozen in fear, crying out, unable to articulate a word. Chen Xiong's body became immobile, and Lulu withdrew from him. "I am being burned alive," Lulu complained. The electric arcs continued to flicker across Chen Xiong's form, his glazed eyes gradually losing their shine. His body trembled, and after a moment, he ceased to struggle, becoming still. The flames enveloping him extinguished, and the water within him stilled. Moments later, Chen Xiong's body began to shrink. "That should do it," Wu Gu and Wang Yuqi exchanged glances. What about her? Lu Lu turned his head. Looking at Zhang Yinping, he paused momentarily before approaching her. Did your husband give you any remaining solution? Zhang Yinping's eyes widened, her spirit broken as she collapsed to the ground, weeping silently. That Wu Gu pressed his lips together, unwilling to inquire further. Let's go. What about her? Are we to strip her bare? Does she look like someone who has hidden any solution? Wu Gu, do not be merciful. Any remnants could pose a threat to us. This technology must not remain here. Wang Yuqi stated matter-of-factly. Wu Gu replied, Commander Wang. Wang Yuqi nodded impassively. Lu Lu is correct this time. Then let Commander Wang conduct the search. Wang Yuqi nodded in agreement. Wu Gu and the others turned away. That moment. Wu Gu bore the unconscious, battered Chen Xiong on his shoulder, while Wang Yuqi was unfastening the clothes of the dazed Zhang Yinping. Just then, a young figure approached from a distance. Chapter 103. Collapsed in the moments leading up to Chen Ziming's encounter with Wu Gu, he felt that his life could come to an end at any moment. At that time, he was immersed in a virtual world, believing it to be the only place suited for him. Indeed, it was there that he found true joy, or perhaps tranquility, perhaps like many university students. Chen Ziming finds himself adrift, unable to discern the meaning of life, devoid of any aspirations to strive for, and disinclined to accomplish anything. Even within the realm of gaming, he merely exists as a transient figure, lacking any desire to excel or dominate in the virtual domain. That he simply inhabits the world of games, ensconced in his own reality, preferring solitude and avoiding interactions with others. Consequently, in a social game where collective leveling yields significant benefits, Chen Ziming diligently reached the maximum level all by himself, thereafter meandering through various game scenarios, casually dispatching minor foes while circumventing formidable bosses. Beyond gaming, he finds little motivation for other pursuits. Mealtimes are haphazard, with hunger dictating whether he eats or abstains, and no fixed schedule governs his meals. Hydration follows a similar pattern. He drinks only when thirst compels him, resulting in some days where he consumes water merely twice, once upon awakening and once after eating something salty. He harbors a fondness for carbonated beverages, particularly favoring orange juice above all. He perceives his existence as slowly dwindling away in this state of despondency, and oddly, he deems this to be acceptable. Upon encountering Wu Gu, Chen Ziming realizes that someone has begun to intrude upon his solitary existence. Though Wu Gu merely grazes the periphery of his world, Chen Ziming experiences a sense of unease. Eventually, he discovers that allowing others into his life is not as terrifying as he had imagined, and he subconsciously begins to embrace this change. Gradually, he observes Wu Gu drawing nearer, prompting him to shift from a defensive stance to one of relaxed vigilance. Ultimately welcoming the approach. In due course, he guides Wu Gu through his personal realm, even unlocking new, unexplored facets of his world together. He uncovers a profound chasm within himself, witnessing a stream of white water filling that abyss. However, he recently becomes acutely aware of Wu Ji's gradual withdrawal from his life. He senses a waning warmth in Wu Ji's demeanor and develops a subconscious resistance, recognizing that Wu Ji's identity is indeed suspect. He yearns to convince himself to restore the previous, unguarded rapport with Wu Gu, yet he acknowledges the futility of such a desire. Nonetheless, he longs to see Wu Gu once more, harboring numerous questions he wishes to voice directly. Yet, his mind is a tumultuous mess, with many inquiries seeming repetitive and devoid of substance. Such is the human condition, knowing full well the futility of seeking answers, yet compelled to pursue them, even when those answers may appear nonsensical to outsiders. Offering solace only to the seeker, Chen Ziming is no exception. Now he stands before Wu Gu, momentarily lost for words, uncertain of what to say or do. To Wu Gu, upon encountering Chen Ziming, is equally taken aback. They lock eyes, and in that instant, the air seems to freeze, time itself halting. It is not until Lu Lu breaks the silence with a teasing remark about their meeting that the moment dissipates. Chen Ziming gazes intently at Wu Gu, noticing a figure perched on Wu Ji's shoulder. Initially, he cannot discern who it is, but upon hearing a woman's anguished cry, he turns to investigate, only to discover that it is his mother. Chen Ziming's eyes widen in disbelief as he confirms the identity of the woman before him. Meanwhile, a girl clad in sports attire gropes his mother in public, having already removed her outer garment. Chen Ziming, consumed by rage, charges forward. Lulu attempts to intervene, but Wu Gu restrains him. Reaching Zhang Yinping's side, Chen Ziming pushes Wang Yuqi aside. "Get away!" Wang Yuqi shoots him a glare, her eyes glowing with an ominous light. Just as that light is about to strike Chen Ziming, Wu Gu appears at his side, pulling him away from the impending danger. "Captain Wu," Wang Yuqi furrows her brow, rising to her feet. Once steady, Wu Gu secures Chen Ziming beside him. "Commander Wang, we have obtained what we sought. There is no need to harm this child." Wang Yuqi narrows her eyes at Wu Ji. That moment, Chen Ziming breaks free from Wu Ji's grasp, racing towards Zhang Yinping. Upon seeing her son, the dazed Zhang Yinping regains a flicker of consciousness, crying out as she rushes towards Chen Ziming. The mother and son embrace tightly. Wu Gu slowly approaches Wang Yuqi. "Commander Wang, if we haven't located what we need, we should take our leave." Wang Yuqi purses her lips, glaring at the mother and son. After a moment, she turns and walks away, issuing a command for Cheng Feng to follow her, with Lu Lu trailing closely behind. Observing Wu Gu lingering as he watches Chen Ziming, Lu Lu calls out, "Hey Wu Gu, hurry up, don't waste time. Stop." Chen Ziming's voice rings out. Wu Gu suddenly shifts his focus. Feeling a surge of excitement, "Ziming," Wu Gu whispers, the words barely audible to himself. Chen Ziming jogs to Wu Ji's side. "Mr. Wu, please return my father to me," Chen Ziming implores, his eyes reddening with intensity. Wu Gu hesitates, struggling with his response. "I'm sorry, Ziming, I cannot." "Mr. Wu, please, I beg you, return my father." Chen Ziming raises his voice, a rasping edge to his tone. Wu Gu shakes his head, his expression laden with sorrow. "Give him back." Chen Ziming lunges forward, reaching for Chen Xiong. At that moment, a hand emerges from behind Wu Gu, seizing Chen Ziming by the neck and forcefully pushing him away. Chen Ziming stumbles backward, gasping for breath. "You little brat looking for trouble?" Lu Lu sneers, tightening his grip. Chen Ziming feels the world darkening around him, his face turning purple. "Stop!" Wu Gu urgently interjects, but Lu Lu pays no heed. Wu Gu grips Lu Lu's arm, tightening his hold. "Ah!" Lu Lu winces in pain, releasing his hold on Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming collapses to the ground, panting heavily. "I'm sorry, Lu Lu. Are you out of your mind? Can you even tell friend from foe?" Wu Gu is rendered speechless, falling into silence. "Let us go." "Stop dawdling on the ground." Chen Ziming's brow furrows deeply, lines etching across his forehead. His lips part, as if to cry, yet no sound escapes from a distance. He resembles an elderly man in the twilight of life. Gradually, Chen Ziming begins to sob, collapsing onto the grass. His body trembles, tears streaming down his cheeks like a newborn's lament. Surrounding him is desolate wilderness, vast and open, with moonlight illuminating Chen Ziming's breakdown, as if either admiring or mocking his despair. Zhang Yinping, disheveled, crawls towards her son, eventually rising to her feet and sprinting to his side. Upon reaching Chen Ziming, she bends over him, weeping profusely. In the distance, 2 tanks and an armored vehicle, having narrowly escaped disaster, approach slowly, accompanied by several military trucks laden with soldiers. They arrive beside the mother and son, where officers order soldiers to load them into vehicles for transport to the hospital. Following the direction Wu Gu and his companions had departed. This time, Wu Gu and his group forego taking a taxi. Wu Gu rides with Lu Lu, while Wang Yuqi drives Cheng Feng, all heading towards the spaceship. The starlight twinkles, reflecting off the surface of the reservoir. The quartet arrives before the reservoir. "Get in the water," Wang Yuqi instructs. Just as they step into the water, Wu Gu suddenly warns, "Watch out." They all retreat in unison, witnessing a missile soar overhead, exploding before them. The splash sends waves surging outward. They look up to see several fighter jets passing overhead, dropping more missiles. "Get down." Wu Gu yanks Lu Lu aside, fleeing rapidly, while Wang Yuqi, with lightning at her feet, drags Cheng Feng to safety. Nearby, where they had just been standing, a thunderous roar erupts, sending water flying high into the air. Several missiles streak by, with tanks and artillery rumbling on the shore. A blinding flash signals the launch of artillery shells directed at the four. They scramble to escape as the shells track their movements, while fighter planes open fire from above. But we can't just keep fleeing. We must retaliate, Lu urges passionately, crouched behind Wu Gu. Head for the artillery. Disrupt their operations. Understood. Wu Gu swiftly alters direction, making a wide arc towards the artillery. The soldiers recognize his intent and intensify their assault. Wu Gu moves with astonishing speed, darting through the night. Soon, he evades the incoming shells and plunges into the heart of the artillery unit. Attack! Lu leaps from Wu Ji's side, maneuvering a nearby tank's cannon to target other tanks or artillery pieces. With a resounding boom, the tank fails to react in time, obliterating one of the artillery pieces. That Wu Gu charges towards another cannon, smashing it with his fist, triggering a self-detonation that sends soldiers and nearby artillery flying. Together, they wreak havoc amidst the artillery and tanks. That moment, a squad of special forces emerges from an armored vehicle. They approach the two individuals, armed with high-end weaponry. Turning to Wang Yuqi and Cheng Feng. The latter gripped a space gun, firing at the aircraft soaring above. Wang Yuqi manipulated lightning, directing the beams of crimson light to obliterate two enemy jets. The four fighters engaged in fierce combat with the military. While Wu Gu and Lu were entangled with the artillery, the special forces split into two squads. One team of four drew near to Wu Gu and Lu Ayuda as the squad approached Wu Gu. Their leader issued a command, and one of the members, wielding a silver-hued miniature launcher, adjusted his aim towards the moving Wu Gu. The red of the targeting laser danced in tandem with Wu Ji's movements. Once that settled on Wu Ji's position, it transformed into a green. The launcher fired with a resounding bang, and a silver net surged towards Wu Gu, preoccupied with the artillery and the torrent of gunfire from soldiers. Wu Gu failed to notice the net stealthily closing, and a familiar crackling sound erupted, and Wu Gu suddenly sensed danger. He turned his head, only to find the silver net already ensnaring him. Attempting to break free, he felt a wave of paralysis seize his body. The net swiftly enveloped him, and he rolled helplessly on the ground. The four-man squad quickly closed in, surrounding Wu Gu, their weapons aimed at him. Meanwhile, another pair had already unleashed a silver net upon Lu. Unaware of the net's peril, Lu attempted to tear it apart. However, her legs grew numb, and her strength faded, causing her to gradually collapse onto the ground. Your two companions have already been ensnared. I advise you both to lay down your arms and surrender immediately, a special forces commander shouted through a megaphone at Wang Yuqi and Cheng Feng. The two gradually ceased their actions, glancing towards the artillery. Indeed, they saw that Wu Gu and Lu were bound by the silver net, displayed atop the turret of a tank. Wang, what should we do? Cheng Feng exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Wang Yuqi narrowed her eyes, gazing towards the artillery. You submerge and activate the spacecraft. I will handle them, but you will be alone. Execute the order with haste. Why, yes. Cheng Feng hurriedly retreated, disappearing into the water as he did so. Wang Yuqi marched purposefully towards the artillery. Her eyes radiated blue electricity, surrounded by arcs of lightning, as electric serpents danced around her, illuminating the entire riverbank with her presence. The Special Forces commander continued to shout through the megaphone. Surrendering is your wisest choice. Wang Yuqi let out a light chuckle, suddenly accelerating as her body transformed into a streak of blue lightning. Swiftly arriving before the commander, she extended her fingers towards the commander's neck. Chapter 104. Sacrifice. In a distant corner of the galaxy, on a planet inhabited by life forms, the ruling species was the Bomiyans. They possessed elongated bodies, adorned in blue, with slender limbs, walking upright. Their civilization had persisted for several million years. As the resources on this planet were exhausted, the Bomiyans resorted to interstellar plunder to sustain their existence. To enhance their strength, they extracted elemental energy from living beings in the natural world, merging them to create various solvents that endowed the consuming Bomiyan soldiers with extraordinary physical prowess and natural energy. They produced these solvents on colonized planets. During a transport from a satellite to their home planet, they encountered an ambush by space pirates, leading to the loss of the solvents. after defeating the pirates. The Bomiyans traced the location of the solvent storage device, discovering it had landed on a planet composed of 2/3 liquid and 1/3 solid matter. They crafted human-like exteriors based on the dominant species of that planet. Knowledge of the local customs and language was implanted into the brains of the squad members, and they were equipped with pronunciation devices to enable communication. Wang Yuqi's fingers brushed against the commander's skin. A surge of energy erupted from his chest, propelling her backward. It was an electric net. The net rapidly expanded, enveloping Wang Yuqi. The machine guns and artillery immediately opened fire upon her. The booming of cannons resonated like thunder from the heavens. Shaking the entirety of S City, Wang Yuqi was blasted into the water, causing a geyser that shot up several meters high, nearly reaching the airborne aircraft at Wugu and Lulu, ensnared within the silver net. Watched in anguish as Wang Yuqi fell into the water, helplessly struggling against their bonds. Stop! After a barrage of relentless fire, the commander waved his hand, signaling a ceasefire. The gunfire and artillery gradually subsided, and the once deafening roar fell silent in an instant, leaving only the sound of helicopter rotors spinning in the air. The soldiers and commanders stared intently at the reservoir. "Commander, should we dive in a search for the body?" An aide inquired. Rush. This situation seems more complex than anticipated. Reinforcements from the factory arrived. Understood. A factory officer approached the commander, saluting him. After a brief exchange, the commander instructed the officer to wait for further orders. A while later, the reservoir remained eerily quiet, with neither Wang Yuqi's figure nor any sign of movement. The aide again asked if they should search underwater. "Go ahead. Take more people with you." After receiving the order, the aide led several special soldiers to the riverbank, preparing to enter the water. Just then, a sound of flowing water echoed from beneath. The commander quickly halted their actions. The soldiers all focused on the water surface. Gradually, the water began to rise, flowing downward from the elevated spot. Some soldiers gasped in astonishment. The commander widened his eyes as a massive, glowing blue spacecraft surfaced from the depths. Standing atop the vessel was a figure. Through his telescope, the commander recognized the girl with the long braid. The crowd marveled. A beam of blue light shot forth from the spacecraft, targeting the artillery. "Dodge!" the commander shouted. The crowd scattered. Boom! Several artillery pieces shattered into pieces, and multiple soldiers were blown apart, screams filling the air. The artillery, tanks, and helicopters began launching assaults against the spacecraft, unleashing a fierce barrage aimed at it. The spacecraft emitted a transparent blue energy net, deflecting bullets and missiles away from its vicinity. The sounds of explosions and the flashes of yellow flames danced around the vessel. After several rounds of attacks, the spacecraft remained unscathed, while numerous artillery and tanks were obliterated under the onslaught of blue light. The commander took cover behind an armored vehicle, observing the battle. The spacecraft gradually advanced towards the artillery. Sensing the precarious situation, the commander ordered the soldiers to reposition. He instructed the aide to bring the two alien captives to the front lines. After some maneuvering, the soldiers gathered around the armored vehicle. Each heavily armed, a few surviving tanks and artillery formed a protective circle around them. The commander placed Wugu and Lulu on the armored vehicle, displaying them for Wang Yuqi to see from the spacecraft. He shouted through the megaphone towards her. "If you attack us again, these two captives will be executed without delay." The commander stood atop Wu Ji's head, aiming his pistol at him. The spacecraft halted its movement, hovering in mid-air. "Wang, what should we do?" Cheng Feng, piloting the spacecraft, inquired through the communicator. "Do not act rashly. Let me handle this." Wang Yuqi slowly lowered the spacecraft's shield. Landing on the riverbank, she strode towards the artillery, with the soldiers anxiously watching her. Upon reaching the front row of two tanks encircling the commander, Wang Yuqi declared, "Release my companions. There is no need for us to continue this senseless war. Your side has perpetrated a merciless massacre at the Jinghua warehouse, and you intend to abduct our fellow Earthlings," the commander retorted, glancing at the unconscious Chen Xiong on the ground nearby. After ensnaring Wu Ge, the soldiers had rescued Chen Xiong from his grasp. "Your motives for infiltrating Earth remain unclear. If you wish to depart, you must obtain approval from the International Security Bureau. I see no necessity for that. This is not a negotiation. It is an order." Wang Yuqi smiled. Those who can order me are not present here. She took a step forward, causing electric serpents to surge from the ground. The serpents swiftly darted past the tanks and artillery, converging upon the armored vehicle, targeting the commander and the nearby soldiers. The speed of the electric serpents left them no time to react. As they collapsed, Wang Yuqi had already reached the armored vehicle. With a swift motion, she tore away the silver net binding Wu Gu and Lu Lu, casting them behind her. The spacecraft. What about you? Lu Lu shouted urgently. The spacecraft's ramp had been lowered, and both Wu Gu and Lu Lu ascended it, awaiting Wang Yuqi's return. Wang Yuqi strode purposefully along the riverbank, the water splashing beneath her feet. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted beside her. Danger! Wu Gu shouted. Wang Yuqi was thrown aside, crashing into the water, with Chen Xiong tumbling off her back. Looking up, she saw an aircraft overhead. Cheng Feng, counterattack! Wu Gu called into the communicator. The spacecraft slowly pivoted, its energy cannon aimed skyward, launching an assault against the maneuvering aircraft. The aircraft evaded the energy cannon while continuing to attack the spacecraft. With each missile's detonation, the protective energy of the spacecraft waned. The soldiers, who had just collapsed amidst the electrical arcs, gradually rose to their feet, rearming themselves to launch another offensive against Wang Yuqi and the vessel. The surface of the water erupted in splashes from the incessant gunfire, struggling to her feet. Wang Yuqi approached Chen Xiong, lifting him up as she sprinted towards the gangway. A thunderous explosion from another missile struck nearby, forcing her to leap aside just in time to evade a direct hit. Amidst a hail of bullets, Wang Yuqi zigzagged her way toward the gangway. Upon reaching it, she hurled Chen Xiong toward Wu Gu. Just as she prepared to leap up, another missile detonated, striking her squarely. The force of the explosion sent Wang Yuqi hurtling away. Commander Wang, Wu Gu cried out, handing Chen Xiong off to Lu Lu before diving down the gangway in pursuit of her, in the distance. A missile detonated, and Wu Gu, enveloped in a heat wave, found Wang Yuqi. Her clothing and skin had been obliterated by the explosion, revealing her true form. Her eyes were dim. Captain Wu, Wang Yuqi murmured weakly, that moment. A dark silhouette loomed above them. Wu Gu squinted to see a massive airship approaching. Beware of the airship, Cheng Feng cautioned. The airship hovered above the spacecraft, slowly deploying a colossal missile. Upon contact with the ship's protective shield, it exploded instantaneously, sending a brilliant yellow light and a mushroom cloud soaring into the heavens, the reverberations echoing all around. The ship's body quivered, and the blue protective shield began to fade away. This is bad. Wang Yuqi squinted at the vessel. The soldiers renewed their ferocious assault on the shield, a barrage of bullets and shells exploding against it. The protective shield's hue turned nearly transparent and devoid of luster. If this continues, no one will escape, Wang Yuqi muttered to herself. She broke free from Wu Ji's grasp and fell to the ground. Commander Wang, what are you doing? It's impossible. I cannot allow you to make that sacrifice. Wang Yuqi disregarded Wu Gu, charging onto the riverbank amid a hail of gunfire. Raising her hands, blue lightning flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated from afar, and the sky above crackled with electricity. Out of the darkness, a brilliant flash of lightning emerged, piercing straight toward the airship. The lightning surged through the airship's hull, igniting it in midair. The bolt rapidly descended upon Wang Yuqi. Wu Gu, overwhelmed by the lightning's pressure, stumbled aside. Wang Yuqi extended her hand, pointing skyward. The lightning converged upon her palm, surging into her body. Wang Yuqi's form grew increasingly radiant. Wu Gu shielded his eyes as the water around him churned violently. Crashing against him, that moment, Wang Yuqi resembled a humanoid current of light. Finally, this day has come, she sighed softly, her voice echoing as if from the void. She began to move, her speed so swift that it left trails of light in her wake. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wu Gu cried out in anguish, while Lu Lu stood frozen on the gangway. Old lady. Wang Yuqi, now fused with the lightning, charged into the artillery ranks, unleashing a blinding electrical surge beside the armored vehicles. The electricity exploded outward, severing artillery and tanks, while human bodies were either scorched or dismembered by the arcs of lightning. the air filled with cries of horror. The illumination of that night rendered the entire reservoir area as bright as day. With the sky illuminated for a fleeting moment, the electrical energy expanded skyward, ensnaring several helicopters and fighter jets, which plummeted from the sky. With a deafening boom, the lightning resembled a miniature sun, and the residents of City S witnessed a momentary flash of blinding light. Wugu sat in the water, hands covering his eyes. After a while, the brilliance began to fade. Peering through his fingers, he observed the location of the artillery, still shimmering with residual light. After several seconds, the brightness gradually extinguished. To Wuji's astonishment, the area had been leveled to the ground. Looking again at the tanks, artillery, and troops, there was no trace of them, as if they had never existed. Panicking, Wugu rushed toward the site, searching for Wang Yuqi's silhouette. Lu followed suit, both desperately seeking her, but to no avail. Just then, a figure descended from the bridge by the reservoir. Looking frantic as he approached, Wugu looked up, stunned, momentarily unsure of how to react. "What is wrong?" Lu asked, noticing Wu Ji's dazed expression. Wugu stammered at Wu teacher. Chen Ziming stared blankly at him. Wugu could no longer contain the guilt swelling within him. Tears streaming down his blue-hued face. "I'm sorry, Ziming," he quavered. Chen Ziming knelt to the ground, his expression vacant, like a marionette. "I'm sorry." Wugu lamented. A buzzing sound echoed nearby. "Captain Wu, we must leave. Reinforcements are on their way." It was Chang Feng's voice. Wugu swallowed hard, tears staining his cheeks. "I'm sorry, Ziming." He took a few steps back before turning to run. "What are you doing, Wugu?" Lu grasped his arm. "Retreat. The old lady must come with us. She has made the ultimate sacrifice." "What the hell are you talking about? How could she possibly be dead?" "Retreat. That's an order. I want to follow your orders." Wugu clasped Lulu's head, pressing him under his arm as he hurried toward the gangway. "Wugu, how dare you?" Wugu ignored him and moved swiftly. Once on the gangway, it began to retract slowly. Lu struggled in vain. But to no avail, the spacecraft ascended gradually into the sky. The reinforcements in the form of fighter jets unleashed a fierce assault, with shells raining down. Just as a projectile was about to strike the vessel, it suddenly surged forth at breakneck speed through the night, climbing ever higher until it vanished into the darkness. Chapter 105. Reunion, Final Chapter. On the following day after the reservoir incident, the news reported the events of the previous night. They stated that the military had engaged in combat with terrorists, ultimately annihilating them all, and lauded the soldiers for their bravery. However, the army present at the artillery site that night had suffered total losses, with no bodies recovered. The military honored the fallen heroes and comforted their families. Survivors among the troops and the pilots who had come to their aid, having witnessed the truth, were instructed to maintain confidentiality. Months after the reservoir incident, within the gymnasium of Nanjing University, two basketball teams engaged in an intense match. Wang Ming, the ball, a handsome boy with short hair, shouted, clapping his hands. "Got it!" Wang Ming released the ball. The handsome boy leaped to catch it, skillfully maneuvering past two opponents before executing a flawless three-step layup, the ball sinking smoothly into the hoop. After several more minutes of play, the match concluded with Guanmao Class 1 achieving a resounding victory. The players from both teams exchanged high fives and embraced as they began to collect their belongings in preparation to leave the gym. The handsome boy stood on the sidelines, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Wang Ming approached him, grinning. "You were amazing. You stole the show." The handsome boy chuckled, patting Wang Ming on the shoulder. "We have another match tomorrow. Let us invite Zhang Sheng to join us. No problem." He entered the cafeteria, grabbed a meal, and found a seat. The large screen in the cafeteria displayed news. The Super Energy Communications Group was under investigation for illegal human trafficking. Chen Xiong was missing, and manager Sun Ming had been placed under restrictions and was undergoing interrogation. The Super Energy Communications Group faced potential bankruptcy and restructuring. Their Super Energy Moment software had been removed from all platforms, and their communication devices were being systematically dismantled. Certain personnel were being charged with murder. The handsome boy listened to the news quietly, his expression neutral as he ate from his meal box. "Ziming!" A melodious voice called from the cafeteria entrance. Chen Ziming looked up to see Zhang Jingjing. "Eating alone again. Are you asking for trouble?" Miss, I'm sorry. I'll get you a portion right away. What do you need to buy? You're so incapable of living. Just eat what you have. With that, Xijing sat down, snatching Chen Ziming's chopsticks to dig into his meal. Watching his food vanish bite by bite, Chen Ziming felt a pang of heartache. How is your aunt? Xijing suddenly inquired. Chen Ziming paused, then sighed. Oh, you should encourage her more. She has been through a lot. I know. Chen Ziming nodded with a smile. Sensing that his question about Xijing might be inappropriate, he held back and refrained from pressing further. Why didn't you finish your thought? It's not particularly important. It's fine if I don't say it. Oh, wanted to ask about Teacher Wu, didn't you? Xijing fell silent, her head bowed as she picked at her rice. It's all right. I'm fine now. Xijing appeared momentarily taken aback. I don't hate him. Xijing fell silent, continuing to eat her rice. I don't want to thank you. Xijing, if it weren't for you, I might not have been able to move on. In a modest 50-square-meter apartment, simply decorated and furnished with minimalistic furniture. In the midst of the living room, a Buddhist altar is adorned, before which a woman draped in a flowing linen gown kneels, reciting sacred scriptures. Chen Ziming pushes the door open and enters. The woman turns her gaze toward the entrance. Mother, I have brought you some vegetarian dishes, all light and refreshing. Please enjoy them while they are warm. Chen Ziming places a plastic bag on the dining table. Zhang Yinping remains silent, seemingly accustomed to this silence. Without further ado, he retreats to the kitchen to tidy up the remnants of breakfast that his mother had left, packing the dishes into a garbage bag before descending to dispose of the waste. Upon reaching the refuse bin, he hears someone calling his name. Ziming. Turning around, Chen Ziming's eyes widen in disbelief. Mr. Zhangqi? You indeed remember me. Zhangqi approaches with a smile. You look more spirited with your haircut. Chen Ziming offers a subtle smile in return. Mr. Zhangqi, what brings you here? Oh, I resumed my business endeavors. I have a client in this vicinity and came to pay a visit. I see. I live just around the corner. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea? No, perhaps another day. I'm in a bit of a hurry today. Otherwise, I would truly love to tour your home. As he speaks, Zhangqi chuckles lightly. By the way, how is Brother Wuge faring? Is he still teaching? Chen Ziming slightly bows his head, falling into silence. Zhangqi senses something amiss. What has happened to Teacher Wu? Brother Wuge. His voice grows urgent. He is no longer here, but he has passed away. Chen Ziming bites his lip, raising his head with an awkward smile. Teacher Wu has been reassigned to another city. He is no longer at our school. Zhangqi exhales deeply, relief washing over him. You nearly frightened me to death, Ziming. Speak without such dramatic pauses. Chen Ziming raises the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. Well then, I shall not detain you further. I must hurry along, lest I keep others waiting. Indeed, please attend to your matters. After bidding farewell to Zhangqi, Chen Ziming gazes at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. He lets out a wry smile and turns towards the entrance of his building. Ziming, calls a middle-aged man's voice. Chen Ziming's body stiffens instantly. He stares blankly at the hallway. His body begins to tremble as the familiar voice resounds once more. Chen Ziming's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Moisture pooling within the IT is slowly. Chen Ziming turns, his fingers splayed open, his lips curving downwards. Ziming, it is father. Chen Xiong's benevolent visage materializes before Chen Ziming. Father, Chen Ziming utters in a daze. Ziming. Chen Xiong steps forward. Enveloping his son in an embrace, Chen Ziming leans against his father's shoulder, blinking away tears that cascade down his cheeks. The afternoon sun shines brightly. As dusk descends, Chen Ziming arrives at the artificial lake in the park. Wearing a heart rate monitor on his wrist, jogging around the lake in circles. Winter has passed, ushering in the season of blossoming spring. The verdant landscape flourishes, saturated with the vibrant hues of spring. The scent of fresh, moist earth wafting through the air. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a warm, gentle glow over the park's picturesque spring scenery, in the glow of the orange light. A man clad in a black leather jacket and jeans, sporting stubble, stands in Chen Ziming's path that he approaches with a smile, having noticed Chen Ziming lost in thought after halting his jog. Adjusting his jacket, he reveals an electronic watch on his wrist. With a grin, he says, "Hello, Chen, it has been quite some time." End of the text.